637. The reason why Qin Pingan dared to show up was not only because Lu Ji, one of the top 10 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but more importantly, Qin Chunan would be there. If it was a fight between two people of the same realm, the Great Sword Immortal might be good at killing but not necessarily good at saving people. Previously on the city wall, Miyu had tried his best to stop the Sword Immortal Lai Ji, who was of the same realm and cultivation level, but Miyu was still a little slower. But with Qin Chunan here there was no need to worry. After Qin Chunan spoke, he did not give the Ascendant Realm Great Demon a chance to talk nonsense. The world had changed. Qin Pingan's mind was shaken for a moment. His entire person seemed to have manifested an infinitely large Dharma form, which suddenly soared to the highest point in the sky. It was high enough to overlook the entire vast world. However, before Qin Pingan could take a closer look, the huge Dharma form was forced to condense into a mined mustard seed smaller than a speck of dust. Not only did it return to the ground, it also escaped into an extremely small place where the lines on the palm were like mountains and rivers. When Qin Pingan completely recovered, he turned his head to take a look, and a Tao formula naturally appeared in his mind. Tao is an object, vague and indistinct, indistinct and indistinct, a vacuum, a great void. It turned out that behind Qin Pingan, there was a huge ball suspended. It was snow-white and sparkling. He could vaguely see the pavilion and a big osmanthus tree. It turned out that the osmanthus flowers were planted in the bright moon. Compared to the object behind Qin Pingan, the size of both sides was like a rice grain in a white bowl. Qin Pingan retracted his gaze and looked up. As far as his eyes could see, there was only the great sun hanging in the sky. It was bigger and golden in color and there was nothing else. This great sun constantly emitted strands of golden light, which came and went at an extremely fast speed. There was also a black dot and a piece of ink which were moving indefinitely. There were constantly snow-white slender lights flashing and disappearing, which could actually cut off those golden threads on the spot. It should be the fight between Lu Ji and the Ascendant Realm Great Demon at the border. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment. He planned on sitting cross-legged and immersing his mind in it. Then, he would conjure his intrinsic flying sword that he had yet to think of a name for. He would use a small world to confront a small world and use it to sense more of the great Tao circulation opportunities of this small world. He never thought that his shoulder would be pressed down by someone who laughed and said, "Some knowledge if you start too early it won't be pretty. It's not that I'm afraid you'll steal it. It's just that the divine ability of your intrinsic flying sword is not close to my dharmic art." Qin Pingan dispelled the idea and turned to respectfully bow to the Confucian-robed old man. Qin Chunan nodded and said with a smile, "I'll just treat it as a Confucian junior paying my respects to senior and not the last disciple of some literary saint's lineage. I won't return the greeting with my hands folded in front of me." After Qin Pingan stood up, he blushed with shame and said, "I only dared to ask for advice but did not dare to ask." Qin Chunan waved his hand. "Since you and I both have the surname Qin, we are of the same origin but different schools. It's the same for our surnames and it's even more so for our academic backgrounds. What's more, the Hassa continent's Inyin Qin clan owes you a favor for the exemplary tree in Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. That's why I pulled you in to watch the battle from afar. It's your ability to experience some of the Sword Immortal's elegance." "I'm not wary of Qin Pingan from Dali's Longquan County, but I'm wary of that old scholar and the disciple he's proud of. Isn't it just as expected?" Qin Pingan felt even more ashamed. Qin Chunan stretched out his hand and grabbed, dragging the unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortal Miyu into heaven and earth. Qin Pingan then reminded, "Can't see clearly? Why don't you recite the teachings of your teacher in your heart? Maybe your vision will become clearer." Qin Pingan began to recite silently in his heart. Qin Pingan had no other thoughts. Subconsciously he was already sitting cross-legged, with his hands clenched into fists and gently placed on his knees. Sitting down, he felt the boundless ancient aura from the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon. Qin Chunan sat upright and still in the void. After hearing the old elementary scholar's words, he smiled slightly. Not to mention Qin Pingan's inner thoughts, Qin Chunan could listen to them whenever he wanted. Even Qin Pingan's thoughts could be easily seen as long as Qin Chunan wanted to see them. After that, Xie Songhua and Xiao Yunyan, who received the message from the flying sword, flew extremely fast on their swords. They broke through countless waves of clouds and found the Shanshui Grotto's ceramic basin fairy. One after another they were invited by Qin Chunan into this world of sun and moon. The three unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortals who arrived one after another were the same. They didn't have any intention to use their swords. Now they were just standing on one side to hold the line for Lu Ji. Mi was more well-behaved. He stared at the battlefield. He didn't help because he didn't want to be more of a hindrance. As long as Lu Ji wasn't at a disadvantage, he wouldn't help. Xiao Yunyan was the second to arrive. He lived up to his name as the owner of Spring Banner House. He directly started to refine the sword with the abundant sun and moon essence between heaven and earth. Xie Songhua was the last to enter this world of sun and moon. Compared to Mi Yu and Xiao Yunyan, she was obviously in a leisurely mood. As soon as she came in, she glanced at the battlefield and felt that she didn't need to help. She began to wander around on her sword. This was a big difference in the temperament of sword immortals. Mi Yu seemed to be undisciplined, but in fact he was the most restrained. Xiao Yunyan was the most meritorious and good at calculation. Xie Songhua's mind was the most pure and free. Qin Shunan said, "The truth is out. The Ascendant Realm Big Demon lost his real body. The body of the person at the border was used as the external body of the Yang spirit to rest. The Big Demon's Yin spirit was hidden in a unique way. That's why he dared to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As long as this person didn't stand on the city wall, even Qin Qingdu couldn't detect it." "How did you find out?" Qin Pingan said softly, "I bet 3 times in a row. First, I bet on whether to leave the Summer Palace and follow a ferry to leave the Inverted Mountain. Then, I bet on which of those ferries was more likely. Finally, I bet on whether you would think that I was fooling around and would be willing to take the trouble to come here from the South Saw continent. If you didn't come, even if I won the first 2 rounds, it would still be a wasted trip." Qin Shunan smiled and said, "Then tell me in detail. You don't have to feel that it's related to the word gamble, so you're embarrassed to say it. The knowledge of the world is easy to say and write, but it's difficult. It's easy to let outsiders learn it. It's even more difficult to see it and think it's feasible." Qin Pingan was about to speak. The Ascendant Realm Big Demon resisted Lu Ji's sword and rushed toward Qin Shunan and Qin Pingan. The Dharma form was as big as a mountain. However, Qin Shunan, the saint of heaven and earth, didn't even look at it. He stretched out his hand and slapped the half-baked Ascendant Realm Big Demon back to the battlefield. Not only that, the huge body was directly smashed into the golden sun and was in the golden magma furnace. Even if the big demon roared angrily and jumped up from the ground, it was still entangled by the golden threads and was pulled back to the earth, again. Lu Ji didn't take the opportunity to attack. She just watched coldly and let the big demon fight after it escaped. Qin Shunan didn't care about this. The old Confucian just smiled and listened to the young man talk about the beauty of the 3 bets in detail. Returning to the Summer Palace in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he threw a small coin and guessed heads and tails. To decide whether to follow the Tile Basin Ferry to leave the Inverted Mountain. As he did this, tails, he stayed in the Summer Palace and waited for the other party to make the first move. Before this, Qin Pingan's spirit left his body and used a divine power of stop observation. It was very shallow, but it could abandon a certain thought. As a result, the small coin was thrown heads. According to Qin Pingan's original plan, he should stay in the Summer Palace. After hesitating for a while, he reached out and pressed the small coin, letting Guizhuzhou guess heads and tails. In the end, Qin Pingan chose to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Hearing this, Qin Shunan smiled and said, "You want to use this to determine whether your luck is good or bad. If your luck is good, then you have to be careful in the future. If your luck is bad, you can't guess correctly and the gamble is wrong, but there's hope for good?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "That's right. I still don't like to make a loss. It's okay if you don't make a profit, but you can't lose." Qin Shunan smiled and said, "Continue?" Qin Pingan still looked for the person in charge of the Inverted Mountain, the Taoist perfected lord that he met once before. Before eldest senior brother left, he said that after he used his sword at the Flood Dragon Gully, this person collected many of the Flood Dragon's whiskers and benefited the most. "Junior brother, it won't be difficult for you to find him to do something. If he doesn't agree, just let him wait for me to return to the Inverted Mountain and reason with him." In addition to the spies that the Great Wall of Sword Qi and Shui Dongshan planted in the Inverted Mountain, when the last ferry left, Qin Pingan received the detailed records of all the passengers boarding the ferry. Before quietly returning to the Inverted Mountain, Qin Pingan called for Lin Junbai, Xian Kan, and a few other hidden officials who were good at scheming and breaking games to help. The 10 ferries that were most likely to cause accidents were Wuqiu, Tang Feiqian by Gaotai, Fuyao Continent's Tile Basin by Shi by Hao, Immortal Islands Nikhang Lu Shen, Luyu, Liuxia Continents, Duck Bell Luyu, South Hassa Continents, North Continents Lu Feiqian, and Old Dragon City's Ding family's ferry. The biggest suspect might actually be the least suspicious. In fact, in the beginning, Qin Pingan, Lin Junbai, and the others didn't think that the Tile Basin Fairy was a spy from the savage world in the vast world. In addition to the 10 selected fairies, there were 32 suspicious ferry passengers. Qin Shunan asked, "This person at the border is very cautious. He shouldn't be among them." Qin Pingan smiled. Indeed, there was no such person. According to the original records, the Xiao Yuan dynasty of the Central Plains was at the border of the sword cultivators. After leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he stayed in the Plum Blossom Garden for a while before leaving the Inverted Mountain. However, he didn't go with Yan Lv or Jiang Guanqing. Instead, he chose to travel to the Fuyao continent alone. Sword Immortal Lu Ji and I were the first to board the ferry, which was Miyu's Nikhang. After some investigation, we didn't find anything. Only then did we board the Tile Basin ferry. After boarding, we used the stupidest method, which was to walk around and count the number of people. We found that there was an extra person. Even so, we still can't say for sure that there's a great demon hiding on the ferry. We also can't say for sure that the mountain stream cave is colluding with the savage world. Qin Shunan nodded and smiled. You didn't board the ferry in the same direction as Sword Immortal Xie. Are you not worried about the Aquarius continent and the North continent? Qin Pingan shook his head and answered, "It's because I believe that a great demon is smart enough to not act rashly and alert the enemy. The great situation of the Tongya continent that was exchanged with the lives of 2 great demons is unnecessary." Qin Shunan continued, "So you're not worried that I'll make a wasted trip? You just want to talk to me about the Tongyi continent? You've never made a loss in business." Qin Pingan said, "Old mister, please believe in the foresight of the Aquarius continent. The real gamble is my Aquarius continent's first and greatest one." Qin Shunan was silent for a while and smiled. "Good." Miyu continued to pretend to hold the fort for Lu Ji. The sun hung in the sky, but the key was that it seemed to be close. Just the heat alone was enough to make Miyu frustrated. Xiao Yunyan gave him an inch and he wanted a mile. He took the opportunity to grab a handful of the golden lava in his hand. He did not dare to touch it and could only hold it in his palm. He then tilted his palm and carefully poured it on his natal flying sword. Xie Songhua, who was carrying the bamboo box, asked loudly, "Mr. Qin, can you give me some sun and moon essences? I won't return them." Qin Shunan raised his head and smiled. "Sword Immortal Xie, please take them." Qin Shunan looked at Miyu, who had nothing to do, and smiled. "Sword Immortal Mi, can I borrow your sword?" Miyu immediately took down his sword. Qin Shunan extended his hand and the sword appeared in his hand. He unsheathed the sword and raised his sleeves. He shook out a ray of moonlight that was as thick as water. This moon essence came from the savage world. The old man put 2 fingers together and slowly brushed across the sword. A small dent appeared on the sword. The ray of moonlight flowed through his fingers and poured into the sword. Miyu's mind swayed and almost teared up. It was absolutely sincere. Ignoring the fact that the quality of his sword was destined to rise, the crux of the matter was that mellow scholar Qin Shunan had personally helped him refine his sword. How could Xiao Yunyan, who hammered here and there and secretly refined his sword, compare? How could Xie Songhua, who openly asked for the sun and moon essences, compare? Qin Pingan shot a glance at Miyu. The latter immediately understood. I understand. All of this was thanks to Lord Recluse. I, Miyu, am most grateful and sentimental." Qin Shunan used the moonlight to help Miyu refine his sword before sheathing it. The sword vanished in an instant and returned to Miyu's side. Miyu cupped his fists and bowed. "Miyu thanks mellow scholar sage." Qin Shunan nodded and smiled. Then he said to Qin Pingan, "This matter was done extremely well. It is ultimately not the doing of a gentleman." Qin Pingan said, "I'm not even a sage now, let alone a gentleman." Qin Shunan smiled and said, "It's similar to your master. He likes to talk about things with titles the most. I've never been a sage or a gentleman in my life. It's just that you guys forced the identity of a saint on me. Have you asked me if I'm willing? After becoming a saint, I'm so scared that I'm going to die. What else do you want?" Qin Pingan did not say a word. Since he had acknowledged his master, he should respect him even more. Qin Shunan sighed and said, "The Confucian school is impartial and peaceful. Only then can one be enlightened." The old man looked into the distance and was silent for a long time. Then he slowly said, "A sage should be meticulous in his thinking. A gentleman should be meticulous in his words." Qin Pingan was moved. He blurted out, "Surely a fist and a sword, none of them missed. There is the word reason. Cultivating the heart, one only needs to seek greater heights and ask one's heart in the details." The old man did not comment on this statement. The next moment, Qin Pingan returned to the fairy room. He was thrown out of the world by Qin Chunan. White Brook was still standing in the same place. The world was vast. Where could a mere nascent soul cultivator like him run to? Even if there was no one stopping him, would he abandon the fairy and hide in the vast sea? Or would he risk his life to rush to the mountain water cave of the Fuyao continent? A hidden official, 4 sword immortals, and the #1 person of the South Swirl continent, Qin Chunan. White Brook felt that even if he was in the Great Wall of Sword Chi and ran into the army of the wilderness, he might not be able to survive. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "Shipmaster White, how long has it been?" White Brook did not answer the question. The first thing he said when he saw the young hidden official was, "Master Hidden Official, I'm willing to make up for my mistakes. As long as I can live, I can do anything. I'll testify for the matter of my ancestor colluding with the demons. I know how much wealth the mountain water cave has. All of it can be used to fund the Great Wall of Sword Chi." Qin Pingan sat down gently and interrupted him. He smiled and waved his hand. "Everything can be resolved with the money of the gods. Sit down and talk. What's the hurry? There's no hurry to make up for it. Think about whether you want to take me as a hostage and gamble that your realm is not high. Actually, there's no hurry." White Brook was sweating profusely. His movements were stiff and he looked dazed. He fell into the chair. "Shipmaster White, you're going too far." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "When it comes to pretending, you and I are kindred spirits. It's a pity that you're too young and your cultivation is not high. You can compete with your blackness, your realm, your wealth. You can compete with anything, but don't compete with me in this." White Brook suddenly stood up and the chair flew out. He, a nascent soul cultivator, took a few steps back and knelt on the ground. He began to kowtow. "Master Hidden Official, save me." Because the young hidden official was no longer alone. Behind him stood the unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortal Miyu, who appeared out of thin air. Qin Pingan poured himself a cup of tea and asked with a smile, personal items, Mountain Gate items, take them all out. Remember to help open them. If you're sincere enough, I don't mind letting you profit from a disaster and take the first seat of the mountain water cave. You're probably still confused about my realm and origin. But you should know what kind of person I am. I like to pursue the greatest benefits. This is your last chance. Cherish it." After half a cup of tea's time, on the table in front of the young hidden official, there was a simple ink slab in the style of a sea house. It was a personal item of the mountain water cave. There was also a round fan that was heavily powdered. It was the personal item of the fairy manager. There were many good things and God's money placed on it. Some of the secrets of the mountain and mountain cave had also been revealed by White Brook. Of course he wouldn't spill the beans and reveal everything. White Brook was not stupid. Qin Pingan was not stupid either. Qin Pingan took out a jade bamboo folding fan and gently fanned it. At the same time he had Miyu put away the near hand and the square-inch object. If there really was a hidden killing intent, Great Sword Immortal Me would be able to withstand it. Even if he couldn't withstand it, he couldn't let a hidden official of the lower 5 realms do it. Then Qin Pingan leaned back and turned his head to ask, "What are you waiting for? Finish him off. Do you want to keep him for wine or rice?" White Brook and Miyu were stunned. Then the world quietly changed again. Miyu's slash was extremely smooth. It was similar to being in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There was no pressure of a small world at all. On the contrary, the old nascent soul cultivator was more stagnant. With one fast and one slow, and the difference between an unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortal and a nascent soul Chi refinement warrior, there was no doubt. Miyu's slash directly split the nascent soul cultivator White Brook's body into 2. Not only that, it also cut the other party's golden core and nascent soul into 2. However, just as Miyu was about to slash again, the young hidden official took action. He used a secret technique that he had traded with Lu Jimao of the Book Lake years ago to capture the other party's remnant soul. He gathered it and held it in his palm. He smiled and said, "You begged me to save you, so I saved you. Are you happy? How are you going to thank me?" The soul that was in great pain could not help but wail. He said with a trembling voice, "Lord Hidden Official, just say it, just say it." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I told you to be more sincere. You didn't listen? What's the result? That's not good, right? I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the things that are really unspeakable in the mountain water cave and you can live. Your realm is too high. I don't feel at ease letting you be the next sect master of the mountain water cave. It's just right now. Your realm is in a mess. In the future, every time you see me, you can only rely on divine money to make up for it." The soul dared not hide any more. He told the Mountain Water Cave's ancestors' secret deeds in full detail, as well as the Mountain Water Cave's famous saying, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows and treasures are scattered everywhere. Thank me with your death." Qin Pingan nodded, and then he clenched his fist and crushed the extremely weak soul with the force of his fist. After that, he closed the folding fan and lightly waved it to disperse the ethereal soul ashes, and then he pressed the folding fan against his chest and said with a grin, "Are you surprised?" Miyu was not surprised at all. Qin Pingan stood up and closed the folding fan. He asked, "How long will it take for Lu Ji to kill that Ascendant Realm demon that doesn't live up to its name? Also, is it possible to ask about the demon's real body?" Miyu looked troubled. Who should he ask? Lu Ji? Why would she bother to talk to him? Qin Chunan? Miyu was not that thick-skinned. Qin Pingan said helplessly, "Great Sword Immortal Mi, you should be more careful." Miyu felt wronged. Then Miyu became more curious. He looked around and saw some clues. No matter how beautiful a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms was, he was still a sword immortal. He still had a good eye. Is this our hidden official's natal flying sword? Qin Pingan kept the natal flying sword and walked to the windowsill. Miyu sheathed his sword and stood guard at the side. In a world of sun and moon, a woman, Great Sword Immortal Lu Ji, was fighting with the Ascendant Realm demon. In a small world in a cage, Miyu killed Nascent Soul by Shi with his sword. His soul was detained by Qin Pingan with a secret technique and killed with a fist aura. All the other Qi refinement warriors on this Tile Basin ferry did not notice anything strange. After that, the Tile Basin ferry was safe and sound. It still headed to the Mountain Water Cave of the Fuyao continent. However, it was missing a sneaky Ascendant Realm demon and the dead boat owner, Bai Shi. There was also Lu Ji. Qin Chunan did not accompany them, but he gave Lu Ji a Confucian jade pendant. Then there was Xiao Yunyan, who was in charge of helping Lu Ji clean up the mess in the Mountain Water Cave. A mess was a mess, but there was a lot of immortal money. Sword Immortal Xiao's Spring Banner House could get 10% of the profits in name. However, the entire Spring Banner House was now the private property of the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Xiao Yunyan did not understand the meaning of this 10% profit. Qin Pingan had already explained to Lu Ji and Xiao Yunyan how to deal with the Mountain Water Cave and the steps. Lu Ji listened absent-mindedly. Anyway, Xiao Yunyan was there. She still had to go into seclusion on this trip to the Fuyao continent. As for Xie Songhua, she had to return to the Nanji ferry on the river platform and go to the Snow Mountain continent together. Before they parted ways, the young hidden official couldn't help but talk about the 2 children again. Xie Songhua was furious and asked this guy, "Could it be that the 2 children are your daughters and mine?" Only then did the young hidden official shut up. She did not like to scheme against people and she was not good at it. Qin Pingan and Miyu took the talisman boat together and returned to the inverted hanging mountain. Qin Pingan stood at the bow of the ferry and glanced back at Miyu. Languid Miyu, who was sitting at the stern of the ferry, suddenly felt uncomfortable. What? There was a heavy burden on his shoulders again. Come, if I, the Great Sword Immortal Mi, frown, then I am not the leader of the hidden official lineage. Qin Pingan smiled and said, Sword Immortal Xiao got 10% of the Mountain Water Cave's profits. Sword Immortal Xie repaid the favor. Great Sword Immortal Lu got some benefits from the Sword Dao, and that Ascendant Realm Demon Core. Our Sword Immortal Mi also improved the rank of his sword. The near hand and square inch items were also obtained by our hidden official lineage. It seems like I'm the only one who has nothing to do with traveling thousands of miles? Miyu said seriously, Master Hidden Official, you are the best at strategizing and killing the Ascendant Realm Demon Core. You deserve it. Qin Pingan interrupted Miyu's words and said, with your flattery skills when you go to the mountain of my hometown, you don't even deserve to be a registered disciple, let alone worship. Miyu was sad. He was not good at this. His Tao had always been to exchange sincerity with good-looking women. However, Miyu quickly made up for it and said, if we really reach there, you just have to let me entertain the various fairies who visit the mountain. As long as there are any mistakes, you can hold them accountable. Qin Pingan put on a fake smile and said, stay away from me. The atmosphere on my mountain is already mysterious enough. Even I, the mountain chieftain, can't reverse the situation. If we add you into the mix, our reputation will be ruined. Miyu felt wronged. Miyu hesitated and asked curiously, why didn't Master Hidden Official accept the demon core given by Lu Ji? She really didn't want to accept it. According to the calculation of the military merits of the Hidden Official, it should be Master Hidden Official who gets this thing. Qin Pingan sat down and looked at the vast and boundless magnificent scenery and said, it's not that I didn't accept it. I did accept it. I just have to trouble Lu Ji to pass it to a friend in the South Saw continent. Miyu said, oh. Suddenly he realized that he got a demon core of an Ascendant Realm demon core. In the vast world he probably got the glazed golden body of an Ascendant Realm cultivator. This is called nothing? Qin Pingan knocked his palm with the folded fan and turned his head with a smile. Miyu immediately said with emotion, Master Hidden Official, you are indeed an immortal. Among all the talents and beauties in the world, you should replace the banished immortal with Qin Pingan. Miyu felt that he was gradually getting better. Although he still didn't dare to fight with Guizhuzhou, the direct disciple of Master Hidden Official, he should be able to fight with Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui in this matter. Qin Pingan turned around and continued to look forward. After a long silence he suddenly said, Miyu, I'm glad that we can turn from strangers to friends. Miyu was stunned for a long time. Finally he nodded and said, it's an honor to meet Qin Pingan. After a while Qin Pingan said, as a farewell gift, what did you write on the folding fan that you gave to the female cultivator of the nascent soul stage from the central region? Miyu smiled awkwardly, this kind of unspeakable love will only make Master Hidden Official laugh. Don't mention it, don't mention it. However, Qin Pingan said, tell me. In terms of the way of getting along with women, Miyu's cultivation realm could be said to be high. Miyu was hesitant. Then I'll really embarrass myself? After all, this young Master Hidden Official was the deputy manager before Master Hidden Official. Miyu was very likely the Sword Immortal who studied the 100 Sword Immortals imprint manual and the Gluttonous Sword Immortals imprint manual, as well as so many fan inscriptions. Miyu was very likely the Sword Immortal who studied the fan inscriptions the most in the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi. He had a lot of knowledge, especially those fan inscriptions that were popular with women. Miyu asked for them one by one and copied them on paper. After reading and studying them, Miyu felt that he had benefited greatly. In fact, deep in his heart, Miyu also felt that the fan inscriptions were at least 70 to 80% as good as the deputy manager. Since there were no outsiders on the ferry, he could just treat it as a spar. It wouldn't be too embarrassing if he took it out and talked about it. On the two sides of the fan one wrote, I pity the people in front of me but I smell the green plum. Thin should be thin because of this, shame is also shame. On the other side it wrote, when walking I miss you. When sitting I miss you. When walking I miss you. When I miss you I miss you. When I drink hee. How many lives are there? After Qin Pingan heard it he was silent for a long time. In the end he couldn't help but scold, get out of the ferry and ride your sword. In fact, Qin Pingan felt that in this lifetime, he was destined to never see Miyu's back in the path of love. It was a path that relied on talent and cultivation. Great Sword Immortal Mi, who suffered an unexpected calamity, could only stand up resentfully. He obediently left the fairy talisman boat and rode his sword not far away. When he reached the inverted hanging mountain, he first went to the Spring Banner House. The most special thing about this house among the 4 houses was that the entire Spring Banner House was refined. From the beginning of its construction, Xiao Yunyan had set up a lot of formations and talisman. Therefore, the Spring Banner House didn't really take root in this world's largest mountain word seal. On the other hand, Yuanzhuan House, which cost more, didn't have such considerations. As for the Plum Blossom Garden, it was even more impossible for it to be refined. Xiao Yunyan gave the big formation core treasure to Qin Pingan. After confirming the details, Qin Pingan took Miyu and left the Spring Banner House. Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan stayed in the house and were responsible for receiving the stewards of other ferries from the 8 continents. Miyu would also stay, but he still needed to escort Qin Pingan to the door that connected the 2 worlds. He asked curiously, why don't you go through the old door that's closer to the Spring Banner House every time? Senior Zhang Lu, who is guarding there, and the little Taoist boy who likes to read are quite interesting. Qin Pingan just nodded and didn't say anything. Miyu just asked casually and didn't want to think more about it. After escorting Mr. Hidden Official to the gate, Miyu needed to return to the Spring Banner House. Many female fairy owners and cultivators were his old acquaintances. Unfortunately, it was the kind of regret that they were not fated to be together. When Qin Pingan arrived at the hall of the Summer Palace, everyone looked up. Guizhuzhou was the first to speak. Master, how many Ascendant Realm demons did you kill this time? Qin Pingan was a little tired, so he sat on the threshold. Just one. Guizhuzhou blinked her eyes. There really is one? Master, I don't know what to say next. Sword Immortal Chou Miao looked at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan nodded and said with a smile, there is. Chou Miao cupped his fists but didn't say anything. The first 3 sword cultivators who went to the city wall to fight were Chou Miao, Dong Bud, and Deng Liang. They had already returned. Because Miyu was taken to the Spring Banner House by Chen Pinggan, only Pang Yuanji and Lin Junbai went there to fight. Chen Pinggan said, "It's not as comfortable as here. I'll take a break. You guys go ahead." Everyone in the house started to get busy. Even Guizhuzhou was stubborn and didn't get up to talk to her master. Now the hidden officials branch had gradually formed a few small hills. Lin Junbai and Pang Yuanji got along well. Pang Yuanji wasn't very ambitious now. Other than doing things, he would occasionally play chess with Lin Junbai as a form of guidance. Pang Yuanji learned chess very quickly. Lin Junbai grew very quickly outside the chessboard. Everyone else in the hidden officials branch saw it and took it seriously. The sword cultivator from another place, Song Gaoyuan, got along well with Luo Zhini, Su Ning, and Chang Taiqing. Deng Liang liked to chat with Dong Bud every now and then. Even a blind person knew what this nascent soul sword cultivator, who was originally a wild cultivator and eventually became an immortal master of the sect records, wanted. However, everyone could see that Dong Bud didn't care about Deng Liang. In private, Qin Pinggan once joked with Deng Liang, saying, "I'm Qin Sanchio's good brother. If you continue to be like this, I'll pull Qin Sanchio into the hidden officials branch." Deng Liang laughed and said, "It's okay. I'm a nascent soul sword cultivator, and that young Master Qin is only at the golden core bottleneck. As long as the hidden official didn't take sides, he could guarantee that he would come in with his head held high and leave with his head held high." Then Deng Liang added, "Even if we don't talk about the realm, young Master Qin is still no match for me when it comes to drinking." Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Chao Gun, and Xian Qin became the 4 protectors. They advanced and retreated together with tacit understanding. They liked to follow Guizhuzhou's lead. As long as Guizhuzhou used the sect's unique skills, the other 4 would follow. At the end of the day, these 4 young men were the ones who were close to the hidden official and were shameless enough to do so. Today was an exception. It was really because the merit of killing a hidden ascendant realm demon was too shocking, so Gu Jianlong and the other 3 didn't dare to say anything. Lin Junbai and Xian Qin were both masters of chess and often played chess together. Qin Pinggan also helped Xian Qin to give advice. Xian Qin was stupid and didn't learn from his mistakes. Every time he listened to the hidden official's advice, he was defeated like a landslide. Guizhuzhou complained that Xian Qin couldn't keep up with her master's thoughts and wasted her master's valuable advice. Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui didn't know how to play chess and liked to cheer. One was responsible for cheering for Xian Qin while the other was responsible for nagging Lin Junbai. Pang Yuanji often found a secluded place in the summer palace and zoned out alone. Chou Miao would give advice on swordsmanship to Deng Liang, Song Gaoyuan, and the other young people. As long as they were willing to ask, Chou Miao, who was already a sword immortal, was willing to explain in detail. From time to time, Dong Buji would drag Luo Zhini along to talk about the girl's boudoir. Luo Zhini, who liked to keep a straight face all day long, had a feminine gentleness in his eyes. Guizhuzhou, on the other hand, was the most casual one. She could ask Chou Miao about swordsmanship and talk nonsense with Pang Yuanji, but she preferred to get close to Dong Buji and Luo Zhini. The little girl forced herself to talk to the 2 old ladies of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Naturally, she would end up banging her head on the table or the wall without exception. Qin Pinggan felt that this was a good thing. A person's state of mind couldn't always be tense. Only when it was relaxed could it last. The lineage of the hidden officials complemented each other while doing their own jobs. They learned from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses. They were already on the right track. Qin Pinggan couldn't expect these sword cultivators to do better, but that was what he thought. As a hidden official, there were times when he had to be the bad guy. In terms of sarcasm, Qin Pinggan was a true master. Gu Jianlong, who was an expert in this field, was ashamed of his inferiority. Of course, the premise was that the words had to hit the nail on the head. Otherwise, sarcasm would only backfire. Qin Pinggan thought of something. He tossed the near hand and square-inch items he got from the Shanshui cavern to Guizhuzhou, who was in charge of summarizing the records. He smiled and said, "These are additional benefits." Then Qin Pinggan talked about the details of this trip. He skipped over the things that he couldn't say. For example, how he found out the secrets of the Shanshui cavern from a nascent soul boat owner. How he was able to guarantee that he would be killed while preserving the ink slab and round fan. Especially, he even knew the method to open the door. Guizhuzhou emptied her table. The little girl's eyes shone. She spat and rubbed her palms. Then, she twirled her fingers and started to count the immortal treasures in the near hand and square-inch items, as well as the big pile of immortal money. Dong Butte smiled and said, Master Hidden Official, tell us the truth. Do you have a natal item called the treasure bowl? Previously, when he returned to the Summer Palace, he brought back more than 110 immortal treasures from the Spring Banner House. This time, when he left the inverted hanging mountain, he brought back these 2 treasures from the mountain, as well as the rich wealth hidden in them. Guizhuzhou didn't even raise her head. She snorted and said, It's only because my master is righteous that he purposely held back his supernatural powers. Otherwise, he could have gone to the South Swirl Continent today and the Central Divine Continent tomorrow and brought back mountains of gold and silver. Qin Pingan smiled and said, He couldn't bring back mountains of gold and silver, but he brought back a worthless snowball for you. You go do the things at hand first. Later we can build a few smaller snowmen. Qin Pingan took out the big snowball from the near hand. In other places of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the snowball wouldn't stay for long. However, in the Summer Palace, as long as it was placed under the big tree, it would probably stay for a few days. Guizhuzhou was overjoyed. Master, you're giving me a gift again? Luckily, eldest senior sister can't see it. Otherwise, she would be my senior sister and junior sister. Qin Pingan's expression was gentle. He smiled and said, Take it easy. Your eldest senior sister is vengeful. She won't even let me, her master, see her little account book. Guizhuzhou sat where she was, her shoulders shaking left and right. She was learning from her eldest senior sister. Today she was really happy. For the first time she didn't know what to say. The little gongs and drums weren't by her side. What a pity. Then, everyone in the room saw the young hidden official sitting on the doorstep. He bent over, his back facing them. In the summer heat, in the Summer Palace, where the climate was the coolest, he started to build little snowmen. Qin Pingan suddenly said, Regarding the Ascendant Realm Great Demon Border, don't hold a grudge against Lin Junbai. It has nothing to do with him. He schemed to become Lin Junbai's senior brother. His scheme is huge. Chou Miao smiled and said, We were all waiting for Hidden Official to say that. Indeed, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Pingan said again, That's right, this Mountain View Cavern is a family treasure. We, the Hidden Official, don't get a share. Boos sounded from all directions. Guizhuzhou slammed her hands on the table, shouting, Impudent! Impudent! She was the only one who protected Hidden Official. Gu Jianlong and Wang Xingshui made the most noise. They whistled with all their might. Even Luo Zhini complained with Dong Bubu. Xianshan and Chao Zhen sighed, saying that they couldn't live their bitter and stingy days anymore. Qin Pingan laughed and said, This time it's really gone. Guizhuzhou took pleasure in other people's misfortune and said, Everyone's small brains aren't very bright. Qin Pingan waved his hand and said, Come take a look at the little snowman that master built. Guizhuzhou jumped up and quickly carried the small bamboo box. She strutted over the doorstep and sat down. After staring blankly for a long time, she asked timidly, Master, who is this? It's my eldest senior sister, right? 2 slanted bamboo leaves were stuck on the little snowman's head. It was standing on one leg like a golden rooster, holding a bamboo stick in its hand. It looked silly and not handsome at all. Qin Pingan smiled and said, I'll give it to you. Put it on the table. Guizhuzhou frowned and pretended to be deep in thought. She turned her head and glanced at Dong Bubu. The latter raised a palm and gently pressed it on the table. Guizhuzhou could only hold the little snowman and silently sit back down. She obeyed her master's orders and obediently placed the little snowman on the table. Then she shifted its position so that its back was facing her and she was facing Dong Bubu. Qin Pingan clapped his hands and stood up. He thought of the 2 children that Xie Songhua had already taken to the snowy border continent. In the future, Wei Jin, Xiao Yunyan, and all the sword immortals who returned home after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi would take 1 or 2 very young sword cultivators with low cultivation. The dandelions would go with the wind to other places. He hoped that these children of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would be the Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingan that left their homes from Pro Grotto Heaven. They could even live better and have more prospects. 638. Qin Pingan and the reclusive official sword immortals discussed the matter of suppressing victory. The sword immortals understood the logic behind it. However, Qin Pingan's example left sword immortal Chou Miao feeling that it was a little difficult to understand. Under the heavens, the 3rd leader of the Baek Okekyung building, Lu Qin, once went to the young hidden official's hometown. In the Pearl Grotto Heaven, he hid his identity and set up a fortune-telling stall. He stayed there for more than 10 years. He was suppressed by the great Tao of the world and remained in the Ascendant Realm. Wang Xingshui blamed the hidden official. Why didn't he tell such a shocking story earlier? He had said earlier that his respect for the hidden official had reached the Ascendant Realm and not the current nascent Soul Realm bottleneck. Guizhuzhou had the highest state among the 6 people who were closest to the young hidden official. She was qualified to judge everyone based on their comprehension and achievements. Even Guizhuzhou felt that some of Gu Jianlong's fair words were new and surprising. Therefore her state was not low. She was in the state of immortals and was second only to Gu Jianlong. Because of Xian Xin's chess playing, he had a trump card. It was like a disciple of a big sect who had obtained a peerless secret manual that allowed him to reach the upper 5 realms and reach the pure Jade realm. Chao Gun came to this mountain to learn it too late and was not diligent enough, so he was only in the Aura's core realm. Wang Xingshui was at the nascent soul realm bottleneck. As for sword immortal Miyu, she was not even an earth immortal because of her poor talent and lack of sincerity. Today Qin Pingan went out for a walk again. After Guizhuzhou finished her work, she moved the little snowman on the table and patted its head. Then she carried the small bamboo box and ran out. She called it Little Guizhuzhou's gaze and supervision. Whoever the little snowman looked at was a sign of concern and encouragement. Whoever the little snowman pointed at with the bamboo stick was a sign of supervision. Whoever dared to not work diligently would lose their heads if the bamboo stick was used as a flying sword. Her master was still walking slowly today. Guizhuzhou caught up with him after a few steps. Guizhuzhou asked, "Master, why are you walking so slowly recently? Are you cultivating?" Qin Pingan smiled, "Yes, I'm cultivating my mind." Guizhuzhou walked in a circle at the side facing her master. "I don't need to learn such a profound knowledge, do I?" "You can't even learn it, can you?" Qin Pingan said, "Anyone can learn it, but they don't have to." The little girl was both happy and worried. In a secluded courtyard, Qin Pingan took out a horizontal river talisman and a soil earth talisman. Shifu will draw you a map of the vast world. Every time he arrived at a continent, he would tell the little girl about the local conditions and customs. Some of it was what he saw with his own eyes, some of it was recorded in books, and some of it was just hearsay. The southeastern Tongyi continent with a Taoist temple, the eastern treasure bottle continent in his master's hometown, the North Lu continent with the most sword cultivators traveling through the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the White Jade continent where the world's snow was produced, the Northwest Lu Xia continent where Buddhism flourished, the West Jinjia continent with the ruins of an ancient battlefield, the Southwest Fuyao continent which was now in turmoil, and the South Pasua continent, where the Mellow Qin family was located. Lin Junbai's hometown, the Central Divine continent. Squatting in the corridor, Guizhuzhou looked at the map and sighed, "The sky is round and the earth is flat. If the sky is not round and the earth is round, then Shifu's hometown, the Treasure Bottle continent, would be close if he wanted to travel to the Jinjia continent. Why would he need to take such a long detour?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Because all the heavens as well as all the paradises are new territories after they were shattered. If you can find them all, and add them to the 5th heavens that the scholarly saints have just discovered, you can piece them together. Perhaps the sky will be round and the earth will be round, just like the scene of the moon in the middle of the moon." During the study trip to the Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom, Little Treasure had once asked this question. However, the one who had answered this question at that time was the almost omniscient Cui Dongshan. Then Cui Dongshan took out a bowl of water, a jade green tree branch that he had just broken off, and a stone that he had casually picked up. Cui Dongshan pretended to be mysterious and asked everyone what they thought about the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, the rice was cooked and the stewed fish was fragrant, so no one paid attention to him. Cui Dongshan threw the stone away and stuck the tree branch diagonally into the back of his collar. He poured the water in the bowl and asked Qin Pingan for a bowl of rice. Qin Pingan said that he was going to find Pang Yuanji, who was hiding somewhere in a daze. Guizhuzhou jumped up, shouted the order and ran away. Guizhuzhou returned to the main hall. The atmosphere was still a little heavy and solemn. When Master was here it was fine. But when Master was not here it was even more suffocating. Guizhuzhou took the bamboo box and put it beside her feet. After that incident, Lin Junbai asked Hidden Official if he could tell all the sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi about the incident of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon being killed outside the inverted mountain at the border. Otherwise, in the long run, the rise and fall of the people's hearts would be like a flood bursting through a dam. It could easily affect the entire war situation. However, Qin Pingan only said that it was not necessary and that they could wait. The heated discussion was only directed at him, Hidden Official, and not all the sword cultivators in the Hidden Official's line. Therefore it did not matter much for the time being. Pang Yuanji sat on the railing of a corridor and was speechless. He had a lot on his mind and was speechless. Hearing the footsteps, Pang Yuanji turned his head and looked over. He nodded as a greeting. In the end, Pang Yuanji waited for a long time before that guy sat beside him. It seemed that every time Qin Pingan left the main hall recently, he was just taking a stroll. His pace was still the same. It could only be described as slow. Qin Pingan sat beside him and handed him a pot of wine. This is the immortal wine from Spring Banner House. It's very expensive. The taste is no worse than the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven wine. Pang Yuanji shook his head. Forget it. I haven't drunk for a long time. Qin Pingan looked at this guy with stubble on his face and said, "Don't worry about saying something that makes you feel better. I know you're angry at me, but you feel that it's unreasonable, so you can only bear with it. Actually, there's no need to do this. Do you think you're in a wine jar? You think you can make good wine by storing sad things?" Pang Yuanji said, "You should have explored the corners of the Summer Palace and the Winter Palace, right?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Of course. It's a pity that there aren't any hidden mechanisms. I couldn't find any unexpected treasures." Pang Yuanji said softly, "But you definitely don't feel what I feel. It's not that I only feel this way now. I realized it not long after I entered the line of the old hidden officials." "What do you feel? Tell me." Qin Pingan opened the pot of wine and took a sip. He said, "I only care about drinking and listening to your complaints. There's no need to reason. Sometimes, venting your emotions is a kind of reason." Pang Yuanji was in a daze. He muttered, "2 residences. Is there anything extra? Are there any decorations or items?" "There's nothing. When my master left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she left behind the hidden official jade token and all the secret records. Then I stayed here alone. There's only one feeling. It feels like my master has never been to this summer palace in her life. All this time I've been thinking, what does my master think and do when she's alone? Does she have times when she's sad and disappointed but can't tell anyone? Everyone thinks that my master should always be strong and invincible. She kills demons again and again. I've never felt that way." At this point, Pang Yuanji looked at the top of the city wall. Speaking of his master, Xiao Chua, he could not help but think of the eldest sword immortal. If the 2 summer palaces of the hidden officials were so lonely, then the eldest sword immortal who only had a thatched cottage must be even more so. It seemed like very few people at the Great Wall of Sword Qi had thought deeply about what the eldest sword immortal was thinking and feeling. Qin Pingan looked around and nodded. "Now that you mention it, I realize that the residences are indeed empty. This means that your master, Xiao Chua, is very powerful. Only an extremely strong and self-centered person would not care about worldly possessions at all. You can't do it. Of course I can't do it either." In fact, Qin Pingan's feelings towards an unfamiliar environment were much earlier and deeper than a stranger. However, this was not the way to talk. Pang Yuanji's eyes reddened. He raised his head and took a deep breath. He smiled sadly and said, "I thought you would curse at my master. At the very least you would curse me to death." After all, he was Pang Yuanji's master. On the battlefield, he had almost killed this young hidden official's senior brother with a single punch. Moreover, it was a sneak attack in the most despicable way. A person's self-mockery at the most painful moment was a subconscious form of self-protection. Qin Pingan shook his head and drank his wine. "If I want to talk about those high and mighty principles, a few baskets of baskets wouldn't be enough for me. I can scold you and your master however I want. It's meaningless. You have to tolerate other people's selfishness. Otherwise, in the end, you're the one who's mentally tired. Why bother?" Qin Pingan continued, "Let's not talk about Xiao Chua's betrayal. You and I both know how much she has done for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for why she betrayed, I might understand it better than you. After all, I was a bystander. However, many sword immortals and sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi chose to forget about it. Some did it on purpose, some did it unintentionally. Very few understood it but did not accept it. Therefore, I guess that's why you feel the most aggrieved?" Pang Yuanji remained silent. Qin Pingan took a big gulp of wine and smiled. Indeed, the selfish Pang Yuanji is still doing the sword cultivation of the hidden official's lineage. He's no worse than anyone else. In terms of matters, you don't owe the Great Wall of Sword Qi anything. In terms of your heart, you don't owe anything to your master. What more do you want Pang Yuanji to do well? Therefore, Qin Pingan did not think that Pang Yuanji's path of cultivation would end just because his sword heart was unstable. It was as if he was going around in circles. Pang Yuanji smiled bitterly. "Even hearing you say that doesn't make me feel any better." Qin Pingan said, "I'll ask you one last question. You don't have to answer." Pang Yuanji did not want to hear this question. You would definitely feel uncomfortable. Qin Pingan asked, if you could kill Xiao Chua immediately after she threw that punch, what would Pang Yuanji do? Pang Yuanji subconsciously followed the master and disciple's example. He lowered his shoulders and looked spirited. Pang Yuanji did not answer this question. Qin Pingan smiled. Since you're going to feel uncomfortable anyway, I might as well make you feel even worse. Pang Yuanji wanted to say that he had asked and that the hidden official could continue with his work. However, that person said, why don't I ask you another question? Pang Yuanji asked, if I don't give you an answer, will you keep asking? Qin Pingan drank the wine and just asked himself, I heard that Lin Junbai's senior brother is actually an Ascendant Realm big demon at the border. Do you feel a little better in your heart? Will you feel even worse because you're friends with Lin Junbai and realize that you thought that way? Pang Yuanji's face was bitter. Qin Pingan patted Pang Yuanji's shoulder. Just bear with it. You won't be able to escape. You won't see anyone if you close the door, but how can you not see your heart? Who did not have a reason to talk about? Lying to oneself was the easiest thing in the world. Qin Pingan did not push his luck. He took a big gulp of wine and prepared to leave Pang Yuanji alone. Pang Yuanji turned around and asked, Qin Pingan, why do I feel like you're taking pleasure in my misfortune? Qin Pingan said in surprise, you can tell that too? I don't have any other skills, but I'm very good at hiding secrets. Brother Pang, you have a good eye. Pang Yuanji was confused. Really? Qin Pingan said unhappily, what's there to be honest about? We're brothers in the same boat when it comes to this. Why do you think I asked you to drink with me? I'll feel better if you feel uncomfortable. Pang Yuanji sighed and said weakly, I'm begging you to scram. Qin Pingan jumped down from the railing and smiled. You can only talk to the reclusive official like this once. Don't do it again. You can't bully an honest person who's easy to talk to. Pang Yuanji suddenly said, Qin Pingan, I won't go down the city wall to fight. In the corridor, Qin Pingan turned around and smiled. As long as you're not afraid of the cursing outside, you don't have to worry about anything on my side. The new reclusive official's line doesn't have any rules that require sword cultivators to go out of the city to kill demons. Pang Yuanji's expression was bitter. He said sadly, we're brothers in the same boat. Qin Pingan smiled. When you can learn from Lin Junbai and find joy in the midst of pain, you'll have succeeded in your cultivation. Pang Yuanji stood there in a daze. The Q-sword battle between the Savage World and the Great Wall of Sword Qi continued. However, during this period the Savage World did something other than the Q-sword battle. The pinnacle demon Yang Ji and the woman in dragon robes returned to the battlefield and hovered in the sky. She carried a half-dead person in her hand. It was a sword immortal who had stopped an army from going north. Yang Ji and Huang Luan, who was of similar seniority, each had their own gains. However, the two sword immortals that Huang Luan had killed had their corpses destroyed and their souls dispersed. Yang Ji, on the other hand, captured a sword immortal alive. On the battlefield, Yang Ji's 5 fingers grabbed the head of the dying sword immortal. He stood not far away from the 2 torrents of sword Qi. He first revealed the origins of the sword immortal and what he had done in the savage world. Then, under everyone's gaze, Yang Ji stripped the sword immortal's flesh and blood. This process was extremely slow. He first removed the flesh and blood, then crushed the tendons and bones. Following that, he carved out a golden core and ground it inch by inch. Then he killed the nascent soul bit by bit. Finally, he extracted and scattered the sword immortal's soul. After Yang Ji appeared, the hidden official's flying sword sent messages to various parts of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was the flying sword with the words "Hidden Official" carved on it. No sword immortals or sword cultivators were allowed to touch Yang Ji's sword. Later, several great sword immortals privately sent messages to the Summer Palace on their flying swords, asking if the sword formation could still be maintained. However, they were allowed to work together to interrupt Yang Ji's actions. The hidden official's flying sword replied that the great sword immortals were still not allowed to act on their own and that the pinnacle demons, including Huang Luan, were waiting for them. This more obvious ambush was very likely to be even more deadly than the great demons hidden in the 5 mountains. The position where Yang Ji stood was very particular. He was slightly behind. This slight position was very likely to be able to take the lives of 1 or 2 great sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Once the battle spread, the top forces of both sides would enter the fray. No matter how many casualties there were on both sides, the battle would progress extremely quickly. Naren Huowei, Yu Qing, and Yao Lianyun all resisted the urge to attack. However, the accumulated frustration in their hearts was destined to be a lot. Even Yu Qing cursed out loud. Yao Lianyun's expression was even gloomier. Before this, the patriarch of the Yao family had been feeling refreshed every day. Every time he attacked with his sword, he was extremely carefree. Could even be said that he was full of energy. The biggest problem was that the sword immortals obeyed the orders of the hidden official. However, there was a group of young sword cultivators who were inconsolable. They attacked first before the sword immortals. In an instant, dozens of flying swords appeared and Q-sword great demons stopped. If not for the few great sword immortals immediately stopping them, there might have been more than 100 intrinsic flying swords that shot towards the great demon. If that were to happen, there would only be more flying swords following. When that happened, the entire sword array might very well have a divergence. As for Yang Ji's response, it was full of surprises. After the great sword immortals stopped Q-sword from attacking, not only did they not destroy any of the flying swords, but they also controlled the flying swords of the sword cultivators on the city wall that had lost control and approached the tragic sword immortal. It was as if they were purposely letting the dying sword immortal meet the young sword cultivators. In the end, she threw the 39 flying swords back to the city wall one by one, allowing them to safely return to the sword formation. Yang Ji finally shattered the remaining soul of the sword immortal in her hand. She laughed and said, "What a great wall of sword chi! What a sword immortal with heaven-defying killing power." Everyone was unwilling to help, but when it was the turn of a group of insignificant sword cultivators, they were willing to risk their lives to save him. I understand that the former cherished their lives, but I respect the latter's stupidity. After that, the hearts of the people on the Great Wall of Sword Chi seemed to be more complicated than when the previous hidden official, Xiao Chua, betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Chi and heavily injured his left and right. The command of the hidden official on the top of the city wall, which was originally becoming smoother and smoother, gradually became sluggish here and there. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there was an indignant statement that came from the bottom of his heart. "It's not like you, the hidden official, need to risk your life. Why didn't you save him? We sword cultivators are willing to die, so why didn't you?" Then there were more statements. Today, that sword immortal risked his life to kill the enemy in the hinterland of the wasteland. If he didn't save him, which sword cultivator would the hidden official save in the future when the wasteland besieges the city, as long as there's a possibility that it's a trap? Even that great demon respected someone who was willing to risk his life. Who would have thought that our own people would be so cold and ruthless, calculating and scheming everywhere? Is such a hidden official really beneficial to the Great Wall of Sword Chi? It's really comparable to the actions of the previous hidden official. At the very least, before the latter betrayed us, he dared to personally charge into battle and kill countless demons. With these statements floating on the surface, it meant that there were definitely more thoughts and ideas hidden in the depths of people's hearts. Qin Pingan walked back to the main hall. Just then Song Gaoyuan, Chao Gun and Xian Ken were returning from the city wall. Next it would be the turn of the three native sword cultivators, Luo Zhini, Su Ning and Chang Taiqing, to fight on the city wall. Song Gaoyuan and Chao Gun looked gloomy. Xian Ken was relatively the youngest, but he was the most open-minded sword cultivator. He even had a smile on his face as he said, "Hidden official, I advise Luo Zhini and the other two not to go to the city wall for the time being. Firstly, they will be isolated. Most of the time, other sword cultivators will fight for the battlefield. Our swords will be almost useless. Secondly, although they didn't say anything bad about us, they didn't have anything good to say when they mentioned you." The first two groups of sword cultivators who went to the city wall to kill demons mostly returned with injuries. This time Xian Can and the other two were safe and sound. Luo Zhini and the other two stood at the door, looking at the young hidden official questioningly. It was still up to the hidden official to decide whether to go or not. Qin Pingan turned his head and said, "We still have to go." Luo Zhini nodded and left with the other two sword cultivators. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "You've worked hard." Chao Gun looked dispirited. "We didn't work hard at all." Qin Pingan comforted him, "That's true work." Chao Gun's smile was forced. He wanted to say something but stopped. They returned to the main hall and sat down. Lin Junbai said helplessly, "It's not like we can tell everyone. The vast heaven's 8 continents fairies are no longer the same as our business deal. We have a chance to prolong the war and make the wildlands spend even more resources than before. Even the peak greater demons will be hurt. We've calculated for so long and finally saw a little hope of victory for the first time. How can we fail because of Yang Ji's dirty tricks?" Xian Can said unhappily, "There's often a saying that, the one who kills kills, the one who kills on behalf of the husband kills. It's called the Great Craftsman." Chao Gun nodded in agreement. The one who kills on behalf of the great craftsman hopes not to hurt his hand. Lin Junbai smiled bitterly. You're just using the words of the saints. Besides, it's not like they're comforting words. Qin Pingan smiled. Let's not talk about the original meaning of the saints. Let's just say that it has a special meaning when used here and now. Sword Immortal Cho Miao, who rarely spoke, had some insights. The truth in the eyes is the truth, but it's ultimately not the truth. This is the most difficult to reason with. Many endless quarrels were not because one side was extremely unreasonable and the other side was extremely reasonable. Instead, it was because each side had their own reasons and how much was right and wrong. Lin Junbai asked, "Can this situation be resolved?" Qin Pingan nodded. "Of course." "How so?" "Let's first assume that there's no solution." Everyone was speechless. Only Lin Junbai seemed to have understood. After Pang Yuanji returned to his seat, Qin Pingan spoke telepathically to the three of them. Sword Immortal Cho Miao, Lin Junbai, and Pang Yuanji. Sword Immortal Cho Miao rejected him directly. Pang Yuanji was depressed and could not be bothered to say another word. Lin Junbai asked, "Master Hidden Official, you were the one who caught that Ascendant Realm demon. Why are you sharing this great merit with the three of us?" Qin Pingan smiled. "To resolve the situation. If I'm the only one who did it, who would believe me? Even if they believe me, what can they do? Oh right, when the young sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are at their wits' end, for example, when they gather outside the Summer Palace to cause a ruckus, Sword Immortal Cho Miao, who has the highest cultivation level, will be in charge of ascending the city and bringing back the demon's head to return the favor to the wilderness." Pang Yuanji said, "If I had known, I would have agreed to drink and died outside." Guizhuzhou did not know what her master was mumbling to someone. They were probably discussing something. Guizhuzhou finally lowered her head and looked at the two items on the table that were under her care. They were gifts from the mountains and rivers of the Fuyao continent. The ancient inkstone was an inkstone with Kuei-long patterns and worm-eaten patterns. It was engraved with the Tibetan seal. Clouds drooped and water stood, the words were deeply intertwined. As for the round fan with flowing treasure light, the words on it were quite elegant. Golden ripples, jade round ball. Old and stubborn, sleepwalking in the moon palace, chopping away the osmanthus whirlpool. Yes, more clear light. This night was the most reunited, with millions of lights. Her master had secretly told her that as long as she earned some battle merits, she and her master could keep these two treasures for themselves. Dong Butte suddenly raised her head and said, "Lu Duan, I have long taken a fancy to that fan." Guizhuzhou asked, "If Chen Sancho took it before, Sister Dong, would you want it?" Dong Butte laughed coldly and said, "If Chen Sancho wants to see this fan, you have to break through the walls of the Summer Palace to open a path." Guizhuzhou slapped her forehead and said proudly, "My iron head technique is amazing. Even my master can't compare to it." Qin Pingan laughed and said, "I don't want to compete with this. Remember, this is not an ultimate technique of the sect. You came up with it yourself." Guizhuzhou nodded and said, "Eldest senior sister's mad demon sword technique and this ultimate technique of mine can be carried forward in the future." Qin Pingan waved his hand and continued to stare at the painting on the ground. Guizhuzhou touched the little snowman's head. It was getting smaller and smaller. Qin Pingan suddenly asked, "Will Lu Ji return to the inverted hanging mountain soon?" Lin Junbai nodded and said, "If there is no accident, she should return with Xiao Yinyan today." Qin Pingan stood up and said, "Cho Miao, accompany me to the inverted hanging mountain. Spring Banner House." Miyu was meticulous and focused on the matter of checking the accounts. In fact, this was not what Miyu was good at. To put it bluntly, if Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan really wanted to use the account books for personal gain, there was only one possibility that Miyu could find flaws in them. That was, the young hidden official had seen it and then asked Miyu, who had memorized it by rote, to pass the message. Therefore, Nayland Saihuan and Yan Ming could cooperate and restrain each other. Miyu was just a spy that the young recluse had placed in the Spring Banner House. Nayland Saihuan saw Miyu as the second sword immortal Gao Kuei who deliberately drank the wine of the Bamboo Sea Cave. Anyone who had a relationship with the young recluse did not have good intentions towards her. However, Miyu often encountered difficult problems and asked Yan Ming for the key tricks. Yan Ming had a very bad impression of Miyu. It could only be said that he did not have a good impression of Miyu. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, anyone who had some ambition, regardless of whether they were sword immortals or not, had a bad impression of sword immortal Mi, who liked to drink in the clouds. After Miyu asked 3 times, he looked like he would ask 30 more times in the future. This made Nayland Saihuan feel that Miyu was a little strange. Nayland Saihuan did not bother to hide anything from Miyu and asked directly, "Miyu, is your brain cramping?" However, Miyu said, "It's not like it's just a day or two." Nayland Saihuan did not bother to be polite and said, "Miyu, you are really not suitable for settling accounts. Don't delay Master Yan's business. Not to mention that Xiao Yunyan is not in the inverted hanging mountain now. Even if he was in the Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyan is still a sword immortal from another place. If no one from our side shows up early, it will be just a sword immortal in the Spring Banner House. It's not appropriate. You said something disgusting before, but it does make some sense." Miyu asked curiously, "Which one?" Yen Ming said, "Thunder begins with lightning, but it starts with awe-inspiring sound." Miyu laughed, "So that's how it is." This saying came from a fan in the Yen family shop. The reason why Miyu said it was because of the sentence on the other side of the folding fan: "Before the beauty arrives, the fragrance wafts, before the person rises, the body and mind is already moved," which made Miyu fall in love at first sight. The words on one side of the folding fan were serious and the wording on the other side was graceful. It made Miyu feel that it was tailor-made for him. It was a pity that some young lady had beat him to it. Fortunately, the Yen family shop also sold engraved booklets with fan inscriptions, and the price was not low. In the room there was an outsider who looked down at his nose. He was the direct disciple of Xiao Yunyan of the Spring Banner House, Wei Wenlong, a genius in calculation. Compared to the three outsiders in the room, Wei Wenlong was very reserved. Only when he sat alone in the accounting room and faced the boring account books in the eyes of outsiders, would he be like a fish in the water. In the end, Wei Wenlong was not good at dealing with people. He was destined to only have two friends in this life: numbers and divine money. Money, food and financial management had been seen as a lowly profession since ancient times. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue would even be ridiculed as corrupt officials. In fact, it was the same on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. For example, the stewards of the 8 states ferry, which one of them was not a pitiful person who could not break through their own bottlenecks. Moreover, Wei Wenlong was only a golden core cultivator. In the room there were 2 nascent soul sword cultivator masters who had been famous for a long time, and sword deity Mi, who seemed to be in the lower 5 realms from their conversation. He did not dare to breathe too loudly. Chi cultivators who were born and raised in the inverted mountain were not unfamiliar with the Great Wall of Sword aura, but they were also not familiar with it. On the contrary, he was not as good as those foreigners who deliberately traveled to the inverted mountain. The latter usually went for the Great Wall of Sword aura. People like Wei Wenlong from the inverted mountain had never been to the Great Wall of Sword aura in their lives. What Wei Wenlong was most afraid of was the famous sword deity Miyu. Flirtatious people were the most fickle. What's more, he was a sword deity. Miyu felt that Nayland Saihuan's auntie was right, so he humbly accepted her advice and got up to leave the room. Before Miyu left, his expression was kind and his words were sincere. He said to Wei Wenlong, "Wenlong, you are a talent that even our hidden official thinks highly of. Don't belittle yourself. Do your job well and you will have a bright future. In the future we will be friends." Wei Wenlong hurriedly stood up, but he was very reserved and timid. He could not let out a fart. Miyu found this kid more and more pleasing to the eye. He told Wei Wenlong to sit down and do his work. There was no need to be so polite. Miyu walked to the empty lobby. Miyu glanced at the seats that belonged to the female cultivators and the ship owners a few times. Miyu finally sat on his chair and took out a jade token that he was going to give to someone. This was a little strange. The jade token in Miyu's hand was engraved with the number 99. Before Master Hidden Officer left, he specially instructed him to give it to Osmanthus Island, the ferry boat of the Fan family in Old Dragon City. He did not even give face to Sword Immortal Xiao, let alone Jiang Gaotai, the owner of the southern basket boat of the White Jade Continent. But in fact, the small steward of the Ding family's ferry boat was trembling with fear. He secretly looked for Master Hidden Officer and gave him a fair price that even Miyu was surprised. However, the Ding family sincerely hoped that Master Hidden Officer would be troubled with the transaction in the future, so that the Ding family's ferry boat would not become the target of public criticism and be hated by others. The young Master Hidden Officer smiled and agreed, saying that Spring Banner House would definitely return the favor. Later, when Miyu asked about this matter, Master Hidden Officer only said that every family had their own difficulties and that the Ding family of Old Dragon City had no other choice. Since the Ding family did not have a female ferry owner, Mi Jianxian did not bother to think about it. However, Miyu knew a lot about the Fan family's ferry boat. There was no other way. There was a Madame Gui on Osmanthus Island. She was very outstanding not because of her appearance. Miyu was not a layman. He knew that there were thousands of types of beauty in women. Just by looking at their faces, breasts, and long legs, one would not know that there were many good things about women. They were simply not up to standard and could not be called someone similar to Miyu. Old Dragon City's fan family was very unremarkable among the families that dealt in the fairy business. In fact, other than the Fu family, which had a little bit of face, the other families' ferry boats were not worth mentioning when they docked at inverted Hanging Mountain. For example, the Ding family's ferry owner in Spring Banner House's main hall could not even compare to the Enai Shang ferry owner, Lu Shen. As long as it was a beautiful woman, Miyu would be tempted and would not let her down. Miyu quickly remembered that there was a young lady called Jin Su on Osmanthus Island. She was also very beautiful. Of course, Miyu had never seen her before. Miyu would not do anything just to see Jin Su. He would not do anything in the past and he would not do anything now. There was actually a reason why Spring Banner House was able to gather so many fairies at once. Wu Qiu, Bai Shi, these old foxes, along with the Rain Dragon sect who had the Water Essence Palace on inverted Hanging Mountain and the Plum Blossom Garden, they all helped. However, Hidden Official did not mention this matter from start to finish, and did not even plan to take revenge. It was just a small matter. For example, this time around, only the 12 ship owners had received an invitation to the Spring Banner House to discuss the matter. Some of the ferry owners who docked at inverted Hanging Mountain chose to stay for a while. They were not in a rush to unload or leave, waiting for Spring Banner House's invitation. Apart from the closest South SWA continent, the other ferries shouldn't have returned to their own continents and should still be on their way back. In Aquarius continent, apart from the Fan family's Osmanthus Island, there was also the Ho family's Smoke Spirit ferry. They should have received a flying sword message from either the Fu family or the Ding family. These two cross-continent ferries arrived at inverted Hanging Mountain 2 days later. The 8 continents ferries of various sizes had more or less personal relationships with sword immortals like the Yen family, the Nalan family, and Sun Jiyuan. The reason was simple. Over at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, sword immortals or disciples of the major clans would make all sorts of strange requests. Not only would they spend a lot of money to buy rare and precious antiques, they would also buy delicacies that were much more expensive. There were almost 100 types of delicacies. The Ho family's ferry, Smoke Spirit, would provide special incense in addition to supplies. They would let the immortals weave 16 types of incense sachets and sell them to the fixed buyers at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Regarding this matter, the Hidden Officials line had many disputes. Lin Junbai and Sword Immortal Cho Miao rarely stood on the same side, and proposed to cut off all such supply channels. In the future, the Great Wall of Sword Qi would no longer accept any useless items. But in the end, the Hidden Officials line chose a compromise. They reduced such transactions but did not cut them off completely. Osmanthus Island, which was still docked at the Release Pavilion ferry, received an invitation from the Spring Banner shop. After the Ho family's ferry manager arrived, he first informed them. Now, the manager of Osmanthus Island had fallen into the hands of Ma Ji of the Fan family. He was a Jindan sword immortal, and his flying sword was Cool Shade. The small courtyard of the Gue family on Osmanthus Island was under the name of a foreigner, and had not been open to the public for many years. Ma Ji had once taught a foreigner's swordsmanship there. In Lady Gue's elegant courtyard, her disciple Jin Su was in charge of cooking tea and entertaining guests. Ma Ji and the Ho family's ferry manager were discussing how to present gifts. They had heard that Lingji's shop had lost more than 100 immortal treasures in a single night. What was left were either some fancy spiritual weapons that were too little in value, or some rare magical treasures that were too expensive and intimidating. The ferry manager, Ho Peng, was very worried about this matter. Although the Ho family's business was very good in the vast area north of Old Dragon City and south of Lakeview Academy, the amount of Guyu's money on the books was actually rather limited. If the Ho family had already heard of this matter before their ferry, Smoke Spirit, left Old Dragon City, they would have needed to make a trip to Spring Banner shop. It would not be too troublesome if they had prepared a generous gift before entering. Guyu's money was still something they could fork out. However, Ho Peng and Osmanthus Island had received a flying sword message midway. Ho Peng needed to fork out his own money first, which was a headache. If it was too little, the gift would not be of enough weight. If the goods were compared and Spring Banner shop disdained them, they would definitely be criticized by the Fan family's ancestral hall. However, if Guyu forked out too much money, Spring Banner shop would pass and the family would gossip about another matter. Those who really did things were like this. The more they did, the more mistakes they made. Those who enjoyed life at home, on the other hand, would gossip all year round. Ma Ji was not much better. Now that the Fan family was in troubled times, the old swordsman was also implicated because of his close relationship with the future head of the family, Fan Heir. Now his every move was carefully watched by the old men in the Fan family's ancestral hall. The eldest daughter, Fan Junmao, had not appeared for a long time. The Fan family announced to the public that she had gone out on a trip alone. Ma Ji had some guesses but did not dare to mention this to anyone. Fan Heir, who had turned from a teenager to a young man, gradually began to participate in the family's business affairs. Ma Ji naturally belonged to Fan Heir. Otherwise Ma Ji would not be the manager of the ferry. Even if Madame Gui suggested that Ma Ji be the owner of the ferry, the Fan family's ancestral hall would not agree. Although Osmanthus Island had long been under Fan Heir's name, the Fan family now had a lot of criticism of this young and inexperienced second young master. Because he had borrowed a large sum of money from Guyu to Luapa Mountain in Dali Longquan, the debate in the ancestral hall was very intense. Many of the old men in the Fan family felt that Fan Heir was still too young and impulsive. Even if he was the future head of the family, he should not be in charge of the ferry on Osmanthus Island. There should be a mature and prudent senior in the Fan family to help take care of it for a few years before letting Fan Heir manage it. If not for the Sun family's money going down the drain, and the fact that Fan Heir had used a large sum of money under his name, this matter would not have passed. Madame Gui just drank her tea. She was demure and did not speak. Both sides roughly discussed how to prepare the gifts and how to act after entering the Spring Banner House. Generally speaking, they followed the example of the Fu family and the Ding family, speaking less and observing more. Ho Peng put down his teacup, and a strange expression appeared on his face. After Ma Ji finished talking, he did not drink the tea anymore. He minded his own business and drank a small pot of osmanthus wine. Ho Peng asked softly, "The new hidden official is called Qin Pingan?" Ma Ji's face was tense but he still could not hold it in. He laughed and said, "Brother Ho Peng, what are you thinking?" Jinsu was confused. Madame Gui explained softly, "The new hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi is a young sword immortal called Qin Pingan." Ho Peng added, "You speak of the world's great and elegant words very fluently." Jinsu could not help but secretly laugh. She was exactly the same as Ma Ji but not as loudly as the latter. There was no choice. She and Senior Ma Ji were too familiar with the other Qin Pingan. That Qin Ping En from the Great Li dynasty had lived in the small courtyard of the Gui lineage, which was not too far from here on Osmanthus Island. Jinsu did not think that this was a problem. This ship Master Ho's way of thinking was too out of place. The two of them had the same name and they were both called Qin Pingan. How could they be the same person? Was it possible? In Jinsu's memory, he was a guest who would spend money to invite the painting experts of Osmanthus Island to paint for him as a souvenir. He was a foreign youth who was dressed neatly but could not hide his shabby aura. He seemed to have carried a sword on his back. However, he was a pure martial artist who did not have a high realm. In the end, under her master's instructions, Jinsu accompanied the youth to tour the various scenic spots of the inverted hanging mountain. Restrained, old-fashioned, boring. He was just such a foreign teen. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have dark skin, was not tall and was thin and weak. His voice was not loud and he liked to look around. However, when he talked to others, his eyes were clear and his gaze would not wander. He would just look at the other party and listen attentively. Ho Peng said, "Since even that old Ding returned to Old Dragon City safely, then I was thinking too much." Ma Ji smiled and nodded his head. They could not talk about this matter. It was enough that each of them knew what they were doing. It was a small world. A duckweed returning to the ocean. It was a small world. Meeting was fate, but fate was also split into good and bad. If it was that what if, then Osmanthus Island was a good thing that fell from the heavens? As for the Fu family and the other families of Old Dragon City, it was hard to say. Dust Medicine Shop, Martial Grandmaster Zheng Dafeng, and the Fu family agreed to go to the dragon platform. City Lord Fu Lu, who used a half-immortal weapon, had a fight with Zheng Dafeng after that. Apart from the Fan family and the Sun family, the other families of Old Dragon City were all involved. They helped the Fu family and were in charge of stopping the people from the Dust Medicine Shop. Among them, the Ding family was also involved in the originally arrogant Tongyi sect. It was said that the #1 celestial sect in the Tongya continent was not having a good time. When it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours. Things that add fuel to the fire happen one after another. In short, the situation was very bleak. The Ding family was now implicated and suffered for nothing. Many of their business shares were mysteriously divided up in secret. However, the other families did not go overboard, so the Ding family could bear with it. Moreover, the Ding family was still following the Fu family and earning a lot of money. However, the Ding family would be at the bottom of Old Dragon City in the future. Therefore, the Ding family was bound to be very enthusiastic about the cross-continent ferry. They hoped to break the deadlock and establish a relationship with the Spring Banner House. Ma Ji and Ho Peng were both experienced people. Therefore, they could completely imagine that the Ding family would definitely offer an extremely low price. They would give up the ferry as a source of income. Under the premise that they would not make a loss, they would also want to form a relationship with the Great Wall of Sword Qi that was even more important than those in the same trade. After that, Ma Ji and Ho Peng left Osmanthus Island together. They first had to sit down with a few familiar ferry stewards. Then, according to the agreed time, they each went to Spring Banner House to bring gifts and pay a visit. In the small courtyard on Osmanthus Island, only the master and disciple were left. Without outsiders around, Jin Su complained to her master about the short-sightedness of the Fan family elders. Madame Gui smiled and said, "For the Fan family to be where it is today, those seemingly stubborn old people, not to mention those who started to enjoy life when they were young, the rest have all contributed greatly and have contributed greatly to the Fan family. The reason why you think they are short-sighted is because they are biased towards Sun Jiashu, who gave money to Luapa Mountain together with the Fan family." Jin Su blushed. Madame Gui said seriously, "When you look at people you can have personal likes and dislikes. But when you look at worldly affairs, you can't have too many personal feelings. This is what a cultivator should have. Even if you are not a cultivator, you should still be like this. Otherwise, as a member of the Fan family and married to Sun Jiashu, if you don't say anything and just focus on cultivation and don't take care of the house, it will be fine. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you can make the Fan family and the Sun family hate each other." Her master was rarely so serious. Jin Su did not dare to be rash and kept it in mind. After sitting quietly for a while, Madame Gui told Jin Su that she did not need to accompany her. If she wanted to visit the shops on the inverted mountain, her master would not stop her. Jin Su was not interested. Now that the clouds on the inverted mountain were strange and even Osmanthus Island was covered in it, she did not have the mood. She just left the courtyard to cultivate. Not long after Jin Su left, there was a knock on the door. Madame Gui stood up and smiled. "Mr. Chin, please come in." A young man tore off the mask of a dull man and smiled. "Madame Gui, sorry to disturb you." Madame Gui smiled warmly and joked, "Rare guest, honored guest." After Qin Pingan sat down, he said apologetically, "Madame Gui, don't think too much. I just came here to ask for a bottle of Osmanthus wine." Madame Gui took out a bottle of Osmanthus wine and handed it to the young man. She smiled and asked, "Since you said so, are you starting to pay attention to the plum blossom garden?" Qin Pingan did not say anything. Madame Gui asked again, "Are you not worried that I am in cahoots with Madame Huanyin?" Qin Pingan shook his head, "Of course not." Madame Gui did not ask about the plum blossom garden anymore. Qin Pingan said that he came here to drink, but he did not drink much of the Osmanthus wine. He smiled and asked, "Miss Jin Su, do you still like Sun Jiashu and not Fan Air?" Madame Gui nodded. Then Qin Pingan just sat for a while, and Madame Gui just talked about Fan Air's recent situation. Both sides seemed to have nothing more to say except for Fan Air. After a long separation they did not talk much. It was not like when they first met, when the young man with the sword on his back and Madame Gui hit it off. And Madame Gui could see that the young hidden official was worried. It was obvious that the current situation was not easy. Qin Pingan drank a small bottle of Osmanthus wine and prepared to return to the inverted Shin Mountain Spring Banner House, but he would not show himself there. This time, other than the so-called relaxation, more importantly, he hoped that Osmanthus Island would help him pass a secret letter to Cui Dongshan and vassal King Song Jisun. Madame Gui accepted the 2 secret letters. After Qin Pingan thanked her and was about to leave, an acquaintance ran over from the courtyard door. It was Jin Su, the Osmanthus young mistress of Gui My Courtyard. Qin Pingan stood up and greeted with a smile, "Miss Jin Su." Jin Su was stunned for a moment and stopped. Obviously, she did not expect this guy to sneak to Osmanthus Island. She also smiled and said, "Qin Pingan, why are you here?" Then Jin Su quickly changed her words, "Young Master Qin." Qin Pingan said helplessly, "You can just call me by my name." Jin Su nodded and sat beside Madame Gui. She asked softly, "Aren't you practicing at the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Why do you have time to come here to drink? I heard that the 2 gates of the inverted Shen Mountain are very strict, like guarding against thieves." Jin Su hesitated for a moment and asked softly, Is it because you accidentally have the same name as the hidden official and are a little depressed, so you came here to drink? Qin Pingan held back his laughter and nodded, yes. Madame Gui also smiled knowingly. Jin Su said regretfully, I was still hoping that you were the legendary hidden official, the great sword celestial of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan said, if I was really the hidden official, I think Miss Jin Su would be so depressed that you want to drink. Jin Su smiled and turned to Madame Gui and said, Master, young Master Qin is more particular than before. Madame Gui smiled and asked, why did you come back? Jin Su said softly, I still want to go to Elk Cliff for a walk. Madame Gui looked at Qin Pingan. The young man signaled with his eyes. Madame Gui nodded and said, just nice, you and young Master Qin are going the same way, you can go to Capture Pavilion together. Jin Su immediately said, no need, I am more familiar with the inverted Shen Mountain than young Master Qin. She liked Sun Jiaxu and did not like Fan Air, and Qin Pingan and Fan Air were good friends, and were business partners with Sun Jiaxu. So she felt that she should not have anything to do with Qin Pingan. Madame Gui did not continue to make things difficult for the two of them, and allowed Jin Su to leave alone. Madame Gui smiled even more. Qin Pingan waited for a while before bidding farewell to Madame Gui. Madame Gui sent them to the door and suddenly said, you have to be careful of the upright Sun Mountain. Qin Pingan glanced at the direction of the Aquarius continent and nodded, I will. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, in the future, upright Sun Mountain will have to kneel on the ground and beg me not to be so careful. Madame Gui asked, so it's finally the sword cultivator? Qin Pingan spoke in his mind, two natal flying swords. After revealing the identity of the sword cultivator, I will announce to the world that one is called Chai Chai, and the other is called Account Book. Madame Gui was silent for a while and said against her will, good names. As for what the natal mystical ability of Qin Pingan's two flying swords were, Madame Gui was no longer curious. Qin Pingan scratched his head and said, as for the real name of the flying sword, a caged sparrow, I originally wanted to name it Mid-Autumn, but it seemed to clash with Flying Sword 15. As for the other one, I am still conflicted about whether it should be Moon in the Sky or Moon in the Well. It was not good to be too proficient in naming things. Madame Gui laughed. Finally, there is a name for the flying sword. Qin Pingan quietly left Osmanthus Island, and at Capture Pavilion, he first met with Sword Immortal Cho Miao. The two of them went to the Plum Blossom Garden. They wanted to meet Madame Wu Yen, who was in her hometown but was thinking of a foreign land. Other than Sword Immortal Cho Miao, of course there was also Lu Ji, who had gone to Fuyao continent. To reason with a lady, she had to be a lady. 639. There is one more chapter at night. The Plum Blossom Garden was one of the 4 private residences in the inverted hanging mountain with the most winding corridors. Of course, the most famous ones were the plum trees. However, the plum trees planted in the Plum Blossom Garden grew naturally. They did not have the appearance of sickly plum blossoms. Even so, the Plum Blossom Garden was still famous because the Plum Blossom Garden bought many immortal plum trees from the ferryboat of the 8 continents and transplanted them into the garden. The best place to enjoy the scenery in the Plum Blossom Garden was the pavilion with the plaque, Not Fighting for Spring. Madame Xianyan knelt on a bamboo mat made of green immortal mountain. Her hands were folded on her knees. She looked charming and had a smile on her face. She looked at the 3 sword cultivators who were slowly walking up the steps of the pavilion and smiled. Since the matter has been exposed, I am willing to accept the punishment. I only ask that great sword immortal Lu Ji be more nimble with your sword. Qin Pingan sat on the ground and faced Madame Xianyan. He asked, are you not going to salvage the situation? It is not easy to cultivate a plant spirit of the upper 5 realms. In the entire history of the Aquarius continent, there had never been a plant spirit of the upper 5 realms. Madame Xianyan shook her head. You can even find the border and kill it. I'm not destined to live. I will not pretend. Qin Pingan asked, is the real body of the Ascendant Realm demon buried in the Plum Blossom Garden? Otherwise, how do you know the border is dead? Madame Xianyan smiled and did not say anything. She extended a palm to the tall and thin woman. Someone once said that among the women of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Sword Immortal Lu Ji is the most beautiful. You are the most beautiful. You and the sword are the most compatible. Today I have seen you. Lu Ji frowned. Sword Immortal Cho Miao sighed. The reason for that was because he knew who had said those words. Qin Pingan said, then I will only ask you one thing. You grew up in the vast world. Why do you yearn for the desolate world? Madame Xianyan smiled. The rules set by the Sage of Rites are good. Unfortunately, the later cultivators did not do it well. After ascending the mountain and cultivating the way, there were thousands of immortals. How many of them would treat us plant spirits who were lucky enough to take human form as human beings? Putting aside the hardships I suffered, after I was fortunate enough to escape from the sea of suffering, I looked up and saw that there were few exceptions in the world for thousands of years. That's why I've been resentful for a long time. She turned her head to look in the direction of a gate near the plum blossom garden. After retracting her gaze, she smiled and said, "It's not that I really like the uncivilized world. With a bunch of uncivilized beasts in charge, how much better can this remote world be compared to the vast world? I just want to see the vast world with my own eyes. Everyone on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain will die. Among them, the cultivators will die out first. Only the grass and trees will continue to grow, withering and blooming with each passing year." Was this reason enough? Lord Hidden Official. Qin Pingan said, "If you say it's enough, it's enough." Sword Immortal Cho Miao felt that this trip to the Plum Blossom Garden was unexpectedly smooth. Lu Ji suddenly said, "It would be a waste not to use the military merits I saved up. In exchange for her life, I will keep her by my side in the future." Hidden Official, what do you think? The worried seedling was a little surprised. Madame Wu Yan was even more shocked. Just now she really did have the will to die. Previously she had calculated everything. She would either die or live a life worse than death. If that was the case, her luck was not the worst. At least there was a woman among the Sword Immortals. Fortunately, it was not just those dirty men. She might as well be straightforward. Madame Wu Yan did not expect Lu Ji to say such things. Lu Ji said to Madame Wu Yan, "From now on, you will follow me in cultivation. You don't have to be a servant." Then Lu Ji looked at Qin Pingan, wanting to know the answer. Qin Pingan thought about it and nodded. "Sure." Madame Wu Yan collapsed to the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. In the entire plum blossom garden, countless plum blossoms bloomed. This was Madame Wu Yan's life connected with the entire small world. Lu Ji frowned and said, "Wu Yan, I only have one request for you. In the future, if there is a man in front of you, don't be like this. Of course, it won't be easy for others to kill you." Madame Wu Yan bowed to Lu Ji. "Thank you, Lu Ji." Madame Wu Yan stood up and walked slowly to stand beside Lu Ji. Even Cho Miao had to admit that Madame Wu Yan was a natural beauty. The young hidden official was already squatting on the ground, rolling up the invaluable bamboo mat from Mount Qing. Compared to the bamboo sea grotto heaven wine, it was more authentic. Sword Immortal Cho Miao pretended not to see anything. Madame Wu Yan hesitated for a moment. She looked at the young man who was rolling up the bamboo mat and moving a step. She could not help but ask Lu Ji telepathically, "What is this?" Lu Ji smiled. "Our hidden official is too embarrassed to plunder the land of Spring Banner House. The ownerless Plum Blossom Garden is doomed." Cho Miao was even more confused. Judging from Great Sword Immortal Lu Ji's tone, it seemed that she had a good impression of this hidden official. Qin Pingan finished rolling up the mat and tucked it under his arm. He stood up. "Lu Ji, let me say this first. The Plum Blossom Garden was able to take root in Inverted Mountain not only because of Madame Wu Yan's realm, but also because of scheming. Coincidentally, you are not good at it." Lu Ji glanced at Madame Wu Yan. "It's all right. As long as you don't care about your life, whether it's a cultivator or a plant spirit, it's all a matter of a sword." Lu Ji then said, "Qin Pingan, you are good at messy scheming. Help me keep an eye on her in the future." Lu Ji then said to Madame Wu Yan, "To tell you the truth, I don't trust you for the time being. However, I can guarantee that after 1,000 years, you will regain your freedom. If my Tao ends prematurely and I die within 1,000 years, I will be handed over to Qin Pingan. Wu Yan, if you think 1,000 years is too long, you can bargain with me. I won't agree to it." Madame Wu Yan smiled sweetly and curtsied to Lu Ji. She was graceful and charming. For a sword cultivator at Lu Ji's realm, the heart of the sword was especially clear. In addition to the many rumors about Lu Ji, Madame Wu Yan was willing to trust her. Cho Miao gave the hidden official a thumbs up. Indeed, it was more suitable for women to reason with each other. Qin Pingan kept the bamboo mat within his reach. He then asked Lu Ji and Cho Miao to leave for a while, saying that he had something to ask Madame Wu Yan. The two sword immortals left the pavilion. Madame Wu Yan exclaimed in surprise and looked around. "Hidden official, you are so secretive. I haven't seen you for a few years and you are already a sword cultivator? This flying sword's natal supernatural power is so rare." There was a world of difference between Lu Ji's presence and absence. Qin Pingan was not surprised at all. He asked, Jiang Heng from Yugui sect came to Hanging Mountain once and stayed in the Plum Blossom Garden. What did the eldest son of the Jiang family want? Madame Wu Yan asked in return, why don't you just ask about Old Dragon City and Osmanthus Island? Is it because you don't have the heart to ask but you have to? Or is it because you don't have the courage to ask? Qin Pingan frowned and said, there is no need to ask about this. Madame Wu Yan smiled again and said, dare I ask, if you go to Osmanthus Island now, would you call Aunt Gui or Madame Gui? Qin Pingan did not answer the question. When you are by Lu Ji's side in the future, think about her more. The heart of a sword immortal is too pure. But without this heart of the sword, Lu Ji would not be the Lu Ji today. But when she goes to the vast world in the future, she may not be able to do everything smoothly. Madame Wu Yan's eyes lit up. I don't have to stay in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Qin Pingan nodded and said, you will accompany Lu Ji to the South Hassa continent in the future. Madame Wu Yan smiled and said, since I can not only live, but also have no worries in the future, then I will answer all your questions and tell you everything I know. Let's talk about Jiang Heng first. He has great ambition but little talent. He is worlds apart from the border. Jiang Heng had his eyes on Fan Family's Osmanthus Island, but Madame Gui did not agree. So he wanted to persuade my Plum Blossom Garden to help Yugui sect open up a new channel. The transit port is Luhua Island, where Qi cultivators gather pearls as their profession. Qin Pingan asked, why not Rain Dragon sect? Madame Wu Yan glanced at him and said, do you really not know, or are you pretending to be confused? Qin Pingan said, please tell me. Madame Wu Yan smiled and said, Rain Dragon sect has a female ancestor. She once traveled to Tongya continent in her early years. Her heart and liver were crushed by Jiang Shangzhen, and she dropped her realm and returned. She was a good immortal in the embryo, but today, hundreds of years later, she just entered the pure Jade realm. As Jiang Shangzhen's son, would Jiang Heng dare to go to Rain Dragon sect to seek death? But today is different from the past. If Jiang Heng goes to Rain Dragon sect now, even if he is serious about seeking death, it will be difficult for him to die. Qin Pingan sat on the long bench and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. As long as he was involved with Jiang Shangzhen, it was all those F***king accidents that made him scratch his head. How many consecrators in the world would send money to the mountain for expenses? However, the biggest surprise was that Jiang Shangzhen had now become the sect master of Jade sect. Sun Yuan was really a terrifying person. In Qin Pingan's heart, Sun Yuan's contribution to Jiang Shangzhen's success today could not go unnoticed. Personal grudges aside, in Qin Pingan's opinion, Sun Yuan was the best when it came to being a sect master. Qin Pingan still had lingering fears about Sun Yuan's scheme back then. Madame Wu Yan formed a seal and an old man's skin appeared in the pavilion. Qin Pingan also kept it close to him. The questions and answers that followed in the pavilion were not sloppy. Finally, the group left Plum Blossom Garden. According to the heavenly secrets that Madame Wu Yan had revealed earlier, Plum Blossom Garden really knew how to run. However, where could they run to now? Moreover, Madame Wu Yan was following Lu Ji. Lu Ji brought her directly to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Ji had a private residence in the south of the city. Madame Wu Yan was temporarily staying there. Qin Pingan and Chou Miao went to Spring Banner House. Madame Wu Yan had promised to record all the treasures of Plum Blossom Garden in a book. The book should be thick and would be sent to the Summer Palace. The nominal owner of Plum Blossom Garden was just a puppet that Madame Wu Yan had raised. There were many twists and turns in the story. If Madame Wu Yan was willing to tell and the young official was willing to record it, they could probably write a book of strange stories with hundreds of twists and turns. Qin Pingan arrived at Spring Banner House. Miyu and the other two went to the main hall to discuss matters. Xiao Yunyan had arrived at Inverted Hanging Mountain later than Lu Ji and had yet to return. It was not that Sword Immortal Xiao did not want to return with Lu Ji, but he could not catch up with Lu Ji on his sword. For the sake of speed, it was not easy to fly from Fuyao Continent to Inverted Hanging Mountain on a sword without taking the ferry. Not all the stewards of the 12 ferries who visited Spring Banner Shop tonight could take away a jade token. However, as long as they didn't have a good relationship with each other, these fairies who were used to the evils of Jianghu wouldn't talk about it easily after taking the jade tokens. Those who did not obtain it would probably want others to think that the jade token was in their pocket. Qin Pingan did not go to the main hall. Instead, he found Wei Wenlong in the accounting room. Chou Miao did not want to face a pile of accounting books. In the Summer Palace, Chou Miao had flipped through many books to calculate. In Chao Gun's words, as long as he left the Summer Palace, He did not want to read a single page of books for the rest of his life. However, Qin Pingan dragged Chou Miao to sit with him. When Wei Wenlong saw the young hidden official and sword immortal Chou Miao, he became even more fearful. Wei Wenlong moved some miscellaneous books over. Qin Pingan picked one up and flipped it open. He was pleasantly surprised. One could tell whether a person was an expert with a single move. If this Wei Wenlong was just an empty shell, Qin Pingan felt that he would eat the book in his hand. Because this miscellaneous book, that Wei Wenlong used to pass the time, was actually the Ministry of Revenue's secret records of the Aquarius Continent's Liu dynasty. It should be the contribution of Old Dragon City's intercontinental ferry. Wei Wenlong was a little uneasy. He braced himself and explained softly, "Hidden official, as long as I have nothing to do, I don't need to calculate. I just looked at these records of the destroyed dynasties of the various continents." The prices were not expensive. They were all bought one sack at a time. Compared to those rare items, it did not cost much. Also, because of my master's relationship, Old Dragon City's 6 fairies were very polite. They were all half sold and half given. Qin Pingan patted Wei Wenlong's shoulder and smiled brightly. "I've met an expert." Wei Wenlong staggered. Actually, it was more of a shock. Wei Wenlong's smile was forced. His heart was anxious. As expected of the great sword celestial hidden official. The strength of his hands could be said to be terrifying. Qin Pingan moved a chair and sat near Wei Wenlong. He began to ask about the tax situation of the Dali dynasty over the years. Wei Wenlong answered smoothly. He even talked about the little tricks of the Ministry of Revenue officials in the early years. However, he also said that the finance of the Dali dynasty's Ministry of Revenue in the past 100 years was getting more and more cloudy year by year. Moreover, for such a large dynasty, the transactions in the account books were illusory. The key was still to look at the secret collection of the Mountain and Mountain secret records. Otherwise, there was no need to mention the imitation Baek Okkyung building in Dali's capital. Just the mountain ferries and sword boats that the mechanical engineers of the School of Moism built for Dali cost a lot of celestial coins. Wei Wenlong guessed that other than the School of Moism, there must be a merchant supporting the financial operations of Dali behind the scenes. Otherwise, from the celestial coins on the mountain to the gold, silver and copper coins at the foot of the mountain, they would have all collapsed and become rotten. Evidently, in order to truly grasp the matter of finance, Wei Wenlong needed to deeply understand a series of rules related to it. Qin Pingan threw out an extremely small question, allowing Wei Wenlong to speak openly. When it came to matters of money, Wei Wenlong was another Wei Wenlong. He was knowledgeable in literature and science, skilled in laws and regulations, and skilled in writing and calculating. Qin Pingan listened with rapt attention. This knowledge was truly valuable. The Chou Miao sword immortal was the first time he had seen such a young hidden official brimming with energy. Qin Pingan suddenly said, "Once the matter is done, there is no interest." Wei Wenlong was taken aback. Then he softly asked, "What is the way of governing a country?" Qin Pingan smiled. "Everyone benefits at the end of the farm. There is no lack of closed markets." Wei Wenlong asked again, "What is the purpose?" Qin Pingan answered, "Money wants to flow like water." Wei Wenlong grinned, unable to restrain his emotions. His hands pressed against the desk. He excitedly said, "Fellow Taoist, it really is a fellow Taoist." Then Wei Wenlong was incomparably embarrassed. He resentfully withdrew his hands. He did his best to restrain the expression on his face, forcing himself to be as respectful as possible. He softly said, "Hidden official, I have offended you." Qin Pingan laughed. "Fellow Taoist, offending him my ass. In the future just call me fellow Taoist Qin. Good fellow Taoist is also fine." The Chou Miao sword immortal could not help but ask, "Are you guys discussing the knowledge of the merchant?" Qin Pingan waved his hand. "There is a great connection, but you cannot mix them together." Wei Wenlong shot a glance at the Chou Miao sword immortal who was sitting there like a wooden person. Wei Wenlong almost could not resist rolling his eyes. As soon as he opened his mouth, he knew that he was an inexperienced layman, a complete mess. He was even a sword immortal. No wonder he could not become the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan looked at the sky outside the window. He left a pot of osmanthus wine on the table. He stood up and laughed. "You are welcome to visit our summer palace in the future. If you are willing to stay for a long time, even better. I will help you empty out a house. However, we have to wait until the 8 provinces ferry business is on the right track. Otherwise, it will inevitably delay official business. No rush, no rush. When I return to the summer palace, I will first help you clear out a house. Wei Wenlong stood up and said anxiously, "Hidden official, you cannot do this. You cannot do this." Qin Pingan waved his hand. "Then it is settled." Leaving the house, Qin Pingan habitually rubbed his hands together to keep warm. Chou Miao laughed. "In a good mood?" Qin Pingan laughed. "In a very good mood. If there was a chance, he would definitely kidnap Wei Wenlong to Luapa Mountain in the future. He could very well use that lotus root-blessed land for Wei Wenlong to practice." Chou Miao looked at the young hidden official who was laughing foolishly. He laughed and asked, "This Wei Wenlong, is he really that powerful?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Give me a spring banner house in exchange, I won't trade." Chou Miao asked, "Then what about a plum blossom garden?" Qin Pingan grumbled. "Great sword immortal Chou Miao, chatting like this is no fun." Chou Miao suddenly said telepathically, "The hidden official has so many plans. There is an effect. It can delay for half a year. If it is the 8 provinces ferry business, there is no big surprise. It will probably be another year. So there is still a year and a half left." Chou Miao was considered the best candidate for the next hidden official, or rather, one of them. Of course it was not without reason. Qin Pingan cursed. Chou Miao laughed and asked, "Who are you cursing?" Qin Pingan said, "It is not Big Brother Sword Immortal." Chou Miao smiled and said, "I advise you not to treat me as me, you great sword immortal." Qin Pingan said, "Don't do it again. Don't do it more than 3 times. Chou Miao said, "Just now, the way Wei Wenlong looked at me was not right." Qin Pingan said, "How is that possible?" Wei Wenlong looked at you with eyes full of admiration. The only thing he did not see was Chou Miao as a beautiful woman. Chou Miao laughed and asked, "Hidden official, do you want to return to the summer palace with a bloody nose and a swollen face, or do you want Wei Wenlong to be hacked half to death by me?" Qin Pingan laughed and said, "Don't do it more than 3 times. Before becoming the new hidden official. At the thatched cottage, Qin Pingan and Big Brother Sword Immortal had a conversation. As the hidden official, as long as you can delay the Great Wall of Sword Chi for another 3 years, it will be enough. Only? Or you can delay it for another 30 years. If you think you can do it, then agree now. I will help you go to the Ning mansion and the Yao family to propose marriage. Okay, no problem. Scram. After saying goodbye to Sister Bao Ping at the Cliff Academy, Pei Qian and Cui Dongshan left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. After a long journey, they were about to reach the border of the Huangting state, a vassal state of the Great Sui Kingdom. In the words of the Big White Goose, leisurely and carefree, following the great path. Along the way, Pei Qian, who was carrying a small bamboo box and holding a mountain staff, copied books every day without fail and performed the crazy demonic sword technique against Cui Dongshan. He had never lost. Otherwise, he would stare blankly at the ball of golden silk. It was the pure sword will that Zhou Qing gifted to Pei Qian by the female sword immortal who swung at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Pei Qian asked the Big White Goose many times, "Is this thing really inedible?" Sister Bao Ping and Li Huai liked to read the Jianghu romance. It was said that these treasures given by the elders could increase one's inner strength after eating them. Cui Dongshan said that it really could not be eaten. If he ate it, he would have to wait for his intestines to burst open. His hands would not be able to hold it all. Was he supposed to put it in the small box? How horrifying would that be? Today the two of them were by the river. Cui Dongshan was fishing while Pei Qian was copying books beside him. He used the small box as a small table. It was a small green bamboo bookcase made by Cui Dongshan himself. Pei Qian reluctantly accepted it. He didn't like it, but he didn't directly say that he thought the color of the bookcase was not right. He just asked Cui Dongshan if he knew what green and glistening meant. Cui Dongshan also pretended not to hear the endless hints. Cui Dongshan was fishing while he talked about some fancy knowledge that Pei Qian could only hear from one ear and out the other. He talked about the path of practicing calligraphy, copying the ancient method, like a ghost enjoying a sacrifice, but sucking in its breath and not eating its quality. It was considered to have passed a threshold. He talked about how a child was just learning how to pick up a brush, but the frame should be tight, the strokes should be clear, and the words should not be exaggerated. Remember not to write too much, and it was best to write without gaps. There was also something about writing small characters which should be clear and full. Pei Qian was very attentive when he was copying books. When he stopped writing, he did not like to listen to the Big White Goose's nonsense. "Big White Goose, is your calligraphy better than my master's? Look at my master. Does he have so many dirty sayings? Look at you showing off. Are you bullying me because I don't copy many books?" Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked at his senior sister who was focused on copying books and writing. He smiled. Is my calligraphy good? Is it good? Just by looking at how much a piece of calligraphy the size of 2 or 3 palms could sell for, one would know. Unfortunately, it was not good to say this. Otherwise, this senior sister would immediately go up the mountain and make 7 or 8 big bamboo boxes for him to fill up. Otherwise, she would not let him go. Furthermore, not everything that was written with a brush could be considered a copybook. After copying the books, Pei Qian squatted on the ground and leaned against the small bamboo box. She quietly waited for the fish to take the bait. She had learned how to stew fish from her master. Cui Dongshan suddenly asked Pei Qian if she wanted to wander the Jianghu alone and return to her hometown, Luopa Mountain. Of course Pei Qian did not dare to. Did the big white goose's brain get hit by the mountain staff? Asking this question would spoil the mood. Pei Qian immediately said no. She had to get her master's permission before she, as the first disciple, could go down the mountain alone. With the little donkey as her companion, they could travel the mountains and rivers together. Cui Dongshan said to go further. The Imperial River in Huangting country was where Chen Lingjun made his fortune. There was also the Chow family's Jilan restaurant, which was half of Nuanshu's hometown. Is she really not going to take a walk and take a look? Pei Qian carried the bamboo box and stood up. She began to walk around the big white goose. She grabbed the string of the small bamboo box with one hand and the mountain staff with the other. Stop talking nonsense. Traveling is a small matter but returning home is a big matter. Without me watching over there, won't old chef's good cooking skills go to waste? Besides, if I don't watch over the shop, big sister Shiro likes to secretly buy rouge and face powder. What if she uses her position for personal gain? Cui Dongshan smiled and said, Shiro buys rouge and face powder? What? Wipe it on your face and scare people to death first before scaring ghosts? Pei Qian frowned and said, Big white goose, you're not allowed to talk about big sister Shiro like that. It wasn't easy for her to secretly buy rouge and face powder, but she had to hide it carefully so that I wouldn't see it and laugh at her. Cui Dongshan chuckled and said, Then did you laugh at her? Pei Qian pulled a long face and held back her laughter. Cui Dongshan said, Teacher wasn't around again. Pei Qian laughed out loud. I was young at that time and I was even younger. I didn't know any better, so I almost died laughing. I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt and I almost smacked a few holes in the counter. Pei Qian quickly added, But I only laughed. I didn't say anything disgraceful, not a single word. I swear to God. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, You were too busy laughing to speak, right? Pei Qian slapped Cui Dongshan's head and beamed. Little senior brother knows me best. Look at how smart you are. You caught a fish and stewed it in a big pot. After eating and drinking we still have to go back together. Then Pei Qian was a little sad. Big sister Shiro is quite pitiful. Don't bully her in the future. Be reasonable and learn from teacher. Big sister Shiro is not stupid. She will listen. Of course, I didn't just say that casually. Pei Qian said softly, Little senior brother and teacher are both people who think a lot before doing things. I don't care too much. I can't even copy a book. Cui Dongshan stared at the water and raised his hand to rub his head. He said, When teacher was younger than you, he dared to leave the great Sui kingdom alone and walk back to his hometown. Pei Qian was puzzled and said, What's so strange about a disciple being inferior to teacher? Cui Dongshan said, A disciple doesn't have to be inferior to teacher. It's the teachings of a saint written in black and white. Pei Qian curled her lips and said, I only listen to teacher. Cui Dongshan said helplessly, I really have something urgent. I have to go to the capital of Dali immediately. Even taking a ferry is too slow. If I delay it, it will be difficult to meet big sister next time. I don't know how long it will take. Pei Qian thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, if you had begged me so bitterly earlier, it would have been over. Go. I will walk back to Luopa Mountain alone. It's a small matter. She took out a piece of yellow paper talisman from her sleeve. She did not immediately stick it on her forehead, but carefully hid it in her sleeve. She had walked thousands of mountains and rivers with teacher, so this talisman had accompanied her for almost the same time. With it she was not afraid of anything. Cui Dongshan asked with a smile, Then I'm really going? Pei Qian said impatiently, So much nonsense. Do you think my crazy demon swordsmanship is vegetarian? Cui Dongshan sighed. Forget it, forget it. I'd better accompany big sister for a while. Otherwise teacher will blame me when he finds out. Pei Qian stood beside the big white goose and said, Go, go. Don't worry about me. I'm not even afraid of the Great Wall of Sword Qi of the Sword Cultivators. Why would I be afraid of Huangting country? Cui Dongshan put away his fishing rod. I'll send you off a little. Do you see the stone cliff over there? I'll send you there. Pei Qian and Cui Dongshan walked by the river and said softly, Big White Goose, can I tell you something from my heart? Sure. Actually, teacher is worried that I won't be sensible in the future. I can understand that. But teacher is worried that I will be like him in the future. I don't understand. What's wrong with being like teacher? Why don't you tell teacher directly? Teacher is already worried. If I say this, teacher will probably be even more worried. The more worried teacher is, the more worried I will be. Teacher who likes me the most as his first disciple will be worried again and again. Then I will be worried again and again. Cui Dongshan looked at the distant mountains and smiled. My heart is calm. I laugh at the clouds for being troublesome. I come out of the mountains for the rain. Pei Qian frowned. Are you mocking me in a roundabout way? I'm praising you. In all honesty. In all honesty. At last, Pei Qian stopped and said in a low voice, Little senior fellow apprentice, be careful. Cui Dongshan smiled and nodded. If I hadn't met teacher, how could I have such a nice big senior sister? Cui Dongshan rose from the ground and returned to his hometown like a white cloud. However, Cui Dongshan did not leave. He cast the camouflage skill and looked down at the river. Pei Qian stood in the same place for a long time. Finally, she was willing to move and shake off her hands. Every step she took was huge, but she was a little slow. At this speed, it would take her 100 years to walk to the Chituan mountain. Cui Dongshan rubbed between his eyebrows. What is she doing? After looking at her for a long time, the big senior sister seemed to be enlightened. She took a deep breath and stomped hard on the ground. In an instant she rushed forward. In a flash she was as fast as thunder. Cui Dongshan was even more worried. With Grand Senior Sister's meager guts, if she really met those mountain spirits and ghosts, it would be you scaring me and me scaring you. They wouldn't delay each other and would scare each other to death together. Cui Dongshan looked around and flew away with the wind. He was as fast as lightning but quietly went to a bigger river. He stomped his foot and directly shook the river god out of his nest. He grabbed the god's head and twisted his wrist so that his face was facing the petite figure carrying a bamboo box in the distance. Cui Dongshan said calmly, Do you see my big senior sister? You can escort her all the way to Red Candle Town. Don't show up and don't leave any clues. Then you can go home. You'll be credited. After that, you'll get a Dali medallion. The Ministry of Rights of Dali will send it to you. Just wait at home. However, if there's any mistake, I'll destroy your golden body. At this point, Cui Dongshan increased the strength of his 5 fingers. The golden body of a water god exploded like a firecracker, causing countless cracks to appear on the spot. After retracting his hand, he said, I keep feeling that you're unreliable. I'm afraid that you won't take it seriously. I'll shatter half of your golden body first. After that, go to the Iron Talisman River's water god, Yang Hua, and ask her to repair your golden body before taking the medallion. The water god heard the white-robed youth mutter to himself, After shattering half of my golden body, I don't have any evil thoughts. However, my abilities are getting worse. Won't I be even more unreliable? The water god's golden body almost collapsed completely. This old immortal with powerful spells and an arrogant tone, what are you going to do? From the beginning to the end, I didn't say a single word and I didn't do a single thing. Cui Dongshan loosened his fingers and gently patted the water god's head. The countless cracks in the golden body instantly closed and returned to normal. Cui Dongshan shook his sleeves and looked at the dumbfounded water god. He asked, "Why are you in a daze?" The golden body was shattered and repaired. "The taste is too good. Why don't you do it again?" The water god swallowed his saliva and was about to chase after the so-called eldest senior sister. In the end, he was slapped into the river by the white-robed youth, causing countless waves to splash. He said angrily, "Are you going just like that? I told you not to leave any traces." Cui Dongshan slapped his head. "You should look for the mountain god. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Where did you come from?" He did not expect the water god to not be too stupid. He actually endured the changes in the golden body and the intense pain caused by the kick. He knelt and kowtowed on the water surface. "Greetings, immortal master." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, as expected of General Lu, who dared to draw the ground with his halberd when he was just a small river earl back then, and said to the neighboring mountain gods that no one dared to offend Lu Gongjia. "Stand up and speak. Look at how smart you are. Not bad, not bad." I believe that although you are a water god, even if you enter the mountain you will not be too bad. However, to be careful, I'll give you a water god mountain crossing talisman." Chui Dongshan closed his fingers and a golden talisman appeared out of thin air. He gently threw it down and was caught by the water god. When he looked up again, the white-robed youth had already disappeared. The water god with the surname Lu obtained the water god mountain crossing talisman that he had never heard of. He realized that he could fuse with the golden body after circulating his spiritual energy slightly. After carefully going ashore, he could move more freely than in the waters. The water god felt like he was dreaming. He immediately hid his aura and chased after the young lady. Just as the water god heaved a sigh of relief, ripples appeared in his heart lake like a raging wave. The water god had no choice but to stop in his tracks to resist it with all his might. It was the white-robed youth's voice again. "Remember, don't easily get within 1,000 feet of my eldest senior sister. Otherwise, you will still be discovered with the talisman. You will have to consider the consequences. When the time comes, it will be hard to say if this talisman is a life-saving talisman or a life-hastening talisman." The water god immediately bowed and cupped his fists to accept the order. After that, the water god only had one feeling as he followed the young lady who was running far away. The young lady looked young, but she could really run. If she was hungry, she would take off the small bamboo box as she ran. She would open the bamboo box and take out some dry food. She would carry the small bamboo box and eat it before continuing to run. The water god initially thought that the young lady was hiding from something. However, no matter how the water god searched, there were no signs. However, the water god was increasingly puzzled. This young lady was not an immortal who cultivated Tao techniques. How did she become a martial arts grandmaster who tempered one's body the most? Along the way, the young lady encountered caves that sheltered her from the wind and rain. She did not go there. She did not go to abandoned and dilapidated temples. She did not go to places with slightly more spiritual energy. It was not easy for her to get tired from running and take a break. She also deliberately chose to use the mountain staff to draw a huge circle in the middle of the day. She mumbled and then closed her eyes for a while. She would take a nap and quickly get up to continue her journey. When the young lady jumped onto a high branch again, she saw the outline of a city in the distance. The young lady frowned as though she was crying. The water god had just pitted the young lady. He saw the young lady land on the ground and swagger as she walked leisurely. She swung her mountain staff and hummed about eating stinky tofu. The stinky tofu was delicious. The water god naturally did not know. On a high branch, the white-robed youth stood there quietly. His expression was gentle as he looked at Pei Qian from afar. Only Chui Dongshan knew why. When Sir was not by her side or when she was not at Sir's house. Then all the places she went alone would be the same as the lotus blossom blessed land when she was young. Everyone she met alone would be the same as the people she met on the streets of the lotus blossom blessed land. They were no different. Chui Dongshan surveyed his surroundings. There were mountains after mountains. A person's murmur echoed through the mountains. "He hoped so." Chui Dongshan sighed. He was finally willing to leave. He still had to meet an important figure on behalf of the old bastard. A white robe soared into the clouds and smashed through the sea of clouds. A series of muffled thunder boomed in the sky as though they were bidding farewell. Pei Qian, who was walking in the forest, was originally happily mumbling about the arrogant fiendish demon. She was taken aback and hurriedly turned around. She raised her head and jumped up as she waved goodbye. The water god realized that the young lady did not stay in an inn even when she arrived at a small town in the county. At most, she would buy some snacks and put some in her pockets. Most of them were placed in small bamboo chests. Then she would go to the mountains and rivers to pay her respects. When she encountered a Taoist temple, she would also burn incense. Outside of that, she almost did not speak to anyone. It was just that her footsteps were much slower than walking in the mountains and rivers. She did not need to bury her head in running. The only time she stayed in the same place for a long time was when she squatted on a low yellow wall and looked at a group of wandering pugilistic heroes on horseback. The young lady seemed to be envious. However, it was not those seemingly awe-inspiring pugilistic people, but their mounts. On the Huangting country's imperial river, the young lady took a look and ran. When she arrived near the Chao clan's Jilan building, it was about the same. She sneaked a few glances on the streets and ran. Finally, she arrived at the boundary of Red Candle Town. The water god felt relieved. At the same time, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. The young lady was so cautious. Why would she need him to protect her? Could it be that he had obtained a rare talisman for free? Was there really a Dali talisman that he could take? The water god did not dare to believe it. It did not matter. He followed the white-robed immortal master's instructions and stopped here and returned home. The water god turned around and left. Along the way, apart from a few chi refinement warriors of the middle 5 realms, no one knew that he, the righteous god of the river, had come ashore to swim. Even if the cultivators saw him, they did not dare to take a second look. How could a righteous god of the river be simple if he dared to go ashore openly against the rules? How harsh were the laws of Dali's mountains and rivers now? The water god suddenly turned his head. He realized that the young lady had run all the way over and stopped at a spot that was neither too far nor too close. She stabbed the mountain traveling staff heavily on the ground and cupped her fists at him with a smile before bowing. After the young lady stood up, the water god only smiled and cupped his fists in return. It was fine if he bowed in return. The young lady grinned and said, "My master is the mountain master of Luapa Mountain. Lord Water God, you are welcome to visit my house in the future." The water god was stunned for a long time before nodding. Did this last forget to report her name? However, the young lady had already picked up the mountain traveling staff and turned to leave. She skipped and swayed the small bamboo box on her back. 640. Luopa Mountain, late nights for snow. Julien was very arrogant. Rain comes again and again. Snow comes again when it's not sunny. My hometown scenery is the most beautiful. Today Julien and Zheng Dafeng were playing chess and complaining to each other. Julien complained that Brother Dafeng's gaze was too righteous and scared away the yellow court fairy. Zheng Dafeng complained that old chef's culinary skills were not good enough and could not keep the fairy, causing Luopa Mountain to lose a nascent soul sword cultivator in name. It was a big sin and he had to take out a few precious immortal books for Zheng Dafeng to take care of. Wei Pai sat at the side and did not understand why the two of them were still arguing after so long. After thinking about it again, he figured it out. Was the yellow court fairy beautiful enough? Julien looked at Wei Pai and asked with a smile, "I heard that I'm going to the capital to meet the emperor soon and see if I can get some dragon chi back to throw into the blessed land. That's the right way to travel." Zheng Dafeng agreed. Indeed, Mountain Lord can't just watch the game and not do anything. Wei Pai was helpless. Now, the name of Mountain Lord Beiyu had spread to the North Continent. It was the kind of wild chicken that could not leave without laying an egg. However, his efforts were not in vain. In the new Lotus Root blessed land, after spending a few thousand grain rain coins, not only did it become a medium-grade blessed land, but it also had a new atmosphere. The spirits of the mountains and rivers, lonely souls and wild ghosts, as well as the heroic spirits of the land, sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. However, in terms of overall numbers, there would be a bottleneck. However, as long as enough immortal coins were spent, the sky would be higher and the land would be wider. The matter of fate would become stronger and the previous bottleneck would be naturally broken. What interested Zheng Dafeng the most was a book about a scholar and a beauty that was popular in the Nanyuan kingdom. The woman in the book appeared in the world with a demonic body. She was actually born from induction. However, her spiritual intelligence had not yet been developed and she was still a little muddle-headed. She liked to float around and secretly look at the unfamiliar world among the books and paintings. Her appearance was a rare thing in the vast world. She and the little girl Chinwanshu lived in a different world. The birth of this unknown woman was purely the condensation of strands of the hearts of people from all over the world. It could be considered as a comparatively unconventional manifestation of the Grand Tao. However, no matter how mediocre it was still a manifestation of the Great Tao. Even if it had a little bit of Tao, it was still a big deal. If it was in other blessed lands once discovered, they would definitely be arrested. There was no need to worry about buyers at all. They could casually sell it for an unimaginable sky-high price. Fortunately, he was born in the Lotus Root blessed land and had such a well-behaved young mountain chieftain. He reckoned that his luck in the future would not be too bad. Zheng Dafeng wiped his mouth. It's a place worth visiting. A delicate and timid young lady and a great hero who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Neither of them could be missing. So that we won't fall into the hands of those lonely souls and malicious ghosts. However, Julien said, "I don't think it's a bad idea to just stay on the mountain." Julien always had a hidden worry in his heart. The Lotus Root blessed land of the past and the Lotus Root blessed land of the present. Julien always vaguely felt that the old Abidin's plan was very far-reaching. As long as one entered the blessed land, no matter who it was, it would not be easy. Wei Pai also said, "Since you've chosen to live a leisurely life, you might as well live this leisurely life until you're old." Jing Dafeng laughed. What are you thinking about? Our Luopa Mountain is a gathering of heroes. There's no need for me to do anything. I'm really just going to stroll around and relax. Zheng Dafeng's Go skills were actually better than Zhu Lian's and Wei Bian's. Therefore it was very easy for him to play Go. Now that Zhu Lian was deep in thought, Zheng Dafeng picked up a folding fan on the table. Fanning himself in the middle of winter was outrageous. He just had to go through the motions. He held it in his sleeve. Such an elegant thing in the hands of a handsome man like him was really amazing. As long as a woman was not blind, she would like it. Even if she did not like it, she would just pretend not to like it. At the moment, other than Pei Qian who was still wandering outside, old Master Zhong had brought Chao Qinglang to the South continent to travel. It was actually quite lively. As Yuan Lai and Yuan Bao had stayed on the mountain to cultivate, Zheng Dafeng wanted to sincerely teach Yuan Bao fist techniques. However, the girl was too shy and thin-skinned. Like Tsin Yuanji, she could only learn from an old man. Yuan Lai wanted to learn from Zheng Dafeng, but Zheng Dafeng was not too willing to teach. He only taught him some miscellaneous knowledge from books. The young man was privately scolded by his sister many times. Other than that, at the sword-worshipping terrace of Luopa Mountain, there were 3 more anonymous disciples who lived there in seclusion. They were 3 true foreigners from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Oris core sword cultivator Cui Wei. They were said to be 2 shop assistants from a shop, Zhang Jiajin and Jiang Chu. The 3 of them did not take the ferry from Old Dragon City to the north continent of the northern continent directly to the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry. Instead, they took a short-distance ferry to the north and followed the underground river that was said to have been dug by a real dragon. Carrying the 3 customs clearance documents and a Greatly Peace tablet, they traveled all the way to the north. Finally, they passed by Red Candle Town, Chiduan Mountain, and entered the boundary of Luopa Mountain. Finally, under Zhu Lian's arrangement, they settled down at the sword-worshipping terrace quietly. As the 3 of them were only registered disciples of Luopa Mountain, they did not have to burn incense and worship statues for the time being. With Zhou Fei's extravagant spending, he built mansions on all the vassal mountains of Luopa Mountain. In Zhou Fei's words, he wanted them to be as expensive as possible. Don't save money for me. How did the divine qi on the mountain come about? It came from the divine money, which stank the most of money piled up one by one. Cui Wei hid his identity. During his previous journey, he had a rough idea of the value of a golden core sword cultivator in the vast world. A golden core qi refinement warrior could hold the peak opening ceremony. It was a ceremony that was highly valued by all the immortals in the vast world. What more a nascent soul sword cultivator? However, Cui Wei was even more restrained than Zhang Jiajin and Jiang Chu. He was almost timid. When Cui Wei left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, other than his natal flying sword, he only brought 2 things with him. One was a robe and the other was a sword workshop standard. Zhang Jiajin received a copybook written by Mr. Chen himself. She read it in a sunny manner. The first and second seals were stamped on both sides. Jiang Chu received a stack of talisman from Mr. Chen. Among them there was a talisman made of gold. Zheng Dafeng asked, "Old chef, are we going to leave the 2 young men at the sword-worshipping terrace? I don't think that's a good idea. Why don't we send them to the auspicious year shop and get some popularity?" Wei Pai smiled and said, "You can't say that. Zhang Jiajin and Jiang Chu were born in the marketplace. They don't lack this." Zheng Dafeng smiled and said, "I think that Zhang Jiajin is not bad. I want to matchmake him and Xiao Jiuhe. The 3 of us will be cooped up in bed every night. Comfortable? Do we want these juniors to follow in our footsteps? I don't think so. Absolutely not." The auspicious year shop was owned by Shi Rou. There were 3 honorary consecrators living at the straw hat shop. The blind old Taoist Jia Qing, the lame young man Zhao Dengao, and the young lady Tianjur. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "The 2 young men from outside the sword-worshipping terrace should be promising. However, they are a late bloomer. We need to wait patiently." Wei Pai said, "Even if they don't want to be promising, they have to ask Zhou Fei for permission." Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng nodded in unison. "That makes sense." Zheng Dafeng said, "Get Nuanshu to record this matter. The next time we have a meeting in the ancestral hall, take it out and let brother Zhou Fei take a look." Qin Nuanshu finished her work and ran over to watch the game of chess. Qin Lingjun yawned and walked into the courtyard. When he saw Qin Nuanshu, he smiled and said, "Little fool, you haven't refined that Dragon King basket of yours yet?" Before Qin Pingan left Luopa Mountain, he gave the pair of Dragon King baskets he obtained from the ruins of the immortal abode in the North Continent to Qin Nuanshu and Qin Lingjun respectively. He let them refine it and use it as a trump card for Luapa Mountain's vassal mountain, Yellow Lake Mountain. Chen Lingjun had already succeeded in refining it, but Chen Wanshu's progress was slow. However, this was only slow compared to Chen Lingjun. A guy who was almost brought to the Qingming world by Lu Qin naturally had good aptitude. Chen Wanshu was dejected. She remained silent and clenched her sleeves tightly with her small hands. Wei Pai reached out and pressed Chen Lingjun's head. He bent over and asked with a smile, "What?" Chen Lingjun blinked and said seriously, "Nwanshu, when it comes to cultivation, hard work is enough. Don't be anxious. It's easy to spoil things if you're anxious. You have to learn from our master. Only by walking slowly can you punch quickly." Wei Pai patted Chen Lingjun's head. "If you keep talking like this, when Pei Qian returns to Luapa Mountain, you'll have to deal with it yourself." Chen Lingjun almost knelt down in front of Wei Pai. Chen Lingjun immediately stood on his tiptoes and placed his hands on Wei Pai's shoulders. He smiled flatteringly and asked the standing Wei Pai to sit down and talk so that he could massage his master's shoulders. North Continent's Taihui Sword Clan, the #1 clan in the North Continent. Sword Immortal Qi Jinglong's direct disciple, Whitehead, was powerful, right? After being kicked by Pei Qian, he fell to the ground and twitched. The most terrifying thing was that Pei Qian held a grudge. Sun Yuanji, Yuan Bao, and Yuan Lai also came to the courtyard to relax during their training. As soon as they arrived, they saw Chen Lingjun helping Wei Pai massage his shoulders and back while praising Brother Feng Feng for having a good mood. If this fan had a spirit and was enlightened, he would be grateful to the point of tears and snot. He was glad that he had accumulated good karma in his previous life, which allowed him to fall into the hands of Brother Feng Feng in this life. Chen Wanshu gave up his seat. Sun Yuanji and Yuan Lai did not sit. Yuan Bao thanked him and sat down. Chen Lingjun rolled his eyes hard. This little girl that Lu Baixiang picked up was the most King ignorant. Look at the people that his master picked up. With him as the leader, which one of them was not a genius? Little Millet was still squatting at Chituan Mountain waiting for Pei Qian, right? She was even carrying a big bag of melon seeds. Little Millet's conscience was bigger than a bowl. Yuan Bao was lucky to have arrived at Luapa Mountain late. All the people with special abilities had risked their lives for Master Qin to get a feel for them. He had personally fought Lu Qin, Ruan Qi and Old Yang. Otherwise, with Yuan Bao's temper, his little head would have been smashed into pieces. Julien smiled. "Yuan Bao, do you have something to say?" Yuan Bao nodded. "I can wait for old Mr. Zhu to finish his chess game." Although the young girl showed off her abilities, she still had etiquette. Moreover, Yuan Bao had a very good impression of old Mr. Julien. The bad one was Zheng Dafeng. The normal one was the great mountain lord who came to Luapa Mountain for a stroll. When old Mr. Zhu went to Lotus Root Blessed Land, he only brought out an extremely long painting scroll that was hidden in a secret place. It was the proud work of a master painter from his hometown in the early years. It was rich, prosperous and bustling with activity. It was a prosperous era. At that time, Pei Qian's eyes were sharp. He noticed that there were not horses in the painting but cattle, donkeys and mules. He lamented that there were so many donkeys. If he gritted his teeth and took out a piece of snow to spend money, would he be able to buy 100 of them? Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai were also present. Yuan Lai looked for the bookstore in the painting scroll. After glancing at the painting scroll, Yuan Bao sneered. The signs of decline were obvious. Julien nodded. It made sense. In fact, the painting scroll was the capital city where Julien lived. In less than 60 years, all the beautiful scenery was crushed by the horses' hooves. Even though Julien tried his best, he still could not turn the tide. In the end, he left the court and returned to Jianghu. From a noble son, he became a scholarly general and finally a martial arts madman. In that life, Julien had 3 things that he was most proud of in his life. Writing books. Even Cui Dongshan thought that Julien's Xiaojia was excellent. Creating double-entry bookkeeping. He casually wrote a martial arts secret book. The threshold was not high and the breakthrough was fast. The only thing that was difficult was to reach the top. He wrote 99 books in one go and gave them away to people in Jianghu. Scholars, common people and Jianghu. Looking back on his life, whether it was a noble son or a martial arts madman, he had an explanation. Julien put the white chess piece back into the box and asked with a smile, "Yuan Bao, it's hard to decide the winner in a short time. We'll have to wait until we finish this game. You go first." Zheng Dafeng began to eat sunflower seeds. Wei Pai did not say much. In a chess game, as long as Julien did not deliberately think long, Zheng Dafeng would finish the game in a few moves. Yuan Bao said, I have some thoughts about the blessed land of lotus roots. I'll say whatever I want. If there's anything wrong, please forgive me. Julien smiled and said, just say it. Whether it's right or wrong, it's not up to me to decide. We can argue, discuss, and reason with each other. Yuan Bao liked this old senior's open-mindedness and openness. Therefore he never restrained himself when he was with him. Yuan Bao said in a low voice, print some shallow immortal spells into books and let the emperors of the 4 countries issue imperial edicts. Everyone must learn it. Then spread the martial arts secret books. There's no threshold. Even if one's aptitude is bad and can't learn any immortal spells, there's still the martial Tao. Whether they succeed or not, the opportunity has been given. They can climb up with their own ability. Otherwise we'll spend so much rain money just to watch the fun. We have to make a profit, right? Yuan Lai said softly, it'll be very troublesome for the imperial court and the government to prohibit martial arts. The whole blessed land of lotus roots will be very difficult to control. If they're not careful, the government will be reduced to a decoration. Once the government and the imperial court lose their dignity, the operation of the whole system of mountains and rivers will be in big trouble. Chao Qinglang once said that a world, no matter how small it is, still requires stability. Yuan Bao sneered and said, those old emperors and officials are unwilling to do anything or can't do it well. Then we'll just replace them with a group of obedient puppets who dare to kill, can suppress the Qi refinement warriors on the mountain, and can kill the grandmasters of the pugilistic world. Taking a step back, I'm really afraid that the place is small and the small pond can't keep the flood dragon. Simple too. Once there are good seedlings, we'll just grab them from the blessed land and raise them in Luopa Mountain. There are so many mountains and so many immortal residences. Even if they're empty, they'll be empty. For example, Qi refinement warriors who have a chance to reach the cave abode realm and martial artists who are already at the 6th realm can become the unofficial disciples of Luopa Mountain. Once they've accumulated enough merit, they'll have a position, better fist technique secret books, and more advanced immortal spells to learn. Yuan Lai's voice became softer and softer. What about people's hearts? How can it be so simple? Sister, there are so many complicated human relationships at Master's Mountain alone. Yuan Bao glared at this bookworm of a younger brother. He was so troublesome. No wonder he got along so well with Chao Qinglang. Julien did not speak at all. The young lady's words could not be said to be completely right or completely wrong. It's just that some things were interconnected. It was not as simple as the increase and decrease of immortal spells. Instead, it was like the building of a house. If one beam was crooked, after some time the house would collapse. However, it was a good thing to be able to think and speak more. Hence, Julien was not in a hurry to refute or acknowledge anything. He only smiled at the young lady, hinting for her to be bolder and continue speaking her thoughts. Yuan Bao crossed her arms and said with narrowed eyes, the reason why Master's hands are tied is because the situation is too chaotic. Lotus Root Blessed Land is different from Luopa Mountain. Here Luopa Mountain is the heavens of the entire blessed land. As a human who isn't afraid of death and who doesn't care about their lives, we rule the world and our spells are so mysterious. Under the big picture, what's the human heart? Perhaps it's too late to rely on Luopa Mountain. Zheng Daofeng said with a smile, when I was young, I was afraid that studying was difficult. When I was young, I always felt that it was easy to be a human. Young Yuan Lai immediately remembered it in his heart. Uncle Zheng's knowledge was not small. Julien scratched his head and said with a sigh, yesterday the young man was riding a childhood sweetheart. Why is it a Chinese pulsatilla tonight? Wei Pai smiled and asked, Yuan Bao, I have a question. When this group of people arrives at the vast world and is raised on Luopa Mountain's vassal mountains, what will they do in the future? Yuan Bao already had a plan in mind and blurted out, continue to cultivate or supervise them to practice martial arts. As long as the Qi refinement warriors become Dragon Gate cultivators or Realm 7 martial arts masters, they will be sold to the various forces in the Aquarius continent to form good karma and earn a lot of money. Those who are ambitious and unwilling to be reduced to goods can sign a contract with Luopa Mountain. After leaving Luopa Mountain for a few decades or 100 years, just casually agree on a number of years. Let this group of people use money to buy their lives and freedom. Wei Pai asked again, among this group of people, if someone is evil and causes chaos, who will be responsible for this mess? Yuan Bao frowned and said, why do you care about this? In the pugilistic world, one is responsible for one's life and death. One can only blame oneself. If one is not capable, one will be trampled on. Those with bigger fists have more reason. This has always been the way of the world on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. Why should it be our Luopa mountain's fault? Julien was still as calm as usual. Jing Dafeng rolled his eyes. Wei Pai stretched out 2 fingers and twirled the gold earring. He was also a little worried. Lu Baixiang really saved him a lot of trouble when teaching his disciples. Yuan Bao clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "In the lotus root blessed land, we are the heavens. We control them everywhere. Those who obey us will prosper and those who defy us will die. In the future when they walk out of Luopa mountain, they will have nothing to do with our Luopa mountain. There will only be business left. What birth of heaven and earth! This is a great world that our Luopa mountain spent a few thousand grains of grain rain money to create. In the future we will continue to spend more and more grain rain money. Why should we?" Yuan Bao was a little annoyed. The formation of those heavenly materials and earthly treasures is too slow. How fast can the gathering of spirit energy to form a cultivation treasure land be? Are we going to lose money like this? It is not easy for my master to earn money. It is very tiring. Unlike some people sitting on the mountain top to bask in the sun, play chess and admire the snow. Julien smiled and waved his hand. Yuan Bao, in our Luopa mountain, even if we don't talk about it now, even if we quarrel in the future, we have to remember the words talk about the matter. Otherwise, even if you are right, you are unreasonable. Yuan Bao nodded. I will listen to old Mr. Zhu. Jing Dafeng chewed on his melon seeds. He really felt a little guilty after hearing the little girl's words. Yuan Bao took a deep breath. His eyes were firm as he glanced at Jing Dafeng and Wei Pai. If any of you don't like them, fine. In the future, I will be responsible for punching them and cleaning up the sect. Just treat it as raising a good-for-nothing trash for nothing. Sun Yuanji hoped that this good sister of hers would say less, so she kept winking. After a long time she could no longer move her eyelids. Sun Yuanji began to rub her eyes. Yuan Bao gently pinched Sun Yuanji's arm, indicating that he understood. In the entire Luopa mountain, Sun Yuanji was the most pleasing to the eye. She was his friend. As for the rest, if they were not here to make a living, they were here to scam others. If not, they were here to be cheeky. There were also those who were muddle-headed and who knew what they were thinking all day long. Yes, that girl Nwanshu was an exception. She was diligent and stood aloof from worldly affairs. She was still very pleasing to the eye. Julien said, Yuan Bao, I have a rough idea of your thoughts and have noted them down. Don't worry, I will not leave you hanging on purpose. Perhaps during the next meeting at the Ancestral Hall, I will bring up your thoughts and bring them up alone. The meeting at the Ancestral Hall is not child's play. Every word has to be recorded. Therefore you should think more carefully in the near future to prevent others from finding loopholes. I will give you a suggestion. Do you want to listen? Yuan Bao smiled and said, Old Mr. Zhu, please speak. Julien looked at the trembling youth, Yuan Lai, and said, Didn't Yuan Lai have some objections? Then you should put down your sister's airs and try to calm down. Convince Yuan Lai first. Think about it. If you can't even convince Yuan Lai, even if I am willing to put this matter on the agenda of the Ancestral Hall, do you really think you have the confidence? Isn't this the case? Yuan Bao thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. Julien said, In the various parts of Luopa mountain outside the Ancestral Hall, the cultivation of the Great Tao follows their own path. However, once you enter the Ancestral Hall and take a seat, everyone's words have to be carefully considered. This sentence is still a matter of fact. It's not that I am taking advantage of my seniority to target you, Yuan Bao, or that I feel that the little girl is too sharp and needs to be suppressed. Our Luopa mountain does not have such a mess of bad rules. There are none now and there will be none in the future. Yuan Bao smiled and said, Old Mr. Zhu has always been magnanimous. Yuan Bao will not let his imagination run wild. Jing Dafeng sighed. No matter what the old chef said, the little girl would listen to it. There were so many immortal books, but they were all bought by the old chef and hidden in the mountain. Why was he the only one who idled around? Comparisons were odious. Yuan Bao brought his good friend Sun Yuanji and his stubborn brother, and left the courtyard in high spirits. Qin Lingjun muttered, What a domineering little girl. Julien smiled and said, Luopa mountain should have such thoughts to fight and compete, the more the better. So I will tell you in advance, no matter what the final result of the Ancestral Hall meeting is, you are not allowed to hurt the little girl's heart. Wei Pai shook his head and said, This is not to say that there are no benefits. In fact, there are many blessed lands in the world that follow this path. Doing this is not even as direct as what Yuan Bao said. On one hand, it is too cheap and its reputation is too bad. In the future, if they want to become a sect and then be promoted to a proper sect, there will be great resistance. On the other hand, just as Yuan Lai was worried, Yuan Bao still underestimated the human heart. The more great Dao seeds or martial Dao geniuses, not to mention all, most of them will rebel and become enemies with Luopa Mountain. In the end, it is easy to drain the pond to fish. Jing Dafeng said, "What realm is the little girl at now? It's already not easy to have such vision." Wei Pai's face suddenly darkened. Jing Dafeng asked, "Did something happen to Xiaomi?" Wei Pai only had a subtle feeling before, so he immediately used his divine ability to observe the mountains and rivers. Unexpectedly, Qin Lingjun had already flown up on the wind and left Luopa Mountain like a green rainbow. Wei Pai smiled and said, "Pei Qian is already protecting Xiaomi." Zhu Lian said indifferently, "Wei Pai, don't worry about this matter. Luopa Mountain will take care of it." Wei Pai did not mind and nodded. "If I do, it will be difficult for me to do so. Coincidentally, I have to go to the capital for a meeting. I will leave first, you guys can do whatever you want." Zhu Lian suddenly became bashful. "This is so embarrassing. It's quite embarrassing." Wei Pai smiled and asked, "Then I'll leave later?" Zhu Lian had already stood up. "Mountain Lord, important matters are important. Go early and return early. It's best if you bring back a few windfalls." Wei Pai's figure dissipated, and he was thousands of miles away in an instant. Zheng Dafeng gestured for Nuanshu to not be nervous and not to follow Qin Lingjun to Red Candle Town where the three rivers converged. Zheng Dafeng continued to eat melon seeds. "How can our Luopa Mountain be bullied in our own territory? Are you kidding me?" Afterward, Zheng Dafeng rubbed his chin. Fortunately, the young mountain chieftain wasn't at the mountaintop. Otherwise, with Qin Pingan's current temperament, he would most likely send a punch down first. At most, he would find a secluded place and cut off some river before reasoning with him. Emperor Dali's imperial study was actually not very big. However, if one wanted to enter and sit down to talk, their official hat had to be big enough or their realm was high enough. The young emperor, Song He, was resting with his eyes closed. He had made an exception today for the sake of the upcoming discussion. And the situation was special. Most of them were cultivators. Dali's officials could be counted on one hand. There were only 3 of them, the Minister of Rights and 2 assistant ministers. Song He opened his eyes. There was about half an hour left. The young emperor glanced at the desk. There was Li Inchio's landscape painting, which was placed here by the previous emperor. After Song He inherited the throne, he did not take anything from the room. He only added a few items. Then he felt that it was too bloated, so he quietly removed some. The scroll containing Li Inchio's landscape painting was a sea of celadone brushes made in the dragon kiln of Liju Grotto Heaven in the early years. It was actually quite an eyesore. Li Inchio was not from the mountain. The zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting at the foot of the mountain had never entered the eyes of the immortals on the mountain. However, there were exceptions. Li Inchio was an inescapable figure in the history of painting in the Great Sui Kingdom. Not only was he loved by the Song clan, but many immortals on the mountain in the Aquarius continent also liked him. In the sea of brushes, other than Li Inchio's green landscape painting, there was also Bienye's flower and bird painting. Song He glanced at the scrolls in the sea of brushes. The young emperor wanted to apologize to Li Inchio. He had wronged Li Inchio's landscape painting to be placed next to Bienye's flower and bird painting. Song He's impression of Bienye was very poor. Whether it was his painting or his character, he felt that Bienye was not presentable. Bienye was a destitute painter from the old Lu dynasty. He moved to Dali, a vassal state. He was one of the few foreigners who took root here. Therefore, he was highly regarded by the Emperor Dali of that generation. All of his paintings were stamped with the seals of the 2 emperors Dali. Bienye probably did not expect that in less than 100 years after his death, because he could not survive in the Lu dynasty, he ran to Dali to make a living. Now, he had inexplicably become the saint of the painting world of the Aquarius continent. Words such as best at breaking the branches of flowers and birds, exquisite design, rich and beautiful, exquisite attainments, can be said to be the standard of the ancient times. Countless words of praise appeared in Song He's mind. When Song He was young, he listened to the teachings of some princes here. Some people had the same opinion as Song He. They said that Bienye's paintings were too rich and beautiful. The previous emperor did not comment on whether the paintings were good or bad. He only said that in the future, no matter who the owner of this room was, whether they liked it or not, this person's paintings must be kept. But in the sea of brushes, there was a piece of calligraphy that was worthy of its name. It was called, "Returning to My Hometown." It could even be called the #1 treasure in Dali's imperial study. That was a piece of calligraphy by Song He's teacher, the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty, Cui Dong. Of course it was authentic. Cui Dong's calligraphy, especially the cursive, was superb. It was recognized by the entire world as 1,000 pieces of gold. In the past, the first disciple of the sage of literature's lineage, embroidered tiger Cui Dong, was worthy of the word embroidered, just like Qin Chun, and of the Hassa continent was worthy of the word Chun. Cui Dong had 4 pieces of calligraphy between the flowers, 4 pieces above the clouds, 4 pieces by the spring, and 4 pieces on the mountain peak. A total of 16 pieces were passed down. The 16 pieces were scattered in the 9 continents and all fell into the hands of famous collectors. One of the great cultivators of the middle continent had a deep relationship with Cui Dong. He spent a lot of money to buy 2 pieces of calligraphy. He destroyed the beggar's rice calligraphy, and fight for the throne calligraphy in public. It was regarded as a magnificent feat and was very satisfying. It was only 100 years later that the truth was revealed. This old cultivator, who claimed to be the person who spurned Cui Dong, is the #1 in the world, had his secret revealed by his descendants. Only then did outsiders know that this old bastard had only destroyed 2 pieces of calligraphy and hidden the real one to pass down in his family. In addition, it was said that the Lu family of the White Mountain continent, by Diqing, the head of the Yu family of the Middle continent, and Jiang Shangzhen of the Jade Gui sect all had 1 piece of calligraphy in their collection. Cui Dong stepped in and bowed, "Your Majesty, we can start the discussion." It was the etiquette between a monarch and a minister. The young emperor immediately stood up and bowed back. It was the etiquette between a master and a disciple. Actually, there was no need for this. However, Song He was no exception. Even in front of all the important officials in the small court meeting, he was still the same. Not long after Cui Dong took his seat, the Minister of Rites and the Assistant Minister bowed before taking their seats. Then, it was the people of the Aquarius continent. The sect master of the Divine Bulletin sect, the Taoist immortal, great heavenly Lord Qizhen. The chief consecrator of the Dali sect, the sect master of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, Ruan Qing. The patriarch of the Wind Snow Temple, a person who had attained the Tao with the appearance of a child. The last time he appeared was during the 3 matches in the Wind Thunder Garden and Jingyang Mountain. Marshal Mountain, a man with a sword on his back who had just been promoted to the Patriarch Hall's head of justice. In the eyes of outsiders, Marshal Mountain only needed 1 Ma Kushuan to have a future. In fact, the Wind Snow Temple was not bad. It had an immortal platform, Wei Jin. The only flaw was that Wei Jin did not care much about the Wind Snow Temple. Because of his master, he had always been distant and cold to the Wind Snow Temple. Now he had even gone to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Otherwise, Sword Immortal Wei Jin would have a seat today. The chief consecrator of the True Realm sect, Lu Laoqing, who cultivated in the wilderness. A gentleman of the Lakeview Academy. The mountain master of the Forest Deer Academy. The old Dragon City's mayor, Fu Li. The great Sui Kingdom's dynasty, the patriarch of the Gao family of Guiyang. The Aquarius continent's new 5 mountains monarchs. However, only 4 of them came today. Among them were Wei Pai of the northern mountains and Jin Qing of the middle mountains. Only Fan Junmao of the southern mountains did not appear. The master of the Mo family. The wanderer of the Mo family behind him, Su Rua. The patriarch of the Yunlin Jiang family. The 2 righteous gods of the Aquarius continent. It was rumored that the water of the 6 rivers and 12 rivers would be gathered and merged into the sea. It would be a great blasphemy. It seemed that this shocking rumor was not just empty talk. The patriarch of the Su family of Qingfeng City, after obtaining the Swanzi armor, was like a tiger that had grown wings. A young woman of Xinjiang Mountain, it was said that she was an old patriarch who had just started managing the flow of money. Compared to the sword cultivator patriarchs of Xinjiang Mountain, she could be said to be unknown. She was sitting at the back today. Compared to the leaders of the old Dali territory, her position was even further back. Normally, Xinjiang Mountain and the Su family of Qingfeng City were close allies. However, the patriarch of the Su family was waiting for an audience elsewhere. When he saw the female cultivator of Xinjiang Mountain beside him, he only nodded in greeting and did not bother to exchange pleasantries. Instead, she took the initiative to stand up and bow before sitting down. A total of 36 cultivators and gods of the mountains and rivers had gathered together earlier. Most of them were talking to each other. For example, the Jiang family and the Fu family of Old Dragon City were in-laws. While the Su family of Qingfeng City and the Yuan family of Shang Pillar Nation were in-laws, they had some relationship with the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites. The Minister of Rites even sat beside Ruan Fei and chatted cordially. Wei Pai and Jin Qing, the two mountain monarchs, were at loggerheads with each other. The other two mountain monarchs seemed to have a good relationship and were talking about serious matters. Qi Zhen and the great son of the Mo family chatted happily. Even the patriarch of the Gao family of Guiyang City, who had lived in seclusion for many years in the Cloud Forest Deer Academy, and the great gentleman of Lakeview Academy, could talk about academic matters. It was a pity that this female cultivator of the Xingyang Mountain did not have anyone to talk to. Cui Dong stood up and went straight to the point. Today I've gathered all of you to discuss 10 matters. The inside and outside of the house were two different worlds. Everyone held their breaths and focused their minds, not letting their minds wander. Other than the discussion in the Imperial study room that concerned everyone, Dali Imperial Tutor's cloud-shrouded cultivation realm was also very important. As for the three elders of the Ministry of Rites, they were like students listening to their teacher's teachings. Cui Dong said, "The first matter is that the Imperial Court is about to announce that the Crown Prince of the Five Mountains will assist the Mountain Monarchs." The four Mountain Monarchs naturally listened carefully to this matter. It involved the foundation of the Great Tao. In reality, this matter was not only about the five mountains, it also involved the vital interests of everyone present. The Minister of Rites stood up, opened a booklet and began to sign up. After the Minister of Rites finished reading the last word, he looked at Cui Dong. Cui Dong, who had been standing all this while, nodded slightly. Only then did the old minister take his seat. Cui Dong said, "The second matter is to choose a few mountain monarchs that everyone supports." The head of the Su family of Qingfeng City straightened his back and sat upright. The female cultivator of the Xingyang Mountain also hurriedly restrained herself. The woman seemed to be especially afraid to look at the saint of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, Ruan Cheng. Even when she was waiting for the emperor's summons, the female cultivator did not even look at Ruan Cheng. The reason was very simple. If the Xingyang Mountain wanted to become an immortal sect, they had to take in the Sword Dao fate of the entire Zhuang dynasty. They had to open an immortal sect residence there to recruit and plunder all the Sword Dao embryos. In the end, the four mountain monarchs, including the Su family of Qingfeng City and the Xingyang Mountain, had a chance to become a sect. In the future, the Dali Imperial Court would naturally pour in financial and material resources. The third matter was to discuss the matter of digging the Great Blasphemy Canal into the sea. Also, they had to nominate various immortal masters to be in charge of assisting this matter. The two righteous gods of the Great River, who were now of the same rank as Chefujiang and Yang Hua, could not hide their excitement. Although today's meeting did not decide who would be the Great Blasphemy Water God, it was a great honor to be invited to participate in today's meeting. Apart from that, the Dali Imperial Court chose three people. The civil official Lu Qingfeng, the military general Guan Yiren, and Lu Xuanmei. The other assisting candidates were all cultivators from the mountains near the future Great Blasphemy Canal. Each of them had their own suggestions. As for the patriarch of the Jiang family of Yunlin, he felt that this trip was not in vain. Because the Great Blasphemy Canal was very close to the Jiang family of Yunlin, he also suggested a disciple of the Jiang family, Jiang Yun, to participate. The Reverend of the True Realms sect, Lu Laoqing, smiled knowingly. The fourth matter was to make a selection of the mountains and temples in the various regions and promote them to orthodox temples. The imperial court issued a corresponding imperial edict. The cultivators of the various mountains were to help add incense. If they were classified as obscene temples, they were to be immediately banned and destroyed. The various mountains were responsible for suppressing them. The two assistant ministers of the Ministry of Rites read the contents of their booklets one after another. The fifth matter was to move the imitation of the Baek Okekyung building in Dali's capital to the Zhongyue region of the old Zhuang dynasty. The master of Moism stood up and concisely said some things to take note of. Anyone below the 13th level could be killed. The person in charge of guarding the Baek Okekyung building was an old acquaintance of the Zhongyue mountain lord Jin Qing, the ranger of Moism, Su Rua. The sixth matter was to discuss the matter of all immortal forces in the Aquarius continent having to pay taxes to the Dali Imperial Court according to the law. The imperial study fell into silence. Cui Dong spoke, "This matter is complicated. If we want to take care of all aspects, it will not be settled in a day or two. Today all you need to say is whether you agree or not. If you agree, there will be people to grind the details. If you don't agree, put it aside for the time being. The Dali Imperial Court will not deliberately target anyone in the near future. Regardless of whether you agree or not, when you leave this place, you will receive a booklet with detailed instructions. There will be some differences between different mountains, but there will not be too big of a difference. Now there is no need to rush to express your opinions. Today I am just informing all of you that there will be a buffer period of at most 1 year. The seventh matter was about the Dali dynasty borrowing money from the various mountains and how to repay the debt. Then there were the various mountains. Cultivators needed to go down the mountains to gain experience and appease the elders and descendants of the old kings of the various collapsed dynasties and vassal states. They were invited to temporarily stay in the capital of the Great Li dynasty for a period of time. If they liked the environment here, they could stay for a long time. The eighth matter was to discuss the revival of Buddhism in the Aquarius continent and the construction of temples. A certain senior monk would be the main official. Hearing this, the heavenly Lord Qizhen frowned. The ninth matter was that the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy had to return to the 72 Confucian schools. If possible, Linlu Academy had to fight for it. The Gao ancestor of Guiyang was pleased. One matter after another, under the leadership of Cui Dong, was pushed forward quickly. The young Emperor Song he just sat behind the desk. He was not angry at all about the imperial tutors overstepping his boundaries. Instead he was in high spirits. Cui Shi said, "The previous 9 matters were all for the 10th matter. This last matter is also related to the lives of everyone present here, including His Majesty the Emperor." Cui Dong waved his sleeves and the mountains and rivers of the continent appeared in front of everyone's eyes. All the important mountains and sects were lit up like lanterns on a scroll. Cui Dong said, "We need to talk about how the Aquarius continent should set up a defense line after the Great Wall of Sword Chi is broken and the entire Tongye continent collapses, to stop the demon race army from going up north." The 5 mountains of a continent ruled over the mountains. The central region was desecrated and gathered the water fate of a continent. Lakeview Academy, Cliff Academy, and Linlu Academy were the locations of a continent's cultural heritage. The Divine Grandeur Sect, Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Wind Snow Temple, True Martial Mountain, Old Dragon City, Jiang Clan of Cloud Forest, Book Lake True Realm Sect, Xinjiang Mountain, and Su Clan of Clear Wind City were all important defensive areas of a continent. Together with the various vassal forces and the scattered mountains, they were all chess pieces that could not be moved. Cui Dong said, "Just the defensive areas along the coast, such as Old Dragon City and Jiang Clan of Cloud Forest, are definitely not enough. They also need enough strategic depth. They also need to cooperate with each other. Using a point as a line to reach the surface is still not enough. It's too inflexible. We also need a large number of attacking sword boats and even more mountain ferries. We need to spend a lot of money on them. There are many other plans that have nothing to do with you. It's useless to say more. You will know in the future." In a Dali capital imperial study, it was dead silent. Cui Dong pointed to the map of the Aquarius continent, further to the south and to the west. One was the Tong Yi continent, and the other should be the Central Plains Divine continent. Cui Dong's expression was cold. The vast world actually needs the smallest Aquarius continent to stop the spirit demon army. Isn't that a joke? I want to make the 7 continents of the vast world laugh themselves to death. Finally, Cui Shi spoke out. "The huge Tong Yi continent is unable to stop the spirit demon clan army, and is destined to be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Then leave it to our small Aquarius continent to complete the task. Everyone, the situation is about to change. Those who are willing to stop it, please stand up." The young emperor was the first to stand up. Everyone in the room stood up. Just then, a person who did not look like a cultivator walked into the imperial study, and smiled. "My surname is Fan, and of course I am not from the Fan family in Old Dragon City. I am from the Central Plains Divine Continent, and am slightly wealthy. I am willing to use my immortal money to support the Aquarius continent." In the corridor outside the imperial study, there was an old eunuch dressed in red robes, with a strange expression. He looked at the white-robed young man who was squatting on the floor and leaning against the wall. The white-robed young man raged, "This old man has been running around for so long, working myself to death to trick old man Fan here. I have been standing here for half a day, and you don't even allow me to rest? Did I **** king or shit here? Why do you care if I am standing or squatting? If you look at me again, I will give you a monkey-picking peach. Do you believe me? Are you afraid?" With the isolation of heaven and earth, no one could hear the conversation outside, but inside the room Cui Dong still shouted, "Cui Dong Shan." The white-robed young man with a mole on his forehead swayed his sleeves. He did not walk into the imperial study, but just walked away, leaving behind a sentence. "I have good news. The Great Wall of Sword Chi can last for 2 to 3 years longer than expected." Cui Dong Shan went to the imitation Baek Ok Kyung building and went up alone. On the rooftop, Cui Dongshan looked through the window, and looked at the sky outside, reminiscing about the time when he was young and locked up in the loft to study. Who would have thought that he would still be a young man with white hair? K the youth who does not know the taste of worry, K the old crane's cry, all noise is useless. Young but not showing off. Since ancient times, it has been sad. One continent was like that, several continents were like that, the world on the mountain was like that. Cui Dongshan slapped his face. In such a situation, cry for me. He rubbed his face, opened his mouth wide and whimpered, I am fierce. After leaving Dali's capital city. On the official road, pedestrians looked sideways. A thin and weak poor child was carrying a white-robed young man on his back. The child was staggering, the young man was very happy. "641. When Pei Qian arrived at Red Candle Town, he found it strange that Xiaomi did not show up. She only cared about eating melon seeds on the mountain. Did she lose her conscience? When he arrived at Luapa Mountain, he had to take Zhou Mili to the ancestral hall for punishment. After the punishment, he would help Nuan Shu sweep the courtyard. However, Pei Qian soon realized that something was wrong. In the distance, there was a commotion in the streets and alleys. Pei Qian's ears were sharp and he rushed over. When he heard it, he tightened his grip on his walking stick. He was still stubborn and did not immediately set off. After listening for a while, he tiptoed and leaped onto the roof. He looked around and finally, he followed the approximate route described by the passers-by. He leaped over the roof and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the edge of Red Candle Town, there was a crescent-shaped bend in the river. There was an exquisite pleasure boat floating on it. Some poor boat girls lived there. Pei Qian stepped on the pleasure boat about 4 or 5 times. Every time, the pleasure boat fell a little and suddenly rose. The boat did not shake too much. Pei Qian passed the bend and continued forward. He saw a little girl in black. She left the water and walked up the mountain alone. Along the way, she did not care if she would attract the attention of some cultivators or the mountain spirit or water monster. He had to see Xiaomi first to be at ease. A heartless little girl in black was walking leisurely in the forest, humming a tune. Pei Qian landed gently on a tree branch and did not show up immediately. He looked around and frowned. He pretended not to notice and roughly waited. It should not be a big problem. After all, the little monster hiding 800 feet away had a cultivation base far inferior to that kind water god. Pei Qian was originally anxious and annoyed. In the end, he saw Xiaomi strolling around and casually grabbing a bunch of emerald green leaves to stuff into her mouth. Before chewing on the leaves, she looked around and made sure there was no one around. Then she took a big bite. Pei Qian was not anxious anymore, but he was even more annoyed. According to the previous discussions, it was not a small matter. According to the passers-by, Xiaomi wandered around the area of Red Candle Town for a long time. Then she was lying by a river and doing something. She was seen by the Jade Liquid River Water God's Water Mansion's patrolling spiritual monster. He thought that she was a little water spirit that was not on the list and wanted to recruit her to work at the Jade Liquid River. Zhou Mili did not agree. After a while there was a conflict. The Water God's Water Mansion seemed to talk about the laws of Dali mountains and rivers, which scared Xiaomi. In any case, she was beaten in the end. Pei Qian knew more about the reason. According to Shanjun Wei Pai, Xiaomi was born in the Mute Lake of the North Continent. Her roots belonged to the identity of a water spirit from another continent, which was slightly different from the water in the Dali Three Rivers. Fortunately, now that she had obtained the identity of a consecrator of Luapa Mountain, the influence was almost negligible. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Therefore, Pei Qian would take Xiaomi away from Luapa Mountain when he had nothing to do and come to the Chituan Mountain of Red Candle Town to play. However, he did not go too close to the Three Rivers. He always felt that it would be fine if Xiaomi came to the Chongdan, Xiuhua, and Yuya rivers alone in the future. Pei Qian shook the small bamboo box on his back side and called Zhou Mili. The little girl in black turned her head and saw Pei Qian floating on the ground. She smiled from ear to ear, scratched her cheek, and then turned her body slightly, trying to face Pei Qian with a cheek that was not red and swollen. With Pei Qian's eyesight, he immediately saw the bruise on the other side of Zhou Mili's cheek. Well, she walked so slowly back home and chewed leaves. Was it because she did not want to reveal that she was beaten here? Pei Qian did not say anything. Zhou Mili blinked her eyes. The little girl clenched one hand and began to scratch her head with the other. The little girl did not dare to frown her thin and slightly yellow eyebrows, as if she was afraid that Pei Qian would feel that she was really wronged. When they were traveling in the North Continent, that person once said that every little worry when they were young was a small grain of rice. When they were old, they would think about it and have a big bowl of rice. Pei Qian asked, "What's the matter?" Zhou Mili thought for a moment. "I was playful, so I went to the river and stuck my head in the water to see if there were any fish or prawns. I didn't dare to eat them to satisfy my cravings. Then I met a big official in the Jade Juice River God Mansion. I explained for a long time before he believed that I lived in a small town in Huaihuang County. I didn't say Luapa Mountain or Mud Bottle Alley. I just made up the names of other alleys and raised some chickens and ducks. I was very clear, so the big official believed me and let me go home." Pei Qian said angrily, "Zhou Mili, why didn't you tell him my master's name when you were bullied like this? Your home is Luapa Mountain, and you are the right guardian of Luapa Mountain." The little girl in black said timidly, "I was afraid of causing trouble for him. It's not a big deal, just a small grain of rice." Now that Pei Qian was a little taller, she felt that she was a little shorter. Zhou Mili spread out her hand. It was the only handful of melon seeds left. She had brought a big bag of them before, so this was all that was left. The little girl said softly, "Pei Qian, let's go home. We can eat melon seeds while traveling." Pei Qian glared at her. Zhou Mili frowned. This time she was really going to cry. Pei Qian had been away from his hometown for so long, and now that he was finally back, he scolded her as soon as they met. This made the little girl feel really wronged. She had wandered around Chiduan Mountain and Red Candle Town so many times just to wait for Pei Qian to come home, so that he could see her first and eat melon seeds. Pei Qian rubbed little Mili's head and said softly, "Don't cry, don't cry." Then Pei Qian asked Zhou Mili to tell him in detail what had happened. The little girl in black, who didn't remember anything at all, finally understood it with great difficulty. Then Pei Qian said, "Zhou Mili, listen to me." Zhou Mili immediately puffed out her chest and stood on tiptoe. Pei Qian waved his hand, "Go home first. Run faster. Don't dawdle and don't wander around. When you go home, see old chef. If Wei Shanjun is on our mountain, tell him in private that I'm going to buy some things in Red Candle Town before going home. It's the end of the year, so I have to prepare some things. If I go back late, it means that I have too many things." Zhou Mili squatted down. "I'm not stupid. I won't listen to you today. If you want to go back, we'll go back together." Pei Qian said, "On Luopa Mountain, who's the highest official? Who recommended you to be the right guardian?" "Zhou Mili." The little girl in black squatted on the ground and pretended to be stupid. She stretched out her fingers and fiddled with the soil and dead leaves. Pei Qian squatted down and asked, "I have Master's Dharma vision. What's there to be afraid of?" Zhou Mili raised her head. "What?" Pei Qian took out the golden thread from his sleeve. "Do you see it?" Zhou Mili opened her mouth wide, then covered it with both hands and said vaguely, "It looks powerful and valuable." Pei Qian stood up. "Go back to Luopa Mountain quickly and tell old chef something. This is called passing on military information. It's a very heavy duty. Can you do it? Can you take on this responsibility?" Zhou Mili immediately stood up and said loudly, "Right guardian receives the order. Go now." Pei Qian put away the golden sword intent, and then took out his beloved talisman from his sleeve, which he had kept for many years, and patted it on Zhou Mili's forehead. "When the talisman is in front, demons and devils should avoid it. Go." Zhou Mili ran away, but before she left, she didn't forget to spread out her hands. Pei Qian laughed angrily, "Knock it on the way." Pei Qian turned around, clenched the mountain walking staff tightly, took a deep breath, and went straight to the water god mansion in the distance. In Jianghu, one had to be righteous. As the god of mountains and rivers, he should protect the water and soil. What kind of ability was bullying a little Mili? The water god temple was on the other side of the river. After Pei Qian ran down the mountain, he leaped up and punched the river water. His falling body rose a few centimeters, and in the end he crossed the vast river in one step. A young man in black who opened a bookstore in Red Candle Town was sitting on the roof. When the young shopkeeper saw this scene, he smiled and said, "It's fun." He was now the righteous god of the Chongdan River, and could be considered colleagues with the Embroidery River and the Jade Liquid River. The water of the three rivers was different. The Embroidery River had a wide surface and the softest water. The Chongdan River's water flow was rapid, so the water was the strongest. The Jade Liquid River was the shortest, and the water was unpredictable. The spiritual energy of the Jade Liquid River was the most abundant. The water god was famous for being good at handling people, and she had a good relationship with all parties. The water god temple was full of incense. Without waiting for Pei Qian to enter and reason, Then an old woman walked out of the ancestral temple, together with a middle-aged man with a smile on his face, who had cast a clumsy camouflage spell. The old woman had just received the news that a capable spirit in charge of tracking the little girl had hurriedly entered the water and returned, informing her of an extremely bad news. That black-clothed little girl was actually a spirit from Luapa Mountain. She seemed to be a protector. The old woman didn't take it seriously. Protector? Not to mention that Luapa Mountain that no one dared to investigate, even in her own water god temple. Wouldn't the protector be at least a Jindan stage? Then how could Luapa Mountain, which could be protected by Lord Wei Shan, have a low realm? In the old Liju Grotto heaven, Luapa Mountain was a strange existence shrouded in clouds and mist. The young mountain master, Qin Pingon, was said to be a poor orphan in the Mud Bottle Alley in his early years, but his luck was too good. He first met the beloved daughter of Saint Ruanjiao, and then met Wei Pai, who was only the lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain at the time of disaster. He met these two great benefactors, which led to the frightening scene of sitting on more than 10 feng shui treasured lands. But that little girl had the identity of Luapa Mountain, which was probably not fake. Outsiders only vaguely knew that Luapa Mountain seemed to not care much about the spirit, martial arts, and the realm of cultivators. With Lord Wei Shan protecting Luapa Mountain, who dared to go and investigate. There were only 5 mountain lords in a continent, and Wei Pai was now the only upper 5 realm god in the Aquarius continent. He was a family member that even His Majesty the Emperor was very close to. Not only was the Song clan's land of prosperity, even the entire territory of the Old Dali was considered the territory of the Northern Mountains. The male water god temple official cupped his fists and said, "I misunderstood that little girl previously, mistakenly thinking that she was a spirit that broke into the market. I thought that it was my duty, so I questioned her, and then there was a dispute. I was indeed rude. I am willing to apologize to Luapa Mountain." The old woman also smiled and said, "Just an apology is not enough. Later on, our Jade Liquid River Water God Temple will also express our gratitude. This old woman will personally come with gifts." Pei Qian clenched the mountain walking stick in her hand, not saying a word. What to do? She kept feeling that something was wrong. But she couldn't think of what was wrong. If only Master was by her side. Even if Master wasn't, little Senior was. The old woman smiled calmly. The corners of the man's mouth secretly twitched. After being punished, he would definitely have to pay out of his own pocket to buy gifts. However, this little girl in front of him had come to question him. Did she really think that the face of the Jade Liquid River Water God Temple was so worthless? What the Water God Temple was afraid of was that young mountain master who had extremely good luck, as well as Ruanxiu and Wei Pai behind the young man. Why would such a funny little martial artist in front of him want to rely on his fists and a mountain walking stick to smash our temple? It's good that he smashed it. I'll let you smash the door first. When the time comes, it'll be hard to say who will apologize. Pei Qian's eyes were sharp and she saw it. She was so angry that she could only take a deep breath. The mountain walking stick in her hand trembled slightly, and some imperceptible ripples appeared in one of her sleeves. As it was not the kind of spiritual energy that Qi refinement warriors used to circulate their divine abilities and spells, even the old woman with the highest cultivation level in the temple did not notice it. Compensate your mother's gift and apologize to your mother. A green figure with an imposing aura landed outside the Water God Temple and stood beside Pei Qian. It was Qin Lingjun, who had completely refined a Dragon King basket. Without saying a word, Qin Lingjun reached out and lifted the Dragon King basket that was personally repaired by perfected fire dragon of the North Continent. The Dragon King basket suddenly became as big as a mountain and enveloped the entire Water God Temple. In the world, the Dragon King basket could even capture flood dragons wantonly. The old woman in front of Qin Lingjun and the Water God Temple official were originally water immortals and water spirits. The old woman could still withstand the innate pressure and her body did not sway. However, the man's knees immediately went soft and he knelt on the ground. It was only because the old woman reached out and grabbed his shoulder that he did not lose his face. Qin Lingjun said, "You want to apologize, right? I'll learn from you. I'll beat you up first and then apologize to you." The old woman smiled and said, "It's naturally wrong to hit a little girl. It's just that there's a mistake. What's wrong with apologizing? Immortal Master, are you trying to use your power to bully others? Are you trying to use this immortal Dharma treasure to suppress the Water God Temple today?" Qin Lingjuan's expression was gloomy as he nodded and said, "Yes, after I'm done with this dilapidated Water God Temple, I'll go to the North Continent directly. My master won't be able to scold me even if he wants to. Pei Qian suddenly said, Qin Lingjun, I'm used to being scolded by master. Let me do it. Qin Lingjun was stunned. How could his master bear to scold this little girl? Qin Lingjun smiled and said, Pei Qian, your current realm. Before Qin Lingjun could finish, Pei Qian slammed the mountain traveling staff in his hand heavily on the ground. The golden threads in his sleeve that even Pei Qian could not suppress instantly spread out like a waterfall. The threads wrapped around the mountain traveling staff. It was like a golden sword. It was supported by Pei Qian's sword. In an instant the world was filled with sword intent. Even Qin Lingjun, who had an abnormally tough physique, could not help but take a few steps back. The female sword immortal Zhou Cheng's lineage, the great sword immortal, had once said that he was unhappy and should attack. The old woman was flustered and could no longer maintain her previous calmness. She felt that it was a small matter. The little girl in front of her with a bamboo box on her back was clearly a sword cultivator. It was even very likely that she was the legendary sword immortal embryo. The old woman in the temple could no longer care about the ordinary official in the water residence. She hurriedly activated the water immortal's innate divine ability and used the ripples in her heart to inform the water god in the great river water residence. However, there was no response. This was because above the river surface above the water residence, there was a hunchbacked old man who had traveled far away on the wind. He hovered in the air with his hands behind his back and looked down into the water. He smiled and said, You will die. Pei Qian lifted the mountain traveling staff that was surrounded by golden sword intents, his eyes shining brightly. She said, I remember what master said. An apology is of the utmost importance, not the amount of compensation. This matter is wrong and the order is wrong. What is sincerity? You don't have to apologize to Luapa Mountain but to Zhou Mili. The water god of Chongdan River retracted his palm with a helpless expression. He couldn't just let the Jade Liquid River Water Temple continue to court death like this. He hurriedly rode the wind and rushed over. After seeing too much commotion, it was easy to get into trouble by just being happy. Sooner or later he would be laughed at by others. He didn't expect that just as he approached the water residence, the old man laughed and said, Taking sides and speaking crooked logic will also die. The black-clothed water god could only descend and sit on the surface of the Jade Liquid River. A graceful woman in palace attire floated to the surface and sneered, Luapa Mountain is using force to provoke the Jade Liquid River. I will definitely have Dali's Ministry of Rights report you. Zhu Lian took out a Dali Peace medallion, which was still a first-class medallion. He placed it at his waist and nodded with a smile. All right. I'll give you this chance. Otherwise your Chongdanjiang colleagues will think that your auntie is bluffing. When the water god saw the genuine first-class medallion, her expression changed drastically. She was hesitating and was about to grit her teeth and lower her head before making a decision. She didn't expect a fist to arrive. She was directly sent to the depths of the Jade Liquid River. Not to mention the trembling of the golden body, the golden blood of the water god flowed out of her 7 orifices. As for the short and thin old man, his majestic fist intent exploded. It was like an immortal's ability to repel water, landing directly not far from the bottom of the water. The old man chuckled and said, Luapa Mountain's manager, Zhu Lian, asked about the Jade Liquid River Water Temple today. Sorry for offending you. The old man took a step back and lightly stepped forward. His stooped body bent even more as he slowly said, When I punch, only life and death are determined. There is no reason. On the river's surface far away from the underwater battlefield, the water god of Chongdan River frowned with a grave expression. The martial arts master underwater was not as simple as a far-travel realm. The old man's fist intent was so powerful that it suddenly suppressed the water of the Jade Liquid River. It was actually an unimaginable suppression. After the punch, the river water shattered. The old man reached out and grabbed the neck of a woman in a palace dress. The latter's body flowed with golden blood as she fell into the surging river water. The old man glanced at the water god of Chongdan River. The latter stood up and cupped his fists. Senior, just go to the Jade Liquid River Water Temple. The old man smiled and said, It's not the first time I've bought books with Lord Water God. Even Luapa Mountain remembers it. I was just bluffing earlier. Lord Water God don't bear a grudge. The water god of Chongdan River smiled bitterly and nodded. On the side of the ancestral temple, the temple attendants saw the scene from afar. The old man swam over with the wind and dragged the severely injured water god in his hand. The old woman was frightened out of her wits. She hurriedly circulated her meager divine ability and spell to cast a camouflage. She also immediately closed the door of the ancestral temple to prevent the kind men and women inside from seeing this scene. Previously, the water god ancestral temple had long been noisy. After all, anyone who was not blind could see the Dragon King basket floating in the air. The old woman deliberately did not close the door. She only stopped the devotees from leaving and deliberately let them gather at the door to watch the show. After Zhu Lian landed, he casually threw the water god beside the old woman's feet. He walked between Pei Qian and Qin Lingjun and stretched out his hands to press down on their heads. He smiled and said, "Very good." Pei Qian slapped old chef's hand away. Qin Lingjun put away the Dragon King basket that covered the sky. Zhu Lian walked forward and stepped on the head of the dying water god. He looked at the door and smiled at the old woman in the temple. "You old woman, you're ugly and evil. Why don't you continue to drag the common people to help you share the danger? Do you still want to ruin the reputation of our Luapa mountain? It's useless." Zhu Lian increased the strength of his foot and stomped half of the water god's head into the ground. "All right, that's it. Remember to apologize. It doesn't matter if you don't come. You'll save the money for a few bowls of tea. However, you'll definitely get the immortal money of the Jade Liquid River Manor. Our Luapa mountain is a small mountain. We're so poor that we can't even afford to eat." Zhu Lian turned his head and asked, "Do you want to feel more comfortable or do you want to leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future?" Pei Qian shook his mountain staff and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "You'll know when your sister Xiuxiu returns." Pei Qian acknowledged, "Then I'll apologize and be done with it." Zhu Lian lowered his head and looked at the water god who was still willing to pretend to be dead even though she was about to die. He transmitted his voice and said with a smile, "You're really lucky to have met our Luapa mountain. You should be secretly happy. Otherwise, forget about this ancestral temple, there might not even be a Jade Liquid River in the future. I've already imparted the life-saving method to you. Go figure it out yourself." In the end, Zhu Lian left with Pei Qian and Qin Lingjun. They walked along the river leisurely. Zhu Lian rubbed his wrist and sighed, "In the end it's not happy enough. If they were all gods of mountains and rivers with such natures, Ingot's path would be right. Fortunately it's not all like that." Pei Qian grumbled, "Fighting and killing, what a scandal. Old chef, what did that silly Ingot say? She's quite tall, but why is her brain always so muddled?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Let's talk when we get home." Pei Qian smashed his staff on the head of the unhappy Qin Lingjun. Even if it was just a little bit of sword intent left, Qin Lingjun almost fell to the ground and twitched. Qin Lingjun swayed for a long time. In the end he hugged his head and shouted, "Pei Qian ma 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 ma." Pei Qian was also stunned for a moment. He hurriedly apologized and said that the mountain staff was strange today. Seeing that Qin Lingjun was not angry, he was generous. Pei Qian laughed and said, "Qin Lingjun, you're so straightforward today. In my little account book, I've crossed out the 72 accounts of you snatching melon seeds, all of them. 72 entries, just for the matter of eating melon seeds." Qin Lingjun grimaced. After being hit by the staff, he actually smiled. "Thank you." Pei Qian jumped up and said, "I'm going to find millet to eat melon seeds." Zhu Lian said, "Pei Qian, don't forget." Pei Qian played with his crazy sword technique, occasionally scaring Qin Lingjun. "Got it, I'll remind Qin Lingjun." Qin Lingjun said, "Old chef, I plan to go to the North Continent." Zhu Lian nodded. "Go early and come back early." Ruan Ting returned to the Dragon Spring Sword sect from the capital of Dali. He was still devoted to the matter of sword forging. Everyone had signed a mountain oath regarding the discussion in the imperial study. Whoever leaked it would suffer the backlash of the oath. When the Dali imperial court found out, the 9 generations of that person would be executed. Ruan Ting didn't care about this. He and the Dali imperial court were allies. Ruan Ting still didn't care about the affairs of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. The specific matters of the sect were handled by the direct disciples like Dong Gu and Su Xiaoqiao. He had also gradually handed over his relationships with the Dali imperial court and the other mountains. After his daughter, Ruan Xiu, cultivated on Dragon Spine Mountain for a few years, she quietly left the mountain and went to the new territory of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Fortunately, they didn't fight in the end. Instead, they reached an amicable agreement with the old Zhongyue mountain deity. This made Ruan Ting feel relieved. They had a territory but no one took care of it. This was the most awkward thing about the Dragon Spring Sword sect. For a sect with the word, sect, in its name, the direct disciples of the ancestral hall of the Dragon Spring Sword sect were too few. Even though they had taken in 3 batches of disciples because there weren't many people in each batch, it still seemed to be declining. Therefore, when the Song clan handed over the territory of the old Zhuang dynasty to Xinjiang Mountain, Ruanting didn't feel that there was anything to complain about. He wasn't capable enough and couldn't hold on to the fat meat. If it landed in someone else's bowl, then he could only eat the pickles in his bowl. Moreover, Dali had previously given a large piece of land to the Dragon Spring Sword sect in the old Zhongyue territory, which could be considered as laying the foundation. Being close to the capital was a gesture of the young emperor, so as to prevent the imperial court officials from thinking too much and mistakenly thinking that the Dragon Spring Sword sect had already moved to the side, and that Xinjiang Mountain would be the future #1 sword sect in the Aquarius continent. Of course, the Song clan would also be less suspicious of burning the bridge after crossing it. The Dali imperial court, from the previous emperor to the current emperor, from Ruanqiong's reign in the Pearl Grotto heaven until now, had been extremely kind to Ruanting in all aspects. The main reason was that Ruanting himself didn't want to take in disciples indiscriminately. If one's temperament wasn't up to standard, even if one was an innate sword embryo, there would naturally be other places to take him in. It didn't matter if he went to Xinjiang Mountain, which had the potential to become the next sword sect. Of the previous 12 in-name disciples, half of them had left, including the innate sword embryo. Now he had gone to Xinjiang Mountain and was already a direct disciple of the ancestral hall there. It was said that he was even taken in as a last disciple by the ancestral master of a certain mountain. Of course, Ruanting's good relations with people really opened the eyes of the young emperor, Song He. Before the discussion in the imperial study, the divine grandeur sects Qi Zhen, the ancestral master of the Wind Snow Temple, the sword cultivator of the Martial Mountain, Lu Laoqing of the True Realm sect, the 4 mountain lords including Wei Pai and Jin Qin, as well as the master of the Su clan of Qingfeng City, all got along well with Ruanting. They even took the initiative to chat with him, or at least take the initiative to greet him and give him sufficient courtesy. He was the only one. It was true that Ruanting was not good with words, but it was difficult to hide the character of a certain cultivator on the mountain for a long time. Those who knew Ruanting couldn't find any fault with him, and most of them were willing to be friends with him. Those who didn't know him, as long as they mentioned Ruanting, whether it was the former Ruanting of the Wind Snow Temple or the current sect master Ruan, would be willing to say a good word for the #1 swordsmith of the Aquarius continent. It was rare for Ruanting to show up today, and he called all the first-generation disciples to the table for dinner. He was the first disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect's ancestral master hall, Donggu. After reaching the gold core stage in his early years, he had already started his peak. But the most embarrassing thing about Donggu was that he wasn't a sword cultivator, and his background was even more difficult to talk about. At present, there was already some gossip in the imperial court of Great Li, as well as some immortal mountains. Su Xiaoqiao was originally a sword cultivator of the Wind Snow Temple. After he made a big mistake and was expelled from the sect, he found Ruanting and cut off the thumb of his right hand that held the sword. Only then did he become Ruanting's direct disciple. Xialing was a sword cultivator who had already nurtured a natal flying sword. Not only that, in addition to the immortal weapon given by Lu Qin, ancestor Xiesher also gave this descendant of the Peach Leaf Alley 2 treasures. One was a sword immortal relic of the northern Luzhou called Peach Leaf, which was refined by Xialing as one of his natal items. The other was a very high-grade blade strengthening gourd called Full Moon. It just so happened that the 4 of them each sat on a long bench. Ruanxiu was still in the territory of the old Middle Peak, so Ruanting didn't have the chance to serve anyone. Ruanting said, "Donggu, you told me before that you want to reach the nascent soul stage within 100 years, right?" Donggu quickly put down the bowl and chopsticks, wiped the corner of his mouth and said seriously, "Yes, master." Ruanting said, "Then don't let other people's cultivation speed affect your state of mind and force yourself to reach the nascent soul stage in advance. Cultivation is all about your own skills. You are in the Dragon Spring Sword sect. So what if you are not a sword cultivator? So what if others laugh at you? Even if Su Xiaoqiao and Xialing surpass you in the future, what can you do? Are you not the first disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect? Since when did the Dragon Spring Sword sect need to rely on fists to determine seniority? Did I not teach you that? Or did you not remember?" Ruanting looked at Donggu and said, "Let's continue eating." Donggu immediately picked up the chopsticks. Ruanting turned around and said, "Su Xiaoqiao, Xialing, you two go to the territory of the old Middle Peak in Dali after dinner. If Xiao doesn't want to come back, it's useless to persuade her. Just let her be." Su Xiaoqiao nodded. Ruan Ting suddenly said, remember to go to the shop in the dragon riding alley and buy more pastries. Su Xiaoqiao, who was usually indifferent, showed a rare smile. Xieling couldn't hide her joy. She could finally see Sister Xiao. The two sword cultivators of the Dragon Spring Sword sect went to the small town in Huaihuang County on their swords. When they arrived outside the shop in the dragon riding alley, Su Xiaoqiao picked some of every kind of pastries in the shop. He had the most peach cakes, which were 2 big oiled paper packets. The shopkeeper was Shi Rou. Seeing Su Xiaoqiao, especially Xieling, who was from an illustrious sect and family, Shi Rou couldn't help but be a little reserved. After hearing that they were buying pastries for Ruan Xiao, Shi Rou didn't want to accept the money. After all, Shi Rou was very close to Miss Xiao Xiao. It was just that she hadn't seen her for many years. Xieling smiled and said, shopkeeper, sure, thank you. I still have to pay. Shi Rou didn't dare to be nosy. After all, with his current appearance, it was indeed inappropriate for him to fuss about it. Then the two of them went to the new territory of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Above the sea of clouds, Xieling asked with a smile, second senior sister, I heard that Sister Xiao Xiao has a little demon by her side? Su Xiaoqiao nodded. Xieling didn't ask any more. In the thick snow of the mountains, the two of them walked down the mountain road. A little girl holding an oil paper umbrella flew out and rolled on the ground. Her body was covered in snow as she rolled down. The young woman behind her followed slowly. After the little girl got up, she used the oil paper umbrella in her hand as an iron hammer and muttered, Old Lord swings the hammer, adding charcoal to the chaos. Ow ow. Master Rain and Uncle Wind are helping. God of Thunder and Mother of Lightning are helping. Crackle. The young woman said, the sword forging formula isn't memorized like this. The little girl stopped swinging the hammer in her hand and looked up at the distant mountain. She lowered her voice and asked, Sister Xiao, that's a mountain god. He used to be a mountain lord of our Dali dynasty. Even his fart is like thunder. It can blow a little guy like me to death. Why is he still so polite when he sees you? It doesn't look like he's being polite. He's afraid of Sister Xiao. Ruan Xiao said, you're so smart. You know the answer. Why are you still asking? Talk more and you'll get hungry easily. The little girl rolled her eyes and said, Sister Xiao, then aren't you smarter than me? Ruan Xiao shook her head and said, I don't like to think. I'm a little stupid. The little girl pretended to be afraid and said, Sister Xiao, you get hungry so easily. Won't you be starving? Just eat me. Ruan Xiao nodded and said, I will. The little girl ran to Ruan Xiao's side. This time she was really scared. She tugged at Ruan Xiao's sleeve and said softly, Sister Xiao, don't eat me. Ruan Xiao didn't want to talk. The little girl held the oil paper umbrella and said, Sister Xiao, be careful. I'll tell on you. In the end, the little girl was slapped lightly by Ruan Xiao and spun dozens of times. She fell heavily into the snow in the distance and rolled all the way, breaking countless withered trees and branches. However, the little girl quickly ran back to Ruan Xiao's side. She didn't take it seriously at all. She was probably used to it. When they got close to the foot of the mountain, the little girl quickly hid behind Ruan Xiao. Su Xiaoqiao and Xieling floated down and sheathed their swords. The way they sheathed their swords was completely different from the way they did it. One of them was clean and neat while the other was elegant and casual. One of them respectfully called her senior sister. The other smiled and called her Sister Xiao Xiao. Ruan Xiao nodded and said, You're here. The little girl peeked her head out from behind Ruan Xiao. She found it strange that there were two sword immortals in one go. They didn't look like a celestial couple. That young man who looked like a spoiled brat obviously liked Sister Xiao. Did he call her Sister Xiao Xiao just now? TSK. The little girl felt that this little sword immortal was pitiful. Su Xiaoqiao took off the package and handed it to Ruan Xiao. He smiled and said, Pastries from the shop. Ruan Xiao smiled and took the package. After weighing it for a while, she became even happier. The little girl cursed in her heart. Look, it's not even as good as a package of pastries to make Sister Xiao happy. She really wanted to knock this young man out with a stick and drag him back to the cave to be her future husband. She would raise him first. Good looks could really be eaten. As for the so-called cave, she would be the only one left. Ruan Xiao carefully took out a piece of peach blossom cake and put it in her mouth. She was instantly full of smiles. Then she picked up a piece of pastry and gave it to the little girl. The little girl swallowed it in one bite. She didn't know how it tasted. Ruan Xiao asked, Did you pay? Su Xiaoqiao said, Yes. Ruan Xiao nodded but said, I don't need to pay to go there. Su Xiaoqiao was speechless. Xiaoling's feelings were even more complicated. Su Xiaoqiao said, "Master asked me to ask senior sister if you want to go back." Ruan Xiao said, "Of course, why not? I still want to listen to Xiaomi's stories. We haven't seen each other for so long. Xiaomi can make up a lot of stories again." Su Xiaoqiao felt that Ruan Xiao's reason was the most reasonable. In a bookstore in a county of a vassal state of the old Zhuang dynasty, the bookseller was a young woman with ordinary looks. Her name was Hezian. She had an excellent figure. Even if her face wasn't outstanding enough, many wastrels would still hang around the bookstore. However, no one took advantage of her. At most they would talk nonsense. The young woman didn't speak much. She turned a deaf ear to this. There were also young scholars who came from well-off families but couldn't be considered as aristocrats. They came to buy books with ulterior motives. At dusk today, Hezian sat behind the counter and was flipping through a book. She looked at the sky and was about to get up to close the bookstore and go back to her residence to rest. It wasn't far. It was only 2 alleys away. She had just put down the book when she saw a young man with a sword on his back standing outside the bookstore. Even if he didn't care about his appearance, it was still difficult to hide his handsome face. He was handsome and elegant like a pine tree. She said softly, "Sir, I'm sorry. My shop is about to close." He stood outside the door as if he didn't dare to take a step forward. His lips trembled as he tried to calm his tone. "I was just passing by and wanted to buy some books. I didn't mean to look for you." Hezian sighed in her heart. "You don't believe such a lame excuse. How can you fool others?" However, Hezian didn't say much. She sat back in her chair and picked up the book. She said softly, "If you really want to buy books, you can choose them yourself. We can close later." The young man still didn't cross the door. Hezian just lowered her head and flipped through the book. With the help of the afterglow of the setting sun, she didn't find it difficult to do so even though her current realm wasn't worth mentioning. He plucked up his courage and said with a trembling voice, "Come with me to the Wind Thunder Garden? What do you say, Sujia?" Even if she didn't use that little trick, even if she really changed her appearance, he would still be able to recognize her at a glance. Even if the river of time flowed backward and she suddenly turned into a little girl or a white-haired old woman, Lu Baqiao wouldn't miss her in a sea of people. However, how could he say those words? What right did he have to say them? Hezian raised her head and frowned. "Although I'm no longer a direct disciple of the ancestral Master Hall, my name is still on the register of Xinjiang Mountain's outer sect. It's clear and obvious." "Sir Lu, why do you say that?" Hezian paused for a moment. "However, I'm now considered to have left the mountain to gain experience. Sir Lu, please don't call me Sujia." Lu Baqiao only felt that his heart and intestines were twisted together. Even though he was already a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Aura's core realm, he still felt suffocated at this moment. He even wanted to bend down to catch his breath. Lu Baqiao asked, "What's your name now?" Hezian was annoyed. "Sir Lu, what does it have to do with you?" Lu Baqiao lowered his head and whispered, "I like you. I've been looking for you for many years." The female shopkeeper of the bookstore, Hezian, or rather Xinjiang Mountain Sujia, stood up and said, "Sir Lu, I beg you. Can you leave me some peace and quiet? I used up the last of my savings to settle down here. It wasn't easy. Sir Lu, I'm different from you. It was like that in the past and even more so now. Moreover, I've never liked you. Sir Lu, ask yourself honestly, how many times have we met and spoken to each other?" Lu Baqiao raised his head and smiled sadly. "We've never spoken to each other before. We've only spoken today." Su Jia softened her tone. "Sir Lu, you should know that I don't like you, right?" Lu Baqiao nodded. Su Jia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sir Lu likes Su Jia because it's the genius sword cultivator Lu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden. Should Su Jia be grateful to you? Lu Baqiao shook his head. "There's no such logic in this world. It's right that you don't like me." Su Jia closed the book and gently placed it on the table. She said, "Sir Lu, if you feel guilty because senior brother defeated me in the sword debate, then I can sincerely tell you that there's no need for that. I don't hate your senior brother Huang He. On the contrary, when I fought him in the sword debate, I knew that Huang He was far superior to me in terms of sword mastery and cultivation base. A loss is a loss. Furthermore, if young Master Lu thinks that I've fallen to such a state after being expelled from the Ancestral Master Hall after being defeated, young Master Lu will have misunderstood me even more." Su Jia's eyes were clear. "I've been cultivating on the mountain since I was young. I don't have any memories of the lower part of the mountain. Therefore, Ever since I can remember, I've treated Jinyang Mountain as my only home. Lu Baqiao said softly, as long as Miss Su continues to open the shop here, I'll leave. I promise I won't bother Miss Su again. Su Jia laughed angrily. I've already told you. I've already spent all my savings to open a bookstore and buy a small house here. Even if I want to move, where can I move to? I only hope that Sir Lu will keep your promise. Lu Baqiao nodded. I will. In the end, Lu Baqiao still didn't step over the threshold. He only asked, can I sit here for a while? Just for a while. Su Jia was helpless. That Lu Baqiao really did sit on the threshold. When the afterglow elongated his shadow on the street, Lu Baqiao finally got up and left. Yijishio was indeed a farmer. There were many good farmers. What was wrong with liking such a woman? Inside the bookstore, Su Jia shook her head. She only thought that such a baffling matter should end here. The fact that Lu Baqiao liked her was actually not a secret between Jinyang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden. However, Su Jia really didn't like him. Su Jia closed the bookstore's door and walked to the small house. After that sword-seeking incident, Su Jia lost everything. A sword peak, her status as a direct disciple of the ancestral hall, and the blade-strengthening gourd that her master gave her. As a result, she was now covered in mud and could only hide in the marketplace. Before this, it wasn't that there weren't any bumps. It was just that she had dealt with all those big and small troubles with great difficulty. Now she was here. As she said, she didn't hate Jinyang Mountain. She even felt guilt that she couldn't let go of. What she couldn't let go of were some people and some words. However, Su Jia had an indescribable fear towards Li Tuanjing's last disciple, the current owner of Wind Thunder Garden, Huang He. It often woke her up from nightmares. She couldn't understand and couldn't let go of it. Back then, Huang He was on the ferry platform of the Wind Snow Temple where the 3 sword-seeking matches were held. The man carried a sword case full of small swords, but they weren't natal-flying swords. It was unimaginable that he could split his attention to control the swords. One sword pierced through Su Jia's hand that was holding the sword. Another time, it cut the red string of the blade-strengthening gourd that was tied to her waist. Finally, 2 flying swords nailed into her wrists. After Su Jia fainted, the last scene before she closed her eyes was Huang He stepping on the blade-strengthening gourd and gently twisting it. The mountain-like man seemed to be a powerful and invincible existence, but he was ruthless and cold-blooded. Even when she saw Lu Baqiao today, Su Jia's heart still trembled. She couldn't help but think of Huang He in that nightmare, the main culprit. Su Jia walked in the secluded alley. She reached out a hand and wrapped it around her shoulder as if she wanted to warm herself. As she walked, Su Jia's face turned pale. She leaned against the wall and raised her hand to rub the space between her eyebrows. After a long time, Su Jia raised the back of her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead and went to the small house. Su Jia arrived at the end of the alley. After opening the door, she was stunned. Then her face was filled with tears. The other party looked like a woman. However, just like how Lu Baqiao could recognize Su Jia at a glance, Su Jia could also recognize the woman in front of her. It was her master who brought her up the mountain for cultivation. However, for some reason, it was not recorded in the Hall of Ancestral Masters records. Su Jia had long been under the tutelage of a patriarch of Jinyang Mountain and became a direct disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Masters. As for her master, there was still no record of any disciples under her. Her master's seniority was not low. However, she was never well known in Jinyang Mountain. In the past, whenever there was a meeting in the Hall of Ancestral Masters, her master almost never showed up. The chair at the very back was always empty. Because her master liked to travel the mountain, she would often leave for decades. The woman removed the camouflage spell. She was the female cultivator from Jinyang Mountain who went to Dali's imperial study to participate in the meeting. She was sitting at the back of the seat and no one paid attention to her. She looked young and wasn't very beautiful. She walked to the side of the teary-eyed Su Jia and reached out her hand to touch Su Jia's head. She smiled gently and said, "Silly disciple. Master has only left Jinyang Mountain and traveled for a few years, and you've become like this. Why, without Master by your side, have you always been that little girl who doesn't even dare to walk at night? If I had known, I wouldn't have sent you to Ascension Peak back then." Su Jia smiled until her limpid eyes narrowed into crescents. It was as if with her master by her side, she could really be fearless and become that carefree little girl back then. The woman retracted her hand. There was a red string tied around her wrist. The woman stood for a moment before she got up and left. She did not say that she would bring Su Jia back to Jinyang Mountain and restore her status as a direct disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Masters. She also did not mention the future ownership of the blade-strengthening gourd. However, Su Jia felt that the peaceful days were not as unbearable as she imagined. Although she had many regrets in her heart, she was at peace as she guarded that bookstore every day and earned silver and copper coins. Of course, that was apart from that nightmare. After the woman left, she became an ordinary woman in plain clothes. Not long after the woman left, there was a knock on the door. Su Jia quickly ran to open the door, mistakenly thinking that her master had returned. Then Su Jia staggered back, her body swaying. With her sword heart destroyed, Su Jia, who had fallen to the lower 5 realms, could not even compare to that ordinary woman. The man stood outside the door with a cold expression. He said slowly, "Su Jia, you should know very well that Lu Baqiao will definitely secretly come to see you in the future. He's just hiding it from you. Now you have 2 choices. Either you scram back to Xinjiang Mountain and struggle at death's door, or you find a man to marry and obediently take care of your husband and children. If after this, Lu Baqiao still doesn't give up on you and delays his sword practice, then I'll make him give up completely." Su Jia bit her lips so hard that blood seeped out. She could not say a word. This person was the owner of the Wind Thunder Garden, Huang He, who had broken out of seclusion some time ago. If it was not for the Wind Snow Temple sword immortal Wei Jin, Huang He would be the #1 sword genius in the Aquarius continent. After saying that, Huang He left on his sword. If Lu Baqiao was not someone his master thought highly of, Huang He would not even bother with such a boring love affair. If it was not for the fact that the Wind Thunder Garden needed another person to shoulder the burden when something happened to Huang He would not even care about Lu Baqiao. Both of them were sword cultivators, but their great Daos were too different. Now that Huang He had successfully broken out of seclusion, he would have to wait for the Wind Thunder Garden of a certain patriarch sword cultivator of Xinjiang Mountain. He followed Lu Baqiao all the way here. There were a few times when Huang He resisted the urge to attack. Every time he wanted to knock Lu Baqiao unconscious and drag him back to the Wind Thunder Garden. He wanted to make this talented person cultivate in seclusion for 100 years. Su Jia went to close the door absent-mindedly. He leaned against the door and sat on the ground, sobbing. What should I do with this haunting Huang He? Su Jia's master, the woman, had just walked out of the county's city gate. She looked up at the sky and continued on her way. She was not going to Xinjiang Mountain, but to find the next disciple. As for the Wind Thunder Garden, it would stop here for the next few hundred years. Senior and junior brothers would become sworn enemies. Whether it was Huang He or Lu Baqiao, they would at most become the next Li Tuanjing. What was interesting was not that Su Jia did not like Lu Baqiao and would not like him in the future. Instead, it was that Su Jia herself did not know that she already liked Huang He. It would be better if Lu Baqiao and Huang He were both half dead. As for the woman from Xinjiang Mountain who was killed by Li Tuanjing hundreds of years ago, she was also a disciple of this woman who walked on foot. Like Su Jia, she was an anonymous disciple. There were also some women who were not her disciples, but they were related to her. She might have done some small things that had nothing to do with her master. For example, how did Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple meet He Xiaoliang, whom he liked? There were also some old stories about the Zhuang dynasty in the early years. Unknowingly, she had played with the destiny of a continent's swordsmanship for 1,000 years. She did not dare to say all of it, but she had at least half of it. Apart from that, she had been to the Tongya continent and left a prophecy in the Fuyo sect. She shook her sleeves and raised her wrists slightly. She looked down and smiled. Then she retracted her gaze and walked forward slowly. Many of the so-called smart people on the mountain peak were also good at scheming. However, such scheming was only scheming after all. It was easy to break. Once it was broken, it would be gone. However, there was only one thread in the world. Once it was formed, it would be difficult for a sword immortal to break it. Even if it seemed to be broken, it would still be entangled for a lifetime. Unless there was a person who was good at scheming and meticulous, only then would he be able to face this deadlock and feel slightly better. Once the thread was pulled, it was not a sword immortal who attacked. In fact, no one would die. However, it would be better to die than to live. She never underestimated her enemies. Therefore, those who cared about her would have to bury more threats. The infatuated people in the world liked to be sad. They would find joy in pain. If they were not sad, how could they be considered infatuated? Her thoughts drifted away. It was a pity that she had not seen her senior apprentice brother for many years. Last time they were very close. It could even be considered as brushing past each other. It could not be helped. As long as senior brother wanted to avoid her, she would be blind. She might not even recognize him even if he was close. She heard that the last time he appeared was near the Tongye Continent's Taoist temple. There was one bad thing about senior brother. He would borrow her wrist to seduce her and did not like to return it. The woman suddenly mocked herself. Don't tell me he has already noticed? The woman shook her head and smiled. That's impossible. He's still so young. Why would he care about the small Xingyang mountain? A sloppy young man with a hunchback went to the small town's tavern to touch the small hands. After a few teasing words, he strolled to the street where the Yang family's shop was. The young man Shi Lingshan, who was both a shop assistant and old Yang's disciple, was sitting behind the counter. He was wading in the water to refine his soul. His mind was immersed in it and he was silent. He was half asleep. Su Dian, who was even more diligent in cultivation than junior brother Shi Lingshan, was not practicing with that strange method today. Instead, he sat at the door and basked in the sun. When he saw senior brother Zheng Dafeng walking over, Su Dian stood up. Zheng Dafeng waved his hand. Little Su, you've become more beautiful. If you continue to be so beautiful, I'll feel even more uncomfortable when I think about how I'll have to get married in the future. As he approached Su Dian, Zheng Dafeng beat his chest in pain. Su Dian asked, Senior brother, are you looking for master? Zheng Dafeng said helplessly, I'm not looking for master. It's just that it's so cold on the mountain. I can't even warm my blanket when I sleep. I'll freeze to death. I'm just going down the mountain to stretch my legs. Zheng Las, you're really too much. You're just a few steps away from senior brother, but you've never thought of visiting senior brother. Senior brother has such a big house. Isn't Su Las, who's as thin as a willow branch, living there? Su Dian shook his head. I don't dare to spend the night there. I'm afraid there will be rats running around the walls. Zheng Dafeng said seriously, Little Su, it's not that I'm nagging you because of my seniority. As someone who practices martial arts, you have to train your courage. How can you be so timid? Let's go and stay at my place tonight to train your courage. Su Dian said helplessly, Senior brother, if you have something to say, please say it. If he did not know that this senior brother of his only knew how to talk and not do anything, Su Dian would have already fallen out with him. Zheng Dafeng put his hands behind his back. He saw a small stool and wanted to sit down. It should be warmer. In the end, Su Dian picked him up with the tip of his foot. Zheng Dafeng stepped over the threshold and saw the stone spirit mountain. He shook his head and said, It's said that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. You brat, you can't even keep an eye on your senior sister. Just you wait, you'll be sad in the future. Which Jianghu novel doesn't write about a senior sister or junior sister wandering the Jianghu and being tricked by a handsome and rich young hero? Shi Lingshan, wake up. Your senior sister is getting married. Shi Lingshan was fuming. He interrupted his cultivation and glared at Zheng Dafeng. Zheng Dafeng, stop fanning the flames here. Zheng Dafeng rolled his eyes. You don't even know how to scold people. What do you know? Shi Lingshan was about to speak. He did not expect senior sister to say, Senior brother, you said before that if I want to break through the bottleneck of the fourth realm or reach the fifth realm, I should choose an ancient battlefield. Do you know what to do? I want to go out for a while. Shi Lingshan was dumbfounded. Zheng Dafeng glanced at the youth. Senior brother didn't eat enough before leaving the mountain. If you don't go to the toilet, you won't be able to eat anything. Shi Lingshan was sad and indignant. The two of them almost couldn't resist the urge to spar with Zheng Dafeng. However, when he saw Zheng Dafeng's hunchback, Shi Lingshan felt a little sad and let it go. Zheng Dafeng smiled and turned to Su Dian. There is a limit. However, for such a big matter, master has his own plans. It's not up to me to worry. Su Dian asked, Senior brother, do you also think that I can leave my hometown alone now? Zheng Dafeng shook his head. It's better to bring a burden along. At least you can look after each other. Your realms are still too low and your brains aren't too bright. The dangers of the outside world are not in your realms but in your hearts. Shi Lingshan is still okay. He's usually soft-hearted and can be ruthless at crucial moments. However, you're usually hard-hearted. That's troublesome. Su Dian, when you two go out, you can tell the outside world that Shi Lingshan is your son so that those shameless bachelors won't bother you. Senior brother is on the mountain. When I think about this, my heart aches so much that I can't sleep. Su Dian did not know what to say. The stone spirit mountain was struck by lightning. Zheng Dafeng looked at the bamboo curtain and turned to leave the Yang family's shop. Zheng Dafeng went to the memorial archway where the 4 plaques were no longer mysterious. He walked around. After all, the plaques were still there. The 4 sayings were all very interesting. Zheng Dafeng went to the iron lock well. It was now a private area on a mountain. He spent a lot of money to buy it but did not get any benefits. There was a hole in his brain. That big blockhead Jiang Yun had a lot of opportunities. When he thought of the Jiang family of Yunlin, Zheng Dafeng grimaced. Seeing that there was no one around, he touched his pants. I've let you down. I studied hard and learned all kinds of martial arts. I didn't expect that even though I had a body of martial arts, there was no thief to kill. Zheng Dafeng left the town and went to the immortal tomb. There was no such name now. Dali had intentionally or unintentionally diluted this old saying. Now the dilapidated statues had been fixed up. They were repaired and remodeled. The Dali imperial court had put in a lot of effort. As for the brand new martial temple, he did not go there. There was nothing to talk about. He could not see anything from staring at each other. Then he took a detour and went to the waterfall at the junction of the Tiefu River and the Dragon Whisker River. He squatted there and threw stones. What a good way to say it was like duckweed entering the water. Zheng Dafeng changed to a place where the water was deep and slow. He stared at the water and muttered to himself, "There is such a handsome man in the world? The more I look at him, the more I want to beat him up." Finally, Zheng Dafeng passed by Ruan Tong's earliest sword shop. He walked to the stone arch bridge. The covered bridge had long been removed and the old stone bridge was restored. Zheng Dafeng sat alone on the stone bridge. He turned his head and looked at the north of the town. There was the old porcelain mountain and the many dragon kills nearby. Zheng Dafeng retracted his gaze. 3,000 years ago, the sword immortal who rose quickly and disappeared quickly. He did not know what went wrong. After he suddenly became famous, he specialized in killing dragons. He killed until the sky turned dark. It was said that he wanted to be the first sword immortal to break through the bottleneck of the Ascendant Realm. The most proud scholar in the Central Divine Continent was not a sword immortal. He was really just a scholar. Otherwise, the entire structure of the vast expanse world might change as well. But regarding this secret, the old man who definitely knew the answer did not give an explanation. In the early years, Zheng Dafeng went in a roundabout way to beg Li Er, hoping that his senior brother would ask. Li Er agreed, but later there was no follow-up. It could not be helped. It was still okay now. In any case, he could endure a few words of scolding. In the past, the old man was willing to talk to him. As long as it was close to 10 words, it would make Zheng Dafeng feel like he was celebrating the new year. Therefore, Zheng Dafeng only knew that the last true dragon in the world did not try to go to the secret forbidden areas of the sea with a long history. Instead, it went ashore from the old dragon city and crashed out an underground dragon path. In the end, it died in Dali. Its purpose was to seek protection. It tried to let an ancient existence reopen the ascension platform and escape to an unknown place that the sages could not find. But that old man did not let it do as it wished. He chose to watch from the sidelines. In the end, it created one of the 36 small grotto heavens, Liju Grotto Heaven. The 4 sages of the 3 sects and 1 family set the rules and built the 4 hanging plaques. The local people of Liju Grotto Heaven jokingly called the Crab Square. The Song clan built another covered bridge on top of the original arch bridge. The purpose was to let Dali have a long and prosperous history and compete for the power of the world. Before Song Jianqiang left with Song Jisin and the maidservant GQ, he specifically asked Prince Song Jisin to go to the steps of the covered bridge to offer incense. The people who offered the incense were the descendants of the Song clan who had died tragically. The old supervisor, Song Yuzhang, was personally in charge of this matter. It was equivalent to knowing the bloody inside story of the Song clan. In the end, the empress, who was more powerful than anyone else in giving birth to sons, ordered Wang Yifu, the retainer of the fallen general of the Lu family, to chop off Song Yuzhang's head, put it in a box and send it to the capital of Dali. After Song Yuzhang was killed, he became the mountain god of Luapa Mountain as a heroic spirit. It was hard to say whether it was Emperor Dali's compensation for this meritorious minister or another form of punishment. After all, Song Yuzhang had touched the old emperor's bottom line in one thing. That was, he dared to have feelings for Song Jisin. And Song Jisin did indeed have mixed feelings for Song Yuzhang. As the illegitimate son of the supervisor, Song Jisin, who had lived a carefree life in Mud Bottle Alley, did indeed regard Song Yuzhang as his biological father in those leisurely years. Deep in his heart, he was both resentful and admiring. For some reason, he thought of the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City. Actually, Zheng Dafeng missed it a little. Humans, when it came to serious good things, they often didn't think much about it. The past was the past. Instead, it was the sad things that weren't all bad things that they couldn't forget. Zheng Dafeng leaned back and used his hands as a pillow. He closed his eyes and muttered, Is it so difficult to not think of yourself as a superior person and not treat others as fools? The world is strange. Ruan Xiao returned to the Dragon Spring Sword sect. She had an appointment with Pei Qian and Zhou Mili to meet at the shop in Dragon Rider Alley. Today the three of them sat at the entrance of the shop to bask in the sun. Ruan Xiao realized that Mili seemed to be avoiding her. She wasn't as fluent as before when she told the story of the North Continent. Ruan Xiao looked again and roughly understood the situation. Anyway, it was related to the Jade Liquid River God residence. Ruan Xiao wasn't curious about the specifics and couldn't be bothered to ask. Since Mili didn't want to say it herself, why would she make things difficult for a little girl? Ruan Xiao just ate the peach blossom cake. She didn't need to spend money. To be honest, she was the first acting shopkeeper of the two shops. Pei Qian said, "Sister Xiao, I went on a long trip this time. I traveled a long way." Ruan Xiao smiled and said, "That's amazing." Pei Qian nodded vigorously. "Amazing, amazing. Even I have to admire myself." Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and asked softly, "Sister Xiao, did you travel a long way too?" Ruan Xiao thought for a moment and said casually, "The sky and the earth, the lakes and the seas, the mountains and the ancient abyss. There's nowhere I can't go. Wherever the sun shines, there are footprints. Wherever the light of the fire shines, it's the territory." Zhou Mili hurriedly raised her two palms. They didn't fit, but they were very fast. "Wow, Sister Xiao, you're the best. Sister Xiao, you must have changed your shoes a lot." Ruan Xiao smiled. "It's all right." Zhou Mili racked her brains to finish the story and went to the straw shop next door to chat with Jiu. Pei Qian told her not to talk about what happened in Red Candle Town. Zhou Mili had actually forgotten about it, but after Pei Qian said that, she talked about it in her sleep. She was so worried that she couldn't eat well recently. Even eating melon seeds couldn't fill her stomach. So when she saw Sister Xiao today, she felt awkward. Ruan Xiao stood up and said, "Let's go." Pei Qian also stood up. "Sister Xiao, don't go to the Jade Liquid River." Ruan Xiao smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. "Liking you and liking little Mili's story is one thing. How to be a person is up to me." The next moment, Pei Qian stomped his feet anxiously and scratched his head. What should he do? Fortunately, Zhu Lian came and said to Pei Qian, "It's okay." Pei Qian smiled. "Old chef, why are you addicted to appearing and disappearing mysteriously?" Zhu Lian walked into the shop. Pei Qian followed behind and said with a smile, "We're family 20% off." Zhu Lian said with a smile, "I actually know how to make some pastries. Among them, the golden ball of jujube paste cake is a little famous. I figured it out." Pei Qian said doubtfully, "Is it the jujube paste cake that was extremely expensive in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom?" Zhu Lian put his hands behind his back and looked at the various pastries in the shop. He nodded. "You didn't expect it, right?" Pei Qian praised, "Old chef, you really have the life of a chef. It's a pity that you don't look good. Otherwise, even if you're old, you still can't be a bachelor." Zhu Lian nodded. Ro had a strange expression. Ruan Xiao traveled to the Jade Liquid River with the wind. After hesitating for a while, she unwillingly used a camouflage. As soon as she entered the Jade Liquid River, the river water instantly boiled, as if the sun had fallen to the bottom of the river and was being cooked by fire. The heavenly might was vast and mighty. Ruan Xiao walked into the main hall of the water residence. The water goddess who had been repairing her golden body by relying on the water was already kneeling on the ground. She did not even know the reason why she could not control herself when she saw this woman and only wanted to die quickly. Ruan Xiao walked past the so-called water goddess who was kneeling on the ground and trembling all over. She stepped up the stairs and turned to sit on the main seat of the main hall. Her posture was slightly tilted as she supported her chin with one hand and stared into the distance. "642. When Zhu Lian arrived at the New Year's shop, he complained that the shop had not opened for a long time. The stove had become a decoration, so he asked Pei Qian to buy some vegetables, saying that he wanted to cook a meal. Pei Qian was worried about Sister Xiao, who had gone to the Jade Liquid River. He was unwilling to move and wanted to wait for Sister Xiao to come back. He said that the straw head shop next door was open every day. They could just go there for a meal. Sister Jiao'er's cooking was still good. The entire Dragon Rider Alley could smell the fragrance of food. Zhu Lian did not agree, saying that each shop had its own feng shui. They could freeload off the food, but they could not bring back the feng shui. Where would the feng shui come from? It was nothing more than food in daily life. There would be smoke from the kitchen chimneys, and there would be bedding to dry under the sun. It would be best if there was some sound of studying. Just the sound of an abacus would not do. Pei Qian had no choice. Old Chef had a lot of rules and was particular about strange things. He couldn't argue with him. Pei Qian had to take the right guardian, Xiao Mili, and planned to go to a shop not far away to buy some game and vegetables. Shi Ro was ashamed and afraid. She always felt that Zhu Lian was beating her, despising her for being neither human nor ghost. She couldn't help Luopa Mountain make a lot of money and also ruin the shop's feng shui. Shi Ro secretly took out her private money and gave it to Pei Qian. At that time, Pei Qian said that it was more appropriate to record it on the shop's account. Before Shi Ro could take back the money bag, Pei Qian put the bag of copper coins into his sleeve. He stomped his feet and complained, "Sister Shi Ro, you are really treating me like an outsider. Don't do it again." Then he took Zhou Mili and roared away, disappearing in an instant. The small town had now become the county seat of Huaihuang County. There were many shops in the streets and alleys, and many shops had begun to sell antiques. Most of them were from Oxhorn Mountain and Shu Zhai did not care for them. However, as long as they sold one, they could easily buy a house in the new county city with a few divine coins. In fact, the straw shop in Riding Dragon Alley was now quite famous. The items placed in the shop were not expensive, but at least they were real. It was just that they were a little expensive. Therefore, not many people bought them, but many people looked at them. This was because there was an endless stream of Dali students who came here to pay their respects to Old Porcelain Mountain and the civil and martial temples in the Immortal Tomb. They also traveled to the many immortal mountains in the west. They went to Padding Cloud Mountain and paid a visit to Linlu Academy. As for those cultivators who took the Immortal Ferry and went down the mountain at Oxhorn Mountain, they were nothing more than scholars who came here to enjoy the scenery. There were peach trees in Peach Leaf Alley, Iron Lock Well near Apricot Blossom Alley, Riding Dragon Alley's New Year shop selling pastries and preserved fruits, straw shop that seemed to sell sundries but actually had a touch of immortal chi, and the new school opened by Madame Chen at Dragontail Creek. People came and went. The small town was bustling with activity. Julien went to the kitchen. There was no water in the water tank, so he found a shoulder pole and carried 2 buckets on his shoulders. Now that he was drawing water, the Iron Lock Well could no longer be used. It was cordoned off. The Dali Imperial Court had dug a few new wells in the town to prevent the people from having trouble drinking water. However, the aged local elders always complained that the water tasted wrong and was not as sweet as the water from the Iron Lock Well. Life had to be lived and water had to be drunk, but it did not stop them from nagging. It was just like the old locust tree that provided shade and shade. The old people were heartbroken, but now the group of grandchildren with snot on their faces and wearing open crotch pants were also very happy and worry-free, weren't they? The shop was suddenly empty. Shi Ro sat alone behind the counter. She was not used to it. She thought about what kind of food Pei Qian would buy home. Then she thought about the scene of Zhu Lian wearing an apron and cooking with a spatula in his hand. Shi Ro could not help but want to laugh. She glanced at the afterglow of dusk outside the door. She also seemed to walk slowly back home. After a busy day, she went home to rest. Next door was also a straw shop under the name of Luopa Mountain. Compared to his own shop, which seemed to have a thicker and more trivial account book, it was actually much, much better. Casually selling one item was comparable to the New Year shop for many years. The blind old Taoist, Jia Cheng, did not like to show his face in public now. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He handed the shop business to 2 disciples, the lame young man Zhao Denggao who did not smile and the clever Tianjiao. Old Taoist Jia spent half a year cultivating at the Yellow Lake Mountain, which was the latest vassal of Luopa Mountain. He did not care about the affairs of the world. Most cultivators were like this. Ordinary people spent half their lives in bed. Qi cultivators spent most of their lives cultivating quietly. They were far away from the human world and cut off from the mortal world. The so-called experience of going down the mountain was just to improve the hearts of others and their own Tao heart. According to what Zhu Lian casually said to Pei Qian in the past, cultivating in the dojo on the mountain was nothing more than using one's Tao heart to explore the heart of heaven. One could achieve something, but it was extremely difficult to achieve great success. That was why they took the initiative to walk into the mortal world. According to Zhu Lian, the immortals on the mountain who were far away from the human world and were used to the mountain wind and pine nuts falling from the sky had a temperament like this. They did not know. If one only talked about the size of one's fist, the level of one's realm, and the long-term path of one's heart, one's hundreds of years on the mountain might not be as far as the short lives of ordinary people at the foot of the mountain. Whether the path of one's heart was long or not, one had to interact with more people. After all, there were few people on the mountain. Shi Ro felt that these words did not make sense, but when she thought about it carefully, it made some sense. As for that young mountain chieftain of his, he was a little different. He had never been idle. Instead, he had left such a huge family business to manage and was always a hands-off shopkeeper. The amount of time he spent traveling in the outside world was far more than the amount of time he spent on cultivating and enjoying life on his own mountain. It was said that Qin Lingjun had performed great meritorious deeds for the mountain with great water luck to become his possession. Luapa Mountain and Yellow Lake Mountain had exchanged money and deeds. The provincial governor's estate, the imperial court's Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Revenue had all recorded it down. As a result, Yellow Lake Mountain had silently become the young mountain lord's property. Shi Ro was not particularly close to old Taoist Jia, who was completely focused on the mountain. She always found him to be a little too unscrupulous. The feng shui of Yellow Lake Mountain was anything but simple. Was it something that Yu Jiasheng could covet? Before and after he became an honorary guest of Luapa Mountain, old Taoist Jia had only been two people. Before, he had been extremely polite to Shi Ro, visiting her every now and then. Even when he had nothing to talk about, he would sit there for a long time, beating around the bush to get close to her, which made even Shi Ro's head hurt. After the three of them became honorary guests, old Taoist Jia stopped coming to the shop. Shi Ro understood that he was putting on airs in front of her. He wanted her to take the initiative to sit next door and say a few words of praise, but Shi Ro refused. In the past she had been busy worrying about everything, so she did not think too much about it. Before she knew it, she had spent so many years of peace and stability. Finally, Shi Ro had developed a lot of lingering feelings. The young hill lord was really shrewd when it came to buying mountains. He had always made a lot of money, and he was the kind of person who kept his head down and did not show off. A poor young man from Mud Bottle Alley who had never studied for a day actually did not have the slightest intention of showing off after he made a fortune. It was really rare. However, to say that the hill lord was stingy and stingy was absolutely wrong. Even on Shi Ro's side, which could not be counted as any merit, he was extremely generous. Those mountains were all bought by the young hill lord at a very low price. Not only that, there were ready-made immortal mansions in Yellow Lake Mountain, which were all handed over to the Hall of Ancestral Masters of Luapa Mountain. It was the same in Cinnabar Mountain. There was even a ready-made ferry on Oxhorn Mountain. Even the immortal shops that were built with a lot of immortal money also fell into Luapa Mountain's pocket. Julien returned with water. As soon as he arrived, Pei Qian and Zhou Mili, each with a bamboo basket, also arrived. Zhou Mili helped to start the fire and puffed up her cheeks to deal with the blowtorch. Pei Qian was picking vegetables while teasing little Mili, telling her to take it easy and be careful not to blow the entire stove away. Little Mili laughed and sucked a lot of ashes into her mouth. Pei Qian held his stomach and laughed. Zhou Mili also laughed and said that she was almost full. Old Chef wore an apron and used the well water to carefully clean the chopping board. He had already sharpened his kitchen knife and was ready to show off his skills. Shi Ro wanted to help but could not. Standing at the kitchen door, she seemed a little redundant. It was not good for her to leave, so she just stood at the door like a door god. In fact, Shi Ro did not feel embarrassed. Anyway, she had always been like this. She looked at the lively atmosphere in the kitchen. It was just the end of the year, but there was already a festive atmosphere. Julien cut the vegetables with his knife smoothly and pleasing to the eye. Pei Qian stood at the side and praised, "Good knife skills. Old chef, why don't you use your knife to fight the enemy?" Julien did not raise his head and said with a smile, "Kitchen knife? If I have to carry a weapon, wouldn't it be better to travel with a sword?" Pei Qian said helplessly, "I'm curious. Old chef, you must not have been handsome when you were young. Why do you have so many flowery ideas?" Julien said, "It's because I'm not handsome that I have to be fastidious. Otherwise, if I have nothing to lose, wouldn't it be even more difficult to find a wife?" Pei Qian said, "Then did you find one? In that Jianghu, we are too far apart in terms of seniority. You are not famous, so I don't know much about your Jianghu deeds." Julien said casually, "Jin Tuan or Jujube paste cake. Didn't you hear about it when you were in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom?" Pei Qian immediately stared and said softly, "The walls have ears. You are an old man in Jianghu. How can you be so careless? Previously, when I said something about the capital of some country, I regretted it so much. It was already wrong for you not to correct me at that time. Why are you still doing it now?" Julien nodded and said with a smile, "It makes sense. I will pay attention in the future." Pei Qian asked, "I wonder if Master Zhong and Chao Muda dare to come back this year?" Julien shook his head and said, "It's difficult. When a scholar goes to the Hassa continent, it's similar to when a woman goes to the shops at the foot of Elk Cliff. There's plenty to see." Pei Qian asked again, "Then who will write the couplets this year?" "Master's Ancestral House, Luapa Mountain, Jisei Peak's Ancestral Hall, Bamboo House, those houses and so many other mountains. It will take a lot to write." Julien smiled and said, "If you are too busy, Brother Dafeng and I can help." Pei Qian frowned and said, "Old chef, if you help, I can reluctantly agree. But can Jing Dafeng's writing be readable? I'm afraid that his writing is too evil. The mountain spirits and ghosts will be too scared to enter, but don't scare away all the fortune and fortune." Julien said, "Brother Dafeng is actually very good. Other than playing chess, his writing is very good." However, Julien suddenly said, "Forget it. I won't let Brother Dafeng help." Pei Qian laughed. Zhou Mili, who was sitting on a small stool beside the stove, was holding the bamboo fire blower with a puzzled expression. Pei Qian sat at the side eating melon seeds and explained softly, "When praising someone for being good on the inside, it's actually scolding them for being ugly." Zhou Mili looked at old chef and then at Sher Ro. She thought of Jing Dafeng's appearance and grinned. At Luapa Mountain, it seemed that only Wei Shanjuan's appearance was worthy of the mountain's scenery. Julien asked Sher Ro to cook 2 dishes. Sher Ro wanted to refuse, but she did not dare. Julien gathered his apron and sat by the kitchen's threshold. Pei Qian finished eating melon seeds and began counting with his fingers. "My master Wei Shanjun, the big white goose, Zhou Fei. Actually, there are many good-looking people on Luapa Mountain." Zhou Mili covered her mouth with her hand and whispered in Pei Qian's ear, "The mountain sects can make money. He said that the easiest way to make money in the world is to make money from the fairies." Pei Qian pulled Zhou Mili's ear. "What are you thinking? Can my master earn this kind of money?" Zhou Mili changed her words. "No, absolutely not." Pei Qian let go of his hand and said with a smile, "But you can make the big white goose, Wei Shanjun and Zhou Fei sell their bodies to earn this money. Maybe you can really make money." Zhou Mili hurriedly flipped through a book and copied it. Pei Qian nodded. "Okay, I'll record your contribution in the account book." Julien was gloating. "It's possible now. You can talk about it in the next meeting at the Ancestral Hall." Pei Qian sent a voice transmission and said to Old Chef, "At the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I saw a jade unpolished realm sword immortal called Miyu. He looks okay, but he's a little silly. Look at his state of mind, he's full of flowers. He's so fickle, I'm dying of laughter. If he provokes us, Master and the big white goose haven't even made a move, that Miyu almost suffered a sword strike from eldest martial uncle. Actually, he can make up for his mistakes by coming to our Luopa Mountain to be the chief servant disciple of the outer sect. Together with the big white goose and the rest, he can make up for it by helping Luopa Mountain earn enough money and then go home." Julien nodded. "Our Luopa Mountain needs a sword immortal to hold the fort, even if it's just for show." Then Julien suddenly laughed and did not explain the reason to Pei Qian and Xiaomi. Cui Dongshan was in the upper 5 realms. Brother Wei Pai was in the upper 5 realms, Lord Beiyu. Worshipper Zhou Fei or Jiang Shangjin was in the immortal realm, the current sect master of the Jade Tablet sect. If there was a jade unpolished realm sword immortal called Miyu, the 4 of them did not care about their pride anyway. None of them would feel awkward about earning money from immortals like catoptric deflection. Julien leaned back and glanced at the old Spring Festival couplets in the main building. They had been hanging there for a year and had silently protected the courtyard for a year. Soon they would be replaced. Julien said, "The Spring Festival couplets are different in my hometown. There are 2 invitations. During the Spring Festival couplets are placed on the beams. It's the same in young master's hometown. It's just that my hometown still has an invitation. On the day before the 2nd day of the 2nd month, invite the Spring Festival couplets down from the beam. That is to invite the Spring Festival couplets down and into the furnace. That would be considered a success. According to the old saying, these Spring Festival couplets are another type of incense for the various deities. Then they would have to write another Spring Festival couplet to protect the feng shui of each household. Also, the feng shui of each household has to be pasted inside the house and not at the entrance. After the feng shui reaches the entrance, it's still not considered as entering the door. Some families have accumulated good karma from their ancestors and their family style is pure and honest, so naturally they can keep the feng shui." Pei Qian rolled his eyes. "I've been wandering the pugilistic world since I was young. The world is my home. What do I know?" At this point, Pei Qian whispered to Zhou Mili, "Actually, we don't even have a place to stay. Zhou nodded vigorously. It's all the same. Wandering. The word wandering is used well. It's to your liking. I'm also a pugilistic person. I also like to wander around Mute Lake. Zhou raised her hands and gestured as she swam around. Pei Qian liked to chat with Zhou. He was not afraid of embarrassing himself by talking about his childhood. That was because little Mealy did not know the difference between glory and poverty. Pei Qian pressed down on little Mealy's head and swung it around. The black-clothed girl was very cooperative. Zhu said, "The punch isn't heavy." Pei Qian asked, "Is there a saying?" Zhu smiled. "Do you think I was heavy on the Jade Nectar River's water goddess?" Pei Qian nodded. "Not really." Zhu asked again, "Then why did you punch?" Pei Qian thought for a moment and answered, "To be reasonable. To earn money to save her." No one understood Sister Xiuxiu but Pei Qian did. Zhu asked again, "Where's the source of the trouble?" Pei Qian answered, "As a water goddess she's in the pugilistic world. She doesn't care about the morals of the pugilistic world at all. She's focused on befriending heroes and immortals. She does what she does but she doesn't care at all." Zhu nodded. "Very good. You can go out and roam the pugilistic world alone." Pei Qian rolled his eyes. "Without Master's permission I won't leave the mountain." Zhou nodded. "The pugilistic world outside is fierce." Then the dishes were served. It wasn't too sumptuous but there was plenty of rice. When Pei Qian was at the table the main seat had to be empty. Every time there was a festival, bowls and chopsticks would be placed. Today when the four of them were eating together, just as they were about to put down their chopsticks, Ruanxiu walked from the front hall of the shop to the backyard. She stood by the door and said, "It's time to eat." Pei Qian stood up and said, "Ha, you came at the right time. Sister Xiuxiu, let's eat together. I'll sit with you." Ruanxiu smiled. "Sure." Ro hurriedly stood up, took the bowl and chopsticks and went to sit with Zhou. Zhou scooped a big bowl of rice for Ruanxiu. She pressed it firmly with a spoon and brought it to Ruanxiu's table. Ruanxiu patted the girl's head, sat down and picked up her chopsticks. Seeing that no one had any intention of eating, she smiled. "Let's eat." Pei Qian wanted to say something but hesitated. He glanced at the front hall of the shop. On the other side came the Jade Liquid River Water Goddess, whose golden body was unstable, and whose body was thin in water fate. Ruanxiu said, "If you dislike that guy, I'll let her go back to the Jade Liquid River Manor first? Or go kneel at the entrance of Luopa Mountain?" Pei Qian shook his head vigorously. "No need, no need." Zhu also smiled. Let's eat first." Ancestral Mountain Luopa Mountain, where the ancestral hall was located, Luopa Mountain's Jisei Peak. Located in the easternmost part of the mountains, Jinzhu Mountain had never been moved because it was too small. Treasure Tree Mountain, Rainbow Cloud Peak and Immortal Grass Mountain were rented to the Dragon Spring Sword sect for 300 years. The closest to Luopa Mountain was Empty Gray Mist in the north, Oxhorn Mountain with Immortal Fairy, Cinnabar Mountain, Chelabak and Azure Dawn Peak. The westernmost part of the mountains was the Sword Prayer Platform, and the newly acquired Yellow Lake Mountain. Luopa Mountain actually already had a total of 11 vassal mountains. Luopa Mountain, some tall trees attracted the wind. In particular, the Sioux family of Clearwind City had new grievances with Luopa Mountain, both old and new. After all, Clearwind City had drawn a clear line with Dali in the past due to their lack of understanding of the situation, selling off Cinnabar Mountain. They did not care about the price at all, so it ended up in the hands of Luopa Mountain. Before the marriage alliance with the Yuan family of the Pillar State, Clearwind City could not care less about this. However, once the situation stabilized, they began to scratch their heads. After all, a Cinnabar Mountain was not some kind of dispensable benefit. They were even more worried that Cinnabar Mountain would become a thorn in the young emperor's heart, so they wanted to take it back very much. As a result, the Sioux family had contacted the new provincial governor of the Dragon Province, Wei Li, as well as the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. The feudal officials of the local government and the noble officials of the central government all visited Luopa Mountain one after another. Unfortunately, they were all turned down by Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian was extremely polite to the new provincial governor of Huangting Kingdom, Wei Li, who had once been a provincial governor of Huangting Kingdom, when he took the initiative to visit Luopa Mountain. However, he was not so friendly with the official from the Ministry of Rights who had come to Luopa Mountain to discuss matters through the ritual. After all, Wei Li was only going by the book. He did not take sides with the matter of Cinnabar Mountain. Even if it was for the sake of his reputation, All he needed to do was get the provincial governor to come up the mountain. Even if the etiquette was sufficient, Wei Li still paid a personal visit. On the other hand, it was the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Rights who did not hold a high position and put on quite the airs. He was only an assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, a subordinate official of a ministry. As soon as he arrived on Luopa Mountain, he said he wanted to take a look at the ancestral Hall of Clarity Peak, so Zhu Lian did not give him any face. Because of this, Zheng Dafeng made fun of Wei Pai for an entire month, utterly disgusting Wei Pai. In a fit of anger, Wei Pai wanted the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Rights to move his position. Did he really think the mountain lord of a province had no connections at all? However, Zhu Lian dissuaded him, saying it was a good thing to have an idiot like him as an opponent. He needed to be nurtured properly. In fact, the brave but timid foreign sword cultivator Cui Wei was at the bottleneck of the Aura's core realm. Logically speaking, Cui Wei could also challenge the Jade Liquid River. However, Zhu Lian felt that it was a pity to use such a useful talent too early. The Su family of Clear Breeze City was not enough to make Luopa Mountain flustered. In the future, when Cui Wei drew his sword, he needed to be at the bottleneck of the nascent Soul Realm, or even at the pure Jade Realm. He had to succeed in one strike and make his opponent die without knowing the reason. Cui Wei had already quietly returned. Of course, there was a prerequisite. Cui Wei had to truly acknowledge Luopa Mountain. As for what the little girl Yuan Bao said, what was her biggest mistake? Her mistake was that she underestimated the human heart and spirit. A true pillar of a mountain, a cornerstone in troubled times, valued life and death, but could also forget life and death. What was the right thing to do? The right thing to do was that the little girl did not know herself. If she did not treat Luopa Mountain as her own mountain, she would not have said those words and would not have thought of those things. Zhu Lian knew the human heart very well. As long as Zhu Lian was in charge of Luopa Mountain, Mountain Lord Qin Pingan could travel without worry and not be afraid of returning late. Over at the front hall of the shop, the water god of Jade Liquid River stood in place in fear and uneasiness. The water manor did apologize, but she did not personally go to Luopa Mountain. Instead, it was the second in command of the water manor who gave Luopa Mountain a treasure of the water manor. She felt that this was enough sincerity. As for the old man who said that he gave her a life-saving method, she did not take it seriously at all. Not only that, she had already written a secret memorial that could reach the hands of the Minister of Rights. There was a water monster in Luopa Mountain who came from the imperial river of Huangting country. He actually publicly took out a Dragon King basket in an attempt to suppress the Jade Liquid River Temple and intimidate the people. It almost led to the tragic death of the people in the temple. The steward of Luopa Mountain, Zhu Lian, was even more rude and unreasonable when they met. He directly punched and seriously injured a river god who had meritorious service. In fact, before sending out the memorial, the water god of Chongdan River had advised her to endure for a while and calm the waves. For the water god it was most appropriate. However, how could she listen to him? Moreover, she had never really taken a liking to her colleague from Chongdan River, who was born as a spirit and had suddenly obtained a divine position. As for some roundabout inside stories, he was even more of an outsider. Ruan Xiao came from the Dragon Spring Sword sect and was the only daughter of Saint Ruan Tong. However, Ruan Tong was famous for following the rules. Was he really willing to wrestle with the entire Dali Mountains and Rivers law for such a thing? When an accident happened, everything made sense. When she was detained in this small town, Dragon Riding Alley, the water god of Jade Liquid River wanted to cry but had no tears. It was better to die than to live. The people at the table were like a family eating a home-cooked meal. This water god was like holding a bowl of rice and it was an empty bowl. She did not even give the rice to eat. After eating, other than Shuro cleaning up the table, everyone else walked to the shop. Ruan Xiao was choosing pastries. Pei Qian brought Zhou Mili to stand behind the counter and stood on a small stool together. Otherwise, Zhou Mili was too short and could not even see her brain. Zhu Lian sat on a long stool and said with a smile, "In a fight in the streets, how much pain would it be to hit someone with a punch? In a battle with that immortal who would be hit by a Dharma treasure." Actually, the logic is the same. If you really want to argue, there is no difference in the size of the logic. Madam Water God, do you understand? The Water God nodded. She pretended to understand when she didn't. Even if she understood, she didn't recognize it. However, the situation was forced. What else could she do? If Zhou Mili wasn't a disciple of Luopa Mountain, if Luopa Mountain didn't have that Shi to help you teach me a lesson, how would this happen? In the end, both sides were on the same side. They were using their strength to suppress others. Ruan Xiao, who had her back facing everyone, frowned. Julien smiled and said, Pei Qian, bring Xiaomi to the back. Pei Qian nodded and patted Xiaomi's head. The water god immediately knelt on the ground and faced the counter. I know I'm wrong. Pei Qian scratched his head and said helplessly, why is it so difficult? Isn't it just a sincere apology? Is it that difficult? Why do you think that you have enough etiquette and superficial skills? Is everything enough? Then Pei Qian leaned on the table. I don't like this. Originally it was such a simple matter. Wouldn't it be fine if the water god residence official apologized to Xiaomi? In the end, be it the old woman or the officials, they were so scheming. It's fine if they don't admit their mistakes, but all of them have evil intentions. They're like a bunch of black seaweed scaring people. What are they doing? Julien smiled and said, You're wrong. This is really the most difficult part for us. If others see and hear this, they will think that we are unforgiving and making a mountain out of a molehill. And what makes you even angrier is that the compassion of these people is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it's the bottom line of the world. Pei Qian's head hurt when he heard this. He said unhappily, but we can't just blow up like this. If we kill a water god, how will outsiders view our Luopa mountain? You already said that outsiders will help the Jade Liquid River. Besides, I also feel that even if this water god says that she won't admit her mistake, they won't beat her to death. If Master is here, how should we deal with it? Julien thought for a moment and said, Young Master can probably help smooth out the entire Jade Liquid River water god residence from top to bottom, from inside to outside. Right and wrong, not a little more, not a little less. However, there were some things that Julien did not want to tell Pei Qian. For example, it involved the Su family of Clear Wind City, Xingyang Mountain, and some other insider information. Zhou Mili, who was in a daze, had already quietly bent her knees and secretly hid her head behind the counter. I don't know anything. I'm not in the shop. None of you can see me. Julien was not in a hurry. All of this could also help Pei Qian cultivate his heart. Otherwise, Julien would have followed Miss Ruan's instructions. Just like what Pei Qian knew in his heart, the real enemy of the Jade Liquid River water god residence was actually Pei Qian's sister Xiuxiu. It could be to directly destroy the water god's golden body, or to refine the entire Jade Liquid River, leaving only the water god alive. Don't you like to think that small matters are not a problem? Then you can use your own reasoning to talk to the Dali Imperial Court. Changing to a more dedicated and responsible river god for the current Dali Imperial Court, wouldn't it be simple? As for some possibilities, ordinary people would not think about it. For example, the little spirit being kidnapped and a mountain being destroyed. Anyway, as long as nothing happened, it was not reasonable. It was difficult to have the best of both worlds. Pei Qian asked tentatively, Old chef, why don't we forget about it? I don't understand. When Master returns home, I'll ask Master again. Julien smiled and nodded, looking at Ruan Xiao. Ruan Xiao picked up a peach blossom cake and put it in her mouth. She turned her head and said vaguely, I'm fine with anything. Ruan Xiao looked at the water god who was kneeling on the ground. Why aren't you leaving? The water god left in a hurry. She hated the Su family's guardian of Clear Wind City, and hated the subordinate who caused trouble even more. As for Luopa Mountain, she did not dare to hate at all. As for that Ruan Xiao, she did not even dare to think about it. Julien said to Pei Qian, the matter of cultivation is not to be unreasonable, but to be more reasonable. If it is within your power, help the weak to reason clearly. This has to do with cultivation. If the realm is high enough, the fist is the reason. There is a world of difference between the two. Then Julien smiled again, just take it slow. Everyone's good deeds may be big or small, but a good heart is just a good heart. There is no difference. Ruan Xiao continued to choose the pastries and said, it's actually not that complicated. Pei Qian asked, Sister Xiuxiu, what do you mean? Ruan Xiao said, cultivate well. Julien was relieved. He was really afraid that this Miss Ruan would say some shocking, pure reason. Ruan Xiao picked up a pastry and said with a smile, fresh pastries are indeed delicious. Pei Qian was a little worried, I cultivate like a turtle crawling. Zhou Mili poked her head out and said, actually turtles swim and run ashore. They are very, very fast. At the Mute Lake I chased them many times. Pei Qian reached out and pressed Zhou Mili's head. What's going on? Zhou Mili shook her head and suddenly thought of a small question that she often thought of but forgot. Why do people like to bully others? Julien laughed involuntarily. This question was really not easy to answer. Ruan Xiao said, when people are hungry they eat everything. Zhou Mili laughed, Sister Xiu is still the best. You only like to eat pastries. Zhu Lian did not speak. Pei Qian blinked. Wan Xiu smiled. A master and a servant girl, 2 riding horses in the snowy south. Their destination was the southernmost old dragon city of the Aquarius continent. But the 2 horses took many detours. They traveled through Clear Breeze City, Sioux family's fox country, and also passed through Stonehair country and went to Book Slip Lake. The young man sat on the horse's back and was dozing off. The servant girl's horse only dared to follow behind, and did not dare to ride side by side with the man. Song Jisun from Clay Bottle Alley had a servant girl following him. Ma Ku Xian from Apricot Blossom Alley also followed suit. He took in a servant girl and named her Shu Dian. The servant girl behind him, Shu Dian, probably would not think that the real reason why she was able to survive was because of this. On the road to the south there were no more sneak attacks. Because those who were willing to stand up for her were all dead. The world of the Aquarius continent gradually stabilized from chaos. But on this road, because Ma Ku Xian did not take the immortal ferry boat and only rode on horseback, he did not like to walk on the main road. So it was inevitable that he would meet all kinds of existences. There were mountain and swamp cultivators who did not know where to go, demons and ghosts. There were also mountain and swamp cultivators who were afraid of being marked as obscene shrines. There were also mountain and swamp cultivators who would cry and shout for no reason. There were also descendants of old kings who suddenly gained power and had hopes of rising from the noble families to the rich families. They were arrogant and would always say that they were Dali. Ma Ku Xian never hesitated when killing people. He did it based on his preferences. If he did not like those with high cultivation, he would kill them. If his cultivation was low, he would also kill those who were not cultivators. If they bumped into Ma Ku Xian, he would also kill them. But Shu Dian still did not know why this heaven-blessed person with a strong killing intent was able to eat and sleep in the open. When he was in a good mood, he could chat for a long time with the mountain woodcutter and the farmer. Not long ago, in the Stonehair country, Ma Ku Xian killed a group of rich and powerful young masters who were climbing the mountain to enjoy the snow. They saw the beautiful Shu Dian and also saw Ma Ku Xian and the servant girl who were leading the horses. They should not be immortal cultivators. They mistakenly thought that Ma Ku Xian was from a wealthy family in the Stonehair country. Which one of them did not come from an influential family in the capital? Thus they had crooked thoughts. The Stonehair country had been through a real war. It was normal for ordinary people to have a little accident when they went out. Ma Ku Xian flipped onto the horse and gave Shu Dian 2 choices. She could either take off her clothes and be humiliated by others, or she could show a bit of the demeanor of an immortal cultivator and kill the group of rich and powerful young masters. Shu Dian's face was pale, even paler than the snow. Ma Ku Xian was not very patient. He flicked his finger and hit one of the rich and powerful young masters off the cliff. His body flew like a bird, but his cry was a bit miserable. The rest of the young masters followed one by one. They climbed the mountain together and fell to their deaths together. During this time, the local god hurriedly came out to stop them and begged for mercy on behalf of the rich and powerful young masters. However, he was also slapped by Ma Ku Xian and his golden body was smashed into pieces. Some of the heaven and earth's chi came back and got close to Ma Ku Xian before it dispersed. In the end, Shu Dian's cultivation was restrained by Ma Ku Xian. Her hands were tied with ropes and she was dragged behind the horse all the way down the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Ma Ku Xian removed the technique. Shu Dian was a cultivator after all. She was not badly mutilated, but she was battered and exhausted. She sat in the snow blankly. Ma Ku Xian seemed to have forgotten about this servant girl and rode away alone. Shu Dian hesitated for a long time. In the end, she still rode the horse and followed Ma Ku Xian in the snow. At that time, Ma Ku Xian only smiled and said one sentence. It is true that I killed indiscriminately. However, if I killed innocents, I was wronged. At that time, Shu Dian did not know where she got the courage to cry and shout, "You killed so many people. Most of them did not deserve to die." Ma Ku Xian smiled and said, "Those who died innocents were not as lucky as you. Not only are they alive, but they can also speak so loudly." In the end, Ma Ku Xian looked up at the sky and smiled, "The heavens and earth should thank me for killing people like this." Shu Dian sat on the back of the horse dejectedly. She was mentally and physically exhausted. She sobbed and murmured, "You are a madman, a madman." Ma Ku Xian yawned and continued to rush forward in languid. Shu Dian silently told herself that she could not die. She definitely could not die. She had to see this madman with her own eyes. People like Ma Ku Xian would definitely be punished by the heavens. Then she realized that this madman seemed to be in a good mood. In fact, after passing by the book-slip lake, Ma Kuxian smiled more. Ma Kuxuan was still in the mood to leisurely go to one of the mountain peaks as a guest. He sat in the host's seat and asked a few questions, which made him even happier. The guy from Mud Bottle Alley had been here for almost 3 years. It seemed that he was not happy. Ma Kuxian was very happy. Ma Kuxian grabbed a snowball and turned around. He threw it at Shu Dian's head. She did not dare to dodge. The snowball exploded and snow flew everywhere, blocking her sight. Stretching his waist, Ma Kuxuan smiled. I've never had a snowball fight with anyone in the town. Well, that's not right. I've always been hit by snowballs for no reason. I'm happy to see them happy. When she thought of the small town and the Pearl Grotto heaven, Shu Dian felt cold all over. Everything that happened today was the result of that trip. Ma Kuxian waved his hand and signaled her to follow. Ma Kuxian said, the Pearl Grotto heaven opens every 60 years. You guys are the last candidates. Don't you have any thoughts? Ma Kuxian said, I don't think so. I just go with the flow and never think about going ashore. Shu Dian said, I did think about it. Ma Kuxian turned around and smiled. Oh? You still have a brain? Shu Dian said, since your heart is higher than the sky, what's the point of humiliating me? Ma Kuxian was too lazy to answer this question. He only asked, do you remember the people who entered the Pearl Grotto heaven before you? Shu Dian was silent. Ma Kuxuan stretched out his hands and began to grab the snowball again. Then he said to himself, the Imperial Court of Greatly opened its doors for the last time to welcome guests. Those who arrived at the small town first and those who entered the heavenly abode of Li Pearl first were not ordinary people. Those who arrived later were also carefully selected by the late emperor of the Song clan and Xiaohu. They are not useless. Of course, except for you. Speaking of which, you are a complete piece of trash. However, the ocean-tide iron cavalry that was implicated by you was originally of some use to the Great Li. Ma Kuxian shook his head. It's a pity that they met me. Shu Dian cried, it was you who said that you should take responsibility for your own actions. You were the one who made a mistake first. You deliberately attacked me and delayed my cultivation. Even if I made a big mistake, why didn't you just kill me? Why did you kill so many people? Ma Kuxian had already turned to think about his own matters. After a while, he turned around and asked, what did you say just now? Shu Dian was silent again. Ma Kuxian did not care. If her Taoist heart was completely broken, it would not be fun. Ma Kuxian suddenly asked, why don't I take in a disciple who will definitely like you in the future and let him avenge you? Shu Dian was stunned. Ma Kuxian was in high spirits. He felt that this seemed to be interesting. What do you think? I promise that I will not kill him before he kills me. After that, I will not kill you. Just watch the show. I only want to remind you of one thing. Do not let him get what he wants easily. Don't make it real and fall in love with him. I don't care about this. However, if you do this, he might get tired of you and kill you to show his loyalty to me. At that time, you two will die together. Are you trying to disgust me? Shu Dian stared at this madman. Cultivators were emotionless and had few desires. But how many would be as extreme as the man in front of him? Ma Kuxian curled his lips. When you have thought it through, tell me. I will definitely fulfill your wish. Ma Kuxian weighed the snowball in his hand and looked into the distance. The wind and snow were everywhere. The road ahead was vast and desolate. Ma Kuxian's thoughts drifted away. That year, when the bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley ran to the small town gate to receive the letter from Zheng Dafeng, Ma Kuxian had also left Apricot Blossom Alley and looked at the gate from afar. The scene that Qin Pingan saw outside the gate, Ma Kuxian naturally saw it too. Previously, the only Upper Five Realms wild cultivator in Aquarius continent, Lu Laocheng's only direct disciple, Yunlin Jiang clan's descendant, Jiang Yun. This guy had obtained the fortune from the Iron Lock Well. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian, bought the golden carp from Lier, and also obtained a Dragon King basket for free. Later, the Great Sui Kingdom and Dali signed an alliance, and Gao Xian became a hostage living under their roof and studied at Cloud Mountain Deer Academy. In the future, he would most likely become the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. Funanhua, the next city lord of Old Dragon City. Yunxia Mountain, Kai Qinxian, that Yunxia Mountain was one of the few immortal mountains in Aquarius continent that cultivated Buddhism, and now it had become one of the 4 major sections. The cultivators of Yunxia Mountain had always been proficient in Buddhism and building temples. They all went down the mountain to assist Dali's officials, and rebuilt temples in various Dali vassal states. Wasn't it glorious? Xingyang Mountain, the moving mountain elder ape protected a little girl. What was her name again? Taozi? He remembered that at such a young age she looked like a mountain person. There was also the mother and son of the Su family from Qingfeng City. Later, relying on the marriage of the daughter of the first wife to the son of a concubine, they finally connected with the Yuan family of Dali through marriage and became in-laws. Now they were also the sex candidates. Ningyao, Gao Xian, an attendant eunuch. Jiang Yun. Funan Hua Kai Qinqian. Moving mountain ape, Taozi. The Su family's woman from Qingfeng City, with a child in a bright red robe. At that time, the young man from Mud Bottle Alley who was earning money to deliver letters, stood at the door, and a group of people stood outside. Both sides of the sect, no one would have thought that they would have so many grievances in the future. What Ma Ku-Xian regretted the most in the past was that the Clear Breeze City had been too soft. That old beast, the mountain-moving ape, was even worse. Whether it was Lu Xianyang or Chen Pingan, none of them had been able to kill him. Ma Ku-Xian sighed. Below the mountain peak, there are actually people with a little bit of brains, and the depth and precision of their calculations they only lack height. This is what smart people hate the most. They can see it with their eyes open but they can't get there. If one's fate is bad, what can they do? Song Jisin of the Mud Bottle Alley, from an illegitimate son of a manufacturing supervisor who was criticized behind his back, to a descendant of the great Li Song clan. Now he's a vassal. He's just lucky, that's all. Ma Ku-Xian lightly tossed a snowball. I didn't think that I would have to work for such a lucky idiot. My fate isn't too good either. Book Lake Palace, Willow Island, where the True Realm sect's ancestral hall was located. When Jiang Shangzhen killed his way back to Tongyi continent from Aquarius continent, the entire continent was turned upside down. Not only Jade Gui sect, but the entire continent structure also changed. As for the Jade sect, 9 Peaks Peak Lord, Wei Ying, a Jade unpolished realm sword immortal, was personally sent out by Jiang Shangzhen. She went to the Calligraphy Lake True Realm sect under the Jade sect, and Wei Ying became the new sect master. Wei Ying left the continent and went north, bringing many people with him. Among them was Jiang Shangzhen's eldest son Jiang Heng. There was also a young girl, Ye who was brought to Vast World by Jiang Shangzhen. The 6 disciples of 9 Peak were all direct disciples of Wei Ying. Among the 6, 1 was a military cultivator, 1 was a pure martial artist, and 4 were sword cultivators. The 6 of them had their own disciples, making a total of 14 people. Other than 9 Peak, there were also disciples from other peaks of Jade Gui sect. They were all cultivators below 100 years old, and most of them were cultivators of the middle 5 realms below the nascent soul realm. Qi refinement warriors of the age of teenagers made up the majority, totaling 60 people. When Wei Ying led the team to Book Lake, True Realm sect's head consecrator, Lu Laoqing, happened to be in Dali's capital for a meeting. However, although Lu Laoqing was not at Book Lake, his influence had already spread throughout True Realm sect. It could even be said that every corner of Book Lake carried Lu Laoqing's strong imprint. Wei Ying arrived at True Realm sect, or more accurately Jiang Shangzhen left Book Lake. In an instant, 3 peaks and 3 factions were formed. The faction of Old Book Lake led by Lu Laoqing. Li Fuyao was the first Jade Gui sect's immortal record master to leave Tongye continent. In fact, the person who followed her back then was not Jiang Shangzhen, but the Tongye sect's patriarch of discipline who betrayed Jade Gui sect with the sect's cornerstone treasure. Lu Jimao, who became a consecrator and advanced to the upper 5 realms, finally succeeded in reclaiming Verdant Gorge Island. He was very close to Li Fuyao and could be considered the pillar of this peak. Otherwise, Li Fuyao's Dragon Crossing the River faction would not be able to compete with Lu Laoqing and the other local tyrants. Then there was Wei Ying, the new sect master who picked up ready-made gains. When Jiang Shangzhen was at Book Lake, things were not so complicated. What was mine, and what was yours was still mine. After Wei Ying arrived at Book Lake, she did not do anything. In any case, True Realm sect had already established regulations on how to settle this group of Jade Gui sect cultivators. There were many islands and almost all of them were vassals of a sect. How could the new sect master not have any subordinates supporting her? Li Fuyao was from Jade Gui sect, so she naturally did not dare to be disrespectful to Wei Ying. However, reverence was reverence. Li Fuyao did not dare to rely on Wei Ying and rely on her. Today, Li Fuyao arrived at Verdant Gorge Island and drank tea with Lu Jimao in the newly built mansion. Li Fuyao was worried and frowned. Lu Jimao smiled. Are you that afraid of sect master Jiang? Li Fuyao and Lu Jimao's relationship was not bad, so she would not be so loyal. But when it came to important matters, she was still willing to show some sincerity. She said frankly, "How can I not be afraid? I'm scared to the bone." Lu Jimao nodded. "It's not just you and me. Lu Laoqing is actually afraid too. So let's just leave it at that. Do what you have to do. If you can survive, you should thank the gods." Li Fuyao smiled bitterly. "What else can we do?" Even though Jiang Shangzhen had established a lower sect at the Calligraphy Lake, returned to the Tongya sect and became the sect master of the Jade Medallion sect in one leap, he did not care to speak to Li Fuyao at all, nor did he give her any instructions. He acted as if Li Fuyao could do whatever she wanted. Without even saying goodbye, he returned to the Tongya continent alone. But Li Fuyao was still cautious and conscientious. She did not dare to make any small moves. She scrupulously adhered to her duties and guarded her original territory. She did not want to lose anything or fight for anything. Even though Wei Ying was publicly acknowledged as the most talented person in Jade Gui sect, the owner of Jui Peak, and the current sect master of True Realm sect, Li Fuyao still did not dare to overstep her boundaries. She could only bite the bullet and be the villain who did not know what was good for her, in charge of restricting Wei Ying and Lu Laoqing. The reason was simple. She was afraid that she would not even know how she died. Li Fuyao even felt that it would not be strange if Wei Ying died at Calligraphy Lake one day. For example, she died in seclusion, accidentally fell into the water and drowned, or choked to death while eating a bun. This was because Li Fuyao did not know what Jiang Shangzhen wanted, what he would do, or what he was after. Instead, it was Wei Ying who showed off her abilities. Some of her thoughts were traceable. On the other hand, Jiang Shangzhen was always a man who was right in front of her, yet far away. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Shangzhen was clearly far away, yet seemed to be right in front of her the next moment. Back then, Jiang Shangzhen left Jade Gui sect in a fit of anger. It was rumored that Du Mao had personally invited Jiang Shangzhen to join Tongya sect. He promised that Jiang Shangzhen, who was only at the Golden Core realm, would be the next sect master of Tongya sect once he ascended to the upper 5 realms. Jiang Shangzhen asked Du Mao if he would die if he did not agree. Du Mao laughed and shook his head. Jiang Shangzhen did not agree and continued to travel north, all the way to the North Continent. However, it was said that on his way back, Jiang Shangzhen deliberately took a detour and did not take the land route. He chose to sneak south by sea. However, he was still intercepted by a pure Jade Realm cultivator of Tongya sect. He was then chased for tens of thousands of miles. In the end, Jiang Shangzhen landed on the shore like a beggar. The pure Jade Realm cultivator disappeared without a trace. Until today, Jiang Shangzhen did not explain the reason. Tongya sect did not ask about it either. Both parties acted as if nothing had happened. It became an unsolved case that outsiders took delight in talking about. Before the True Realm sect could gain a foothold in the Aquarius continent, Jiang Shangzhen, as the sect master, gave up and went sightseeing. The second time he went to the North Continent, he did nothing but bring back a baby in swaddling clothes. The child's aptitude was extremely ordinary, but Jiang Shangzhen treated her like his own daughter. Who in Jade Gui sect did not know how Jiang Shangzhen treated his only son, Jiang Heng? There were so many strange stories about Jiang Shangzhen that even a few large baskets could not contain them all. In his early years he did not go to Jui Peak. Everyone thought that Jiang Shangzhen had no fate with the title of sect master in this life. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, he replaced the Tongya sect's patriarch of justice who defected to Jade Gui sect and became the sect master of a lower sect. Now he even made an exception and became the sect master of Jade Gui sect. After becoming the sect master of the True Realm sect, this guy, who had single-handedly wreaked havoc in the North Continent, had inexplicably started behaving himself with his tail between his legs. Then, after becoming the sect master of the Jade Medallion sect, just when everyone thought that Jiang Shang was really going to make a move on the Tongya sect, he personally made a trip to the unstable Tongya sect and took the initiative to ask for an alliance. Li Fuyao asked, "When will Lu Laoqing return? Will he join forces with sect master Wei to deal with you and me?" Lu Jimao smiled and said, "Are you overestimating yourself and me? Underestimating Lu Laoqing and even more so sect leader Wei?" Li Fuyao was a little annoyed. She nodded and said, "Indeed." Lu Jimao said, "We so-called smart people always feel that there are benefits everywhere and can be picked up easily. Therefore we always want to do more things. Actually, smarter people should know from the start that they can't do anything." Li Fuyao thought for a moment. "I'm not as good as you." Lu Jimao smiled and said, "It's not that you're not as smart as me. It's just that you're a chi refinement warrior born in the mountains and lakes. You like to think more." Immortal masters of the big sects have nothing to worry about. On the path of cultivation they don't have to cultivate their minds too much. They follow the prescribed order and ascend to the heavens step by step. Wild cultivators can't do it. If you think about a small matter too simply, you'll be doomed eternally. Do you know what the most annoying thing in my life that I still can't let go of is? Li Fuyao shook her head. Lu Jimao said, it was when I became a third realm Qi refinement warrior. Because of my stupidity, I lost an inferior grade spirit weapon. I only felt that the world was dark and my life was over. I almost couldn't recover from the setback and my Tao was cut off. Since then, even if I was surrounded by danger and my life was hanging by a thread many times, I have never been so disheartened. Li Fuyao said sincerely, it's really unimaginable. After the new sect master, Wei Ying, arrived at Verdant Canyon Island, she lived in seclusion in the residence. Since Wei Ying had nothing to do, she created a landscape painting in the main hall and drew circles on it. For example, she drew the northern peaks Cloud Pinning Mountain and Dragon Spring Sword Sect together, the middle peak and Lakeview Academy together, the southern peak in Old Dragon City, the east peak in Marshall Mountain, the west peak in Wind Snow Temple, the Jiang family of Cloud Forest and Qingwan Country. Wei Ying raised her head and smiled. High Official Lu, there's no need to bother about those complicated formalities. Just enter the residence directly. Lu Laoqing came to the main hall and Wei Ying casually scattered the painting. Lu Laoqing only took a glance at the painting. Wei Ying and Lu Laoqing sat down together. Wei Ying did not sit on the main seat. Instead, she sat on the left and right, facing each other. Lu Laoqing said, it's very rude of me not to welcome you, sect master. Wei Ying smiled. For cultivators like us, we just have to ask our hearts. Although Lu Laoqing had signed a secret agreement in Dali's capital, Wei Ying was the new sect master and had the right to know. It did not affect the contract. After Wei Ying heard it, she said, Imperial Tutor Chui is fascinating. Since True Jing sect chose Aquarius continent, we should do our best. Other than leaving some Dao seeds, we should fork out money and manpower. High Official Lu, you can immediately reply to Emperor Dali. Including me, Lu Jimao, Li Fuyao, and all the cultivators of True Jing sect other than the Dao seeds, all the vassal forces can be mobilized by Dali Imperial Court. Lu Laoqing was silent for a moment. He stood up and cupped his fists. Sect Master is far-sighted. Wei Ying stood up and smiled. High Official Lu, I have a request. Lu Laoqing did not ask and nodded. Finally, Wei Ying took a long sword from the table and left the residence with Lu Laoqing. They found a woman strolling by Gong Willow Island. Sueyu. Lu Laoqing was actually confused. He did not know why this young sect master wanted to see Sueyu and had to show up with him. Wei Ying walked to her side. If you don't bring High Official Lu, I'm afraid you'll die for nothing again. As for why Sueyu could live, Wei Ying would not ask. As for why he did not follow Jiang Shangzhen back to Jade Gui sect and avoid her, Wei Ying would not ask. Because the answers or the truth of many things in the world were not important at all. Sueyu stopped. Are you done? Wei Ying smiled. No matter what, to be able to meet again so soon. Very surprising. Wei Ying raised the long sword in her hand. This is your infatuation sword. I picked it up for you. Its rank is not high, but its name is very good. Wei Ying lightly tossed the long sword to Sueyu. Sueyu did not catch it. When the long sword fell to the ground, she kicked it into Book-Slipped Lake and fell to the bottom of the lake. When my realm is high enough, I will retrieve the sword. Wei Ying nodded. Okay. Sueyu continued forward. Wei Ying stayed where she was. That Uncle Jiang had only told him two things, neither of which had anything to do with the great cause of True Realm sect. One thing was to not provoke Sueyu. The other thing was to take good care of the child that he brought back from North Continent. All the expenses were to be recorded, and the Jiang family would naturally pay back double. Wei Ying agreed. Looking at the back view of the lady who was walking further and further away, Wei Ying started to look forward to the Q-sword match, hoping that she would not have to wait too long. Wei Ying's only worry was that the sword Dao luck in Treasure Vase continent was slightly strange. It would affect her own Dao. In an alley, a white-robed young man was playing chess to earn money. He had already earned a lot of copper coins and his dinner was settled. As for the chess board and chess pieces, he had won them from a comrade. The latter lost everything and cursed as he left. Beside the white-robed young man, there was a wooden-looking child. Cui Dongshan looked at the sky. It was about time. He rolled up his clothes and left the alley. As for the chess board and chess pieces, he let the child carry them in his bag. Relying on the money he earned, Chui Dongshan ate some food and found an inn to stay in. Chui Dongshan took out a piece of white paper and laid on the table. Holding a brush, he lightly tapped on the table. Glancing at the child sitting quietly opposite him, Chui Dongshan smiled. "Brother Gao, maybe in the future, you and Chui Ci will be old ancestors." The child looked at Chui Dongshan in confusion. Chui Dongshan retracted his gaze, but from the start to the end, he did not write, but continued to perfect the 3 fundamental meridians, the 9 main outlines and the 36 details. But in this, Chui Dongshan needed to filter and define many things. Happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, worry, confusion, shock, fear, silence, thinking. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind. Body, family, customs, country, world, life and death. Recognition, resisting loneliness. Sense of belonging, a place of peace. Sense of accomplishment, using nothingness to resolve reality. Many situations in life. Separation in life, separation in death. Clamor, solitude, loneliness, happiness, eating to one's heart, hunger and cold. Comfort, warmth, contentment, satisfaction. Scorching heat. Bitter cold. Needle pricking, heart twisting, grief, anger, joy, luck, shame, annoyance, regret. Respect, love, envy, hatred, resentment, joy, sadness, worry, jealousy. The next level, which was relatively complex. Relief, trance, confusion, entanglement, epiphany. The next level of perception. Tenacity, collapse, persistence, indifference, passion, vigor, calmness. Between the 3, Chui Dongshan still had to do a lot of reversals, substitutions and corrections. Between the 3 there was an extremely complicated process of mutual struggle, fusion, killing, disappearance, rebirth, strengthening and returning to nothing. There would be vortexes of different sizes that would ripple in all directions. Some would increase and decrease, some would increase and decrease, some would overlap, some would bypass each other, and some would almost never meet from beginning to end. One of the key starting points was the storage of people's thoughts, how many there were and how to classify them. Seeing with one's own eyes, from books far away but close to one's eyes, hearing, remembering, thinking that one remembered, remembering clearly, remembering vaguely, and chaos. Occasionally it would be triggered but only at some critical moments. For example, the playing of Go, the theory of fixed patterns, and the sudden flash of inspiration were the hands of immortals. Therefore, the second thing was derived from this, which was to determine a trigger mechanism. Only in this way there would be the words and actions, the poems and songs, the ups and downs of people's hearts and so on. There was nothing in the world that was purely motionless and silent. Everything was pieced together. Countless tiny things became visible to the naked eye. Every tiny thing became a dreamlike life. Books would turn yellow, mountains would rise and fall, plants would grow and wither, and people would grow old and die. Chui Dongshan had been gently tapping the end of the pen on the table, staring at the blank piece of paper. During his travels to the Great Sui Kingdom, he had taken out 3 items: a bowl of water, a stone, and a tree branch. He had also joked with the teacher in Little Treasure Bottle about how many times a mortal teacher would have to be reborn in this lifetime, and how many times he would have to quietly switch between life and death. The stone was like a person's body, but also like a mountain. It carried all things and was a world. In fact, it had always been in a state of relative stillness. The water in the bowl was the flow of thoughts. The tree branch was the fundamental meridian, where the rules of the great Tao operated. All these years, Chui Dongshan had actually been competing with him on these matters. Just the more general 7 emotions and 6 desires were, in fact, far from enough. The first porcelain man that Chui Dongshan had created, the study boy Chui Ci, who was brought by Li Shixing, could be considered to be proficient in general calculations. However, when it came to emotions, he was still very weak. To put it simply, his meridian was too weak, and it was difficult for him to have a sense of belonging. Also, his soul was too simple and the bottleneck of the great Tao was too great. Even becoming a Jindan cultivator was an extravagant hope. However, this brother Gao in front of him had more thoughts, and his meridian was clearer and more stable. In the future, not only would he be able to play chess, but he could also cultivate to the nascent soul realm bottleneck. He could also write poems and create everything related to emotions. He could also sincerely believe that he was a real person. In this world there were no illusory things. Everything was traceable. Therefore, when those so-called talisman puppets met Chui Ci created by Chui Dongshan, especially Brother Gao, they all had to kneel on the ground and call out, "Ancestor." However, even so, there was still a big gap between Chui Dongshan's expectations. Firstly, the cost was too high. Secondly, the bottleneck was too great. Thirdly, Cui Dongshan's real concern was that he would repeat the mistakes of God and man. Cui Dongshan sighed and felt annoyed. He called out to Brother Gao and let the child carry him around the room. Cui Dongshan swung up his snow-white sleeves with one hand and patted the child's head with the other. He imitated the senior sister's words and said happily, "Little brother, why are you so obedient?" (643). In the southeast region of Aquarius continent, a white-robed young man stopped in a forest deep in the mountains. It was a riverbed that had been abandoned for many years. The traces of digging were obvious, but it could not be considered an old stone. The stream had dried up. Cui Dongshan jumped into the riverbed, and used all his strength to dig out the soil, and finally dug out a stone slab that could barely be used to make an ink stone. He bent his finger and listened. The sound quality was not bad and brushed away the soil. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. It was something that could not be bought with money. Cui Dongshan took a deep breath and blew on the stone slab to smooth out the creases, fine cracks, and then used his face to rub it for a long time. The lines on the inkstone became even more exquisite. Cui Dongshan held it in his hands. The child squatted on the shore. His eyes were dull, as though he did not understand what Cui Dongshan was doing. When Cui Dongshan climbed onto the shore, he smashed the inkstone on the child's head, and finally when Cui Dongshan reached the shore, he made the child walk on the stone slab, and did not use his hands to hold it. Looking back at the riverbed, Cui Dongshan clicked his tongue. To be able to swim and reach the shore, truly a hero. Along the way he spent the night at a burial mound in the wilderness. He laid on the ground and used a small blade of grass to carve an inscription. Then a young scholar appeared. He squatted by the side and laughed. "I've seen him, not bad, he is a good seed. My senior brother might really like him, and be willing to accept him as a direct disciple." Cui Dongshan held the blade of grass and stared at the stone slab and asked, "Helping you return to White Emperor City, shouldn't you thank me?" The young scholar was Lu Qiqing, who had gone to Book Lake's Cloud Tower City. Lu Qiqing laughed. "I should have been here to disrupt the situation of Aquarius continent, but now that I have not done anything, let's call it even?" Cui Dongshan sneered. "Forget it, you have been locked up for 1,000 years, don't you know how to break out of the formation? If I did not carefully select your body and help him open up a path, how could I accidentally let you out? Call it even, why don't I lock you up and then we can talk about it again?" Lu Qiqing sat on the ground and asked curiously, "I have left White Emperor City for too long. How do you feel about playing chess with my senior brother? Is his chess skill higher or lower than before?" Cui Dongshan sat up, shook his sleeves and wiped the stone slab with his arm. There were 16 words inscribed on the inkstone. "Bathing in the sun and bathing in the moon, the body is healthy, the spirit is full, and the sky is opposite." Cui Dongshan asked, "Who was the one who asked you to seek refuge in Aquarius continent?" Lu Qiqing chuckled and said, "I can't tell you that. You have to be loyal to your friends." Cui Dongshan nodded and used his finger to stroke the 16 words on the inkstone. Suddenly, each stroke was like a riverbed, with golden streams flowing within. "Impressive, impressive." Lu Qiqing immediately said, "You saved my life, and that's even more righteous. You can say that name." In the Aquarius continent, the young man in front of him was invincible, and it had nothing to do with his cultivation. It was only related to the brain. On the first floor of Luopa Mountain's bamboo building. After Pei Qian finished copying the books, he went to the bottom of the small bamboo box by his feet. There was a large pile of words, and inside the booklet he took out a blank booklet with great difficulty. He shook it lightly and spread it out on the table. He took a posture of qi sinking into his dantian, and prepared to start the bookkeeping. It was all related to the Jade Liquid River God residence. Zhou carried a small golden pole and ran into the house. Pei Qian quickly extended his hand to block the blank booklet and frowned. "Impudent, this is our Luopa Mountain's most important place. Don't you know how to knock before entering?" Zhou quickly ran to the door and knocked on it. Pei Qian said, "Come in." Only then did the black-clothed girl step over the threshold and run to the opposite side of the desk. She reported softly, "Old chef's brother, De Feng, went to Red Candle Town and bought a sack of books back." Pei Qian nodded. "We will check the books later, this is official business, and if we hurt old chef's feelings we can't do anything about it." Zhou stood on tiptoe and stretched her neck, wanting to see what Pei Qian was doing. "Right what?" Pei Qian waved his hand. "Go to the door and stand guard, except for Nuanshu, no one is allowed to come in." Zhou made a no sound, suddenly turned around and leaned on the table, frowning her thin yellow eyebrows, wanting to say something but hesitated. Pei Qian was puzzled. What? Zhou Mili lowered her voice and said, "We all know the little incense stick of the city god pavilion, and we are friends, right? He wants to replace my previous position of the right protector of the Riding Dragon Alley. Do you think he is qualified?" Pei Qian thought for a moment and shook his head. Yes, no. Although the two positions of the right and right protector of the Riding Dragon Alley are decided by me alone, but we can't just nod and agree when that little guy asks. Let's wait for a moment and test him first. Zhou Mili's face was sullen. She had patted her chest and promised him before. Pei Qian sighed. Okay, you go and tell him that I agree, but the responsibility is important and he is not allowed to neglect his duty, and he has to come to me once a month. As for filial piety, forget it, he is just a poor little guy. Zhou Mili straightened her back. Yes, sir. A horse left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom and traveled south. The young woman was dressed in red, with a narrow saber and a silver blade strengthening gourd hanging on her waist. She looked up at the sea of clouds in the sky. She remembered that when she was young she would look at the clouds casually and feel that they were fairies who loved to dress up, and they were changing their clothes. When she was young, it seemed that she would have these messy thoughts every day. They would be noisy in groups, just like a group of mischievous little people. She couldn't control them, nor could she stop them. At this moment she took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Li Baoping was a little sad. Little uncle, after I grew up, I didn't seem to have those thoughts anymore. It was as if they left home one by one without saying goodbye, and never came back to find her. After the sword cultivators of both sides exchanged swords, the army of the demon clan that had moved north arrived at the battlefield one after another. This time, the master of the Lotus Nunnery and the god in golden armor were in charge of the army. This was the first time that two sovereign stage demons had appeared on the battlefield to lead a battle together. The master of the Lotus Nunnery had refined half of the moon essence of one of the moons in the desolate world. Previously, on the battlefield, she had fought with Chen Chunan, a scholar from the Hassa continent who traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There was no victory or defeat, but the master of the Lotus Nunnery was at a disadvantage, which was obvious. This had to do with the fact that neither side had used their full strength, or perhaps it was because the situation on the battlefield was so complicated that neither side could use their full strength. There was only one great demon in charge of each of the previous 4 battles. They were the withered bone great demon Baiying, the sovereign of the old Yelluo Huangluan, who liked to refine buildings to create cities in the sky, the bearded man in charge of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the desolate world of Sword Qi, and the heroic hero Lu Cha, who was both friend and foe of Alliance. However, Lu Cha was even more pretentious than Baiying and the other great demons. At the rear of the battlefield, he glanced at the sword formations on both sides, but after the battle ended, he chose 10 some young sword cultivators to become his in-name disciples. Lu Cha's first disciple and only direct disciple was the sword cultivator Zhu Gong. These young sword cultivators who seemed like they were dreaming were actually still 2 major thresholds before they could become Lu Cha's direct disciples. First, they had to be initiated, and then they had to be accepted. After becoming an in-name disciple, if the disciple had some accomplishments in the Tao and passed the test, they could be initiated. Only after that could they become a direct disciple of their master, becoming a direct disciple and receiving their master's teachings and orthodoxy. Even though the great Tao was still far away, the dozen or so people were still excited. They instantly gathered together and formed a small mountain. After all, the swordsman Lu Cha, who was half a master, was at the peak of the Tao of the sword in the wilderness. To be able to become his disciple, even if it was just an in-name disciple, was something to be proud of. As for the last disciple, they were not any simpler than the first disciple. Usually, the person who passed down the Tao felt that he could entrust his skills and knowledge to others without any worries and could rest here. The disciple closed the door and outsiders stopped. They were the last disciples. Joining a master was like reincarnating, and choosing a disciple was like giving birth to a child. To both sides it was a huge matter. Before the start of the battle, Qi Shou had already reached the nascent soul realm. Lord Gao Ye's bottleneck had also loosened and he was about to become a nascent soul realm sword cultivator. Pang Yuanji, whose talent was better than Lord Gao Ye's and whose great Tao was considered to be better than Qi Shou's, had his sword heart clouded and his great Tao was unstable. This was probably what they meant by the great Tao being unpredictable. The battle was magnificent. Fan Dash, who was only in the Dragon's Gate realm, managed to advance to the Golden Core realm. This was actually a small matter. It was nothing more than Fan Dash and his friends drinking a pot of celebratory wine during a break in the battle. The group of demonic cultivators rushed back to the battlefield and continued to use their magic treasures to clash against the sword formation. The demonic sword cultivators did not participate. They were too precious and they were unwilling to waste too much on the siege. If the demonic cultivators of the wilderness who had yet to take human form were the most worthless copper coins, then the demonic cultivators who had opened their apertures and cultivated their Tao were the snow money. Those who had cultivated their Tao were the small summer money that sat on spiritual tools and magic treasures. The demonic sword cultivators were the most protected grain rain money. It was not to say that it was meaningless to continue to practice the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was just that they could use an endless stream of copper coins to achieve the same results. Why would they waste the grain rain money of the sword cultivators that would rarely appear again after using one? If it was in the vast world, the fact that the military camp dared to deploy troops like this and disregard the lives of ants and send hundreds of thousands of them to their deaths and their corpses piled up on the battlefield below the city was destined to go down in history. However, it was not a problem in the wilderness. For the first time in the wilderness, there was finally a siege of ants. For this reason, there was a special bugle call that resounded through the clouds. The morale of the wilderness was greatly boosted. The pure martial artists had been waiting for a long time. Their fists were upright and they could finally use their fists to kill the demonic cultivators to their heart's content. The sword cultivators of the hidden officials' lineage were still in groups of 3. They took turns to go to the city and attack. Every day the casualties of both sides were recorded in detail. Guizhuzhou was in charge of summarizing them. The atmosphere in the main hall of the summer palace was getting heavier and heavier. Everyone was so busy that even Guizhuzhou would stay at the desk all day long. Over at the inverted hanging mountain, almost all the managers of the 8 States Ferry who were in charge of the inverted hanging mountain business had already gone to the Spring Banner House once. Yan Ming, Nailan Saihuan, Miyu Xiao Yunyan, and the direct disciple Wei Wenlong were also not idle. When it came to war, other than the killing on the battlefield was actually also in the account book. This was the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the 8 States Ferry. Both sides were trying to use a new method to trade and there were many small conflicts. Moreover, the Snow Peak Continent's ferry collection of snow money did not progress particularly smoothly. The main reason was that the Snow Peak Continent's Lu clan had not expressed their position. Furthermore, the Lu clan controlled all the mineral veins and shares of the snow money. The Lu clan did not open their mouth and was unwilling to give a discount. Moreover, with only a few cross-continent ferries, even if they could collect snow money, they would not dare to swagger across continents. A ferry full of snow money would make even the cultivators of the upper 5 realms jealous. It would be a disaster if they called their friends, 3 or 5 of them, to hide in the sea and intercept the ferry. The Snow Peak Continent's ferry did not dare to take such a risk. The Great Wall of Sword Chi also did not want to see such a result. Therefore, when the Snow Peak Continent's ferry returned to the inverted hanging mountain for the first time, they did not bring any snow money. They only brought the other materials on the Spring Banner House's booklet. The owners of the Snow Peak Continent, including Jiang Gaotai, made a request to the Spring Banner House. They hoped that the Great Wall of Sword Chi could mobilize sword immortals to help escort the ferry, and there must be sword immortals on both trips. Yan Ming and Nailan Saihuan both felt that this was not feasible. They still hoped that the ferry could pay for 1 or 2 cultivators of the upper 5 realms. After all, this kind of snow money business, as long as it was successful, the Snow Peak Continent's ferry would make enough money. They should not expect the Spring Banner House to mobilize the sword immortals to protect them. Otherwise, a round trip, plus the stopover in the Snow Peak Continent, often half a year or even a year's time, a sword immortal would be far away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Xiao Yunyan gave a compromise proposal. Every ferry did not have to bet all on snow money. The Snow Peak Continent was rich in materials and had a lot of profits. Small accidents in these big business deals required both parties to grind. As long as one link went wrong, the business deal would be considered a failure. It was already scorching summer at the Spring Banner House. The Great Wall of Sword Chi had no snow this winter. This made Guizhuzhou feel a little regretful. Originally, he had already agreed with his master to build 17 or 18 snowmen during the heavy snowfall. Every sword cultivator of the hidden officials line would have a share. The only thing that made the hidden officials line of sword cultivators feel a little better was that the young hidden officials flying sword, hidden official, which brought about a lot of criticism, dissipated on its own. Perhaps the criticism still lingered in their hearts, but they did not care about what to say. The war was tragic and too many people died. As for sword immortal Chou Miao, Pang Yuanji and Lin Junbai, They only dragged the real body of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon. They chose a gap in the war and went to the top of the city. They said that the Great Demon was hiding in the inverted mountain and was trying to cause trouble. The three of them followed the clues and found its roots. They decisively joined forces with several sword immortals including Lu Ji to kill it in the sea, killing an Ascendant Realm Great Demon. Of course this was not a trivial matter. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was in an uproar. Countless people were cheering loudly. In the end, Lin Junbai could not bear to cut off the head and return the favor to the savage world. He bit the bullet and decided to keep the real body of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon and dragged it back to the Summer Palace. After returning, the young hidden official saw the head of the Great Demon's real body. He could not stop smiling. He scolded Lin Junbai for being stingy and not being generous enough to ruin the reputation of the hidden official's line. However, he immediately kept the real body and patted Lin Junbai's shoulder heavily. He laughed like a thief who picked up money on the street and quickly put it in his pocket. Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui looked at each other. They knew that Lin Junbai, this lackey, would definitely be remembered by the hidden official. On this day, Qin Pingan left the hall of the Summer Palace. When he went out for a walk, Lin Junbai followed him. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Do you have any ideas?" Lin Junbai said, "This matter is progressing smoothly for now. However, the biggest problem is not the buyer and the seller, but the view of the Academy of the Haran world." Qin Pingan seemed to be curious. He said, "Tell me about it." Lin Junbai said worriedly, "Previously, if the Eight States Ferry did not change the way of trading with the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it would still be scattered and everyone would go their own way. The Confucian Temple might not interfere too much. However, now that we have changed the situation, the Confucian Temple might retaliate. To be honest, we have affected the fundamental interests of the Haran world. Every bit of goods transported to the inverted hanging mountain is a bit less for the Haran world." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "That's true." Lin Junbai asked, "Once the Confucian Temple orders to restrict the Eight States Ferry to the inverted hanging mountain and only allow goods to be transported to the Haran world, what should we do?" Although Lin Junbai was a swordsman, he had many spells. He formed hand seals with 2 fingers and used the talisman's local spells to form a mountain. He created a map of the Haran world that floated in the air and followed the 2 of them. Lin Junbai pointed at the map and condensed his chi into water. He drew new routes to travel between the various continents. The goods from the Central Divine Continent and the White Jade Continent can only be transported to the South Hassa Continent. The goods from the Liuxia Continent and the Jinjia Continent can only be transported to the Southwest Fuyao Continent. The ferries from the North Reed Continent and the Aquarius Continent can only be transported to the Southeast Tongya Continent. Even if the price to construct and reinforce the coastal defense of these 3 continents is 10 to 20% lower than the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I believe that the Eight States Ferry will have no choice but to comply. As for the ferries from the Hassa continent, they won't rush to the inverted hanging mountain. Qin Pingan brought Lin Junbai along for a stroll. Regarding this matter, Sword Immortal Cho Miao has already warned me about the worst-case scenario that you mentioned. However, I have no choice. I can't just sit back and do nothing because I'm afraid of the outcome. We'll take it one step at a time. Every time a ferry approaches the inverted hanging mountain, we'll treat it as an additional sum of goods. I just hope that the Confucian Temple will take some time to come to a conclusion." Lin Junbai asked, "Mr. Wensheng, can you speak to the Confucian Temple on such an important matter?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "It's difficult. The Confucian school values status. They're particular about having a good reason." Lin Junbai asked again, "Is it still not enough with the addition of mellow scholar Qin?" Qin Pingan shook his head again. "Everyone has their own difficulties." Lin Junbai gritted his teeth. "I'll write a secret letter to my teacher. Can you help me say a few words?" Qin Pingan stopped in his tracks and said, "Remember, in the Great Wall of Sword Chi you're just a sword cultivator, Lin Junbai. Don't drag your own lineage into this and don't drag Xiao Yuanchao into this. Not only will it be useless but it will also make you work for nothing. Might even ruin things." Qin Pingan smiled. "I appreciate your kind intentions." Actually, Qin Pingan could have just nodded and agreed. Regardless of whether Lin Junbai was acting on impulse or scheming, Lin Junbai had already written a letter and sent it to Xiao Yuanchao via flying sword. Then the sword immortal would intercept it midway. Qin Pingan would first read the contents before deciding whether to keep the secret letter and keep it in the summer retreat temporary residence. It would be placed in a secret record that only the hidden officials could see, or it would be sent to the central divine continent. However, after spending so much time together, Qin Pingan had a rough understanding of Lin Junbai's temperament. In order to achieve his goals, he would do anything. However, Lin Junbai's pursuit was not just for personal gain. He was ambitious, but also for the peace of the nation. Thinking of this, Qin Pingan confessed his intentions to Lin Junbai. He got him to write the letter and then go through the formalities. Finally, it would be filed in the hidden official's lineage. He would try to find an opportunity to let the world know of this little secret without leaving a trace. Perhaps one day, it would be the icing on the cake for Lin Junbai, who would return to the world. Lin Junbai was stunned for a long time before he sighed. "Do you really want to do that?" Qin Pingan smiled. "Good intentions are rewarded. What's there to be surprised about? Doing good without leaving a trace is naturally the best. However, since the world is temporarily unable to be so pure, and the hearts of people are clear, then it's a little inferior. Didn't I hear that calligraphy and painting have the reputation of being inferior to the original? I think it's pretty good that it's like this. Junbai, regarding this matter, you don't have to feel bad. Doing good deeds with a pure heart is the only good deed." Lin Junbai thought for a while and did not feel awkward. He nodded and agreed readily. Qin Pingan said, "If the Confucian Temple really wants to do this, it's not for personal gain or prejudice against the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Qin Pingan said helplessly, "Opening the door to the thieves is to beat the dogs behind closed doors. This can solve the problem once and for all. Since ancient times, the Confucian Temple has had this idea. However, this idea can be debated behind closed doors, but it can't be said to the outside world. Not a single word can be leaked. The burden of benevolence and righteousness is too heavy. However, which lineage will bear the blame for opening the door to the thieves? Someone has to take the lead and advocate for this, right? The Confucian Temple's records must have recorded everything clearly. Once the door is opened, the people of several continents will be plunged into misery and suffering. Even if the end result is good, so what? How will the Confucian disciples of that lineage pass the test of conscience? Will they be heartbroken and disappointed in the sages of their lineage? As a virtuous sage of the Confucian Temple, how can they treat human lives like grass? How is that different from those vile people who seek merit? Will the lineage's legacy of literature and Taoism not collapse just like that? As long as the fight for the lineage is involved, the sages can uphold the bottom line of the fight between gentlemen. However, there are countless Confucian disciples and so many half-baked scholars. How can all of them be so virtuous? The bigger problem is that within the lineage, there are those who only care about the honor of their lineage and don't care about right or wrong. When the time comes, this group of people will be the ones who will argue the most with outsiders. The bad things will be worse and the wrong things will be worse. How will the sages deal with this? Will they deal with the criticism of outsiders first, or will they suppress the anger of their own lineage's disciples? Will they say that they are at fault first and then they will shut up and stop scolding others? Scholars and cultivators, in the end, aren't they still humans? At this point, Qin Pingan patted Lin Junbai's shoulder. "Let's just talk about the people around you. Didn't Mr. Shi Lu, who is your friend despite the difference in age, become famous after he ran to smash the statue and took advantage of it? If he didn't have some knowledge and ability, how could he write the quasi-pavilion chess record? If you say that he didn't contribute to the Shao Yuan dynasty's literary legacy, I don't think so, right? The flattery of some scholars was really beautiful like a bouquet of flowers, but in fact, it had long been rotten to the core. Once these people worked hard to curry favor, it was very easy for them to reach a high position. It couldn't be said that these people didn't do anything and were just sitting in their positions without doing anything. The reason why the world was complicated was that bad people did good things and good people made mistakes. The good and bad of some things would vary from place to place and from person to person. It was getting easier for people in the world to obtain information. They could connect facts into the truth and get used to it. The world should be getting better and better. It was probably because they were well-fed and knew etiquette. It was hard not to be disappointed when you didn't know anything. If you knew more, even if you were still disappointed, you could still see a little hope. What was scary was that a person would use his own despair to casually destroy other people's hope. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "Lin Junbai, do you really approve of this person?" Lin Junbai was resentful and didn't say anything. Lin Junbai really didn't approve of the matter of smashing the idol, but he wouldn't go so far as to agree with the young hidden official and scold him. Then Lin Junbai, would be too petty. Moreover, Lin Junbai also acknowledged Mr. Shi Lu in many aspects. The autumn air was refreshing and countless thieves were killed. Guizhuzhou flipped through the 7th edition today and then flipped through the pages. The little girl's forehead was sweating. Master said that when more than half of the people were killed in battle, all the hidden official sword cultivators would have a meeting. Today someone visited the summer palace. They abided by the rules and stayed outside. Sword Immortal Ku Xia would temporarily leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a period of time. He needed to escort Jin Jinming, Yu Zhuanfu, and Zhu Mei to the inverted hanging mountain and then to the South Hassa continent before returning. Before leaving, Sword Immortal Ku Xia brought the three of them to visit the summer palace. They had 3 young children with them. 2 of them were potential sword cultivators, and one of them was a rare candidate for a purely martial husband. Lin Junbai had obtained an exception from the hidden official and was allowed to send them off. It was obvious that Lin Junbai was special in the hidden official's heart. When Lin Junbai went to the gates of the summer palace, he was a little emotional. That Mr. Cui probably hadn't predicted today's events. Could it be considered that he had risked his life and tied his head to his belt? He had only managed to turn the tables on the chessboard that Mr. Cui had left behind because Mr. Cui hadn't placed another piece? At the gates, Lin Junbai bowed. He didn't take the initiative to say anything. It was a silent farewell. Yu Zhuanfu took the initiative to speak to Lin Junbai. This was the first time. Yu Zhuanfu smiled. Lin Junbai, don't die if you can. When you return to the Central Plains Divine Continent, you are welcome to take a detour and visit the Yu family. There are people of my generation in the family who are good at chess since young. Lin Junbai smiled bitterly. I implore Miss Yu not to be a crappy matchmaker. Yu Zhuanfu smiled. Let's talk when we meet. Lin Junbai hesitated, then took a step back and bowed. He said apologetically, Junbai apologizes to Miss Yu for some shady schemes in the past. Yu Zhuanfu smiled. Your master has good eyes. Unfortunately, this student's ability is lacking. Lin Junbai, since you are so straightforward, then I will definitely be your matchmaker. As expected. As expected. Mr. Cui was right again. That was close. Yu Zhuanfu might be a female martial artist who had been pressed by the hidden official to smash his head against the wall, but in reality the Yu family's first wife's daughter was not simple. Yu Zhuanfu didn't say anything else. He rubbed the head of a little girl beside him. From now on, this little girl would be his disciple in name. She would learn martial arts with him and they would travel the vast world together. As for the other 2 sword cultivators of similar age, their talents weren't considered top-notch in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but they weren't vulgar in the vast world. As long as they were sword cultivators, which sect would complain about having too many? Moreover, they weren't considered top-notch only when compared to geniuses like Qi Shou, Pang Yuanji, Situ Weiran, and Guizhuzhou. Earth immortal sword cultivators in the vast world were still very rare. Jin Jinming said, Junbai, when we reach home, if you don't despise me for running away and still treat me as a friend, I will find you for a drink. Lin Junbai nodded. I do despise you a little. But if the wine is good, I will hold my nose and drink it before cursing you. The reserved Jin Jinming laughed out loud. She took a step forward and patted Lin Junbai's shoulder. The youth in front of me is the Lin Junbai in my heart. The #1 prodigy of our Shaoyuan dynasty. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was very pleased. Zhu Mei was also somewhat happy. It should have been like this long ago. Zhu Mei's words were very concise. Lin Junbai, let's meet at home. Lin Junbai smiled and nodded. After entering the door, Qin Pingan leaned against the screen wall. He was holding the blade-strengthening gourd and was drinking wine. He said softly, Junbai, if you leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi now, you will have profited greatly. You haven't lost much. Next, you can earn more but you can also lose a lot. Generally speaking, you can leave the gambling table. This white-clothed youth from the Central Plains, a genius sword cultivator, was a little proud. I've made a big profit. Lin Junbai smiled again. Besides, I've calculated that hidden official will not let me die at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan asked, outside the door, you will naturally still be calculating people's hearts. But will you be happier than playing chess with others? Lin Junbai grunted in acknowledgement. Qin Pingan said softly, don't throw away your previous skills. You have gotten used to things outside the door. That's good. Lin Junbai nodded. Qin Pingan said, those who see deeper into people's hearts are already fish in the abyss, dragons in the well. You don't have to be afraid of this. Lin Junbai asked, what do you mean? Qin Pingan smiled. The moon is in the water. As long as you are willing to open your eyes, you will be able to see it. It is within reach. Lin Junbai hesitated but decided to be honest. Hidden official, have you seen people like Yen Lv and Jiang Guanqing? Don't you feel uncomfortable? Qin Pingan said, don't they have Yu Zhuanfu and Zhu Mei by their side? Besides, the real majority are those who are unwilling to speak or those who are unable to speak. Lin Junbai asked, hidden official, when will you be heading to the battlefield? Qin Pingan smiled. Even if you want to go, you can only sneak over. Then Lin Junbai saw the young hidden official do something strange. He raised his hands and ran them through his hair. Lin Junbai did not dare to ask. He looked around but there was no girl. Miyu and Gu Jianlong's actions were normal. But the young hidden official's actions were a little awkward. Qin Pingan looked at the sky and said, I am waiting for someone. He is a swordsman. 8. (644). On Luhua Island in the Cave of Fortune, which was rumored to be a place where Taoism's top cultivators practiced immortal methods, a great demon who had the potential to reach the Ascendant Realm was attacked by Zuozhuo first to test its strength, and then attacked again, forcing it to escape from Luhua Island. In the end it was killed by Zuozhuo at sea. After Zuozhuo and Wang Shizi landed on the shore, 2 flying swords from Fuho sect sent a message to Spring Banner House. The Jindan sword cultivator who rushed to Tongya continent with Zuozhuo tried his best to explain the incident in detail. After Zuozhuo fought with the great demon, Wang Shizi, a Jindan sword cultivator, only dared to watch the battle from a distance. Wang Shizi's realm was not high, but his vision was enough. After all, on the battlefield of the Sword Qi Great Wall, he had seen many earth-shattering attacks of great demons. He vaguely recognized that the great demon in the Cave of Fortune was definitely not an ordinary immortal realm. At that time, Wang Shizi was nearly 300 miles away from the battlefield, but the waves under his feet were still monstrous, and the tides were shaking like thunder. He could still clearly feel the ripples of sword qi from Zuozhuo. After Zuozhuo put away his sword, he found Wang Shizi and just told him that it was over. Wang Shizi couldn't help but curiously ask the senior sword cultivator who had been silent all the way. Of course, he asked if the great demon had reached the Ascendant Realm. Zuozhuo shook his head and said that it was still a little bit away. If they arrived at Luhua Island later, a real Ascendant Realm cultivator would come out of the Cave of Fortune in a few years or at most 10 years, and it would be very troublesome. Then Zuozhuo said that if they met again 3 or 5 years later, and he was not injured, it would not be too troublesome. Zuozhuo didn't talk much. As long as he spoke, he would always tell the truth. He would never exaggerate, and he was too lazy to be deliberately modest. As for Zuozhuo's Fuho sect's flying sword, it was very simple. It only had one sentence. On this trip to Tongya continent, I killed an immortal realm monster on the way, and the credit will be given to my junior fellow apprentice Qin Pingan. If Spring Banner House and the Sword Qi Great Wall Banner House only received Zuozhuo's flying sword message, they would probably treat it as an ordinary immortal realm monster. Spring Banner House's accountant Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan were shocked at first, but then they smiled at each other. In any case, Wei Wenlong was listening to a heavenly book. Miyu chuckled and said, Wenlong. Wei Wenlong felt his scalp go numb. He raised his head and asked, May I ask Sword Immortal Me, what advice do you have? Miyu asked, Do you know who Senior's was junior brother is? Wei Wenlong guessed, it should be the hidden official. His realm was not high but his brain was good. He was referring to Wei Wenlong. Miyu looked at the guy who killed the conversation. Wei Wenlong hurriedly said, Right? Miyu smiled and nodded. Your guess is quite accurate. You are indeed a talent that the hidden official has taken a fancy to. Did Dragon's Car have a woman he admired but was unable to obtain? Do you need me to teach you some tricks? Don't worry, it's not one of those dirty tricks. It's absolutely sincere. Wei Wenlong quickly shook his head. Even if there was, he wouldn't dare to let Miyu know him. Miyu held the folding fan in his hand and asked with a smile, If a girl who likes you turns to like me, is she still worthy of your love? Wei Wenlong felt somewhat vexed. Nayland Saihuan was annoyed by this cunning man and said angrily, You only have a stinky body, what are you showing off for? Miyu elegantly closed his fan. Everyone has a love for beauty. I don't want any woman in the world to feel that I am an eyesore when they meet me. This is the only thing I, Miyu, can do. Nayland Saihuan sneered, I feel that you are an eyesore. Miyu opened the folding fan again and covered his face. I am willing to do more for Miss Nayland. Wei Wenlong's eyes were opened. On the Chuishang mountain of the Fusho sect's ancestral mountain. Originally, sect master Jihai had rejected Zhong Kuei's proposal. After all, that exclusive secret technique was the foundation of Jihai's great Tao and would only be passed on to the successor of the sect master. What's more, Jihai had already chosen the next sect master of the Fusho sect. It was the young man who inadvertently exposed the hidden great demon. This child had a fate with the Fusho sect. When the child returned from studying at the Dafu Academy, Jihai planned to officially accept him as his last disciple. Previously, he did not worship at the ancestral hall, so he could not be considered Jihai's true last disciple. Zhong Kuei also knew that it was difficult for Jihai to make an exception with only the 2 secret letters from the Academy's teacher and the old Lord of Heaven of Taiping Mountain. Moreover, it was reasonable to not do so. If Zhong Kuei had not been forced to complete this task by his teacher, Zhong Kuei would not have forced him to do it. However, he could not disobey his teacher's order, so Zhong Kuei refused to leave. Every now and then he would drink tea and chat with sect master Ji. Jihai was pestered to the point that he could only say that he was in seclusion. As a result, Zhong Kuei placed a few tables and piled them with books at the entrance of the Fusho sect's immortal cave, saying that he would guard sect master Ji and read there every day. Jihai ignored him. Other things could be discussed except for this matter. Not to mention the words of Taiping Mountain and the Dafu Academy, even the old sect master of the Jade Gui sect, Sun Yuan, and the new sect master Jiang Shangzhen could not plead for mercy. Huang Ting was not as thick-skinned as Zhong Kuei, so he went down the mountain alone. For some reason, Master Song Mao and the old Lord of Heaven, who had been anxious about her cultivation bottleneck, now told her not to rush to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Cultivators were most particular about nature, so there was no need to rush. Especially the old Lord of Heaven, who gave a lot of reasons. In the end, he even said that it was difficult for a woman to find a man because her cultivation level was too high. While Zhong Kuei and Jihai were competing in patience, Zuozhuar and Wang Shizi traveled all the way from the sea to the Fusho sect. Only then did Jihai have to come out of seclusion. Then Jihai heard the words of Wang Shizi, the golden core sword cultivator from this continent. When Zuozhuar killed a big demon at sea, she needed a flying sword to send a message to the inverted mountain. As the leader of a sect, Jihai originally had a very good impression of this person, who was the culprit who caused the Tongyi sect to be half dead. It could even be said that this person was Jihai's benefactor. Now, among the people who hated big demons the most in the Tongyi sect, Jihai was definitely one of them. This was because his Taoist partner was killed by a big demon back then, and that big demon fled crazily far away from the land. At that time, Jihai was seriously injured and could not travel far to chase after the big demon. There were 3 other people from the Tongyi sect who chased after the big demon. They were Song Mao, the head of the Taiping Mountain, the head of the Tongyi sect at that time, and Jiang Shangzhen of the Jade Gui sect. Coincidentally, that big demon met Zuozhuar at sea. According to Jiang Shangzhen, the big demon inexplicably felt that Zuozhuar was an eyesore and refused to take a detour. Therefore, it bumped into Zuozhuar and was inexplicably stabbed by Zuozhuar's sword and died. Now that Zuozhuar had come ashore, the first news was that another big demon at the bottleneck of the immortal realm was killed on Luhua Island. What's more, the sword cultivator Wang Shizi seemed to want to say something but did not dare to say too much. Zuozhuar obviously had experienced a lot in the Great Wall of Sword Qi all these years. How could Jihai not be happy? However, Zuozhuar did not pay much attention to this overly enthusiastic sect master. Zuozhuar had a slightly better impression of Tongya continent than Taiping Mountain. Therefore, before going down the mountain, Zuozhuar took the initiative to say something to Zhong Kuei. The small snow cone that my junior brother lent you, are you trying to muddle your way through and not return it? Zhong Kuei almost burst into tears on the spot. Whether or not he would return it could be put aside for the time being. The key was that this senior sword immortal was family. Qin Pingan, this kid was really something. He actually became this senior's junior brother. Then, since I, Zhong Kuei and Qin Pingan are good brothers, Zuozhuar is my senior brother. Is there anything more reasonable in the world than this? Zhong Kuei felt aggrieved and did not stand on ceremony with his senior brother at all. On the way down the mountain he began to talk to Zuozhuar about his miserable experience in Fuxiang sect. He was not liked by others, he was refused entry, and he was looked down upon by others. Fuxiang sect master, Jihai, was so angry that his face turned ashen. The bit of guilt in his heart disappeared without a trace. Zuozhuar thought about it for a moment and asked Zhong Kuei and Jihai telepathically. Finally he said, Jihai, you can make Zhong Kuei swear that the secret technique will not be taught to outsiders. Since he is no longer a disciple of Confucianism, He can also be a consecrator of Fuxiang sect. However, I am just an outsider, so I just mentioned it casually. Ji Hai sighed and actually nodded in agreement. Zhong Kuei had no objections. Ji Hai sent Zhuozhuozhu all the way to the mountain gate. Zhong Kuei thought about how he and Huang Ting had climbed the mountain. He really could not compare. Zhuozhuozhu happened to be traveling with Zhong Kuei to Taiping Mountain. Zhong Kuei asked, "Senior, how did you become Qin Pinggan's senior brother?" Zhuozhuozhu smiled and said, "Mr. forced it on me, so I reluctantly accepted." Zhong Kuei was speechless. Even the kitchen knife next to the chopping board in the kitchen of the marketplace would become blunt over time after chopping too many vegetables and fish. The blunt knife needed to be sharpened. However, the continuous offensive of the wilderness not only used mountains of monster corpses to exchange for the flying swords and lives of the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but most importantly, it did not give the sword immortals any chance to sharpen their swords. If they wanted to sharpen their swords and withdraw from the battlefield for a moment, they would need to exchange the lives of sword cultivators and flying swords of the middle 5 realms. In the past, the sieges of the wilderness were not organized and were intermittent. There were many accidents, and the mobilization of troops on the battlefield, the arrival of reinforcements, and the departure of troops from the battlefield were often disconnected. This was why the sieges would often rest for a month or even half a year. After one side finished basking in the sun, it was time for the other side to enjoy the moonlight. When war broke out, the battlefield would be abnormally bitter. Flesh and blood flew everywhere and flying swords shattered. This was especially true when the great monsters and sword immortals suddenly erupted in a battle. It was even more dazzling. Victory, defeat, life, and death on both sides could even decide the direction of a battlefield or even the entire war. However, it was definitely not as oppressive and suffocating as this great battle. It seemed like no one could decide anything in the end. The great monsters used their magical powers, and the sword immortals attacked fiercely. No one could make the final decision. Life and death, victory and defeat, were all drowned out by the battlefield. The biggest battle and the most soul-stirring battle was when the great monster Zhongguang moved the 5 mountains to the battlefield. The sovereign great monster Yang Ji presided over one of the mountains. Li Tumi and the other 2 sword immortals risked their lives to break out of the situation. Left and right entered the battlefield after them. The hidden great monsters from all sides appeared to surround and kill them. The old sword immortal Dong San left the city to reinforce left and right. Left and right were eventually severely injured by the hidden official Xiao Chua with a sneak attack. The 60 military tents of the wilderness had an endless supply of troops. The sieges were closely linked and watertight. The wilderness clearly did not want to give the Great Wall of Sword Qi any chance to rest, especially the sword immortals of the upper 5 realms, any chance to catch their breath. In such a grim situation and under such great pressure, the sword immortals, who had initially felt very restrained, had to follow the rules of the hidden officials and not be happy enough to attack. But now the effects were gradually showing. Before this, on the top of the city wall, the incomparably powerful individual killing power and the outstanding demeanor of the individual sword immortals, as a necessary price, had been imperceptibly diluted. In exchange, the overall killing power of the sword formation had become stronger. Now that a certain sword immortal had retreated from the battlefield to rest, the drawbacks were reduced. This was because the hidden official lineage's research and infiltration of sword formations continued to deepen. Not only were the hidden officials' lineage familiar with the flying swords and natal abhijna of every nascent soul and golden core sword immortal, but they were also familiar with the natal flying swords of the other 3 realms of sword immortals. The sword immortals on the city walls constantly changed their formations and changed their positions. They constantly worked together with many unfamiliar sword immortals who they had never met before. With flying swords in 2s and 3s, or even dozens of flying swords in a formation and augmenting their natal divine powers, as long as they could survive the initial stages of working together, their strength would increase drastically. Just the flying swords and divine powers of the 5 elements formed a formation. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were as many as 31 sword formations. In the past, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was like a rich family. It was so rich that even they did not know how much gold, silver, and fertile land they had. Now, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was like a copper coin in the corner of a wall. It had to be picked up and recorded in a ledger. For such a situation to exist, everyone from the hidden official lineage was an indispensable existence. Among them, with sword immortal Chou Miao's understanding of flying swords and divine powers, Lin Junbai's overall vision and planning, and Guizhuzhou's strange ideas, the three of them had contributed the most. However, during this period, it was not that the hidden official lineage did not make any mistakes in the deployment of troops. There were even some mistakes that required the sword immortals on the battlefield to use their flying swords and lives to make up for them. Between the hidden official lineage, it was not as if there were no quarrels and grudges. After all, on the same small battlefield, there would often be two different plans that differed. Before the outcome was out, no one dared to say that the two plans had a greater chance of success or were more reliable. If the battlefield developed according to expectations, it would be fine. However, once a problem occurred, it would be very troublesome. The wrong side would feel guilty while the right side would feel stifled. The most intense quarrel happened between Su Ning and Chao Gun. They quarreled until their faces turned red, and both sides nearly engaged in a battle of swords. The Summer Refuge Palace came up with a plan that led to the death of 2 Earth Immortal Sword Immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, as well as 31 Sword Immortals from the Middle 5 Realms. Everyone was heartbroken. Xian Can, who was in charge of coming up with the specific plan, was extremely regretful. Although Su Ning's words were just a grumble at first, it was still adding fuel to the fire. Xian Can's expression dimmed and he felt guilty. He did not retort. Chao Gun, who had a good relationship with Xian Can, could not take it anymore. He immediately scolded Su Ning, telling her to watch her mouth and not be a smart person after the fact. Su Ning directly cursed Xian Can's 18 generations of ancestors. Xian Can's chess skills were high, or else he would not have frequently played with Lin Junbai. They could even win and lose. He was even better at scolding others. He scolded Su Ning until her face turned green, and she was about to ask for swords. At that time, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely solemn. Once they asked for swords, regardless of the outcome, there was no winner for the hidden official lineage. Luo Zhini then said that if Su Ning's plan had been used, it would not have been so severe. If he remembered correctly, it was you who rejected it. How could Su Ning be smart after the fact? Chang Taiqing, Su Ning, and Luo Zhini were originally from the same mountain. He was also good friends with Su Ning, so he said something even harsher. She was stupid before, but she did not admit her mistakes after the fact. That was even more stupid. Although the foreign sword immortal Song Gaoyuan was usually close to Luo Zhini in this matter, he was obviously on Chao Gun and Xian Can's side. He directly opposed Chang Taiqing and started arguing. Lin Junbai tried to mediate, but neither side was happy. Dong Bude could not scold Su Ning and Xian Can, but scolding Lin Junbai was not a burden. Guizhuzhou had never seen such a situation, and was at a loss for the first time. It was as if whatever she said or did was wrong. If not for Qin Pingan and Chou Miao's patience, the two secluded mountain peaks of the native and foreign sword immortals would have cracked. After Chou Miao and Qin Pingan looked at each other, sword immortal Chou Miao asked Su Ning to keep quiet. Then Qin Pingan asked if they wanted to be reasonable or to vent their emotions. If you want to talk about reason, there is no need to talk about it at all. With such heavy losses, it is the entire hidden official's fault. Everyone is to blame, and the hidden official's fault is the greatest. Because I was the one who set the rules, every decision was made according to the rules. It is not that I can't pursue responsibility after the fact, but it is necessary. However, it is definitely not targeted at a certain person. If I dare to do so, the hidden official's temple is too small and cannot afford to serve me, so forgive me for not paying tribute. If anyone was angry and wanted to vent their emotions through scolding, then there was nothing wrong with that. Even if it was a straightforward fight, Q-Sword was fine too. 3 against 3, Deng Liang against Luo Zhini, Chao Gun against Chang Taiqing, and Xian Can against Su Ning. Just treat it as a late pass. After the fight, this matter would be considered over. But in my account book, I will have to write more about the heroic deeds of the Sword Immortals. Everyone in the hall was silent. Qin Pingan, Chou Miao, and Lin Junbai reviewed the plan and analyzed the pros and cons of Chao Gun's plan in detail. They did not reject the plan completely just because the results were bad. At this point, most of the sword cultivators had calmed down. Qin Pingan concluded once again, those who can sit here are all extremely intelligent people, and each of them has their own cleverness. So everyone here must be more reasonable and act according to the rules. I believe that Su Ning's words at the beginning did not have much malice. I don't even think that this sentence should not be said. On the contrary, it should be said clearly. We have to let Xian Can understand that if he did something wrong, he would not be forgiven completely just because he had good intentions. Since it was wrong, we will not cover it up for you just because we are all from the hidden official's lineage. On the contrary, we are friends, so we will scold you behind closed doors. We have been part of the hidden official's lineage for more than a year. We know each other's temperament very well. We are all intelligent people. Isn't it easy to find fault and scold others? Who doesn't understand this principle? Chou Miao said immediately, what we need to talk about the most is not Shen Can and Su Ning, but Chao Gun and Luo Zhenyi's shielding of each other. Must you muddy the waters for a matter to be called loyal? Qin Pingan laughed. If not for the great sword immortal Chou Miao holding the fort, you would have beaten each other's brains out. Fortunately, I was able to predict the future and split you up with a group of 3 to kill the demons. Otherwise, one less today, one less tomorrow, and in less than half a year the summer palace would be half gone. I would have to put incense burners on each empty desk and stick 3 incense sticks on each empty desk. Who would be responsible for this expense? A good summer palace has been turned into a mourning hall. When the time comes, should I scold you all for being wastrels, or should I miss your hard work? It's here. The hidden official's specialty, the hidden official's eccentricity. Chou Miao said, it is still the hidden official's magnanimity that is willing to take the blame. Chen Pingan turned to look at Gu Jianlong. Before he could say anything, Gu Jianlong turned to look at Wang Xinshui. Wang Xinshui was unwilling to take the burden and looked at Guizhuzhou. Guizhuzhou had her head lowered and was looking at the desk. Chen Pingan could only flip open a booklet. It was a record of the hidden official's achievements and losses. He began to write. A moment later, Chou Miao asked, Su Ning Luo's true intentions have been written, Chao Gun of the mysterious ginseng has also written, the contents of the quarrel have all been roughly written. Why don't I see the 2 words hidden official, and the 3 words Qin Pingan? Qin Pingan laughed. Chou Miao, let's make a bet? Let's bet on whether or not I have written my mistakes in the book. Chou Miao nodded, let's bet. Qin Pingan slammed the table, everyone can bet. Other than Guizhuzhou, everyone followed Chou Miao and bet that the hidden official did not write. It was just a small bet for fun. In the end, Qin Pingan flipped back a page and picked up the booklet. He smiled, everyone open your eyes and watch carefully. Take the money, take the money. Guizhuzhou jumped up, take the money, take the money. Everyone who lost looked at Chou Miao. Chou Miao looked helpless. He looked at Qin Pingan and smiled bitterly, I didn't think that I would lose my reputation. Then we can't split it 40 to 60. Let's split it 50 to 50. Qin Pingan scolded angrily, Chou Miao, you are not my son. Gu Jianlong said timidly, hidden official, allow me to say something fair. A man of character is clear about money. This is slightly unkind. Wang Xinshui nodded, looking angry and pretending to be shocked. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Guizhuzhou sighed. Master is really working hard to earn some money. Qin Pingan suddenly looked at the picture scroll on the ground. He said in a low voice, we need to prepare for the sword immortals to leave the city and help split the battlefield. Qin Pingan stood up. I've given you several chances to rush to the top of the city. You can count them as leftovers. So now I have about 20 days to leave the summer palace and go out of the city to kill demons. During this time, Chou Miao and Lin Junbai will be in charge of the overall situation. If there is something hard to decide, you can use the hidden official's flying sword to send a message to the sword immortal Wei Jin. He will inform me to return here temporarily to discuss matters. Luo Zhenyi hesitated. She was just about to persuade this young hidden official not to be impulsive. She had to admit that as the hidden official's sword cultivators became more and more cooperative, Qin Pingan's presence in the summer palace might not be able to change the overall situation. However, with or without Qin Pingan, it would still make a difference. At the very least, there would be fewer unnecessary quarrels. Unexpectedly, Chou Miao said telepathically to Luo Zhenyi, let him go. The ones who will feel the most depressed are not us. It is not easy for a person to not show any emotion from beginning to end for more than a year. Luo Zhenyi suddenly understood. If not for Chou Miao's reminder, she would not have cared about this matter. Qin Pingan stood up and walked out of the hall. In the courtyard, he put on the skin of an old man, carried a sword from the sword workshop, and wore an extra robe. Gu Jianlong reminded him in a small voice, hidden official, actually wearing the other skin can cover your eyes and ears better. Qin Pingan smiled and turned his head. His body was already slightly hunched and his old appearance was natural. He said in a hoarse voice, you are so good at talking. Wait for me to come back and we can talk slowly. Without waiting for Gu Jianlong to say anything, Qin Pingan's long sword had already flown out of its scabbard. With a tap of his foot, He stepped on the long sword and flew away. In the hall they looked at each other. He did not look like a sword shio in disguise. In the summer palace, except for the young hidden official, everyone was a sword shio and they were all geniuses. They had this ability. Cho Miao smiled and said, "Come, let's bet on whether hidden official is a real sword shio. I will be the banker this time." Then Cho Miao immediately said, "Guizhuzhou, you are not allowed to bet. Otherwise, not to mention making money, they would definitely lose money and most likely lose everything." This girl did have a lot of money. Guizhuzhou, who was about to bet all her money, stared and said, "Why?" In the end, not only Chao Gun's group, even Luo Zhini, Su Ning and Chang Taiqing bet that Qin Pingan was a sword shio. Cho Miao waved her hand and said, "What are you betting for? You are all so young and your realms are so low. Hurry up and get to work." Guizhuzhou put everything back in the bamboo box. Guizhuzhou rolled her eyes. He did not even have a shill, yet he dared to be the banker. Master said that a gambling table, including the banker, had to have 8 shills for 10 people. After Guizhuzhou put away all the items, she frowned and looked around. In the end, she reluctantly found sword immortal Cho Miao, who had the highest realm but an average brain. She asked, "Great sword immortal Cho Miao, will my master be okay?" Cho Miao smiled and said, "Don't worry." The other sword shio all had strange expressions. Gu Jinlong said, "I don't know if hidden official is okay. I only know that he has been targeted by your master. Something must be wrong." Wang Xinshui nodded and said, "Brother Gu, I agree with you." Everyone quickly fell silent. Because on the scroll there was a big accident. On the battlefield, there would often be many big demons watching the battle casually. This time, it was the big demon Bai Ying sitting on the white bone throne. She used a divine ability that was extremely rude and unreasonable. On the battlefield near the city wall, hundreds of thousands of puppet corpses stood up instantly and scattered in all directions, trying to help the army climb up the city wall. Although the corpses that had lost their intelligence and stood up on the battlefield in such a state, their battle strength was far inferior to when they were alive. However, when the two armies clashed on the frontline battlefield, there were hundreds of thousands more soldiers. For the sword shio on the city wall, it was not easy. In the end, before these white bone puppets could get close to the city wall, sword immortal Wu Qingpei used his natal flying sword, Sweet Rain, for the first time. After Wu Qingpei's flying sword appeared on the ground, wherever there was blood on the battlefield, there would be rain rising from the ground and gathering towards the sky. The scene was like heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Only Wu Qingpei's sword intent rain was falling normally. After the torrential rain, the demon army along with the white bone puppets at the foot of the wall almost instantly died. After that, Wu Qingpei used his natal flying sword again and again, pushing it out from the base of the city wall. On the battlefield, after 5 consecutive heavy rains, less than 1 in 10 survived by luck. They were all demon cultivators with high cultivation realms, or demons that had not yet taken human form but were born with tough bodies. These existences became the target of the sword shio on the city wall. As a result, the momentum of the wilderness army's attack on the city wall was slowed down. Wu Qingpei also put away his sword and quietly changed to another city wall to continue refining his sword. It was hard to imagine that this was the work of an unpolished jade sword immortal. An old sword cultivator sneakily climbed up to the top of the city wall and witnessed this scene with his own eyes at close range. Following that, sword immortals left the array and rushed to the battlefield. It was even more fascinating. Dong Senging, Qin Shi, Qi Tingji, the 3 old sword immortals who carved words on the city wall. Lu Ji, Nalan Xiaowei, Yu Qing, Yao Lianyun, Mi Hu and the other great sword immortals also left the city wall. In addition, the female sword immortal Zhou Cheng, Yuan Qingshu, Tao Wen and the other sword immortals were no exception. The 3 Confucian, Buddhist and Taoist sages who guarded the Great Wall of Sword Qi began to use their magical powers to change the world. Therefore, the battle line that the sword immortals guarded after entering the heart of the army was very particular. On the line where the sword immortals were in formation, there was a river flowing on the ground. It was created by the horsetail whisk in the hands of the Taoist sages. There were golden words on both sides of the river, creating 2 embankments. In the river, there were golden lotus flowers suspended. The old sword shio followed the middle 5 realm sword immortals and left the city wall on their flying swords. After landing, the old sword shio did not dare to rush to the front line. Holding his sword in hand, he summoned a flying sword and circled around. Seeing that the natal flying swords of the surrounding sword immortals were all advancing courageously, he seemed to feel bad. He rode his flying sword and followed the flying swords of the other sword immortals. He stabbed a half-dead demon that was hit by the other flying swords to death. A viewing sea realm sword immortal glared at him. The old sword Shio cursed and rode his flying sword to stab other half-dead demons. On the battlefield, those below the earth immortal realm of the demon race could only gain battle merits by killing those who were killed. Although the demon race army was large in number, there were relatively fewer cultivators. Some of the slightly more valuable battle merits could not be snatched by others. The old sword Shio would even grumble. As the old sword cultivator went back and forth, he still managed to pick up a few demon cultivators' battle merits. He immediately grinned from ear to ear. The sword cultivator at the viewing sea realm cursed, "You mother ********************************************************************************************************************่*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** won't. On the battlefield ahead, a Dragon Gate realm cultivator of the demon race had purposely appeared in his true body. When the Viewing Sea realm sword immortal and the useless old sword Shio were fighting, he suddenly rushed forward and transformed into his human form. He wanted to press down on the head of the Viewing Sea realm sword immortal. The young Viewing Sea realm sword immortal was also experienced. Talking with the old sword immortal who did not pay attention to his actions only distracted him a little. It did not affect his observation of the battlefield. He quickly rode his flying sword and stabbed it between the eyebrows of the demon race cultivator. The demon race cultivator extended his hand to block the flying sword. His skin was rough and his flesh was thick and his body was abnormally tough. Although the flying sword pierced through, the demon race cultivator clenched his fist tightly. At the same time he rode the wind and followed the retreating sword immortal. He wanted to continue to slap down and smash the sword immortal's head even if his fist would explode. The Viewing Sea realm sword immortal and the sword workshop's long sword slashed horizontally. Unexpectedly, the menacing Dragon Gate realm demon cultivator suddenly moved and came to the side of the sword immortal at an even faster speed. He swept his arm and was about to sweep the sword immortal's head to the ground. An old sword immortal inexplicably came between the sword immortal and the demon race cultivator. He used 2 fingers together to block the arm. Then, the sword immortal who came back to his senses in an instant pierced the latter's head with his flying sword. The old sword immortal immediately turned back and scolded, "King stole my credit. That's a great demon." The sword immortal who was about to thank the old bastard forcibly swallowed back his words and left. He cursed in his heart, "Great demon your ass." However, the old sword immortal shamelessly followed him. The two of them temporarily teamed up and fought side by side. They were surrounded by danger time and time again, but they came out unscathed. When the Viewing Sea realm sword immortal had no choice but to sincerely thank him, the old sword immortal had already disappeared. He glanced into the distance. The old sword immortal seemed to have taken a quick punch from a golden core realm demon for someone else. He flew out and rolled on the ground, covered in dust. When he stood up, he saw that the golden core realm demon had already been beaten up by the sword immortal. He stumbled and ran away again. The Viewing Sea realm sword immortal was strange. If he was really a nascent soul realm or golden core realm senior, there were indeed some shameless ones on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, there were only a few of them and each one was more famous than the other. For example, the one who suddenly recited poems after drinking the bamboo sea cave heaven wine was one of the outstanding sword immortal seniors. However, this one looked very unfamiliar. The old sword immortal wandered and occasionally picked up some treasures. In the end, he was entangled by a golden core realm demon. After being chased for more than 1,000 feet, the old sword immortal actually took out a natal flying sword with an almost identical aura. As he dodged the fierce close combat of the great demon, he scolded, "Don't let me use my full strength. I have a lot of flying swords." The golden core realm demon became ferocious. He seemed to be attacking casually, but in fact he was about to take out a natal offensive magic weapon. However, he was suddenly stunned. The old sword immortal actually spoke to him telepathically, "Quickly take away one of the flying swords and try to bring it back to the Jiazi camp alive." The golden core realm demon was skeptical. No matter what, he wanted to grab the flying sword in his palm first. In the end, just as he was about to reach out to grab the flying sword that was indeed a little slower, he did not expect the flying sword to suddenly accelerate and directly pierce through his head, crushing one of the golden core realm demon's eyeballs. The Jindan stage demon was in excruciating pain. He revealed his true form and at the same time, took out his natal item. He roared again, wanting to gather the demon troops under his command to encircle and annihilate the extremely treacherous bastard. Unexpectedly, when he looked again, the damned old sword cultivator had already disappeared. When he revealed his true body, he had gathered around 70 to 80 demons under his command. Naturally, he had already been targeted by several nearby sword immortals. Far away from the battlefield, a young sword immortal was knocked into by someone and flew out on the spot. The demon cultivator's natal item smashed a huge hole in the ground where he stood. In the next moment, the young sword immortal was supported by an old sword immortal. At the same time, the surrounding demons began to surround and kill. Some charged forward with their heads buried, while others leaped. They were densely packed and surged forward, covering the sky and earth. The old sword immortal who had a sword on his back did not unsheath his sword, nor did he take out his flying sword. He only pushed the young man away with a palm, causing the latter to instantly leave the battlefield. Then the old sword immortal casually opened a fist stance. Fist intent scattered in all directions, crushing the surroundings into powder. "6:45. Before the young swordsman could be shocked, the old swordsman had already retracted his stance and stood still. With one hand behind his back, the old swordsman smiled while stroking his beard. He said proudly, "His sword aura is truly invincible." The young swordsman was stunned for a long time. This battlefield was already empty. Some demons in the distance who sensed something amiss, even though most of them were not sentient, knew what was at stake. They all ran away to other places. The old swordsman swept a glance across the battlefield. There were a few demon cultivators who did not have a high realm. Their weapons, along with their bodies and souls, were all destroyed. It was a pity that nothing was left. He had to take it easy the next time. Even a mosquito's leg was meat. The young swordsman flew to the old swordsman's side. "Old senior?" The old swordsman's voice was hoarse. He stroked his beard and smiled. "You can call me Sword Immortal Senior. I'm still young. I don't deserve the word, old." The young swordsman was stunned speechless. The old swordsman had already flown away on his sword. His long sword was close to the ground as it pierced through the formation like a fish swimming among the aquatic plants. He only used his flying sword against the demon cultivators. He killed and injured them if he could. Moreover, he chose the right time to attack. He did not delay the swordsman from the Great Wall of Sword Chi from attacking. The young swordsman glanced at the figure of the Sword Immortal Senior, and his sword. He could not tell the level of his realm and cultivation. He suppressed his doubts and headed south with his sword, rushing to the next battlefield. This time, the Great Wall of Sword Chi had more than 6,000 sword cultivators in the middle 5 realms. It sounded like a large number, but in reality, compared to the 1,000-mile battlefield, everyone would still be trapped in the perilous situation of the demon army. In addition, there were many abode of immortals and sea-viewing realm sword cultivators. Most of them were there to sharpen their swords and familiarize themselves with the battlefield. They had to take care of both killing demons and practicing their swords. According to the rules of the hidden officials, these 2 realms of sword cultivators sought to survive first, then to break through their realms and finally to kill more demons. As for the earth immortal sword cultivators who had the highest realm and the greatest killing power, killing demons was their priority. Protecting the abode of immortals and sea-viewing realm sword cultivators was their second priority. There were sword cultivators guarding the city walls. As long as the north and south lines did not collapse too much, there was no need to worry about the demons bypassing the sword cultivators and going to the city walls. The sword cultivators of Dragon Gate who were in between the 2 realms were the most relaxed and straightforward. They could use their swords to break formations and kill monsters alone, and it was fine for them to form groups with their friends who were in the same realm as them. They did not have too many rules and restrictions. During this period of time, there were also many sword cultivator teams. They were rather special. They were sword cultivators whose natural mystiques of their flying swords could be superimposed. This time they were going out of the city to meet the enemy. They were striving to familiarize themselves with the coordination of their flying swords on the battlefield. A certain golden core or nascent soul sword cultivator who was guarding the formation for this group of sword cultivators would usually prioritize protecting the former as their top priority. Killing demons and earning merit would instead be secondary. Once the life grandiose and flying swords of these sword cultivators were damaged, these earthly immortal realm sword cultivators would have to bear extremely great punishment, and if they intended to make up for it with battle merits, it was an extremely uneconomical type. Once they left the city, there weren't many rules set by the hidden officials. Therefore, sword cultivators paid special attention to every one of them. The old sword cultivator passed by a battlefield far away from the city walls. The battle there was especially brutal. The fact that they were able to wipe out all the demons near the city walls and advance over 5 kilometers to the south meant that these sword cultivators possessed great killing power and even greater killing intent. However, the 7 sword cultivators were already heavily surrounded. There were dozens of demon cultivators and thousands of soldiers under them. Just the Golden Core great demons alone numbered as many as 3. The old sword cultivator saw 2 familiar faces. They were the Dragon Gate Realm Sword Cultivator Ren-Yi and the Golden Core Realm Sword Cultivator Puyu. They were the sword cultivators who had guarded the 3 gates on the street back then. The old sword cultivator glanced at Puyu and sighed. This fellow was still wearing that eye-catching outfit that had the word, asking for a beating written on his forehead. It was fortunate that this handsome young master was not one of them, or he would have long been berated by the old sword cultivator. It was fine if he was drinking in the city and sparring with others with his fluttering white robes, but it was inappropriate for him to reveal the demeanor of a banished immortal on the battlefield. The robes of the clothing workshop did not charge him a single cent, so what if he wore one? If it were not for the rule that only one robe could be given to a sword cultivator for free, the old sword cultivator would have worn 7 or 8 robes and carried 7 or 8 swords of the sword workshop before rushing to the battlefield. The old sword cultivator who made others address him as Senior Sword Immortal was naturally the infamous hidden official. After fair dealing second shopkeeper and punching Qin Pingan to the ground, he now had another nickname, True Hidden Official who did not save those in need. On the city wall, after the hidden official was killed by the traitorous sword immortal Lai Halberd, the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage moved to the hidden official's lineage. The hidden official's position had been vacant for a long time. When the word hidden official was sent to the city wall via a flying sword, almost all the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi knew what was going on. After all, the demons had unleashed a torrent of magical treasures, and the sword cultivator Q-Sword of the Wildlands had engaged in 2 major battles. The sword energy waterfall on the city walls had changed many times, and had killed many nascent soul demon cultivators. After a series of events, the sword cultivators were able to figure out what had happened in the wine shop. If it wasn't for the fact that the peak great demon Yang Ji killed the sword immortal and the hidden official Fei Jian stopped the sword cultivator from saving him, the reputation of the young outsider who became the second shopkeeper and then the hidden official would have changed from extremely bad to extremely good in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan was not in a hurry to make a move. As a golden core sword cultivator, Puyu should be the sword master who protected this group of young sword cultivators. As for Ren-Yi, as a Dragon Gate cultivator who came and went freely on the battlefield, he should want to join forces with Puyu to break the formation. They could look after each other and also kill more demons. This was because Puyu's natal flying sword, Rain Curtain, was very good at camouflage. The flying sword had many illusions and on the battlefield, it was very easy to fool the opponent. Qin Pingan was in no hurry. He looked as if he wanted to help but wasn't confident he could do so. He even made several detours to intercept and kill any demons that tried to bypass the battlefield and head north toward the city walls. After all, if a demon cultivator could scale the city walls, it would be a meritorious service. If they could scale the city walls, it would be another meritorious service. Even if they died in the end with nothing to show for it, these 2 meritorious services would still be recorded in the records of the Wildlands army and rewarded to their tribes, direct descendants, or relatives. Qin Pingan was staring at an inconspicuous demon cultivator. It was not because he had leaked the aura of a great demon, but because he was an intuition that he was an eyesore. He had the feeling that victory on a small battlefield was within his grasp and he could attack or retreat without worrying about his life. However, he had an absolutely unreasonable desire to die. The demon cultivator whose cultivation level was unknown for the time being seemed to be making a lot of noise and sparing no effort in his attacks. His offensive spiritual weapon was very fancy, but he was unlucky to have run into an old sword cultivator, who was a fellow cultivator. A golden core demon cultivator who was overseeing the battlefield also felt that the old sword cultivator who kept circling around was an eyesore, so he sent 3 of his subordinates to investigate the situation. What Qin Pingan was concerned about was not the 3 demon cultivators who had left the battlefield, or even the command of the golden core great demon. He was concerned about the demon cultivator who had been hiding his cultivation level all along. As a result, he was increasingly certain that it was this demon cultivator who had reminded the golden core demon cultivator to settle this small accident, so as to prevent him from ruining the bigger picture, such as killing the two young geniuses, Puyu and Ren-yi. After all, Puyu and Ren-yi's cultivation levels were not low. They had also participated in the previous two battles. If they really wanted to abandon the lives of the other young sword cultivators, there was an extremely high chance that they would be able to retreat from the battlefield. Puyu and Ren-yi were the two young geniuses of the Great Wall of Sword Qi without a doubt. Just because the dazzling Qi Shou and Gao Yeho were on the small mountain where they were, Puyu and Ren-yi were nobodies. Although Dong Haiten had once privately commented on the two sword cultivators guarding the pass, he had instead spoken well of Ren-yi, whose cultivation level was one level lower. He said that Ren-yi was the youngest sword cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm, and his flying sword was fast. Instead, he did not have a high opinion of Puyu, saying that Puyu was the fanciest in the Golden Core realm. However, this kind of evaluation was only used in battles and sword cultivators. It was the truth, but it was not comprehensive. The hidden official's evaluation of Puyu and his natal flying sword was extremely high. This was because his natal flying sword had a miraculous effect on the battlefield, so it was rated as C. In terms of rank, it was only inferior to Qi Shou's natal flying sword, Jumping Pearl, which was rated as B by the hidden official's lineage. As for A, it was Wu Qingpei's Sweet Rain. Other B were Yu Qing's 100 Feet Spring and Skylark in the Sky. The natal flying sword of the Hassa Continent sword immortal Yuan Qingshu was also in this category. The natal flying swords of many sword immortals were extremely lethal, but their ranks were not high in the Summer Palace. Of course, this classification was because the hidden official's lineage only considered the battlefield. It was an extremely utilitarian and unscrupulous evaluation. Since he had confirmed the opponent's real backup, Qin Pingan did not hesitate anymore. He stepped on the sword workshop's long sword and rushed towards the three demonic cultivators who were trying to find out the real situation. The sword drew a large arc close to the ground. The old sword cultivator just happened to dodge a beam of light from a spiritual weapon that attacked his natal item. He stepped on the long sword and the long sword continued to rush towards a demonic cultivator in front of him. The sword workshop's standard long sword under his feet was as fast as a flying sword. The old sword cultivator had already left the long sword. He took out the natal flying sword named Account Book and aimed it at another demonic cultivator in the sea viewing realm. The flying sword pierced through the opponent's head and reached out to hold the corpse to prevent the opponent from exploding his natal aperture acupoint. While he was at it, he took a copper bell from the opponent's waist and kept it in his sleeve. He then grabbed the dead demonic cultivator's body and smashed it towards the third demonic cultivator's brilliant spell. It was done in one breath. It was as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. He reached out and grabbed the sword workshop's long sword back. He stepped out and stepped on the long sword. He ignored the two demonic cultivators who were not in a high realm and went straight to the big demon who was hiding. He stepped on the long sword and dodged several spells and attacks from spiritual weapons. He stepped on the long sword of the workshop and jumped up high. He made a gesture with 2 fingers. The account book flying sword was exactly the same as Puyu's rain curtain. It was just that the different flying swords had different sword chi and sword essence. The tip of the sword pointed at the demon of the man of sacrifice and disappeared in a flash. Qin Pingan reminded Puyu and Ren-yi telepathically. His voice was old and hoarse. Don't be greedy. Be careful of the ambush. After the battle, the demon cultivator who seemed to be at most in the sea viewing realm realized that it was useless to hide. He changed into a sword cultivator and at least a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the golden elixir realm. The sword light flashed between his eyebrows. The natal flying sword had a mysterious supernatural power. The golden light floated and protected his body. After a crisp sound, it repelled the dozens of flying swords of the unknown old sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The demon of the man of sacrifice also reminded the 3 golden elixir realm demons with telepathic thoughts. Golden elixir realm sword cultivators start with strange flying swords. They are all real. They are different from Puyu's rain curtain flying sword. You don't have to save your strength. Try to kill Ren-yi and injure Puyu so that we can lure this demon to stay here. Then we can besiege and kill him. The golden light emitted from the natal flying sword of this demon cultivator quickly gathered and finally condensed into a small particle. The light became brighter and brighter. It went straight to the enemy's head. The old sword cultivator who exposed the big demon's identity quickly fell to the ground. He changed his route nimbly and continued to rush forward. The demon of the man of sacrifice casually grabbed a sword that was lost on a sword. He grasped a sword from the sword workshop that was left on the battlefield. He tilted his body slightly and slashed with the sword. The old sword cultivator bent his knees slightly and suddenly exerted force. Dust flew under his feet and the ground shook. The old sword cultivator's figure was as fast as a wisp of smoke. He dodged a flying sword and the sword light of the long sword and closed in. The demon of the man of sacrifice was relieved. His opponent's flying swords were strange enough and his control was good enough. However, his killing power was average and not outstanding. His flying swords most likely hid some temporarily unknown natal supernatural power. In fact, this was the most troublesome part. However, seeing that his opponent dared to fight in close combat, the demon of the man of sacrifice would not be restrained. This old man doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he compete with me in terms of the toughness of his body? In the blink of an eye, the flying swords of both sides met again. One transformed into a dozen swords and the other condensed and dispersed golden light. Sparks flew in all directions from the distance of several hundred feet. When they were less than 50 feet apart, their natal flying swords collided again. This time, sparks flew. Sword chi rippled and exploded. Spiritual chi became chaotic. Many sparks that were stained with sword chi flew out. The sparks were the size of mustard seeds. Many demons felt bone-piercing pain when they touched them. When they looked again, they saw bowl-sized wounds that were already badly mangled. The demon of the man of sacrifice became calmer. When the two flying swords confronted each other, he still had strength to spare. However, his opponent was most likely going all out. With a distance of 50 feet, the faces of both sides could be seen clearly. The old sword cultivator was just as expected. When he saw that his natal flying swords were unable to succeed, he already had thoughts of retreating. A hint of panic flashed through his eyes. His next step forward suddenly slowed down. However, he still had to pretend to be calm. Then he stopped and flew back. At the same time, he tried his best to control his flying swords. He used all his trump cards because his flying swords were finally willing to use their natal supernatural power. They no longer hid anything. It was a sword formation that was connected to each other, blocking between the two sword cultivators. The demon of the man of sacrifice no longer had any misgivings. Although the old sword cultivator in front of him was not the person recorded in the book, killing another Jindan sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Chi was a pleasant surprise. It was a great merit. After using his natal flying swords to break through the opponent's sword formation, the demon of the man of sacrifice did not give his opponent a chance to retreat. He rushed forward and caught up with the anxious old sword cultivator. He slashed down with his sword. If he dared to save someone, he would have to pay with his life. In his panic, the old sword cultivator could only tilt his head and stretch out a hand to block the sword. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape the fate of being split in half. A moment later, the sacrificial demon of the man of sacrifice looked down in a daze. His soul trembled and his heart twisted. The old sword cultivator who was close to him still had a look of fear and uneasiness on his face. However, his opponent's left hand was firmly holding onto his sword. Not only that, his right hand was like a chisel through the enemy's formation, piercing through his opponent's chest. However, it did not penetrate through his back. His fist was clenched and it just happened to grab onto an illusory Jindan. Before this, he had already used his explosive fist intent to destroy the chi dwelling near his natal aperture. It was as if he had completely isolated himself from the world. He did not give the sacrificial demon of the man of sacrifice the slightest chance to explode his Jindan. Before he died, the sacrificial demon of the man of sacrifice saw that the old sword cultivator was still in the mood to put on an act. He had a look of sincerity and fear in his heart. Then he smiled and said guiltily, "It was a small victory. I was just lucky." The attacking army of the wasteland world was split into two by the golden river created by the saints of the three sections. The sword immortals held their swords and guarded the river. The demons behind the sword immortals could only fight like trapped beasts. Without any reinforcements, they had to fight the sword immortals of the middle five realms who had left the city. However, it was not an easy task for the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi to guard the river and cut the battle formation in half. They wanted to stop the reinforcements from moving forward for a long time. Every sword immortal had to bear the brunt of the surging demon army. Outside the battlefield, in the first military tent. Although there were some young children in this military tent, it was the largest tent among the 60 military tents. It was heavily guarded and had many rules. Unless there was an important military mission, any outsiders who dared to enter the tent without permission would be killed immediately, even if they were sword immortals or great demons. Today, two esteemed guests of extremely high status had come to the first military tent. One of them was a muscular old man dressed in a crimson robe. His crimson robe was as dazzling as the clouds, flowing with red light that flickered in and out of existence. This was an immortal armament robe. It was rumored that he had obtained it from the Yeluo, one of the entrances to the Great Abyss, and that it had once been the foundation of the Great River. This old man was of extremely high seniority, on par with Yang Ji and Huang Luan. However, they had their own grudges and their relationship was extremely complicated. This old man was one of the great demon candidates for the throne of the Martyr's Palace. He was even stronger than the great demon Chongguang, but he had always been a loner, so his reputation was inferior to Chongguang's. His most recent public appearance was that of Alliance, who had been rumored to be in the middle of the war. Afterward, he couldn't hold back, and destroyed more than half of the old man's lair. Only then did the old man join forces with Chongguang and pursue Alliance for hundreds of thousands of li. They pursued Alliance all the way to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and conveniently received a blow from Dong Sangin. Next to the old man stood a young great demon who carried as many as 5 long swords on his back. He was dressed in the equally famous emerald robe, banana binding refinement. His appearance was handsome and young, but one of his eyes was a lifeless white. The young great sword immortal did not try to hide it. He did not even bother to use camouflage. If it weren't for the eyeball destroying his appearance, he could probably compete with Sword Immortal Miyu of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in terms of appearance. However, the difference between him and the unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortal Miyu was that this Sword Immortal Great Demon had extremely high swordsmanship. He was the youngest Sword Immortal Great Demon in the upper 5 realms. In the Battle of the 13, he had won fair and square against the great Sword Immortal Zhang Lu, who had been famous for a long time. The latter's reputation was ruined, and he was sent to guard the door of the inverted hanging mountain as a criminal. He could only spend time with the little Taoist child who liked to sit on a praying mat and read books. It was rumored that Zhang Lu had an extremely good relationship with the Ning Mansion Sword Immortal couple. However, the 3 of them who seemed to be friends didn't have a good ending. 2 died in battle while the other survived and became a laughingstock. The female Sword Immortal Lu Bai accompanied the leader of the tent, the young Wooden Clog. The 2 of them went out to welcome the guests. Wooden Clog said respectfully, "Greetings to Patriarch Guan Xiang and Sword Immortal Si Chen." Lu Bai's words were more casual and intimate. She smiled and said, "Greetings to Old Man Guan Xiang and Senior Brother Si Chen." The great demon Guan Xiang smiled and nodded. "Lu Bai girl is getting more and more beautiful. In the future, when you go to the vast world, I will personally help you catch some gentlemen and sages from the academy for you to choose." This was the benefit of having a master. Lu Bai's master was the second highest throne who was called the Bookworm under the pseudonym Zhou. He was known as the Sea of Learning in the wild world. Sword Immortal Si Chen happened to be Lu Bai's senior brother. Among Zhou's many disciples, they were all Sword Immortals. Si Chen, Kai Ying, Tong Xian, Tong Yin, Yu Zhao, and Lu Bai were all the seeds of the great path of 100 Sword Immortals evaluated by Moon Supporting Mountain. The 100 Sword Immortals evaluated by Moon Supporting Mountain were not ranked according to their realm. Lu Bai's senior brother Si Chen not only had a high realm, but his ranking was also extremely high. He was close to Lu Cha's direct disciple, Li Zhen, who was the last disciple of Moon Supporting Mountain. Lu Bai noticed Si Chen's abnormality and asked worriedly, "Senior brother Si Chen?" He didn't understand why senior brother Si Chen was seriously injured after not seeing him for a few years. The last time they parted, senior brother Si Chen was said to have received his master's order to travel. Si Chen pointed at his eyeball that was added back. A great demon's physique was tough, not to mention a great demon of the upper 5 realms. However, he didn't grow a new eyeball, nor did he refine the added eyeball. It was as if he deliberately let people find out that he was blind in one eye. He smiled and said, "That old blind man cut off one of my eyeballs and threw it to the watchdog to eat. It was extremely humiliating, but it was nothing more than that. If I don't take revenge, I won't feel at ease. However, if I want to take revenge, it won't be easy. I can only let outsiders see it as a reminder so that I won't forget it after a long time." Wooden Clog was shocked. Not to mention the old blind man who liked to drive the golden armored puppets to move 100,000 mountains, just the watchdog alone was said to be an Ascendant Realm great demon who broke through the bottleneck to find trouble. In the end, it failed to find trouble, so it stayed there and became a veritable lackey. That year, the great demon Guan Xiang brought the Sword Immortal Si Chen to find the old blind man to talk about things. hoping that the old blind man could help and kill the world together. They didn't expect to part on bad terms. 12 against 13, the immortal realm confronting the ascendant realm. Even if they couldn't win and had no chance of winning, it was not impossible to escape. However, once the 12 and 13 realms confronted the next realm, it was really unreasonable. Of course, the ascendant realm sword immortal still had the power to fight. As long as the sword was fast enough, it could break the world that was manifested by the great Tao. The legendary 14 realms, wherever the person was, the world would be there. The suppression of the great Tao was everywhere. It was not as simple as a small world with a barrier. The ascendant realm Qi cultivators who were not sword immortals were the most uncomfortable in it. Therefore, the immortal realm sword immortal Si Chen suffered a great loss. It was really not that Si Chen's sword Tao was bad, but it was because the old blind man was too strong. He was so strong that an outsider in the desolate world was also the god of the vast territory of the 100,000 mountains. Alliance once had a very interesting analogy: the old blind man was the second master of the desolate world. Unless the second master who had disappeared for 10,000 years was unhappy and personally suppressed it, all the spells and supernatural powers were just fleeting clouds and flowing water. The great demon Guanxiang smiled and said, "Let's talk about business first." The Jiazi camp is afraid that you children will be depressed. According to the military records, this is the second time the Jiazi camp has rejected the Jiazi camp's suggestions. Therefore, I have to personally make a trip to tell you some inside stories. When you enter the Jiazi camp later, I will tell you the situation. It's fine if you know, but you must not spread it out. Everyone in the Jiazi camp stood up and respectfully welcomed the two seniors. One of them was an ascendant realm cultivator who had lived for a long time. Many pages of the old almanac of the desolate world had the old man's pseudonym and related deeds written on it. The other was young, had outstanding battle achievements, and was also a sword immortal. The old man smiled and nodded, indicating for everyone to take a seat. There was no need to be polite. The sword immortal Si Chen looked around. Those who were not sword immortals, he glanced at them. Those who were sword immortals, he took a few more glances. Li Zhen Zhugong, you see? Tan, together with junior sister Lu Bai, the Jiazi camp had 5 sword immortal embryos of the desolate world. The great demon Guanxiang said, "According to your plan, including Chongguang and I, the ascendant realm and immortal realm cultivators, how many sword immortals' heads can you get at most?" Wooden Clog said, "According to our plan, we only kill the jade unpolished realm sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi first. Moreover, we have to kill the foreign sword immortals including Yuan Qingshu and Pu He. If 2 of them die, the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi will definitely not retreat, nor will they be allowed to leave the battlefield. In the end, the best result is that we can kill 4 to 5 jade unpolished realm sword immortals and 2 great sword immortals. The worst result is that there will be 3 jade unpolished realm sword immortals and 1 great sword immortal. After that, the sword immortal guarding the river will have to retreat no matter what." The great demon Guanxiang nodded. "It's a good result. The Jiazi camp has carefully read your book. The plan is meticulous. Even if we exchange 1 for 1 with the Great Wall of Sword Qi, we can completely accept it. Therefore, this is also the reason why you are unwilling to accept it, right?" Wooden Clog nodded and said, "That's right. It wasn't easy for us to force so many sword immortals to leave the city and fight. Even if the saints of the 3 sects helped them create a world and obtain a certain amount of protection, it is not unbreakable. Seniors, as long as you do your best, as long as there are less than 4 sword immortals' heads, I, Wooden Clog, am willing to let Li Zhen chop off his head and bring it to the Jiazi camp to apologize to you seniors." The old man smiled and said, "How many times can the saints of the 3 sects on the city wall create the river to help cut off the battlefield and reduce the pressure on the sword immortals on the city wall? Do you have the results of your deductions?" Wooden Clog shook his head and said, "We have some guesses, but they are too mysterious. We don't dare to use our guesses as the basis to deduce the direction of the battlefield." The old man said, "Indeed, you can't be blamed for this. Such a major matter can only be answered by the Jiazi camp. You children can only rely on gambling even if you let your imagination run wild for 100 years. The result of the Jiazi camp is 3 times. After 3 times, the saints of the 3 sects will hurt the foundation of the great Tao." Wooden Clog was puzzled and asked, "Does the Jiazi camp want the saints of the 3 sects to die here?" The old man nodded and said, "After the Great Wall of Sword Qi is breached, we can't stop the saints of the vast world who are guarding the sky screen from doing what they want. However, the saints of the 3 sects must die in the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Therefore the Jiazi camp has made a new decision. They won't accept your plan completely, but they won't sit by and do nothing. They will let the sword immortals show off their might. Me, Zhongguang Shurchen, and a dozen others who have a high enough realm will all do our best. However, Shurchen, Liu Bai's master, and Zhu Jing's master will still not do anything. The young man smiled brightly and said, Seniors, your Jiazi camp is far-sighted. I am sincerely convinced. The old man sighed and said, You are the future of the desolate world. We are rotten and old. Then the old man turned his head and smiled. Of course Shurchen doesn't count. He is still very young. Wooden Clog suddenly said, Patriarch Guanxiang, Shurchen Sword Immortal, I have a request. The old man said, Let's hear it. Wooden Clog then told the old man about the siege that the Jiazi camp had already discussed. He hoped that in the next battle, when the Sword Immortals were guarding the river, the 5 Sword Immortals of the Jiazi camp would all come out and hide in the army. They would work together to besiege the new hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chen Pingan. Therefore Wooden Clog hoped that the Jiazi camp could arrange for a senior to be responsible for opening up a path of retreat. Of course, the Jiazi camp would also assess the situation. They wouldn't appear in a hurry from the beginning and put the senior in charge of opening the defense formation in too dangerous a situation. The old man said, This is a big matter. It's useless even if I agree. I have to go to the Jiazi camp and mention it. Wait for my news. The young man thanked him. Liu Bai said, Senior Shurchen, you must make Master agree. Shurchen said helplessly, We have to see how effective your next 2 plans are. Otherwise you know Master's temper very well. Other than the plan to deal with the Sword Immortals of Li City in the Golden River. In fact, there was also a competition between the younger generation of both sides. The undercurrent was already surging and waiting to be unleashed. With the Jiazi camp as the leader, several military camps worked together and carefully selected a large group of demon warriors. They were all Earth Immortal Sword Immortals who had been stuck at the bottleneck of Jindan or Yuanying for many years. These heroes who had become Sword Immortals but still ended up as warriors of sacrifice were each given a small booklet written by the Jiazi camp before they rushed to the battlefield. The booklet recorded all the information about the 50 genius Sword Immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Ning Yao was on the first page. Qi Shou, Gao Yeho, Pang Yuanji, Situ Weiran, Luo Zhini, Qin Sanxiu, Dong Huafu, Taizhang, Yanxie, Suning, Chang Taiqing, Gu Jianlong, Guizhujiu, Gao Yuqing. There was a long list of names, realms, flying swords, natal supernatural powers, temperament, fighting style, and the names of their friends who would appear in the same battlefield. The booklet was filled with detailed records. Even if there was a difference between the records and the hidden officials of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it wouldn't be too far off. However, when Pang Yuanji was recorded in the booklet, his name was crossed out and the words "cannot be killed" were written in red. During this period, an old golden core demon sword immortal who volunteered to be a warrior of sacrifice was suddenly found by the military camp's cultivators before he went to the battlefield and was killed on the spot. The demon sword immortal was only shocked and didn't think much about it. Those who were already dead would die early. Those who were still alive would not be treated as a joke and would die later. He was probably a traitor who wanted to leak information to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This small story about the demon race and humans, sword immortals and life and death, wilderness and the Great Wall of Sword Qi disappeared forever in the river of time. It was like a piece of duckweed that floated for a long time and then disappeared without a trace. This generation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi produced many geniuses. It was known as the Second Great Wall of Sword Immortals in 10,000 years. What the wilderness needed to do next was to use the Great Wall of Sword Immortals as the price to grind down this opponent into a Great Wall of Sword Immortals. It seemed like it was a success, but it wasn't a gain. However, that was not the case. Reality had proven that the Great Wall of Sword Qi's pure sword will, the older the sword will, the more it would not reject the sword immortals of the wilderness. As long as the latter's sword heart was pure and clear, they would be able to gain the favor of the ancient sword will and seize the opportunity of the Great Tao. In terms of sword Tao providence, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was without a doubt the most majestic. Once the Great Wall of Sword Qi was breached and all the sword immortals died, the wilderness would be able to seize more of the Great Wall of Sword Immortals. The 100 sword immortals' seeds would be able to grow rapidly. On the battlefield, Puyu didn't stay idle. She summoned her natal flying sword, Rain Veil, with all her might. Even if she couldn't help much, she wanted to prevent the old sword immortal from falling into a trap just to save them. After all, when sword cultivators nurtured their flying swords, other than tempering their sword intent, they could also temper their physique. As for the Fey race, their physique was innately tough. Once they were sword cultivators, the toughness of their physique would reach an exaggerated level. Ren-Yi even cooperated with Puyu's flying sword mystique to assassinate the demon cultivators. However, there were golden core demon cultivators on the other side who purposely ignored Puyu and Ren-Yi. Unless their flying swords were close to them, they would specifically target the young sword immortals whose cultivation was not high. This made it difficult for the two genius sword immortals to use their flying swords to their heart's content. The other young sword immortals had already received Puyu and Ren-Yi's warning. For the time being, they only cared about supporting each other and controlling their flying swords to protect themselves. The old sword cultivator who had sneakily hidden a golden core in his sleeve seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as he was sent flying backward. After rolling to his feet, he vomited blood onto his palm and unleashed his flying sword to randomly stab the sword cultivator who had already died. Then he was sent flying again and slid on the ground for several meters before he staggered to his feet and wiped the blood on his face. The old sword immortal reached out and grabbed the sword immortal's sword on the ground. Another sharp sword light arrived in an instant. It was another golden core demon cultivator. The old sword immortal blocked the sword radiance with his sword. He slid backwards and plowed a deep trench in the ground. The sword immortal's sword was finally broken by the sword radiance. The old sword immortal pinched his fingers and controlled the broken sword to return to its sheath. He faced off against the golden core sword immortal who had come out alone. Not only were Puyu and the other young sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi shocked, but the golden core demon cultivators and their subordinates were also very confused. Since when did their side have two of the most valuable sword immortals in the wilderness? Qin Pingan had a rough idea of what was going on. The wilderness had been cut off from the battlefield this time, so they had already made arrangements. For example, Puyu and Ren-Yi had each summoned a golden core sword immortal. They were older and were likely to be sword immortals who had no hope of breaking through their bottlenecks. They were the most suitable sword immortals to serve as assassins. If this happened everywhere on the battlefield, it was a meticulous plan that the wilderness had long planned. It would be very troublesome for the young sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Therefore, Qin Pingan did not plan to stay for too long. After cleaning up the battlefield, he would first send a message to Wei Jin on the city wall and pass the news to the Summer Palace. After that, he would have to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible. After all, he was still Fan Dash's guardian sword immortal. He had to fulfill his promise. Qin Pingan rolled up his sleeves, stomped on the ground and instantly disappeared. The golden core demon cultivator was clearly at a loss. He had already sent out his flying sword, but he could not find anyone. What was he to do? In an instant, the lethargic golden core sword cultivator was sent flying. His unusually tough body directly broke through the encirclement. The demon clan member who was hit was smashed into pieces and died on the spot. The old sword immortal with the sword workshop sword on his back and the clothing workshop robe on his back followed like a shadow. Before the golden core sword immortal's body landed on the ground, he sent out a second punch, shattering his body and golden core together. In the next moment, the old sword immortal landed on the ground and secretly sent a message to the city wall. A portion of the earth immortal sword immortals stationed on the city wall had to leave the city wall and conceal their aura. They would then try to kill the enemy sword immortals. The demon cultivators on the battlefield scattered like birds and beasts, frantically fleeing for their lives. A few golden core demon cultivators rode the wind and took out their defensive natal items. As long as they did not retreat too far to the south, changing the battlefield and continuing to fight was not a mistake. Moreover, the battlefield had been cut in half. The Wilderness War Supervisor really could not care less about the cowardice of the battlefield. Although the demon cultivators who went to the battlefield risked their lives to obtain merits, they were not courting death. Even touching the city wall a few times was good enough. In any case, it was still considered a merit. Puyu was a sword immortal. He was just chasing after the demon cultivators. Ren-Yi glanced at the old sword immortal flying away with a complicated expression. Puyu said helplessly, "There's no need to guess. It's that King second shopkeeper." However, the two of them did not understand why the newly appointed hidden official seemed to be a completely different person after not seeing him for just a year. Especially the last punch with a heavy killing intent. Even the young people on the Great Wall of Sword Chi felt uncomfortable and suffocated. If they were to fight against him on the battlefield, how would it feel? The two genius sword immortals who had been fighting for a long time almost simultaneously abandoned the distracting thoughts in their hearts. Their minds were clear and their hearts were clear. They tried their best to attack as quickly as possible. As for whether the young hidden official was already a sword immortal or a new disguise, both of them were too lazy to guess. Anyway, they could not guess. As for the truth, only the heavens knew. No matter what, they only knew that he was actually a fellow of the same age. Now, killing golden core cultivators was like picking up grass. Under the fist and sword, all were ants. "646. Above the clouds, above the great wall of sword aura, the Taoist saint stood up and bowed respectfully to the visitor. He then smiled and said, 'How rare.' Qin Qingdu smiled and said, 'The view from a high place is much better than what I can see from my small thatched hut.' After exchanging pleasantries, there was nothing more to say. This big sword immortal who rarely appeared above the clouds looked towards the chaotic battlefield in the south. The Taoist saint suddenly asked, 'Why does that young secluded official seem to be prejudiced against me?' Qin Qingdu said, 'He is prejudiced against the entire Taoist sect, not just you. Actually, he also knows that this is inappropriate, but it is hard to change in a short period of time. There were always some strange people who were able to let go of the things they said about themselves, but they were unable to let go of the things they said about the people around them. Big Sword Immortal had seen many such people. Not to mention those who were far away, there were those who were close to him, including Pang Yuanji. The Taoist saint lifted his sleeves and began to calculate. The Taoist was unwilling to do so in private, but since Big Sword Immortal had appeared, there was no need to hold back. He calculated with his fingers, and after a while, "I never thought that there would be such a huge grudge. No wonder." This Taoist saint was the person who was the furthest away from the mortal world in the entire Great Wall of Sword Aura. He had truly achieved a clean cultivation. Not to mention the matters of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he did not even care about the ups and downs of his own sect. No one would come here to look for him, and he would not take the initiative to look for anyone. This Taoist saint who was in charge of guarding the Great Wall of Sword Aura was an expert from the lineage of the Taoist ancestor's eldest disciple. If he returned to the Baek-o-Kaekyung building, there were 5 cities and 12 buildings. One of the buildings was extremely high, and it was his immortal cave abode where he cultivated. Qin Qingdu said, "It has been so many years. You have wasted your time, and it has been difficult for you to improve. It has been hard on you." The Taoist quickly bowed and said, "I'm sorry." Qin Qingdu said helplessly, "If that kid met you, the two of you would probably have a good chat." The Taoist calculated with his fingers again and shook his head, "Not necessarily." Qin Qing didn't want to say anything more. But it wouldn't be good to leave so soon, so he stood where he was and looked down at the battlefield in the south. The Taoist suddenly exclaimed, "Our young hidden official actually has some connections with that Sun Taoist of Xiandu Temple?" The head of Xuandu Temple, Sun Huaizhong, was already extremely skilled in the sword. He was also known as the unshakable fifth person in the Qingming world. The Taoist sighed, "I never thought that Taoist Sun would actually leave his own world and make a trip to the vast world. It was fine if he didn't calculate, but once he calculated 10 times, 1,000 times. It was close to the heavens." Qin Qingdu said with a smile, "That Taoism sword immortal lineage is quite something. That Taoist Sun is quite an interesting person." As long as the matter of swords was mentioned, if the big boss sword immortal said that he was something, then it was naturally something. Otherwise, why would Qin Qingdu have nothing better to do? Every now and then, he would catch a person beside him and say that their swordsmanship was not good enough. In terms of swordsmanship, he was already the undisputed #1 in the world. The 4 immortal swords represented the 4 lineages of the world's swordsmanship. The celestial master residence of Mount Longhu had 1, the most proud scholar of the Central Plains had 1, the second Taoist had 1, and the sword suppression tower, one of the 9 great towers that the vast world had always claimed to be suppressing the last one. In fact, the immortal sword of the scholar of the Central Plains should belong to the Taoism sword immortal lineage. Logically speaking, it should be enshrined in the ancestral hall of Xiandu Temple. But this involved an extremely complicated network of origins. Furthermore, Sun Huaizhong of the Xiandu Temple was a cultivator who was more chivalrous than immortal. He was unwilling to take it back to the Qingming world. This led to the scholar's magnificent feat of breaking open the Yellow River Grotto heaven with 1 sword, and the sentence that spread throughout the world, "Baiye's poetry is invincible, the proudest in the world." The Taoist sighed, "I suddenly thought of the Xiandu Temple. When the peach blossoms bloom, if there are orioles on the flowers, it's especially moving. Even if one doesn't dare to move one's eyes, one's soul will be moved. Qin Qingdu laughed and said, "Not extremely beautiful?" The Taoist shook his head, "That's vulgar." The wine shop that had 3 shops had little business. In fact, it was not only this shop, but all the restaurants and wine shops in the city were the same. Only the old, the young, the women, and the men who had destroyed their natal flying swords and could not be considered sword cultivators would stay in the city. Moreover, the battle at the top of the city wall was fierce. Few people would spend money to drink at this time. The 2 shop assistants of the same age in the shop, the young man Qiu Long and the young lady Lu Yi, were puzzled. This was because the youngest shop assistant in the shop, the child Taoban, ran all the way to Feng Kangle. They whispered to each other and ran away together. When they came back, the 2 children were bruised and covered in dust. They sat down. Feng Kangle asked his father to make 2 big bowls of yangchen noodles. He and Taoban just ate the noodles. They were too small and their feet were off the ground. The 2 children had to lean over the table to eat the noodles. There were no pickles because Taoban said that if they did not buy wine, there would not be pickles to eat. This was the shop's rule. Louis sat at the table and asked with a smile, "What happened?" Feng Kangle was unhappy as he buried his head in the noodles. Taoban said angrily, "A bunch of little bastards scolded our second manager for being heartless and not a good person. Anyway, they said a lot of nasty things. Didn't they deserve a beating? So Kangle and I beat them up." The young lady quipped, "Who was the one beating who?" Feng Kangle scoffed, "They had more people, all right? How could we fight with just the 2 of us? It's said in the books that 2 fists are no match for 4. Don't you know that?" The more Taoban spoke, the angrier he became. What's most infuriating are those who watched the show from the sidelines. All of them heard the second manager's story of not accepting money, but they did not help us. This bunch of people are even more heartless. Lu Yi held back her laughter. "I'll go get those 2 eggs. You can take them to disperse the bruises." Taoban nodded. "Kangle, get your father to make 2 more bowls of yangchen noodles. We can each have a bowl of yangchen noodles. With a fried egg it'll be very fragrant." Feng Kangle leaned his head over and whispered, Don't. We are injured. It'll be better later. It's best if the second manager sees it." Taoban asked, "Why?" "The second manager is so stingy. It's not like he'll give you money." Feng Kangle chuckled. "I'll listen to a story." Taoban rolled his eyes. "And then tell it to that little girl? You're still too young. You don't know that these pretty little girls are also smart. It's more important if your family has money or not." Feng Kangle smiled. "My family has money now." Taoban silently ate the yangchen noodles. Feng Kangle scratched his head and whispered, "Taoban, if you lack money in the future, remember to borrow it from me first. My jar is full of copper coins. It's very heavy now. I can't even carry it. But those are my wife's money. When I get a wife, remember to return them to me." Feng Kangle and Taoban talked about everything. One time they talked about his grievances. He got up in the middle of the night to pee outside the door. In the end, he fell asleep next to the broom at the door. He slept like a log. In the end, his parents searched for him in the middle of the night. When they finally found him, his mother spanked him until his buttocks bloomed. When Taoban heard about this, he lowered his head and cried. Later, Feng Kangle found out that Taoban's ancestors, including his parents, were all laborers in the clothing store. Taoban could not see his parents at all. Taoban suddenly laughed. "Actually, I also like that little girl." Feng Kangle was dumbfounded. Taoban laughed. "I'm just teasing you. Girl, what's there to like?" Feng Kangle also laughed. The youth Qiu Long took 2 eggs and said with a smile, "Put it on my tab." Taoban imitated the second manager and gave a thumbs up. "Generous." Feng Kangle nodded. "The second manager and I are close friends. Our relationship is very good. Later I'll ask him to be the matchmaker and give Lu Yi to you." The youth was speechless. The girl blushed. Her face was as red as a peach blossom. The cold shelter palace of the hidden officials had always been empty. Today there were more than 10 people. Other than a white-haired old woman, they were all children. The youngest was 4 or 5 years old, while the oldest was only 7 or 8 years old. There were both boys and girls, but their backgrounds were as different as the clouds and mud. There were children of rich and powerful families from Taixiang Street and Yushu Street, and there were also little bumpkins from the streets and alleys. The old woman said, "You are all martial artists." In the past, there were some grandmasters of martial arts in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, most of them did not live long. It was hard to live more than 100 years. The path of martial arts relies on talent and hard work. Therefore if you don't live long your realm will not be high. I'm one of the luckier ones. Do you know who I am? A child from Taixiang Street said in a childish voice, Nanny Bai from the Ning Mansion. She's an old woman with a hard fist. Yes, I'm Bai Lianshuang. I'm from the Ning Mansion. I'm a female martial artist. My fist art is not bad. The old woman nodded with a smile. She kicked the child's stomach and sent him flying. He fell on the ground and rolled around. In the end he curled up. It was so painful that tears and snot came out of the child's nose. The old woman asked again, Do you know why I gathered you here? A little girl from Yushu Street said with a pale face, Nanny Bai, I want to be a sword cultivator. I don't want to learn martial arts. It's useless. The old woman rubbed the little girl's head and pressed her gently. The latter sat on the ground. The old woman glanced at the delicate child on the ground. She weighed her for a while and could only say that her foundation was not bad. She smiled and said, Whether you want to be a sword cultivator and whether you can become one are two different things. I had the same idea as you when I was young. However, I couldn't become a sword cultivator. There's nothing I can do about it. It can't be forced. Just as the little girl was about to speak, the old woman smiled and said, Don't worry. After a month, those who want to learn martial arts might not be able to stay. Those who don't might stay. The old woman turned to look at the group of children who looked cautious but had passionate eyes. The foundation of martial arts is not as important as learning the sword, but it's only relative. But whether you can do it or not, you'll only know after you've suffered a lot, right? The group of children nodded one after another. The old woman said, First, learn 2 fist stances from me. Without a stance or a house without a pillar, you won't succeed. First, I'll teach you 2 stances, one standing and one walking. It's easy to get started but not easy to master. Practice 1,000 moves and familiarity is the most important. After the old woman taught the 8 children how to stand and walk, she walked slowly. She looked at the children's awkward stances and said slowly, After 1,000 punches, your movements will be natural. Don't believe this statement even if you want to. If you believe it, you'll need to practice more. If you don't believe it, you'll be natural after 1,000 punches. Even if you're a martial arts genius with good foundation, aptitude and temperament, it'll still be difficult to get the fist intent in your body after 1,000 punches. The child who was rolling on the ground sat on the ground. He was really a ghoul. He gritted his teeth and said, That genius martial artist from the central divine continent, Chao Ci, does he need to practice 1,000 punches for the same fist technique? Definitely not. The old woman was not angry. She looked at the child and said with a smile, In the vast world, martial arts are great. Pure martial artists can be unreasonable with their fists, but they also pay attention to etiquette before they learn martial arts, and morality before they learn martial arts. The child crossed his arms and sneered, I'm teaching you fist techniques and you're talking reason with me? Granny Bai, I don't think your fist technique is that good. The old woman's expression became more and more amiable. She bypassed the row of 8 children who were already swaying. The heart is righteous, the fist is righteous, the heart is evil, the fist is evil. So, teaching fist techniques is teaching people. The child looked at the old woman who was smiling more and more. He knew something was wrong. He said loudly, You're an old woman. Rather than learning fist techniques from you, I'd rather learn from the second shopkeeper. He's a master. I've seen him fight with my own eyes. Although he lost to Chao Ci 3 times earlier, didn't he also win against Yu Juanfu 3 times later? The old woman laughed. You're smart, kid. Alright, get up. Do your stance with the others. If you do it well, you'll get hit less. The 6-step stance I taught you just now was taught by Mr. Chin. The child stood up and rubbed his stomach. He grimaced. It really hurt. The old woman smiled. The child's pain was real. It was only superficial and would be over soon. The child muttered, I have some food at home. I don't need to do this. The old woman glanced at him. The child immediately wailed, I'll learn, okay? The old woman felt helpless. When it came to dealing with children, her son-in-law was better. Actually, she was not even good at teaching fist techniques. Even though Bai Lianshuang was the only level 10 martial artist on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even when she was teaching her son-in-law at Ning Manor, the old woman felt bad about it. She could not bring herself to give him a heavy punch. However, her son-in-law had said that the martial artist seeds on the Great Wall of Sword Qi were insignificant on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. No one knew what would happen in the future. Even if she took a step back, it was still a good thing to have a skill to rely on. Qin Pingan found a secluded area and changed his face to that of a teenager. He secretly took out a long sword he borrowed from the sword workshop and put away the broken longsword on his back. He would have to return it to Pang Yuanji when the time came. He flew on the sword again. His aura changed from an old man past his prime to a young man full of vigor. His eyes were bright and clear. The great refined flying sword Day 1 and 15, the hateful sword mountain imitation sword Pine Needle and Cough Thunder. Unless it was an emergency he would not use any of them. The immortal weapon sword Saint and the Taoist robe Golden Wine had been given to Ning Yao. Therefore, Qin Pingan's sword Kinesis Flight, as well as the conjuring of 1 or 2 intrinsic flying swords from the account book, was the best disguise for him to enter the battlefield as a true sword cultivator. As for the skin on the faces made by Zhu Lian, that was secondary. After all, it was never a burden to have more skills. The more the better. Qin Pingan had a thought. He flew on the sword and looked at the situation on the battlefield. Soon he flew on the sword close to the ground again. On the battlefield, thousands of sword cultivators chiseled their way down south, forcing the demon army to the south. The fiercest battle was still at the line of the Golden River. The army of the demon clan further south was swarming towards the long river guarded by the sword immortal. Usually, the moment the sword immortal struck out with his sword, the army of the demon clan could instantly pile up a sloping hill. The invisible barrier that squeezed the small world of the long river was smashed by the waves of the Golden River, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The waves came and went, leaving behind countless piles of white bones. The white bones were then covered by the demon clan behind, layer upon layer, constantly eroding the text bank on the southern bank of the Golden River. The sword saint could only retract his sword a little and clean up the battlefield in front of him. He did not want the bones and flesh to pile up and corrode the Golden River. The sage's words that were as small as the head of a fly, and the swaying golden lotuses in the long river were disappearing all the time. It was only because the saints of the 3 sects kept reinforcing the long river from afar that this small world did not dissipate too quickly. On the battlefield there were already a few great demons who had personally broken the array. There were also demon cultivators who had the innate supernatural powers of moving mountains and moving rivers. They kept smashing down mountains on the Golden River and the sword saints' heads, or pouring rain that was filled with energy and filth. Some of the great demons directly used spells to crack the ground and hollow out the ground. Some of them rode on huge demons to break through the ground and dig deep into the ground. With a loud rumble, they tore the ground apart and endured the sword saint's sword slash. They also tried to turn the indestructible Golden River into a floating river that had no soil to rely on. They could allow the demon army on the southern battlefield to quickly connect with the army on the northern battlefield. The 2 saints who were sitting at the 2 ends of the city wall used their supernatural powers almost at the same time. Not only did the water of the entire river surge and pour down like a waterfall, but the golden lotuses also suddenly grew their roots and drooped down with the water of the river, taking root in the deeper parts of the earth. Above the golden lotuses, there were also rows of fine golden words entangled on them. The contents of the words were the famous poems of the world's literary heroes and poets who praised the lotus. In the long river near the feet of one of the female sword immortals, there was a lotus flower. It was especially large and beautiful, reaching a height of more than 1,000 feet. Its fragrance spread far and wide, and it condensed into strands of golden spiritual energy. In the end, it condensed into droplets of water that rolled onto the lotus leaves, making tinkling sounds. The rows of golden words were like little birds that relied on people. They were like the shadows of trees that danced in the wind. They were slow and cute. The flowers of water and land, the cute ones are preserved. Not creeping and not branching, the plants are pure and clear. They grow out of the mud without being stained. The female sword saint's figure landed on the lotus leaves that were constantly growing. Standing in the middle of the golden lotus, the world became clearer and more spiritual energy was abundant. Every time the woman attacked with her sword, it became smoother and more relaxed. At that moment, the female sword saint, who was already extremely beautiful, became even more stunning. The male sword saint next to her was extremely ruthless when he attacked the enemy. His sword did not stagnate at all. At the same time, he said to her telepathically, "Are you really not willing to be my sister-in-law?" The female sword saint, Zhou Cheng, said indifferently, "Miyu is just an embroidered pillow. He even likes to speak sour words that I don't understand. It's extremely annoying." Miyu was silent for a moment and asked again, "Then what about me?" Zhou Cheng was also silent for a moment before she replied, too ugly. Mi Hu, who had just become a great sword saint, was not angry. Instead, he laughed heartily and attacked with a new sword. In between life and death, one could see the great elegance of a sword saint. Qin Pingan was extremely fast on his sword. He went straight to the battlefield in the south to find the group of sword cultivators who were the fastest to invade the south. With Stack Cliff and Dong Haitan opening the way with their swords, it was difficult to slow down. The demon army also gave up on the idea of charging forward. If they could successfully kill the sword cultivators who had left the city to fight, the merit would be greater than climbing the city wall. Moreover, once they approached the city wall, the sword cultivators stationed there would only become fiercer and fiercer. They would only die quickly. Besieging and hunting the sword cultivators who were in the battlefield would at least allow them to live for a while longer. Therefore, on the vast battlefield south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and north of the Golden River, encirclements of different sizes were unintentionally formed. He saw many familiar faces near and far. Sword Saint Tao Wen was at the front line furthest from the battlefield. Together with the other sword saints, they defended the Golden River tightly. Other than Pu Yu and Ren Yi whom he met earlier, there was also the nascent soul sword saint Yi Jinchuan who was acting as the guardian sword saint. There were also frequent customers of the wine shop who drank a lot of Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven's wine and ate a lot of Yangchun noodles. There were also many bachelors and gamblers who lost money on bets. Along the way to find Ning Yao and the others, Qin Pingan could only do what he could to save a few sword cultivators who were in dire straits, allowing them to temporarily leave the encirclement. According to the rules set by the hidden officials, sword cultivators of different realms would have different distances to advance south to carve the formation and kill the demons. After reaching a certain distance or after killing a corresponding number of demons, they could retreat north and return to the base of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to recuperate. If they had the strength to spare, they could continue south. If they suffered heavy losses, they could directly ascend the city wall and replace them with a group of sword cultivators who had recuperated and rushed to the battlefield. They could not be greedy and advance prematurely, nor could they think of exchanging their lives with the demons. If there were two groups of sword cultivators on the same battle line, one would retreat and the other would advance. The former had to be decisive. Otherwise, if the sword cultivators on the lower city continued to fight and did not retreat, they would suffer heavy casualties and would rather die than retreat. The latter could only leave the city in advance and fill in the gaps. In the long run, the entire battle line in the north-south direction would be completely ruined and become a mess that needed additional sword cultivators to clean up. At the end of the day, the hidden officials still hoped that the sword cultivators could survive and continue to attack. This way, more people would be able to survive. However, in a war, people were destined to die and die again. They were separated by life and death. On the battlefield, they were like neighbors facing each other. The demon army whose retreat was blocked had to be completely annihilated. The sword cultivators of the middle five realms who entered the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi had to minimize casualties as much as possible. Currently, there was an endless stream of migrating armies from the wilderness to the northern battlefield. However, every time a sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi died in battle, it meant that the Great Wall of Sword Qi had lost a portion of its battle strength. These were only the calculations in the cold accounts book. How could the human heart be calculated? On the battlefield where both sides were slaughtering each other, comparatively speaking, the group of sword cultivators who had left the city closest to the Golden River were like a sword formation. Everyone stopped in their tracks in an instant, no longer charging forward. Even Stack Zhang, who was in a killing frenzy, sheathed her sword and chose to retreat several hundred feet. She held her greatsword mountain suppression with both hands and bent slightly. The tip of her sword touched the ground as she stood shoulder to shoulder with Dong Huafu. Their intrinsic flying swords were still slaughtering their enemies without stopping. The reason was simple. They had broken through the formation too quickly and were constantly flanked by demons. Further back on the battlefield was Ning Yao, who was wearing a golden robe and carrying a sword case on her back. The sword case contained the sword Immortal. Ning Yao only held one sword in her hand. 200 feet to the left and right of Ning Yao were Qin Sanxiu and Yen Zhuo respectively. Fan Dash stood even further back. This group of sword cultivators was supposed to continue advancing 150 kilometers before retreating to kill the fish that had escaped the net behind them. However, Ning Yao's words just now did not seem right. For Ning Yao to feel that something was wrong, as long as Stack Zhang and Dong Haitan had not lost their minds, they had to be careful and treat it seriously. Qin Sanxiu and Yen Zhuo liked to use their respective Sutra and Purple Lightning as their flying swords. Apart from their respective intrinsic flying swords, the trajectories of the two swords were extremely orderly. Sutra's long sword was about half the height of Qin Sanchio's waist. With Qin Sanchio as the center, it quickly drew a large circle 2 kilometers away. Yen's was purple lightning drew another circle around the neck of the slightly taller man. The two swords did not clash with each other. Once a demon managed to break through the encirclement by luck, brute force, or a protective Dharma treasure, the two of them did not need to care about it. Everything was left to Ning Yao and Fan Dash to clean up. It was very simple and direct. As for manager Stack Zhang, who only cared about his head and not his body, and Dong Haiten, who was hacking away, Qin Sanchio and Yen's with circular sword formation could not be bothered with the two at the front. After all, if there were any accidents, Ning Yao, who was presiding over the situation, would naturally resolve it. Qin Sanchio originally had a cloud pattern sword, which he had already lent to Fan Dash. These high-quality swords were all good swords that Alliance had borrowed from the Baek Okekyung building in the Dali dynasty. Only the righteous Qi had been taken to the righteous world by the Confucian gentleman that Stack Zhang liked. Ning Yao said again, "There should be an ambush. In a while I will hold back the few with the highest cultivation. You guys can retreat without worry." Her tone was similar to how she usually spoke. However, only Stack Zhang, who was also a woman, could hear some clues. Ning Yao hid a little resentment. Stack Zhang was also helpless. After all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage moved to the Summer Palace, the young hidden official had not appeared on the city wall for a long time. Even Fan Dash, who had finally become a Jindan sword cultivator, did not come to drink a jug of celebratory wine. After all, the first person that Fan Dash wanted to tell the good news to was no longer his good friend Qin Sanchio. Ning Yao looked around. The situation on the battlefield was actually not out of the ordinary. Anyway, there was a dense demon army in all directions. Ning Yao frowned. She was just about to remind Fan Dash to retreat first and then let Stack Zhang and Dong Haiten, who were at the front, bring up the rear for Fan Dash to prevent him from being surrounded by the demon army. As for herself, she was relatively slower than Qin Sanchio and Yen Zhua. Qin Sanchio had the sorcerer's robe and the life-saving talisman, while Yen Zhua was naturally good at protecting himself. These two friends might not be able to kill as fast as Dai Zhang and Dong Haiten, but there was an excellent balance between killing and saving themselves. However, before Ning Yao could voice her thoughts, she was slightly surprised to find that Fan Dash had already flown up on his sword and retreated to the north without saying anything. Ning Yao was somewhat puzzled. Since when had Fan Dash become so smart? Not only that, Fan Dash was also narrowly dodged by the magical treasures and spiritual weapons of the demon army time and time again by the skin of his teeth. In the end, the person grabbed Fan Dash's shoulder and shouted, "Go!" with a smile. He swung his arm and kicked the hilt of the cloud-patterned sword, causing Fan Dash and his sword to fly even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was thrown more than 1,000 feet away. The Jindan sword cultivator Fan Dash, who had left the battlefield in a rather embarrassing manner, flew on his sword extremely quickly. He did not hesitate and did not care about anything else. There were only two reasons for this. The dash, that he had not heard for a long time, and the person's concise words, "Why are you still not running? Do you want to be killed?" At the same time, a voice that could not be more familiar sounded in the minds of all the sword cultivators. It spoke very quickly, "Retreat in order. Ning Yao and I will be at the rear. Qin Sanchio and Yen Zhua will be in the middle to provide support. Stack Zhang and Dong Haiten will be in charge of opening a path behind Fan Dash. Between the three of us, we only need to keep a distance of 1,000 feet. It cannot be too long or too short. The enemy has a lot of ambushes and I have only found 2 for now. Stack Zhang is in the northeast, 300 feet away, and Fan Dash is in the southwest, about 120 feet away. Be especially careful. The enemy sword cultivators have taken the initiative to attack Dash. You will be surrounded and attacked by reinforcements. Dash, please make the trajectory of your flying sword more enchanting. It will not stop until midwinter. Once the enemy's flying sword stops in midair, are you planning on crashing into it? Sanchio, Fatty Yen, be prepared to use your magic treasures at any time. The enemy is determined to kill you this time. The men of sacrifice are all sword cultivators of the demon clan. They will not let us retreat easily. Remember to protect Fan Dash at the same time. As usual, he was long-winded and fussy. Chen Pingan could only arrange his troops as quickly as possible. There was no need to say more about his guesses. There would definitely be 2 or 3 nascent soul sword cultivator deathsworn who would be hidden extremely well, waiting for an opportunity to strike. There might even be a demon sword cultivator at the Jade Unpolished Realm who would hide even deeper. He would copy the sword Immortal Lai Halberd and disregard his life to deliver a single strike. The reason could not be simpler. Among this batch of sword cultivators, apart from the newly ascended Jindan Fan Dash, everyone else was on the list of people who had to be killed in the wilderness. Ning Yao, Qin Sanqiu, Dong Huadu, Stack Zhang, Yenzhua. They were all outstanding figures in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Ning Yao raised her eyebrows. She seemed to be annoyed by that person's incessant nagging. In fact, her most beautiful eyes in the world were filled with happiness, joy, and pride. It was like the ripples on a lake that were slightly ruffled by the spring breeze. Beside Ning Yao, a slender young man hovered on his flying sword. She and him were no longer just Ning Yao of Sword Qi Changqing and Qin Pingan of the vast world. They were sword cultivators who appeared on the battlefield together. Everything was difficult at the beginning. This person beside her liked to think too much, so doing things was even more difficult than the beginning. But as long as she gave him a start, she did not need to worry about him anymore. For example, liking her. For example, practicing martial arts. For example, becoming a sword cultivator and then a great sword immortal. Ning Yao asked in her mind, life-bound flying sword? Qin Pingan smiled and replied, 2. Ning Yao did not speak further. See, Qin Pingan naturally did not know what Ning Yao was thinking, nor did he have the time to guess her thoughts. What worried him the most was that the enemy's loyalists had chosen not to act and continued to conceal their tracks. Ning Yao and company were in charge of the battle line. There were no more sword cultivators on the city walls to replace them. They also needed to kill the most enemies and be the fastest to penetrate the enemy's formation. Only when they approached the Golden River could they be considered to have succeeded. Once they were evenly matched, Fan Dash, who had just entered the Golden Core realm, would be the best breakthrough point. If they were to ask Fan Dash to leave the battlefield and watch from the sidelines, it would be unreasonable. No matter what, Qin Pingan was only certain that his appearance might have killed an accident, but it could also bring about an even bigger accident. This was like Xianxin and Su Ning's 2 plans. Before the results were revealed, no one knew which plan was better. The most helpless part was that Su Ning's plan might not be better than Xuanxin's once it was implemented by the hidden officials. But at the time, Qin Pingan had not been willing to say such harsh words. It was inconvenient for Chou Miao to say this, and Lin Junbai did not dare to say it. Compared to the plans of the heavens, no matter how much effort you spared, you would still give others a feeling of insignificance and powerlessness. This was the greatest feeling in Qin Pingan's heart after he became the hidden official. The group retreated as they fought. Stack Zhang and Dong Huafu did their best to protect Fan Dash as they retreated from the battlefield. With Ning Yao and Qin Pingan behind them, Qin Sanqiu and Yenzhua did not have any worries. Their focus was still on killing the monsters. Ning Yao did not summon her flying sword. She only held her sword and attacked. She still gave people the illusion that the essence of swordsmanship in the world was nothing more than 2 words. Sword after sword, compared to Ning Yao's previous calm and composed demeanor, her sword became extremely fast. Sword energy swept through the air, instantly slicing apart a large number of corpses. As for Qin Pingan, he rode his sword beside Ning Yao. For a time he had nothing to do, so he paid more attention to the clues on the battlefield. In addition to the 2 sword cultivators that had exposed themselves, there was also a monster race sword cultivator with a golden core aura that Qin Pingan had found. Because Ning Yao's sword energy had inadvertently swept past him, only this cultivator was able to dodge a little faster. There was an imperceptible stagnation in his movements, and in order to not reveal his identity, he even deliberately suffered some injuries, allowing the sword energy to cut off a large chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Ning Yao's sword was fast, and sometimes she even seemed aimless. This was clearly done on purpose so that Qin Pingan could see more details. Ning Yao had been the fastest to break through the array formation and was the closest to the Golden River. But unknowingly she had become the closest sword cultivator to the city walls. Qin Sanqiu and the others didn't care about this at all. In any case, no one in the monster army on this line would steal from them. Moreover, no one thought that they would be slower to break through the array formation than the sword cultivators on the other lines. This was because there was Ning Yao and now there was also Qin Pingan. Everyone felt that this was the most natural thing to do. After temporarily distancing themselves from that dangerous accident, Fan Dash hesitated to speak. Qin Sanqiu said in a soft voice, "It's fine. Don't feel ashamed." Stack Zhang and the others also felt that Fan Dash intended to take the lead and return to the city walls. But Fan Dash said, "My boundary is the lowest and my skills are the worst. Then let me be the bait. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves remembering. Rather than everyone being distracted, it's better to take the initiative to break through the situation." Qin Pingan was a bit surprised. Fan Dash looked at Qin Pingan. "What do you think, Array Guardian Sword Master?" Qin Pingan thought for a while and nodded with a smile. "All right." Qin Pingan looked at the front of the battlefield. An extremely strange scene had appeared on the battlefield. The monster army was gathered in a line, 1,000 feet away from the young sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. None of them were willing to charge forward no matter what. Qin Pingan said, "I'll bring up the rear. You just need to attack with your swords." Then Qin Pingan looked at Ning Yao. Ning Yao nodded and said, "All right." Ning Yao's sword returned to the scabbard on her back, but the sword immortal was unsheathed and held in her hand. "I'll open the array." Stack Zhang and Dong Huafu looked at each other and smiled. "All right." Qin Sanxiu and Yen Zhuo were filled with anticipation. The reason was simple. How did Fan Dash feel when he fought alongside them? In that case, Qin Sanxiu and the others who had fought alongside Ning Yao all these years, felt even more so. Because Ning Yao had always been accommodating and taking care of these geniuses, she had been restrained for a long time when it came to attacking with her sword. Finally Ning Yao added, "I'll open the array very quickly. Don't be unable to keep up. First set a small goal. For example 1 second. Remember, Book Dweller." (647). Chao Ci was a martial artist with his fists. Ning Yao was a swordsman with her sword. It was as though she was born with a mystical phenomenon of heaven and earth. This was different from Qin Pingan's first intrinsic flying sword, Sparrow in the Cage, and Qi Jinglong's rules which he claimed to have read from books. Both of them could use their flying swords' intrinsic mystical powers to create a small world of their own. It was completely different from the first two. Therefore, when Ning Yao took the lead and walked out of the group with the sword immortal in hand, she was about to break the array. The demon army, which had already been stuck in a stalemate, began to retreat involuntarily. This resulted in the front line of the army becoming denser and more bloated. Perhaps this was how all living things reacted to the changes in heaven and earth by instinct. It was like how humans could sense the changes in the 4 seasons. Qin Pingan was actually looking forward to Ning Yao attacking without any scruples. All this while he had never seen the real Ning Yao on the battlefield. As for the sword immortal that Qin Pingan had spent a lot of effort to tame, when it was in his hands, its temper was as bad as a big boss. However, when it landed in Ning Yao's hands, it became as obedient as a little girl. Qin Pingan didn't mind at all. Ning Yao walked forward slowly and was not in a hurry to deliver the first strike. The sword immortal in her hand swirled with golden light. Together with the golden Taoist robe that was already eye-catching on the battlefield, Ning Yao looked like a supreme god on the battlefield. Using this opportunity, Qin Pingan asked Qin Sanxiu and Yen Zhuo about the details of the battle in which they had broken the array. For example, the approximate number of Dragon Gate Realm and Golden Core Realm demon cultivators who were not seriously injured and had a high cultivation realm, their appearances, dermic powers and intrinsic items. During the retreat, Qin Pingan had spent most of his time searching for the hidden sword cultivator loyalists. It was inevitable that he would miss out on a large number of details. If he were to ask about the stacked mountain seal or Dong Zhuofu, it would be a waste of time. They had killed their way through, and their flying swords had collided with each other. It was likely that these two would not even be able to remember the rough merits. Qin Pingan quickly reminded everyone with his words, "You don't have to think too much about breaking the formation. Kill the enemy on the spot. Fan Dash and I will add a few more strikes. You don't have to think too much about anything except for Ning Yao to activate the formation. Sanxiu, the 4 of you, the most important thing for you to do is to force the group of men of sacrifice to reveal themselves by accidentally injuring them on a large scale. I will point out their identities and positions one by one. If the time is right, you can take care of them by yourselves. If you really can't handle it, then listen to my reminder. Act according to the time and place and try to work together to kill it." Fan Dash was actually a little nervous. In the end, he was still worried that he would become a burden to these friends. At this moment, after listening to Qin Pingan's detailed arrangement of troops, he felt a little more at ease. "Che." Qin Pingan only said to Fan Dash, How is it not heroic to pretend to be a hero in the heat of the moment? Fan Dash took a deep breath and smiled. That's true. Right now, Dong Zhuofu's appearance was between that of a teenager and a young man. Only his parents had given him the wrong name, but not his friends in the Jiang who had given him the wrong nickname. Dong Haitan was indeed a little dark. He would probably never be able to get rid of this nickname in his life. Dong Haitan, who spent money recklessly, never gave credit to Dong Zhuofu. He had chosen the Hongzhuang with the most feminine name and the most graceful style. The blade of the sword was as slender as a willow branch. Stacked Mountain Seal held Jinyu. The one-armed female head shopkeeper was actually a graceful woman with delicate features. Her sword was a broadsword with a wide blade. Dong Zhuofu and Stacked Mountain Seal, who had the heaviest killing intent, would follow closely behind Ning Yao, one on the left and one on the right. They would do their best to help Ning Yao, who was leading the charge, and tear a larger hole in the army of demons. If Ning Yao's attack would determine the speed at which the group of sword cultivators could break the formation, then Stacked Mountain Seal and Dong Zhuofu's responsibilities would not be light either. If the overall killing power of the 7-person sword formation was not great enough, even if they succeeded in breaking through the formation, they would still be able to reach the Golden River guarded by the Sword Immortal at their fastest speed. In reality, it would not be of much significance to the overall situation of the battlefield. Chen Sanxiu and Yan Zhua, who were roughly behind Dong Zhuofu and Stacked Mountain Seal, were responsible for helping the two in front to stabilize the battle line and slay even more demons on the battlefield. The formation was about to be opened. Qin Pingan also restrained his expression. He was immersed in his thoughts and kept his sword a few feet above the ground. His identity might not be able to fool some of the sword cultivators, but it had a hidden use. Once those sword cultivators, in order to stabilize the situation on the battlefield, used their thoughts to inform some of the important demon cultivators other than the sword cultivators, then as long as one or two of their eyes accidentally glanced at the young sword cultivator, Qin Pingan would be able to use the opportunity to find one or two more key enemies. In order to make a big deal, one had to haggle over the smallest details. As the 6 sword cultivators moved forward separately, Qin Pingan, who was in charge of bringing up the rear, had unknowingly arrived at the very back of the battlefield. He suddenly laughed. As expected, the golden robe Ning Yao wore was the most beautiful. As for the snow-white robe Puyu was wearing, he did not have any recollection of it at all. Of course, since Ning Yao was on the battlefield, any sort of camouflage was useless. Firstly, her sword cultivator friends were all young geniuses of the same age. More importantly, if Ning Yao attacked with her sword, it would be too obvious. After all, for someone like Qin Pingan who believed that it was never a burden to have more skills, if he could use 2 taels of strength to kill an enemy, he would not use half a kilogram of strength. It was indeed rare for someone to be so ruthless as to be willing to wear the skin of a woman and even pretend to be a spy for the demon race. Ning Yao flashed and instantly traversed hundreds of feet, sweeping her sword horizontally. On the front line of the demon army, the 1,000-foot-wide battlefield was completely sliced apart by the golden sword radiance. A nascent soul realm demon cultivator who was in charge of supervising the battle gave orders from the rear. He used a spell to kill dozens of cowardly demons on the front line. Ning Yao floated forward in a straight line. After she attacked with her sword, she did not bother to attack again. Using the sword radiance to kill the demons, she only used her majestic sword chi to open a path. Vaguely, it was very similar to Zhuozhua, who had the highest swordsmanship. There was too much sword chi and too much momentum. It was simply an indestructible lesser heaven and earth sword formation. If she wanted to attack with her sword, she would have to see if the person was worthy of her attack. The demon cultivators were unwilling and did not dare to wait for death. Dozens of spiritual weapons and several natal magic treasures were crazily smashed towards the ball of sword chi. As for whether or not it would affect the demon army on the front line, they did not care at all. They only wanted to wear down the incomparably sharp sword chi world as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Ning Yao continued to break through the formation, the losses would be even greater. Moreover, the depletion of their troops would be extremely fast. In a grand and mighty war, it was possible to use lives to pile up the results. However, in some specific battlefields, it was not necessarily so. Against Ning Yao, it was even more impossible. In any case, they only needed to view Ning Yao as a sword immortal, regardless of her cultivation realm. Whether she was a golden core or a nascent soul was not important. This was a publicly acknowledged fact in the wild world. In an instant, Ning Yao directly swept past the battlefield that was littered with corpses. On a single line, any demon that was touched by sword chi would be crushed to pieces, even their souls being torn apart. The magic treasures and spiritual weapons that were destroyed were simply unable to stop her advance. Ning Yao wielded her sword, and in the blink of an eye, she had already arrived at the heart of the demon army. She slightly increased the strength of her sword and grasped the sword immortal that was wrapped in golden light. She closed her fingers together and casually formed a sword seal. The golden light on the sword immortal instantly scattered in all directions. Within a radius of several miles on the battlefield, besides the golden core cultivators that managed to escape in time and those that managed to use their natal magic treasures, all of them died. Qin Pingan looked at the picture scroll from afar. It was like a golden lotus had bloomed in his heart. In another instant, Ning Yao's figure was several thousand feet away. She aimed at a golden core demon in the distance and slashed down with her sword. At the same time, she looked up into the distance and softly said, "Come here." The golden core demon that was frantically commanding his subordinates never thought that he would be so lucky to be able to withstand a single strike. He immediately summoned his natal magic treasure. It was a simple weapon that resembled a spear and halberd. It was engraved with a golden talisman. The golden core demon gripped the weapon with both hands and spun it around. It actually transformed into a large round plate that resembled a light golden talisman that was used to protect a mountain. Not only that, a large string of light golden characters on the spear and halberd flowed backwards like water, covering the entire body. It had the effect of an armor pill that was used to protect the body. He used a talisman array to protect the front of his body and wore an armor that resembled the armor of a deity from the military. The demon's physique was also tough enough. The magic treasure was both offensive and defensive. It was definitely an extremely high-quality immortal treasure. In the vast world, even a nascent soul cultivator would be envious if they saw it. Unfortunately, after a long golden line fell down, the talisman array, the armor, and the golden core demon were all split in half. On the ground, an extremely long ravine was carved out by the shockingly long golden line. Breaking the talisman array, the armor, and the body was only a casual strike from Ning Yao's sword. When Ning Yao stopped and appeared on the battlefield, the demon army around her had already retreated frantically. It was only when she casually said, "Come here," that a strange phenomenon occurred. Around Ning Yao, in each of the four directions, there was an ancient pure sword intent that wandered between the heavens and the earth. As if they had received an edict, they all fell straight to the ground. The strands of sword intent seemed to have gained sentience. Not only did they appear for the first time under the command of a sword cultivator of the later generation, they were also able to absorb the abundant sword chi between the heavens and the earth. The four pure sword intents that reached the sea of clouds and the depths of the earth constantly expanded like pillars. In the end, 4 pillars of sword intent that connected the heavens and the earth were erected in the 4 directions. Then, in an instant, they split into countless extremely fine sword intents that crisscrossed and covered the entire heavens and earth. This time, there was not a single person around Ning Yao who survived on the battlefield. Moreover, the bodies and souls of the demon army, along with the life-bound items and weapons of the cultivators, were all smashed together. Ning Yao's figure flashed forward once more, pulling a large distance away from the sword cultivators behind her. The 4 strands of sword intent converged into a line once more, following Ning Yao like a shadow and lingering around her. As a result, Ning Yao had sword intent outside of the sword chi formation. The golden sword in her hand was indeed not very useful. Even though Fan Dash was on her side, after seeing this scene from afar, he felt his scalp go numb. If Lin Junbai had the chance to see this scene, he would probably tell himself that even though he had lost, it was still an honorable defeat. He would definitely not feel the slightest bit of sadness or loss. Instead, he would be rather happy. On the path of the sword, what was there to be embarrassed about losing to Ning Yao? If you don't believe me, you can ask Peng Yuanji, Qi Shou, and Gao Yeho. Do they have the ability to get Ning Yao to personally take action? Looking back again. Before Ning Yao became a Jindan sword cultivator, perhaps the main reason she was on the battlefield was to practice her sword and kill her enemies, while at the same time taking care of the safety of her friends. However, after Ning Yao made a trip to the vast realm and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the 3 battles in succession seemed to have been just to help Dai Zhang, Qin Sanqiu and the others practice their swords. She seemed to have no more swords to practice. Far behind Ningyao, the battlefield was empty. Some of the small fish and shrimp demon cultivators further away, as well as the demon army that had yet to develop intelligence, were easily slain by Dai Zhang and Dong Huafu, who were desperately following Ningyao. Dong Huafu even had the leisure to scratch his head, muttering softly, "Sister Ning, for better or for worse, you should have left more for us." Dai Zhang twisted his body and swiftly threw out the peak suppression in his hand, directly chopping a sea-viewing demon cultivator to death. He waved his hand again but did not retrieve his sword. With a tap of his foot, he rode his sword towards Ningyao's side, the closest strand of sword intent to the south. She and Dong Huafu were actually more than 1,000 feet away. He turned his head and complained, "What are you mumbling about? Follow me. Later we won't even be able to see Ningyao's back." Of course Dai Zhang would not complain about Ningyao. He only complained about Dong Haiten, no problem. Chen Sanxiu and Yenzhua naturally had even less to do than Dai Zhang and Dong Haiten in front. Chen Sanxiu was naturally lazy and did not mind the current awkward situation of being invincible. Yenzhua did mind, but there was nothing he could do. Fan Dach only cared about rushing forward on his sword. Qin Pingan, who was at the tail, at most took a detour on his sword, wandering around and picking up things. He did not gain much. In fact, Qin Pingan was the most helpless one. It was as if there was no difference even if he were to stare at the battlefield. Some clues that he managed to see through with great difficulty would either piss their pants in terror before he could warn them. If they ran a little slower they would all die. However, it was not completely meaningless. He was too far away from Ningyao. Qin Pingan could only plan to communicate telepathically with Chen Sanxiu, hoping that he could pass it on to Dong Haiten. Finally, he would inform Ningyao to be careful underground. There was a demon cultivator who was at least at the bottleneck of the Aurus Core realm, or even at the nascent soul realm. He finally could not hold himself back and was about to attack. However, Qin Pingan was just about to speak. Ningyao, who was constantly opening formations by herself, stopped on the battlefield far away. Ningyao finally stopped again. Using the sword in her hand as a support, she gently pressed on the sword hilt. The golden sword instantly sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Clearly, she had already sensed the sneaky traces of the nascent soul demon. The ground beneath Ningyao's feet split open. The golden sword took the lead to meet the enemy. The nearby sword chi fell like torrential rain, rapidly seeping into the ground. She did not even bother to think about how to accurately find the hiding place of the demon cultivator. She glanced at the demon cultivators at the edge of the sword formation, whose cultivation was considered decent. She said indifferently, "Again." Another 4 strands of ancient sword intent that countless sword cultivators had passed by in the past 10,000 years. Because of this young woman's 2 words, they appeared between the heavens and the earth. In addition to the 4 strands of sword intent from before, there were a total of 8 strands of ancient sword chi. They formed an even larger sword formation cage around Ningyao. Within the great formation there were countless casualties. Even so, Ningyao still felt that it was not enough. Her 2 fingers formed an ancient sword seal. With a thought, the 8 strands of sword intent seemed to condense sword chi into flesh and blood, and the sword intent into a skeleton. 8 sword immortals in white robes appeared out of thin air. The 8 sword immortals had cold expressions. Their white robes fluttered in the wind. They were several feet tall. Each of them reached out and condensed the nearby sword chi into a sword. They turned around together, their backs facing Ningyao, who had revealed their edict. They scattered in all directions, attacking the enemy at almost the same time. These ancient sword immortals without intelligence were naturally unable to recover to their peak state. In terms of combat strength, they were only equal to golden core sword cultivators. Of course, they did not have their life-flying swords. They did not have supernatural powers. But with the combat strength of 8 golden core sword cultivators, even if their bodies were shattered by the demon army of the wild world, they could only condense the battlefield sword chi once more. They would grow and multiply endlessly. They did not know fatigue or life or death. They did not need to worry about accumulating spiritual energy. Wasn't it easy for them to kill on the battlefield? As long as Ningyao did not consume too much of her mental energy, and with the 8 pure sword auras that were the foundation of Tao, the connection with Ningyao's mind would not be interrupted by the enemy's nascent soul stage cultivators or the sword deities of the upper 5 levels. Then, the 8 primeval sword deities would be able to stay on the battlefield all the time. Ningyao's swordsmanship, sword intent, and sword Tao as long as she is given time, and it won't take too long. This was what the eldest sword immortal, Qin Qingdu, said personally. Why was it that no one in the Great Wall of Sword Qi called Ning Yao a genius? Because if she was a genius, then Qi Shou, Pang Yuanji, and the other young sword cultivators would all be one level lower. They could not even be considered geniuses. Ning Yao. She had always been unique. Since the first day Ning Yao started practicing swordsmanship when she was young, no one of the same age or even the so-called geniuses of a generation higher was willing to practice swordsmanship with her. There was no need. The ground beneath Ning Yao's feet had already shattered, collapsing and collapsing. Ning Yao hovered in the air. Ning Yao turned her head to look behind her, probably to see if stacked Zhang and Dong Huafu had followed. In just a few blinks of an eye, when the golden sword found the nascent soul cultivator, Ning Yao's figure fell rapidly and disappeared without a trace. When stacked Zhang and Dong Huafu arrived at the edge of the huge pit, Ning Yao had already appeared at the southernmost part of the pit with her sword. Then she continued to head south, because she had already found an unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator death warrior. However, the other party chose to retreat without a fight. Ning Yao, who was facing the south, raised her hand and touched the wound on her face that was caused by a Dharma saber. It was just a scratch. Stacked Zhang glanced at the bottom of the huge pit. In the huge pit, there was a nascent soul demon that had revealed its true form. It was a colossal ape that seemed to belong to the ancient moving mountains. Its fate was probably to be dismembered into 8 pieces. Between the gaps of its corpse, there was still a golden sword Qi remaining. Clearly, it was killed by the immortal weapon in Ning Yao's hand. Even its golden core and nascent soul didn't have time to self-destruct. At the bottom of the pit, beside the corpse, there was a white saber that looked like an embroidery needle. The saber light flowed and was very conspicuous. Dong Huafu was about to go down to fish for treasures. In the end he was glared at by stacked Zhang. "Are you stupid?" Dong Huafu grunted and quickly flew south with stacked Zhang. Qin Sanxiu and Yanzhua followed along the edge of the pit and went south. The only use of their life-flying swords and their accompanying swords was to go to the left and right sides of the battlefield and collect as many battle merits as possible. It was better than nothing so as to avoid having nothing to do. The two were like picking up wheat from the ground and putting it into a bowl. Grain by grain they hadn't even filled the bottom of the bowl. Fan Dash was at a loss. Didn't they say they would let him be the bait? When Fan Dash reached the south end of the pit, he looked back. The second manager was squatting there picking up junk. His movements were nimble and it was quite pleasing to the eye. Fan Dash was the closest to Qin Pingan. Besides, since he was going to be the bait, it didn't matter if he was distracted. Therefore, Fan Dash was very clear that the second manager's journey south had accumulated a lot. He had collected all kinds of scrap metal. The fragments of spirit weapons and magic treasures that had not turned into powder but were scattered all over the ground were not bad. Therefore, the quantity was quite considerable. After this trip through the pit, even the quality of the magic treasures would be good. Qin Pingan left the pit on his sword. He was in a complicated mood. It didn't seem right to keep picking up scraps like this. From the looks of it, those demon sword cultivator Deathsworn didn't even have the guts to attack. Qin Pingan could only remind Qin Sanxiu and Yanzhua, "I don't think we can keep up. Find an opportunity to kill the golden core demons whose identities are obvious. If there are nascent soul cultivators, work together to stop them. Don't let them escape to other battlefields." Unexpectedly, Ning Yao, who was the furthest south, was one step ahead. She had the ancient sword immortal stop killing the demon army on the front lines and began to search for the golden core and nascent soul demons who were trying to escape to the sides. Once she found them, she would slow down slightly and go south to break the array. With the sword immortal in hand, she would take a detour and pursue them. That Jade Raw Realm sword cultivator seemed to be extremely good at hiding, similar to Grandpa Nalen. Ning Yao didn't think much and just hid. As a result, Stack Zhang and Dong Huafu finally caught up with Ning Yao. Qin Pingan scratched his head. Then this group of sword cultivators went south. Perhaps the group of demon men of sacrifice originally thought that Ning Yao would be mentally exhausted one day, but they never expected that Ning Yao didn't show any signs of mental exhaustion or spiritual energy exhaustion all the way to the south with the array in the lead. Moreover, 2 golden core sword cultivator Deathsworn and a nascent soul sword cultivator demon were killed one after another. Ning Yao personally killed the nascent soul cultivator. The other 2 injured golden core cultivators were handed over to Stack Zhang and the others to deal with. Ning Yao couldn't even be bothered to pretend and disdain to lure the opponents to attack. "If I can find you, you can die." This was Ning Yao's way of attacking. Compared to the notorious second manager, the two of them had completely different styles on the battlefield. Just like that, they went south. As they approached the Golden River, a sword immortal smiled and greeted Ning Yao. Ning Yao grunted and nodded at the sword immortal senior. Then Ning Yao finally stopped. The 7 sword cultivators finally gathered together for the first time. Ning Yao looked at Qin Pingan and asked, "Kill our way back? Stack Zhang and the other 3, let's go north together. Me, you, and Fan Dash, the 3 of us will take one path. Is that okay?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Why not?" Stack Zhang, Qin Sancho, and the other 3 went to other battlefields from the south to the north. They turned around and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Along the way, no one had to use their swords. It was awkward to have no swords to use. Ning Yao accompanied Qin Pingan and Fan Dash. The 3 of them returned north to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Fan Dash felt that he was becoming more and more redundant. Qin Pingan no longer rode on his sword. He put away the sword workshop's sword on his back and shook his sleeves. Fan Dash took the lead and rode his sword north. However, he didn't dare to put too much distance between himself and the 2 behind him. After Fan Dash tactfully left, Ning Yao suddenly asked, "Is it tiring to be a reclusive official?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I'm not tired now." Ning Yao hesitated for a moment. She felt a little awkward but still said softly, "Anyway, you can think less when you're with me." Then Ning Yao raised her brows. That was the truth. What was there for her to be embarrassed about? Qin Pingan turned around and raised his hand. He used his thumb to gently wipe the wound on her face. Then he pinched her cheek and said with a gentle smile, "Isn't that so?" (648). Previously, when Ning Yao was the first to break through the formation, the demons at the front line had stopped advancing. When Ning Yao broke through the formation and led 6 sword cultivators to the Golden River, the demon army on both sides of the battlefield sped up their charge, trying to distance themselves from this sword immortal, whose sword moves were too fierce. At this moment, Ning Yao was like a supervisor helping to hold the line. The demon army rushed forward with all their might. Therefore, after Fan Dash took the lead and left the 2 of them on his sword, he inexplicably became a golden core sword cultivator chasing after the demon army alone. Fan Dash felt that just because of this, he should drink a pot of the most expensive wine in Azure Immortal Mountain. With enough battle merits, he finally didn't need to borrow money from Qin Sancho to buy wine. Qin Pingan looked at the front of the battlefield. The demon army's formation at the back was getting thicker and tighter. They were moving forward at an extremely fast speed. The higher the realm of the demon cultivator, the further away they were from the 3 of them. Of course, in reality, it was just to stay away from Ning Yao, him and Fan Dash. He said, "The sword cultivators on both sides will be under a lot of pressure because of us." Ning Yao said, "Then let's try to meet the sword cultivators at the front as soon as possible." "What are the specifics?" Qin Pingan stepped on the sword workshop's long sword. He was getting more and more used to riding the sword close to the ground. He quickly rolled up his sleeves. "This time I'll open the formation. You take the rear. Once the golden core and nascent soul demons appear, I'll leave them to you." Ning Yao asked, "You're not going to use your flying sword?" "I'll only use my fist. It's just nice to polish the bottleneck of the martial path." Qin Pingan said, "Don't worry. The speed of opening the formation is definitely not comparable to yours. But compared to other battlefields, it won't be slow." Ning Yao nodded. "Then just use your fist." Qin Pingan took a deep breath and rode his sword like a rainbow. After catching up to Fan Dash, he said telepathically, "Dash, you attack from the middle. I'll open the formation in front. No matter what happens during this period, don't be calculative. Just ride your sword forward. I may not be able to take care of you, but with Ning Yao taking the rear, it shouldn't be a big problem." Fan Dash said in a deep voice, "Okay." In fact, when the second shopkeeper didn't say, "Dash," Fan Dash knew that he had to be more careful. In an instant, Qin Pingan, who was wearing 2 sets of robes, suddenly sped up on his sword. He flew in a straight line, whistling through the air. Along the way, Qin Pingan drew his fist when he was still 1,000 feet away from the demon army. With a stomp of his foot, the long sword under his feet tilted and fell. Unable to bear the weight, the sword actually flew close to the ground. In Fan Dash's eyes, Qin Pingan's figure disappeared in an instant. He obviously did not use the mind talisman, but he already had the effect of the mind talisman. Could it be that he had broken through the bottleneck and become a grandmaster of the distant travel state after just over a year after entering the Golden Body Realm? Ning Yao chose to ride on her sword this time. She explained to Fan Dash, "He's only at the Golden Body Realm now and hasn't reached the far roaming realm yet." He wore 3 robes. Now it was no longer to protect his life, but to suppress his fist intent. Coupled with the sword chi to a certain extent, the 3 robes could be considered as a form of training. It's similar to those martial artists who tie sandbags to their feet all day long. Ning Yao was willing to say so much. Of course it was related to Qin Pingan. Fan Dash was her and Qin Pingan's mutual friend. Qin Pingan took care of Fan Dash. It wasn't just because Fan Dash's level was not high enough. Qin Pingan seemed to see a lot of his own shadow in Fan Dash. Pieced together, it was natural to feel close to him. It was just that Ning Yao didn't understand the specific reason behind this. She believed that when Qin Pingan was free in the future, or when the hidden official finally managed to find some free time in his busy schedule, naturally he would tell her about it. Ning Yao said, when he first started learning martial arts in his hometown, he tied a bag full of gravel to his leg. The first time he went out, he used half a caddy of talismans and 8 tails of talismans. He has long been used to this. He doesn't even know what will happen if he punches with all his strength. Since he doesn't know how heavy or fast his punches are, then his opponent won't know either. As she spoke, Ning Yao slashed out with her sword. On another battlefield, a golden core monster cultivator glanced at her from afar. Ning Yao sensed something in her heart. With a slash of her sword, she cut through the monster cultivator like a knife cutting through tofu. In particular, the monster cultivator she targeted had his body split in half. His golden core exploded, bringing disaster to countless bystanders. Ning Yao suddenly thought of a small matter. She remembered that when Qin Pingan was still young, he carried a locust wood sword case with 2 swords. The first time he came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to find her, the 2 of them were alone. He liked to find things to talk about. He talked about many things in the countryside. For example, the carpenter's ink line. The carpenter's exquisite skills were very accurate. It was rare for Ning Yao to look at the battlefield after her sword strike. It was quite realistic. Fan Dash simply didn't know how to respond. In truth, standing beside Ning Yao gave him an unimaginably great pressure. His good friend Qin Sancho had once said to Fan Dash in private that if he and his friends were a level lower than Ning Yao's cultivation, it would be fine. But once they were at the same cultivation level, they would begin to doubt their lives. Am I really a sword cultivator? My cultivation level isn't fake, right? It was just that when Fan Dash saw Qin Sancho leisurely drinking wine and grumbling, Qin Sancho's face was full of smiles. The vice manager had once said that wine was the best fishing rod in the world. It could hook a drunkard's innermost thoughts back to their lips. In particular, his Sea of Bamboo Paradise wine was even more amazing. To be able to become friends with Ning Yao, even a proud son of heaven like Qin Sancho would feel a bit of pressure. But at the same time, it was also worth drinking happily. Fan Dash carefully observed the surroundings of the battlefield. The truth was that it was empty and there didn't seem to be any danger. But Fan Dash was still worried that there might be some sneaky monster cultivators hiding underground. They might stab him with a sword or throw a magic weapon at him. On the battlefield there were many such things. Fan Dash had once witnessed a sword cultivator of the same age with his own eyes. But, in a moment of carelessness, a mountain razor monster cultivator hiding underground had already calculated the trajectory of his sword. The monster cultivator broke out of the ground and grabbed the 2 ankles of the sword cultivator, tearing him in half. On the battlefield, the truly terrifying enemies were often not those powerful monsters who had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation level or whose killing power dominated the battlefield. In a confrontation with them, unless it was a place of certain death, it was possible to avoid them. What was even more frightening were those monster cultivators who did not aim for battle merits but only sought to hone their cultivation. They were insidious in their attacks and were adept at disguising themselves. They would always seek to kill with a single strike and kill without leaving a trace. Once they failed, they would decisively flee. These monster cultivators were like fish in water on the battlefield. They lived for a long time and sneaked around various battlefields, accumulating battle merits one after another. In fact, it was quite impressive. It was said that the youngest sword immortal of the upper 5 realms in the desolate world, a great demon named Si Qin, had relied on this insidious method to rise up step by step. What was even more terrifying was that even though Si Qin had become an upper 5 realm sword immortal, he still liked to act sneakily. He hid his great demon aura and deliberately suppressed his sword immortal aura. He had always been a golden core demon cultivator and entered the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to strike. It was because of this that Alliance personally searched for Si Chen's movements in a battle back then. Eventually, Si Chen was found by Alliance and struck him with his sword from afar. However, Si Chen was a sword immortal and had used a protective talisman from his teacher to escape the battlefield. Fan Dash was suddenly taken aback. Wasn't his second shopkeeper the same? Furthermore, he could be considered a grandmaster in this line of work? It was a pity that he had become a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Otherwise, even if the second shopkeeper did not act as Fan Dash Saray Guardian Sword Master and allowed Qin Pingan to freely appear in various battlefields, coupled with the fact that he was a sword immortal and was a pure martial artist, coupled with Qin Pingan's ability to control the minute details of the battlefield, as well as his precise calculation of the combat strength of his enemies on the battlefield, Fan Dash believed that regardless of the accumulation of battle merits or the speed of his growth, he would not be inferior to Si Chen. Ning Yao's sword immortal bearing was naturally soul-stirring and fascinating. However, no matter how much one revered or admired her, Ning Yao was still Ning Yao. No one of her peers in the Great Wall of Sword Chi could imitate her. However, the second shopkeeper's fighting style was something that even Fan Dash could learn. As long as he had the heart, witnessed it with his own eyes, listened to it and memorized it, he would be able to use it for himself. As long as he refined his cultivation, as long as he had a slight chance of winning on the battlefield, he would often be able to help a sword immortal kill an accident. On the battlefield ahead, after Qin Pingan no longer used sword kinesis flight, he took the initiative to fall into a heavy encirclement formed by the demon race. Inside, he opened his fist and his majestic fist intent flowed out like a river. It was similar to Ning Yao's sword chi that had previously formed a small heaven and earth formation. Those who are careless or dare to approach me will be my fist-intense enemy first. A demon race member whose body was as large as a pavilion had already enlightened his apertures and become a cultivator. His two natal items were specially used to superimpose defensive supernatural powers. He relied on his naturally strong physique to rampage on the battlefield. In the end, Qin Pingan opened up a path with his fist. His entire body was like a long sword, slicing him into two halves on the spot. The surging blood was then dispersed by the fist intent. A single stab was better than 1,000 hits. Qin Pingan only used one punch to fight against his enemies. When he was alone, he would be surrounded by enemies from all directions. He would still strive to kill his enemies with a single punch, injuring their foundations and shattering their souls. Every punch seemed to be conserving his strength, but in fact, every punch was extremely powerful and unstoppable. The fist intent was so pure that it could actually make the surrounding sword chi actively avoid it. A demon clan cultivator who couldn't dodge in time raised his hammer and smashed it down. He had a tall and sturdy build and was about 20 feet tall. Facing the legendary Ning Yao, he might just be waiting for death. However, facing this young man, who didn't have a flying sword and only had an extremely powerful fist technique, he didn't lack the will to fight. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and blocked the huge hammer that was smashing down on his head. His entire body was shrouded in shadow. Qin Pingan's ankle shifted slightly, diverting the huge force to the ground. Even so, his knees were still smashed into the ground. He could have dodged, but he didn't. He took the heavy hammer head-on and deliberately stagnated his body a little in order to let the hidden demon race cultivators feel that there was an opportunity to take advantage of. A demon race military cultivator wearing refined iron talisman armor approached Qin Pingan with a saber in both hands. His aura was like a rainbow as he slashed at him. There was also a golden core cultivator who extended his sleeve and tossed out two golden talisman diagrams depicting the true shape of the 5 mountains and the meandering rivers. He then extended a palm and lifted it up heavily. The ground beneath Qin Pingan's feet was first frozen by the golden core cultivator's technique, sealing off an area of several hundred feet around him. The golden talisman of mountains manifested 5 fist-sized mountains of different colors. 4 of them hovered around the young warrior, while only the middle peak of the talisman smashed towards his opponent's head. Holding the huge hammer with one hand, Qin Pingan raised his left hand and directly grasped the pitch-black saber that was as thick as ink. The pure fist intent in his palm rubbed against the black saber, causing sparks to fly everywhere. With a twist of his wrist, He dragged the demon race military cultivator who was unwilling to let go of the saber to his front and slammed him against the miniature mountain formed from the golden talisman. Having completed his task of luring the enemy, the hammer-smashing demonic cultivator could no longer bring his huge hammer down. He temporarily withdrew his weapon and raised his arm high, wanting to attack again. The demon race military cultivator saw that the situation was not good. He did not want to be hit by the middle peak, nor did he want to be hit by the hammer that followed. He decisively abandoned his saber and retreated, kicking the young man's chest and borrowing the momentum to retreat. In the next moment, Qin Pingan, who had been using the monkey fist stance taught by Zhu Lian, suddenly changed to Zhong Qiu's peak fist stance. The slender young man, whose shoulders were slightly slumped and whose back was hunched, immediately returned to his normal posture. His fist intent changed and became even more vigorous. He directly shattered the spell seal around him and smashed his fist onto the miniature mountain. When the fist made contact with the small mountain, a frenzied ripple of fist intent surged in all directions, shattering the mountain into splashes of golden light. Qin Pingan, who was still holding onto the tip of the saber in his left hand, slid backwards and dodged the second heavy hammer strike from the burly demonic cultivator. He retracted the saber in his left hand slightly and loosened his right fist into the shape of a saber. He chopped down with the saber, chopping the saber into two. This caused the demon race military cultivator, who had wanted to take the initiative to destroy his natal item, to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence from his heart. He glanced at the young man who was still trapped in the formation of the four mountains. This demon race military cultivator actually directly rode the wind and left the battlefield. Although the four mountains formed from the golden talisman were small, they hovered in the air at this moment. They still gave off an extraordinary aura of mountains towering over the earth. The black-clothed young man and the hammer were trapped in the formation. The only thing lacking was that central mountain, which was slightly lacking. Fortunately, the other golden talisman had already transformed into a water serpent that was several zhang long. In the end, the formation of mountains and flowing water was still formed. The burly demonic cultivator, who had been implicated and could only fight for his life with the young man, no longer cherished his life. On the battlefield, death was inevitable, but there were also those who feared death and would die even more. The burly demonic cultivator wielded a large hammer and unleashed his ferocious nature. Within the formation cage of the four mountains where a water serpent was pouncing, he charged straight for the young man whose fists were unreasonably heavy. If he could exchange lives with the young man, he would. In the end, his chest was smashed apart by the young man's fist. Before this, the talisman's water serpent had already worn down the burly demonic cultivator's flesh and bones. Perhaps even the golden core demonic cultivator had not expected this outcome. It had actually become a mutually destructive battle where one fellow Taoist would rather die first than live. This was because after the young man punched the burly demonic cultivator to death, he leaped high into the air with the tip of his foot. He pressed the burly demonic cultivator's head down and crashed into the water serpent. The burly demonic cultivator, who had chosen to self-destruct his golden core, was reduced to ashes along with the water serpent. The golden core cultivator took a closer look and saw that the young man had torn off his tattered robe. He was still wearing a robe underneath. The mask on his face was also badly damaged. The young man casually removed it and kept it in his sleeve. Even the large hammer on the ground disappeared and was kept in an item close to him. Without hesitation, the golden core cultivator no longer cared about the talisman of the four mountains. He cast a unique spell and turned into several wisps of green smoke, burrowing into the ground in different directions. Qin Pingan did not deliberately pursue the golden core cultivator. Without the restriction of the robe on his fist, the fist aura became more abundant. He pushed the four tottering pocket-sized mountains away. As he ran forward, he threw out 4 punches from afar. 4 rays of golden light burst open. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 demonic cultivators were killed or injured on the battlefield. Without the mask, someone in the demonic army took the lead to shout out the 2 words, "Hidden Official." The army that was originally still trying to form a formation to fight the enemy under the supervision of the battle suddenly scattered. The path that Qin Pingan took after that was no longer a straightforward charge. Instead, he chose to draw a large circle on the battlefield and then slightly shift forward. The faster he ran, the more he punched first. A pure-blooded martial artist's pure vital chi punched non-stop. When he was about to exhaust his vital chi, he would find an opportunity to take a breather. If the situation was dangerous, he would force himself to hold on. On the battlefield, no matter how many enemies there were, how could it compare to the feeding punches of a 10th realm martial artist? Dealing with the latter was truly a matter of life and death. Wouldn't the so-called toughness of the body be like paper under the punches of a 9th realm martial artist who was easily at the peak of the 9th realm? He could only guess, gamble, rely on instinct, and rely on someone who was close to divine connection and had telepathy to follow the punches. To Qin Pingan, as long as there was no nascent soul sword cultivator hiding nearby, he would be able to break through. The so-called one man breaking through the enemy lines was not a battlefield at all. It had always been a one-on-one fight. Li Er once said that in the one-on-one battle where he almost accidentally killed Song Jianqiang, the Dali King's aptitude was of course good, but his fist was still too light at that time. However, the reason why Song Jianqiang was able to hold on for so long at that time was that Song Jianqiang was not only a martial artist, but also a martial artist who fought on the battlefield. After honing his fist skills on the battlefield for a long time, he naturally had a kind of, the battlefield is the enemy of 10,000 people, atmosphere. Then he practiced it thoroughly and returned to the original state. When the opponent fought with him, it was like fighting against 1,000 troops and they would be restrained. Now that Qin Pingan was on the battlefield, he was seeking the first level of this kind of atmosphere. There were thousands of mountains and rivers. How many mountains and rivers could there be in close combat? As long as the punch was heavy enough, the body was fast enough, and the eyes were accurate enough, it was nothing more than wading through the water and crossing the mountains, slowly, passing through one place at a time. After that, Qin Pingan, who was fighting excitedly, became more and more pure. Whether it was walking or flying, he was always using the 6-step stance. His punches were only the 3 moves of the Iron Horse Chisel formation, the deity beat the drum and the cloud steaming swamp. Although Li Er was a martial artist of the 10th realm, he did not say much about the fist theory in the ruins of the Lion Peak Immortal Mansion. Occasionally he would say a few words, but he was blunt. He said that he heard Jing Dafeng often talk about it. The words of Li Er and Qin Pingan might be useful to you. Anyway, a few words of fist theory had no weight and could not suppress people. Among them there was a sentence: when there is an enemy in your eyes, you will start to punch. When you are invincible, you will be able to connect with the gods. This time, Qin Pingan would not kill those roaring ferocious demons with his fists, nor would he show mercy to those young demon cultivators who were full of fear and begging eyes. He was a pure martial artist, only punching. Those who were strong lived, those who were weak died. On the battlefield, Qin Pingan, a martial artist, had a silent expression. His eyes were cold. Ning Yao only reminded Fan Dash, "Don't get close to him." Qin Pingan's thoughts became fewer and fewer. He put down all his previous thoughts and worries, infinitely approaching the realm of forgetting oneself and punching, that Li Er had mentioned. He did not use the contraction talisman, nor did he use the 1st and 15th steps. He did not even use the pine needle and cough thunder that could move his body. As for the 2 intrinsic flying swords, Sparrow in the cage and Moon at the bottom of the well, they were even more useful. They definitely would not appear so early. At this moment, Qin Pingan had even completely forgotten that he was a sword cultivator, had 4 flying swords, and even had 2 intrinsic flying swords. At the thickest part of the demon race army's formation, the fist intent had already arrived before the person. Ning Yao was still looking for those golden core and nascent soul demons with high realms. Fan Dash still had nothing important to do. Fortunately, compared to when Qin Pingan opened the formation previously, the group only followed the sword kinesis flight. This time, Fan Dash had more opportunities to use his sword when Qin Pingan opened the formation with his fist. Previously, Ning Yao had opened the formation too quickly with only her sword. On the left and right flanks, the 2 groups of sword cultivators who were fighting in the lower city were still very far from the Golden River. They had not even reached half of the distance. Furthermore, the further they went, the slower their speed of breaking the formation and killing the enemy. It was even very likely that they would need to withdraw from the Great Wall of Sword Qi before they reached half of the distance. They would then have to take turns with the second group of sword cultivators on the city wall to deal with the tug-of-war that was full of corpses. On the vast battlefield between the Golden River and the city wall, the fastest group of sword cultivators who were digging the formation south had only reached half of the distance. That was because the nascent soul sword cultivator Qisho was leading the way. Stack Zhang and the other 3 returned north. Together with a dozen or so sword cultivators who were heading south, they slaughtered the demon race army from the front and back. The four young genius sword cultivators stood in a row with a distance of 70 to 80 feet between each other. They no longer pursued the speed and depth of the formation and began to kill as many demon race soldiers as possible. Therefore, the four sword cultivators began to step on their long swords. Zhenyu, Hongzhuang, Sutra, and Zidian were in a sword kinesis flight posture. They summoned their life-bound flying swords and killed their way back to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Sanchio's life-bound flying sword was called White Deer. One of the flying sword's life-bound abhijna was the scene of the white deer holding a Ganoderma. On the battlefield, a white deer as large as a house would appear. The Ganoderma in its mouth was Qin Sanchio's life-bound flying sword. The white deer was naturally covered in sword light and its surroundings were like snow. It was also able to gather spiritual energy on its own. It was very magical. On the battlefield, the white deer with its snow-like sword light rampaged about recklessly. Its killing power was great. It was said that before Qin Sanchio nurtured his life-bound flying sword, he had an afternoon dream when he was young. The white deer swam forward, knelt on all fours and took the initiative to acknowledge him as its master. Therefore, Qin Sanchio was known as a playboy among the Sword Qi Great Wall's younger generation. He definitely had the capital to back it up. He had a good family background, a good temper, good looks, good relationships and a good aptitude. Apart from the Qin family's young master's slightly poor alcohol tolerance, there was almost no fault to be found. As for a divine item like the white deer, it was often related to illusory literary luck. Therefore, Qin Sanchio obtained the Dali imitation of the Baek-Okekyung building's ancient sword, Book of Sutras, which complemented each other. This was because Qin Sanchio's life-bound flying sword was one of the few rare existences that possessed two life-bound abhijna. Other than conjuring the flying sword and causing the white deer to appear, it could also increase Qin Sanchio's literary luck. Therefore, Qin Sanchio was actually a Khanate sword embryo and also a natural scholar. After all, in the vast world, there were only 2 scholarly sages in the 3 great academies and 72 academies who had reached the sword immortal realm. Unfortunately, Qin Sanchio was born in the Sword Qi Great Wall where scholars were few and far between. Most importantly, Qin Sanchio's surname was Qin. He was unable to go to the foreign land that was filled with schools and books. Every sword cultivator who could obtain the title of genius in the Sword Qi Great Wall had their own stories. As long as they were sword cultivators who liked to drink, they could get drunk. Even if they were drunk to death, they would have a reason. Ning Yao had been following Qin Pingan at a distance that was neither too far nor too close to him. Ning Yao vaguely sensed Qin Pingan's thoughts. Perhaps it was a thought that Qin Pingan himself was unaware of. If my fist reaches beyond the heavens on the battlefield south of the Sword Qi Great Wall, anyone who goes against me, Qin Pingan, will die without even drawing my sword. Ning Yao did not feel that this was bad, but she also felt that this might not be the best. There was only one reason for this, and that was that he was Qin Pingan. Therefore Ning Yao shouted, "Qin Pingan." On the battlefield, Qin Pingan immediately stopped and turned his head, somewhat puzzled. Fan-Sword Heart was a little unstable for a moment. It was just a strange feeling that disappeared in a flash. Ning Yao said, "Continue to punch. I'll be behind you." Qin Pingan was taken aback. He did not know why Ning Yao said this, but he still smiled and nodded his head. The robe that he had borrowed from Pang Yuanji had already been torn to shreds. The robe he was wearing was so torn that it did not even need to be put away. He used his fist will to gently disperse it, scattering it like dandelions. Not only that, even the green robe from the Ning residence was put away. Therefore, Qin Pingan was only wearing a long robe made of the most common material. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of blood. Unknowingly, there were no demons alive on the battlefield within a few hundred feet of him. Qin Pingan shook his wrist with one hand and clenched and unclenched his fist with the other. The bones in his hands were exposed. It was normal. Of course it hurt, but this familiar feeling that he had not felt in a long time made him feel at ease. If he did not feel some pain, how could he practice martial arts? Qin Pingan looked into the distance. Finally, he looked up and saw the words carved on the wall. They could not be more familiar. Fierce. The words were really ugly. Qin Pingan subconsciously looked up at the sky. He could come late, but he could not come at all. Even if he only returned to half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in his hometown, it would be good to take a look. As for whether he could use his sword, he could come and see. Qin Pingan reached out and grabbed it. However, he remembered that the sword of the sword workshop had already been destroyed. He took out the Dharma saber that belonged to the nascent soul realm demons. It was narrow, long and sharp. It shone brightly. Qin Pingan held the Dharma saber that no longer had an owner. It was of high quality and was a first-class Dharma treasure. He gently weighed it. It was heavy enough. Then he continued to open the array. A moment later, Fan Dash could not help but look behind him. Ning Yao was rubbing her eyebrows. In front of them, Qin Pingan was slashing wildly with his saber. Fan Dash felt that this was probably killing a thief. In an instant, Ning Yao attacked with her sword. She was not going to save Qin Pingan. Even if the person who ambushed her was a nascent Soul Realm sword cultivator who had hidden his strength. The person who cooperated with him and chose to assassinate Ning Yao was the unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal who was proficient in the Tao of concealment. Ordinary immortal Tao companions on the mountain would inevitably hesitate if they were of a higher realm, even if they would not save the one of a lower realm. However, Ning Yao did not have any distracting thoughts. Instead, her sword heart became clearer and brighter. She could kill the enemy. He could survive. Ning Yao believed in herself, but she believed in Qin Pingan even more. Ning Yao, who had deliberately suppressed the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm for many years, suddenly broke through the bottleneck of the nascent Soul realm. After Ning Yao attacked, she was still able to divert her attention and glanced at the city wall. Qin Qingdu stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. Wei Jin smiled bitterly. "Boss, why did you deliberately suppress Ning Yao's breakthrough?" Qin Qingdu smiled. "There's no hurry. There's no need to deliberately fight for those empty titles. Is there a need to become the first sword immortal under the age of 30 in history?" Wei Jin, who became a sword immortal at the age of 40, still did not understand. Ning Yao did not spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. She just went with the flow. "Boss, why did you use the sword Tao of the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi to suppress Ning Yao at the bottleneck of the nascent Soul realm?" Qin Qingdu chuckled. "I'm Wei Jin." Wei Jin was speechless. He missed the time when Senior Zhuo was on the city wall. Did Sword Immortal Boss mean that he was Qin Qingdu? Qin Qingdu continued, "Suppressing her with the sword Tao? Then you underestimate Ning Yao too much." No matter how fierce the battle was, the gray-robed elder in the wilderness world did not care about it. He just closed his eyes and rested. At this moment, the elder opened his eyes and said to Qin Qingdu with a smile, "That's breaking the rules." Qin Qingdu answered, "You're not convinced? Let's fight on the city wall?" You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.